And a lot of people are pushing it. Some prominent personalities saying that they knew it was going to happen. They let it happen because now they can use it as an excuse to go into Gaza and do all of this stuff and bomb them. And Max was like, no way, absolutely not. He said Israel was humiliated. There's a lot of private technology and security firms in Israel that pride themselves on being the best. And this is true because I've covered this stuff going back 10 years with Occupy. There are many surveillance companies that are born out of Israel that are like, we're the best. Israel proves it. Mm-hmm. This is extremely bad for this sector, the security sector. And he also wanted to mention things. I don't want to comment too much on because I'm not the expert on it, but the military doctrine that Israel has in terms of captured IDF soldiers is so extreme. He said Israel would never allow one of their soldiers to be captured. I mean, the idea that they let this happen is just, there's no way. Yeah. And he's more pro-Palestine. I mean, I find it interesting.
I think the big problem is going to be the deluge of information, especially fighting war in the technology age, right? We're going to have videos that surface from wherever. We're already seeing that community notes they're finding ways to work around these potential safeguards that we have. The thing that I saw a lot today was parents warning, or like parents groups warning parents to have their kids delete TikTok and all their social media platforms while this goes on because it's permeating through all the algorithms. So you're having young teenagers seeing very violent images, and of course that's deeply disturbing. On the other hand, if you're cutting all kinds of people off from information, not that teenagers should see violence, it starts to get very dystopian, right? We don't know what's real and we don't know who should be seeing it. We don't know where to stop it from coming from.
Man, the community notes thing I think was obvious. It is good that you have these community notes because some of these things are very easily and provably false. But I have seen on more than one occasion people manipulate community notes. It's basically if enough people say something is true, they'll just run with it. Mm-hmm. And then you end up with community notes that are like unrelated to the tweets. Or in this instance, someone made what appears, I guess the story would be, this guy's screenshot was fake to trick people. And it's remarkable. Don Jr. posts a video, and then some guy posts some screenshot with no website address. It's pictures of thumbnails with a date on it, and that was enough for people on community notes to say Donald Trump's posting fake news. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
amazing.
Is community notes any better than Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia can be edited, and Wikipedia self-censors, so we don't really know what information is provable. There's a reason we tell high schoolers you can't cite Wikipedia or maybe community notes in your term papers. It's all. You got
to follow the sources. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing was that the source on this community note was some guy's tweet. And now people are responding to John Jr. being like, Wired did a deep analysis on the video and found the source and said, nah, it's real. Like, it was recorded here. Here's all the confirmation. It's crazy. Apparently there are like other angles or something. I don't know.
Well, and especially in Don Jr.'s case, I'm sure they want Don Jr. to look like he is promoting something crazy because of his last name. Right. You know, it's sort of a trap from the beginning for him.
Yeah.
Or,
but then Wired was forced to defend him.
Mm-hmm.
Which they did not like
please,
at all.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
We were talking about this before the show, that there's a lot of people who thought they were on the same side who are now realizing perhaps they are not when it comes to this issue. And I think that's going to be obviously I don't want it to be born on, the backs of death and violence, but on the other hand, reconciling that it's not just the two sides and no one has any lane of compromise is sort of a hard thing to put American culture through.
It's just so hard to believe because we've always known, I guess like you're talking about like BLM and Antifa.
Sure.
We've always known that about them. We've always known that about the college left, that they were super, super pro-Palestine, violence, be damned.
But I don't think mainstream left realized it. I mean, I'm maybe not the one to ask, but I think because I had known people who would come out as, I have Jewish friends who have come out as pro-Palestine years and years before, and it would really shock their community. And I found that to be interesting. It's not something that I would necessarily have a personal ability to comment on, but I think there is more division than they realize because especially the progressive left is used to being a unified front all the time.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. We have this from ABC News. BLM Chicago backs Palestine after Hamas terror invasion of Israel. And this is causing a major backlash, and tons of Democrats are now disavowing Black Lives Matter. This is going to be a huge break in the culture war because now you've got Democrats who are like, wait a minute, you mean the far left we've supported want Israelis to be killed? Yeah, take a look at this tweet. This is an archive. It was deleted from BLM Chicago. It says, that is all, that is it. And it says, I stand with Palestine, and it's a paraglider with a Palestinian flag. The paragliders are the ones who went into the music festival and started killing civilians.
They did more than just kill. They
kidnapped, raped,
kidnapped,
children, and So this is an image explicitly supporting the tactic of targeting civilians. Look, man, we sit here and we complain about war all day. And when the U.S. has collateral damage, we complain about it. We support Julian Assange. He released collateral murder. We see these war crimes. We criticize Obama. We criticize Trump. Killing civilians is wrong. Israel kills civilians. We say it's wrong. The issue, however, is in the instance of Israel, oftentimes what they're saying is they've built a weapons depot and a military base under a hospital. We've given them a warning and we're going to take it out. I say, okay, do I take Israel's word for it? Well, the one thing I can say is Israel at least is saying that much. We are trying to avoid killing civilians. Well, okay. I don't trust governments, right? Everyone's got an agenda, but I can accept that. You then have Barack Obama's ridiculous nonsense excuse for killing an American citizen in Yemen. They've never answered for, and that's evil. But this is overtly celebrating the tactic of targeting civilians intentionally.
Yeah. You know,
that's Black Lives Matter.
Max Blumenthal, he was on last night, and he said that these guys were paratrooping to hit a military target and landed next to the target in the music festival, and it was an attack of opportunity as opposed to a target.
A target of opportunity.
Well, in that
but
case.
I don't know if it really, I don't know how much it matters.
Wait. Like, I mean, if he's being factual, he's being factual.
Yes, but in terms of celebrating it still. I mean, that image now is still the image of attacking civilians at a music festival. It's not the wind blew the wrong way. We actually meant,
when they made this image, they knew what they were doing.
Exactly.
And they kept it up for hours. It wasn't like, oops, delete.
And
20,000 comments or something before someone decided to take it down.
What I want to be careful of is, people were being critical of Max yesterday. They're like, oh, I can't believe he would downplay it. So no, hold on. If it is a fact that Hamas was intending to target military bases, that would make sense. They say, we want to hit military bases. And then as they're coming through the sky, they say, hey, look, civilians, let's get them, because it is a known tactic to target civilians to use as bargaining chips against Israel. Max said all that too.
Yeah,
if those are facts, accept them. It proves definitively, or I should say, a journalist with a pro-Palestine bias explicitly told us their strategy is target civilians.
Yeah, I think.
Why would they attack an Israeli military base on paraglide? I mean, the IDF is scary.
No heat
You're not going to
signature.
barge in.
Well, what he was saying is that it caught him off guard. And it was humiliating.
It was quiet, off radar, because they're so low to the ground and no heat, probably.
Yeah.
What I find fascinating in the whole thing is that there are many people, prominent individuals, many who are very critical of Israel, saying that Israel knew this was coming and let it happen. And then you have Max, of all people, who is, much more opposed to Israel's actions, being like, no, there's no way Israel knew in advance. They were humiliated by this. Hamas was targeting the military bases, and the music festival was nearby, and so it became a target of opportunity for them because it is a known tactic they use. I'm like, wow.
But that wasn't the only place that was attacked.
Right. Yeah, they went to a bunch of villages.
Beaches, and anywhere civilian.
So it makes me think that their primary target was take out the military perimeter, and then with a secondary target of get as many civilians as you can.
Right. It's evil. And this is the problem, right? I don't like war. I don't like the conflict. I don't like hearing about children dying in Gaza. They're all these tweets coming out the far left saying, "Oh, look at these innocent civilians." I'm like, yeah, it's all bad. It's all bad, dude. But I can ask this question of anyone, and you're going to get the same answer. The pro-Palestine side knows what the answer to this question is, and they will try to avoid answering it. What would happen to Israel if they removed all of the security fencing around Gaza and said, free movement for all within Gaza into Israel? What would happen?
Oh, we know exactly what happened.
We watched it happen.
Yeah, we watched what
happened when they tore the fences down.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. And so, you talk to someone who's pro-Palestine and they're going to say, well, I mean, it's like, oh, we get it. Yeah. This is the problem. You complain about what Israel's doing in Gaza, but what's the answer? Well, these people are in outright prison. I'm like, yeah, and if they open the doors, it would be bloodshed, it would be murder, it would be massacres, it would be war, it would be, we talk. A lot of people talk about 1948 and how it was wrong for Israelis to push Palestinians off their land, and I'm just like, it's war. I don't have a good answer for you, man. War is bad. It sucks. But the answer today is not to just make the war worse. That seems to be what Hamas wants to do. But anyway, back to the point. Otherwise we're going to go in circles. Back to what Black Lives Matter represents. We also have a Democratic Socialist member of Congress. He has quit the DSA and denounced them for their support of all of this.
Who was it?
Let me pull up his name. Do you guys know his name? I had his
Jamal Bowman.
No.
Was he part of the DSA?
Here we go. We got it. Shri Thanadar, congressman. He renounces. He's a proud Detroiter. Yeah, from Michigan. Michigan's 13th district, and he renounces his membership in the DSA, saying, "Today I'm officially renouncing my membership in the DSA after the brutal terror attacks in Israel, which included the indiscriminate murder, rape, and kidnapping of innocent men, women, and children. I can no longer associate with an organization unwilling to call out terror in all its forms. Sunday's hate-filled and anti-Semitic rally in New York City, promoted by the New York DSA, makes it impossible for me to continue my affiliation. I stand with Israel and its right to defend itself. There is no place for moral equivocation in the face of unadulterated evil, as we have seen from Hamas. I will continue to work towards the goals that brought me to Congress in the first place: universal health care, workers' rights, strong labor unions, equity for communities of color, environmental justice, and compassionate immigration. My ideals have not changed at all. I strongly believe that ending my association with the DSA serves my constituents' interests, as they expect me to represent them by helping to build a better, more just world, not fanning the flames of hatred." Shout out to Ryan Long, who put out a video called "Actor Doesn't Know Whether to Support Palestine or Israel." Because the fascinating thing is, what we're seeing here with Shri, and there's another story about a bunch of Harvard students who are being blacklisted, and now they're putting out letters being like, "No, we don't support Palestine. We're so sorry. We're so sorry." The default position for a lot of these people was, whatever the narrative is, I support. Whatever popular thing is. Black Lives Matter was current thing. Yeah. We support it. BLM, not just BLM in Chicago, but LA, came out in defense of what Hamas did. Yeah. And now, if you tweet in support of BLM, you will get canceled. Yep. These people don't have convictions, don't have morals, and were marching in lockstep with what they thought was the power structure. That meant when atrocities occurred on video, and we see innocent people being paraded around, murdered, kidnapped, etc., they ignore that and say, it doesn't matter, BLM is popular thing. Think about that. I want to reiterate that, because that explains the culture war so well. For all of us, we can sit here and be like, man, it's really bad when civilians died, no matter who does it, right? What Hamas did is horrifying and is atrocious. We don't want war. I'm skeptical of these videos and these stories. Did babies really get beheaded? Man, this is tough. We try to be reasonable. So many actors, members of Congress, Harvard students, knowing these videos emerged, thought, but the left is in power, so I will just agree with whatever they say. And what happened? Major backlash. Regular people were like, bro, you just defended literal terror attacks on innocent civilians.
The problem with people that are obsessed with domestic politics and have no idea what's going on geopolitically, you got to know both.
Well,
you're going to speak
and I
out.
think in this case, it's important to note that Black Lives Matter is essentially saying the tactics Hamas use are justified, right? If you have a political movement within the United States that says essentially using civilians as pawns, harming them to get your political ends is worth doing, that is a very significant statement to take, right? We know the Black Lives Matter movements often end in riots and violence. The fact that they're lining up behind this kind of action is something we should all be extremely wary of.
Yeah, they share violent means to an end philosophy, although...
And they're confirming it on a geopolitical stage now.
Of course, yeah.
I'm just saying, they got passed off as being this, we're peaceful movement. And I think Tim's totally right. Ultimately, people don't know enough about these issues to be able to say definitively how they feel about it, but they know they're supposed to say something. That's why Ryan Long's video is so funny. He knows he's supposed to take a stance. He just doesn't know what it is because he takes his cues from everyone around him.
The issue is they don't care. That many of the people who are waving BLM flags and these Progress Pride flags don't know, don't care. All they're really saying is, I support what we view to be the cultural and institutional power. And so when the institutional powers do evil things, these people march in lockstep behind them. And that's what we talk about. I've mentioned that the Progress Pride flag is akin to the Nazi flag. Not in that it represents the same ideology, but that it represents people blindly marching behind what they view to be power. This shattered that. And now people are panicking. I love this Harvard student organization being like, we never meant this. No, we regret signing this letter in support of Palestine.
Money, because we'll get our 6-figure jobs when we graduate.
That's right. Yeah. Because now they're realizing they're getting canceled.
Right.
The only thing they ever cared about was looking like they fit in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No morals and no principles.
But there's also, and I agree with you, but there's also, there's this ethos in the white liberal, I'll say white liberal, but culturally white, the Western liberal. I think you were touching on this too, when they're suddenly horrified. It's this mentality, and it's so racist. I know that word's so overused, but it exposes how extremely racist they are. That they look at people like Islamic terrorists, and it's the same way they look at inner city violence in black communities, and they think, and they look at Israel, and they're like, Israel's a civilized country, so we hold them to a higher moral standard. We hold them to our moral standards. These third world people, they're stupid.
Yep.
Look at their skin colors, look how they live. We can't expect them to behave how we behave, and they're so oppressed.
Yep.
So we can't, Israel is held to a different standard. They cannot behave like this. These people, they just don't know any better, and we have to be their custodians. We have to stand up for them.
Exactly.
It's deeply racist.
That is the liberal ethos so much, but then you have the more violent wing like BLM and Antifa that actually are like, no, we want to see dead bodies and we hate these people and we want communism now.
No, it's crazy.
But
I think
polite progressive class, that's exactly what it is, and now they're having this moral crisis of what side to choose.
And I think that they're going to have a really hard time reconciling this. I think when people want to do the right thing, but they don't actually think about the issues, they just think about what their friends are doing, they have no moral compass. I mean, with these Harvard students, if they really believed in what they said, they wouldn't have backed down. Nothing should be worth compromising your values for. But it's not about values, it's about signaling that they have done the right things. It reminds me of, and it's a terrible comparison to draw, but it reminds me of all of the people who suddenly became excited about various causes, like after the Parkland shooting, all these students who were suddenly deeply involved in gun violence, and they would hold protests and whatever else, and then they would get into elite colleges because they were signaling that they were behind the right thing all the time. I mean, that's how we got David Hogg, yes? Yeah. And to what end? What are we doing to better serve the values of the community? Maybe they really stand by it, but ultimately it was the thing that they thought would help them get an advantage moving forward.
Yeah, of course. Like corporations virtue signaling, same thing. Well, this is the thing we have to do now.
Yeah. I think one of the challenging things coming out of Israel is just going to be the fact that so much, I know I said this earlier, but there's going to be so much information and so much visual media that there are going to be people who knee-jerk take a strong stance who then are going to back down and change their mind. And again, with this congressman, I think that's a very solid move to renounce an organization that you have been a part of and at one point would have served you to say, oh yeah, I'm a DSA member. Look how trendy and progressive I am.
Yeah.
I want to pull up this story from Wired. A graphic Hamas video Donald Trump Jr. shared on X is actually real, research confirms. A video posted by Donald Trump Jr. showing Hamas militants attacking Israelis was falsely flagged in a community note as being years old, thus making X's disinformation problem worse and not better. The first thing I say is many of these liberal journalists are really upset that Elon Musk is doing so well, so any opportunity to attack X is an opportunity they will take. Yeah. But in this instance, it actually ends up working out. Trump Jr. is being defended. They're in a weird position where it's like, well, I guess defending Trump Jr., who's criticizing terror, is the lesser of two evils or whatever. In their mind as leftists.
It's starting to be as
begrudgingly the lesser of two evils.
Maybe defending each other as Americans might be the right way forward.
This is our weird healing moment.
But so the gist of the story here, and what I want to get into with this is, it's all fake news and all manipulation, right? Somebody, I'm not going to play the video. It is beyond graphic. You did not.
Can you give a summary of what it was?
Yeah, it's a bunch of bodies on the ground being shot. It's graphic. Just understand. It is just I don't even want to describe it.
Yeah.
It's people dying, and you're watching it happen. Okay, it is brutal. And someone flagged it because they posted a screenshot saying the video was fake and from some other time or some other place.
But it was a false flag.
It was a false. Likely someone made a fake screenshot, and it's really easy to do. You can pull up the video on a search engine, and then you can inspect and edit the script to make whatever dates you want to say, and then screen grab. It's that easy. Or you can just go on Paintbrush and just change it. So apparently Wired did the groundwork and found, no, Donald Trump Jr. is not posting fake stuff. He's posting real stuff. And it's funny, when Wired is defending Trump Jr., I mean, wow. There's unity here in this country, I guess. But I want to bring up another tweet here. This is something I tweeted, and let me see if I can get a bigger image of this. The first image is a tweet from Andy No, where it's a Palestine celebration rally in Dearborn, Michigan, where the speaker says, when you go to a Black Lives Matter rally, you see Palestinian flags. When you go to a white supremacy rally, you see Israeli flags. And then a tweet from the ADL. White supremacist leaders are openly celebrating Hamas's attack on Israel, cheering. Okay, you get the point. This is so much is being exposed here. Yeah. The lies of the machine are falling apart. The culture war is just imploding right now, and we are being proven right. This right here is one of the best. Pro-Palestine groups claim white supremacists love Israel. and the ADL claims white supremacists are mocking Israel for being attacked. Yeah, are both true? I mean, this is nuts.
Yeah, according to the videos I saw, according to the ADL, white supremacy has a perfect ESG score.
Yeah, right.
So just covering all their bases.
Yeah, exactly.
And now there are a lot of people who are outraged that the ADL and the SPLC have not condemned Black Lives Matter as hate groups for supporting terrorism in Israel. And Jonathan Greenblatt, who is the head of the ADL, went on MSNBC criticizing them of their coverage of this, saying, because they were calling it like, militants, and he's like, these are terrorists. Who's writing these scripts? Like, bro, you defended these people relentlessly over the past several years, and we kept begging you, stop, man, they're lying. And now you get an overt act of terror, undeniable. Like, look, I'm seeing libertarians who are like, no war, no intervention, being like, yo, that was messed up what they did. Like, wow, like, this is brutal. And now the ADL nowhere to be found when BLM, I'm sorry, dude. The ADL is being insulted and attacked by Black Lives Matter who are supporting Palestine Hamas terrorists. And they can't even come out and call them a hate group or condemn it. I think it just shows exactly what these groups represent.
Yeah, the ADL spent the last many years saying the worst example of anti-Semitism is anytime you bring up George Soros. There you have it. And then now look at this. We have all of it on video and just totally silent.
I would like to see the ADL and the SPLC publish their article saying Black Lives Matter is an anti-Semitic hate group. Mm-hmm. You know what's funny is we've known this since the Women's March.
Yeah.
When Tablet Magazine published, like, they're pushing insane anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And there it is, everybody. Here's the problem. This was, when was this? This was like 6 years ago. The ACLU defended Unite the Right in Charlottesville, saying you have a right to free speech. Mm-hmm. And then they started losing a bunch of donors. And then all of a sudden, their message changed.
Yeah.
Money talks.
Yeah.
It's like, like I mentioned, these Harvard kids who are like, no, we didn't mean to sign that letter in support of Hamas.
Right.
Whoops.
I mean, the SPLC in particular peddles in fear, right? They're able to say, you be nice to us or follow our talking points, or we will put you on one of our lists and no one will want to hire you because we'll try to make it so whenever you show up, you're basically a Google felon. I mean, this is how the SPLC keeps its donors in check and it keeps its enemies at bay, because it says we are the authority on on morality, and if we decide that we don't like you, it's all over. And the thing is, they are corrupt. They don't have any sort of moral standing to make that judgment. They're just the institutional power that's there. And when they are needed most, where are they? Nowhere, right? Theoretically, this is the time that they should be the most outspoken, and instead they're going to wait until one of their biggest donors says what they want them to say, and then they're going to follow suit.
Well, we need to lobby the ADL and the SPLC to put Black Lives Matter as a anti-Semitic hate group on all of their pages.
Yep. If they were really serious about anti-Semitism, you'd think they'd do it right away. But
it would.
I'm questioning their.
Imagine they do.
I mean, they kind of would have to, right? It'd be pretty. I didn't even take the check
after today.
Before today, I would.
No, they're not working right now. They're not updating anything. Right. That's why there's nothing.
They're looking for what Nick Fuentes is saying right now.
Yeah, they're trying to change the subject so quickly. Or again, like I said, they are waiting for their biggest donor to tell them what they're comfortable with, and then they'll abide by that messaging. Yeah. I obviously have some hard feelings about these organizations, but I think they're just not trustworthy, and instead they present themselves in ways to ruin other people's lives and to take money from people who really think that potentially they are doing good. Because that's the hardest thing about all liberal causes to me. There are potentially people who are, compassionate, who really believe these organizations are saying what they pretend they are doing, and it's just not the case. They're being swindled.
Exactly.
I don't know if you ever experienced this while you were doing your circuits on Fox. I mean, you were on Tucker show pretty regularly for a while.
Yeah, lots of Fox shows, not just Tucker's. Yeah. But experience what? Experience
that you can see there are people who believe something on the left really dearly, but ultimately they're being misled.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And you can't be angry at all of them. Mm-hmm. I've got like Democrats in my family that they sincerely believe it. You can't really. They don't have any. They're not bad people.
No.
But yeah, these organizations. It's not just. I mean, it's every organization you can think of. It's like the Human Rights Campaign and GLAAD for the gay stuff. It's that's all trans stuff. But yeah, you're completely right. I mean, SPLC and ADL are pure evil. Mm-hmm. They're smear factories. That's all they do.
Yeah, and collect money for it.
Semite is it really just means like a desert person, like someone from Asia and East Africa, and it includes Arabs. Arabs are Semites, Akkadians, Canaanites, Hebrews, Ethiopians.
Yes.
So like, if you hate Arabs, you're also anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but that's not what that's not the idea.
That's not what the ADL has twisted it to mean.
No, that's not what the. No, come on, bro. People use words to convey meaning. All right, you can't.
And
just
they also change definitions to control narrative.
And if we all understand what the word means as of today, then we can understand what they're trying to say when they say it. Like when we've talked about this. When the left comes out and says racism, I have no problem saying they don't mean racism the same way you do.
Right.
Right. We will translate their version of class and or race-based oppression with privileged groups and majority groups versus minority groups, whereas the right says prejudice based on race.
So
discrimination.
Then the definition of anti-Semitism that you're saying that is
making
commonly
a semantic
understood
argument.
is that it's anti-Jewish, or is it anti-Israeli? Is it which one of those?
Anti-Semitism, the common understanding would be anti-Jewish.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Both secular or
anti-Hebrew?
no one's saying it to refer to Palestinians.
Because it's not about
or
religion;
Acadians
it's
or
about
anything like
where
that.
they're from. It's really about where you're from. So,
But by all means, you can take issue with the use of the word Semite in this way, but we know the idea being conveyed.
Right.
I do, but
Right.
that's
So that's it.
I don't
To
know why
make
they
a semantic
hijacked the
argument-
term to make.
I don't know. I don't know that anyone hijacked it. That sometimes terms become like words happen. Like people use words. Xerox became a verb, right? This is a common thing.
Kleenex.
Yeah, like nouns, proper names become verbs because of whatever reason, and for whatever reason, for good or bad, whatever your criticism is, this is the idea being conveyed.
I suppose I bring it up only because we are in an information war, and it's better to arm yourself with the knowledge of past definition.
Is that really ever been a past definition?
Yeah, in 1770, it was created to describe all those people from that area of the world.
Yes, but anti-Semite, was that used colloquially to describe the people of that world, or is it typically just referred to Jewish people?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah. Well, you
I'll look
research
into it
that.
while
We'll
you
keep
guys
talking about the news.
Spread the narrative.
Let us
But-
know what you find out.
It's I can certainly understand and respect that there are people who definitely try to manipulate words to gain power, as we see with the left changing the definition of sexism and racism and all those things.
Right.
But if you're going to be talking to the average person, we simply try to just understand the ideas that are being conveyed and then push
You have
back.
to go with a colloquial meaning. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can criticize. Like I have no problem saying like you should use the word Semite refers to many more people than just Jewish people. So by all means, you can be more specific and just say they hate Jews. Like that's actually probably more direct.
Yeah.
And I think anti-Semite kind of softens
Yeah.
the general idea. Just say they hate Jews.
I was listening to one. I think it was a guy from Hamas talking, and they were saying that they wanted to eradicate not the Jews, but Zionists, which is the idea of creating an Israeli. It's a political state. It's not it had nothing to do with the religion itself, and it was wicked Christians. So like people that claim to be Christian but don't believe in God or don't follow the tenets of the faith, like those aren't real Christians anyway.
Did you guys see what Lindsey Graham said? We're in a religious war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do whatever you have to do. Level that place or whatever.
Thanks, Lindsey Graham.
But I bring this up in response to what you're saying because, everything I hear is, it's the Palestinian people who've been removed from their homes, and it's like, wasn't it like someone else's before that, and someone else's before that, and someone else's before that? What did one of our members say? Bring back Rome.
Yeah, this is the real.
That's why you guys all think about the Roman
Constantinople?
Empire?
Yeah,
It was Ottoman for a
yeah.
long time, and then before that it was Byzantine, which was like the Eastern Roman Empire. Before that it was the Roman Empire. I think
Israel?
it was Greek for a long time.
Yeah, there's
before
like
that
15 different.
Alexander conquered
Yeah,
it from
yeah.
the Persians, I
Right.
believe. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're not in a holy war, Lindsey Graham. We're not in any war. Firstly,
Yeah, we aren't.
Yeah, what a
no,
slip
we're
on
not.
his part.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I get like, okay, so I'm the first to admit and acknowledge, like, I'm totally an emotional child and being like, nuke 'em, But I realize that that's my emotions and I can't really be like tweeting and saying that. This man actually, controls war bucks and member of Congress. And same with Nikki Haley. She's saying the same stuff he is, right?
This is
What
my
is it with
concern-
South Carolina?
Like just today, right now, I'm having a little bit of struggle talking about it because it's like if we were just hanging out at the kitchen table and I would be like dark
Right.
thoughts because it's war and we're talking
Yeah.
about the horror and hideous.
Yeah.
But if we're on TV, any little idea I have right now is like could spark conflict, and so I'm like, I almost am like self-censoring for better or worse, but.
And I think we're all feeling that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think rational people are feeling that, not people who are senators on Fox News saying we're in a holy war.
Yeah, I think it's good to be cautious when you're talking generally. I mean, I can understand working out ideas with friends or people that you trust, but in this case, having people like Nikki Haley or Lindsey Graham say, we are in a holy war or, advocating for more interventionist theory, you have to remember that they are sending your family members to war. I mean, Nikki
Right.
Haley does have a husband who's deployed to Africa right now, I believe, but for the most part, they aren't talking about things that affect them. They're talking about things that affect more working class mainstream Americans. They're willing to make the sacrifice. And I don't know if
Yeah.
that's actually something we should do, right? I mean, ultimately, I know I make this point when I'm on all the time, but the American government is supposed to serve the American people. And so even if the two countries are having a religious conflict, I don't know that it's our duty to intervene on their behalf, right? Like, what is our obligation to our people first? And I don't know that it's sending young men and women to a war that we are not necessarily invited to be a part of, even though some sides may want us to intervene.
Especially when you're a 70-year-old confirmed Southern bachelor like Lindsey Graham. He doesn't have to worry about his children being affected by this.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't. It's completely right. And I think...
I mean, him of all people.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
again, like, it's hard to be online right now. I don't know if you feel this way, Ian, but, like, it makes me more and more cynical, right? People who call for us to intervene or war, no one calls for something that they don't gain from. So what does Lindsey Graham gain from this? What does Nikki Haley gain from this? What does Joe Biden gain from this? Because the American people lose from us getting more involved in this conflict.
That's true. That's the
Well, I hope you guys are ready for this. From American Military News, report Hamas calls for global jihad, invasion of Israel, and attacks on Jews worldwide on October 13th. American Military News is NewsGuard certified 100 out of 100, if that means anything to you. And they say a leading and founding member of Hamas, Khalid Mashal, reportedly called for a global jihad on Tuesday, asking Muslims around the world to target people of Israel on Friday, October 13th. Video of Mashal's reported call to violence was posted on YouTube and remains up on the platform as of Wednesday at 10 a.m. According to a translation, an analysis of the video by author Brother Rashid, Mashal referred to his proposed day of anger as the Friday of the Al-Aqsa flood, which will send a message of rage to the Zionists and to America. Okay. So, I'm kind of worried.
Well, that's
they
there it is
showed their
again.
numbers. They showed their numbers this week. How many are in this country?
Yeah, I was
All
going to
this
say, should we
rallies.
talk about our
And-
sweet border policy?
Yeah, and
Well, do we know how many Hamas individuals are in the United States?
No, I was saying with the rallies, with the people who
Oh,
are
right,
the
right,
Nazi.
right.
No, we saw, that there are plenty of people out there that are happy to commit violence. So I live in New York City, so that's obviously a prime target if people want to do this. So under our last mayor, and I doubt that the current one, Mayor Nightlife, has changed this, and I talked to cops about this, actually, for my last book. The entire NYPD anti-terrorism unit was directed to only focus on white supremacy, lone wolf white supremacist terrorists under de Blasio, and I'm sure it's probably still the same. And even cops I was talking to at the time were like, yeah, it doesn't exist. Like, they're mythical creatures. There's no white supremacist terrorists in New York City. This one cop I spoke to was saying they send the NYPD terrorism unit to go train with the FBI. And even the FBI guys were like, yeah, no, it's Islam. This was a couple years ago. Like, don't listen to what they're teaching you. But still, they took all resources away from Islam, even though since 9/11, there had been something like a dozen either successful or thwarted terrorist attacks in New York City. So is the NYPD prepared? I mean, I haven't heard
I don't think so.
Mayor Nightlife say anything about the anti-terrorism unit and what they're doing.
I don't think it's just going to be New York. I mean, New York's a big target, but
Yeah.
this is the concern. Look, Kevin McCarthy and Ron DeSantis both pointed this out. Whether you like any of them or not. Okay, our southern border is so extremely porous, and we know that several hundred every year, and now more. It's gone substantially higher, are on the terror watch list. I don't know if you want to trust this stuff or trust our intel agencies or any of this. I'm just saying, like, our border is open, okay? And there are people coming through who are not from South America. There are people from China coming through. No joke. There are people from Africa coming through. And, of course, there are people from the Middle East coming through. So if Hamas is trying to bring in sleeper cells, they've been able to do it for some time under the Biden administration. When they then say, we're going to send a message to Israel and the United States, I have concerns about what that may be. And it's the one time I hope our law enforcement can do a good job of something instead of just framing, rednecks for trying to kidnap people.
I always hope they can do a good job, but they just don't always do a good job. I mean, the border crisis is something that has been an open issue, and we know that other countries are not going to say, oh, well, America seems to be struggling to work this issue out, so we'll just let them. We won't send anybody. We're not going to take advantage of it. We have no idea what's in this, what the issues we have wrought for our country are because we have left our border so porous for so long, and the Biden administration did nothing to stop this. So hopefully, everything's fine on Friday. Hopefully nothing happens. But if anything happens, we should look directly to the Biden administration.
Oh, did you see the Air Canada pilot?
He got fired.
Yeah.
What
it was
happened?
He was just posting. What was he posting? Signs in support of Palestine. And, and death to
pro-Palestine,
Israel
and like people were saying he was so radical in his speech. They were saying Jewish people should feel scared to fly with him, and he was put on leave. And then I'll send you a link
That's
to it.
the thing, because you can be pro-Palestine and pro-Israel. I want coexistence. I understand the violence has gotten to a point where the vengeance is on people's minds, but that doesn't mean you can't support both of their rights and divine interventions to survive.
There are Arab Israelis that live in Israel. So I mean, the issue seems to be more so religious and
I get the vibe it's
political
not.
than-
I was talking to Serge about this before the shows. He made a claim that it was. Oh, I mentioned this, that it was about Zionism. And he didn't really mention Judaism and wicked Christians, not Christians themselves, ones that purport to be Christian. And like people, the Zionism is the idea of creating an Israeli state, a political state in that area of the world. It has nothing to do with the religion. I mean, you could argue then that Israelis, all Jews are from Israel. You know, Judah's father was Jacob Israel, so they're all descended from Israel. But that doesn't mean that every Israeli is Jewish, because Israel had a lot of sons. So
There's a lot of Orthodox Hasidic Jews. I don't know if they're actually Hasidic. They look Hasidic. And I've seen them protesting in New York before that are really anti-Israel. Like they're super against the Israeli state.
Yeah.
For religious reasons. I don't believe that it's... I can't get into the exact theology, but... yeah.
There's a lot of stances. I mean, you can be pro-Palestine, you can be pro-Israel, you can be pro-Jewish, you can be anti-Jewish. So there's a lot of things that go into this. It's not just like as simple as like that's what Ryan Long's joke's about. It's not just one side of the thing. Like he says, I've had all the stances. It's like it's not as simple as that. With this.
I'm
It's very
pro-Abraham.
complicated.
And Abraham spoke to God. That dude was legit, and he had an awesome family. His kids were badasses, and they spawned great tribes of people. So if we can stay focused on that guy, I mean, we have something in common.
Everybody wants control over the Holy Land.
Yeah. So that's what it's been over
I was reading
thousands of years.
The, forward.com wrote about the red heifer.
Yeah.
And so apparently, beginning of September, I'll give you a really quick simple version because I don't want to talk too much about it. But the general idea is that this is a symbol of like the Messianic era returning or something like that.
Yeah.
And so it's just Christians and Jews tend to be aligned in a lot of ways as to what they expect to happen and what they want to happen. And so that's why there's coexistence, whereas Islam is more so at odds, which is a large portion of the conflict.
I was listening to the Quran last night. I've been doing like 30 minutes of it at night or something like that, and they were talking about Ishmael, who is son of Abraham, and he's descended from Ishmael, come the tribe of Islam. But he's like hanging out with his dad, and they're just talking, and I started to feel like I was there with them. It was wild, man. Like, you start to feel like you're part of that tribe when you listen to the stories. And I imagine it's the same with his brother, with Isaac. I haven't listened to a lot of what Isaac did with his dad, but like, I understand the pride of being related to that and to know and to be able to track back your dynasty to the people. Because those dudes were like, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was like the strain of the environment that made them listen to God, like under great tension. You have no other choice. You start to hear it. Or like if you're starving, you know, then there's a better chance you're going to hear it because you're not clouded.
What should regular people do, right? Don't panic. But are people paying attention to this stuff? I'm worried about what could or may happen. Yeah. I think Israel is going to be on high alert, obviously, and this could be this statement this guy put out is escalation, and that's just bad, outright. But if there's already ongoing attacks, there's already rocket attacks. If something happens in the United States, man, I don't want to see the U.S. get involved in another, conflict. But it looks like that's where we're going, right? With special operations being offered up to Israel. And you've already got a bunch of politicians calling for direct support, more funding, more aid.
But now,
and war with Iran.
Right.
Yep.
This is making me think of Putin. He made a statement, and there's a video of it. Jackson Hinkle tweeted it out, and he's basically saying, if men decide to fight, let them fight. Leave the women and children alone. He's in a bad place right now, and I'm not. He's not the greatest guy on earth.
Even Putin standing with
Putin's
Israelis like, you can't do this. What are you doing?
We wanted some land. Let's go easy. Not that he didn't make life good for the Ukrainians the last few years, but you could say that maybe other people were involved in it.
I think it's morale crushing. I think no matter who you are as a leader, like let's say there's the red faction and the blue faction and they're at war. Everyone as human beings have similar desires and understandings, and despises seeing women and children killed.
Yeah. This is the
not
problem.
Not every person, but of civilized countries. Like obviously we're at odds with Russia and China, but you will demoralize your fighters if you're actively saying go out there and kill kids. They're going to be like, man, I don't want to fight anymore.
Yep.
Like it's just you're not fighting for anything you can recognize.
Yep.
Yeah, they gotta trick themselves into thinking that the enemy is like a rat, is like not a human.
But even then, targeting children is going to be extremely difficult.
It's kind of like a rat's nest. Like you don't spare the baby rats, you just take it out.
Right, but my point is, in a civilized country, in like a modern developed nation, I should say, don't necessarily mean civilized, I don't know, but in like Russia, for instance, If Putin goes to his troops and says, yes, what happened in Israel, haha, we're for it, he's going to demoralize his men.
Yeah. I don't think Russia's the bad guy they've been made out to be.
It's like the reason why we have these like war crimes and these laws is because we're kind of like, dude, we might fight, but leave the kids out of it. And then we have that hope that the other faction may respect not killing the children. Right. But then one of the things we've learned consistently in the Middle East is kids are not spared. Mm-mm. I was talking to some dudes a while ago in the army who had been deployed, and they said the scary thing is, imagine you're in a convoy, you're in a truck, and you're delivering supplies, and then all of a sudden a little kid walks out into the middle of the road. What do you do?
Gotta shoot him. In the military, and the kid has strapped a bomb to his chest.
Exactly, and the kid could have a bomb. You don't know. What do you do?
I'm like, enemy combatant.
You don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Don't have the answers. It's like that's the difficult thing you're dealing with when you're over there. Is they will use children.
They did in Vietnam too. I mean, it's probably an act of desperation. When the Vietnamese, they were living underground because the carpet bombs were so intense. So they would send kids walking into camp with a basket.
I don't think it's desperation so much as determination to win at all costs. I think they are willing to sacrifice for that. I mean, that is something that they, if you believe your cause is the most important thing you could ever achieve in your life, then what is the bar? Where is the line? Why wouldn't you send children to do it? Because then they are ultimately serving this great cause.
I just got a little. Cassandra just hit me up that the Biden White House has walked back the baby comment.
What? Really?
This is tweeted out from. We're gonna have to look.
Where is it tweeted out?
Evan Hill, at Evan Hill. Clarification from the White House regarding Biden's remarks. I've been doing this a long time. Biden said at the White House. I never thought I'd see, baby. I never really thought I would see.
Oh, man. I see. This is why I say you got to be skeptical. Don't trust Joe Biden. Washington Post has the story.
What?
Yeah, that's amazing. Let me, what is this? It just jumped. Let's say,
Biden.
No. Where's like he's got a screenshot here. Clarification from the White House regarding Biden's remarks. A White House spokesperson later clarified that U.S. officials and the president have not seen pictures or confirmed such reports independently. The president based his comments about the alleged atrocities on the claims from Netanyahu's spokesman and media reports from Israel, according to the White House.
But he said he saw them.
Yes,
and
right.
that he confirmed that they were real.
Yes, saw, confirmed.
And then when you click the link to the article...
Here's what he said.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd...
Hey, we all knew Joe Biden was a scumbag.
But wait, he didn't say he did. He just said, I never thought I would.
I never thought I would
see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists.
Maybe he's more clever than we thought.
Yeah.
He read the script.
Yep. Weasel words.
Yeah.
Assumptive language where, you're right, he didn't say he saw it.
Yeah, I didn't say
He said he never thought he would.
And he didn't, so he's good.
But the implication is, of course, that you did see it. If you're saying, I never thought I would.
Especially with this big emotional pause, like he's so overcome by his emotion, he can't finish his sentence.
Yeah.
When I go to the Washington Post link, I'm just getting a dead link. It's not taking me to the story. Did they delete the story?
No, I think they're updating.
Oh.
So
It is updating, but I'm not seeing what this guy screen grabbed is not appearing on Washington Post.
Washington Post has now removed it because the White House has had to walk back their walk back.
Jeez, what's real, man? This could be a fake debunking.
Right.
Yeah, who knows?
But he never said that he saw it.
That clip does not appear in the article. So this screenshot from Evan Hill, who is a Washington Post visual and forensic investigations at WAPO, whatever this link is not what he posted. So I don't know where this is coming from. So I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, well, let's stand on Biden's words. He never thought he would see it, and that's all he said. So as far as I know, he never saw it. He never claimed to have seen it. He never thought he would confirm that. I have no information. He never said that he did confirm it.
It's not good, though, that the leader of our country is being so ambiguous in his speech in a way that could potentially be seen as inflammatory and calling for more intervention on the U.S. Like, it's not okay that it's not clear. This is a time when we need clarity. He is supposed to offer this to the American people, and he's not.
Yeah, he just wants to be on the right side of history, you know. So
like Ryan Long.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't really know what statement he's supposed to put up yet. He's waiting to hear.
All I can say is right now, this tweet from Evan Hill to the Washington Post, I'm not seeing corroborated anywhere else. In fact, all of the most recent stories from the past few minutes just show Biden's quotes of him saying, implying that he had seen it. So that Washington Post link is dead. So I don't know what he's posting. So I assume it is. This is what I was saying. I'm skeptical. I'm not about to start trusting Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Right? There you go.
Wow. Did they run it as if he said that he saw? They ran the article that we read earlier. With
Dude, look at this. NBC, was it NBC News? Biden says
he saw.
He
and he
saw
didn't say
photos.
That. He said that he couldn't. He didn't think he ever would. That's all he said.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. All right, hey, look, if you want to give to Joe
Which is a
Biden,
line you would never say
we
unless
also-
you didn't want people to think that you did see it.
I think
mean,
to actually verify,
let's not.
I think to verify what he said, you'd need the 2 minutes leading up to the statement.
I never thought I would see a video of Joe Biden mercilessly beating a child.
I never thought I would confirm it either.
Yeah, I never thought I would see it or confirm it. Yeah.
You can't sue me, Joe. I never said I saw a video of it.
You said you never thought you'd see one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
Wow, this is the beginning, man. This is the future of warfare. Is your mind?
Future, man.
If they can get
it's
you
happening
to,
right now.
to turn on your neighbors, like that's the best way to win is to get your enemy to turn on
Alex Jones
itself.
ahead of the curve. Infowars. We need Infowars.
Yeah,
You know?
definitely. Yeah, it's weird.
These are wild times, man.
It's really crazy.
These are wild times, my friends. Do you want to know how wild these times are? It's this wild. Cenk Uygur has formally announced he is running for president.
Good.
Oh, wonderful.
And so we went over this before. Phil Labonte tweeted at him, said, "I thought you were born in Turkey." Apparently, his parents were U.S. citizens.
Wow, no way.
So he was born in Turkey. That's what people are saying. He was born in
Ted
Turkey.
Cruz his way into this.
Oh,
His parents were Turkish, but were also American citizens. That means that he was born of American citizen parents, and that would, right, Ted Cruz. He says, yes, I'm running against Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination. Joe Biden is down 24 points on the economy. He has no ability to make up that kind of ground on the most important issue. We need a new candidate now.
Oh,
I'll take
Here's his website.
Party?
No, I just got to say.
Is that going to run in the DSA?
What is this? Bro, hold on. No. I'm like kind of upset about this. This website is poorly done.
It is.
No, for real. Like, come on, man. This makes me think he's absolutely not serious at all about this.
It's like Web
and it's
2.0.
like, here's a chance to get a big platform and right. This does not look like a legitimate web. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a dick.
I mean, it looks like it's from like 1998. So
It looks like he whipped it together like 3 days ago. Like he just started thinking about it.
But he talked about this several weeks ago.
Oh,
yeah, he did.
Yeah, it was like a month or two
right.
ago.
He,
Wasn't
like,
it?
I'm sure
he
you've been thinking about it for
pre-announced.
years. I'm sure.
The most important election of our lifetimes. We need a new candidate. He says Biden is 13 points lower than when he barely beat Trump in the Electoral College, 44,000 votes. Biden is 24 points behind Trump on the economy, the most important issue. Biden is currently trailing Trump when he has to win the popular vote by 5 points to win the Electoral College. Wow. He says time off for mothers, paid family leave, higher wages, $50 minimum wage, affordable health insurance, public option, fight corruption, and gerrymandering. The end gerrymandering thing is like extremely naive. I think that's just like... Yeah, because like we've talked about quite a bit. These people will be like, have you ever looked at a congressional map and you notice that there's like a block here and there's like a little thin line and then a block there? Yeah, the reason for that sometimes, or I say the general reason for it is you don't need a congressional district on dead farmland. Like that's one guy who lives there. You don't need a congressional district on like a big plot of government property either.
Yep.
The congressional districts are where people are.
Right.
And so that means congressional districts are going to be shaped very oddly. That being said, fair point. It is typical among political parties to try and figure out how to win as many congressional seats through gerrymandering. So that I understand. But a lot of the arguments they make for it, we don't want to end gerrymandering. We don't want to end this. We want maps to be drawn out, but we probably want a more fair method, a more appropriate method. But I think the actual reality is there is no legitimate way to do it any differently, right? That's just it. There's no way to be like it should just guarantee for Democrats or Republicans. But anyway, outside of that,
You could pick like a
You gonna
random.
vote for Cenk?
You could do a random subsect of people within an area and be like, if you draw a 1, then you're going to be part of this caucus this time. If you draw 2, then you're part of this caucus. So your vote goes towards the related caucus. So it doesn't matter where you live. Your vote doesn't go to your locality. It goes to a random, because we're kind of decentralizing. Where it's not about like, it's not local anymore. It's
it isn't
a guy
like
3
a polling
states.
place, right? Like that would be very difficult for polling places to pull off. I think because I just feel like that's such a precarious bureaucratic system already.
Yeah.
Can we add
Worry about
Cenk
that
to
later.
the polling aggregates now that he's an officially declared
For
candidate?
sure, he's a far superior candidate
Would
to
you
Joe
like to
Biden.
see a Cenk Biden debate? Because I feel like that could be really entertaining.
Cenk would run circles around Joe Biden.
I think a lot of people would run circles around.
Yeah,
Joe
to be
Biden.
fair.
I mean,
To be
that's
fair.
not really saying much.
I want to see an
Trump's
Ian
credit.
Crossland Joe Biden debate.
Yeah.
Like Joe Biden would be confused the whole time and just like, what?
I'd love to. I'd listen to him till his brain starts to work again, and he starts to be like.
What do you mean? He's going to sundown.
He'd be like 20 years younger. That's my goal with Joe Biden. Get him to snap out of it and remember who
No,
he is.
no.
I want to see a Joe Biden Vivek debate so bad. Because you imagine the racist things that Joe Biden would
Oh, I know.
debate.
Oh, so true.
Oh, it'd be so funny.
Like, he's easy to humiliate, but I'm concerned that he's our commander, so I want him to be strong until he's no longer the commander. Then I don't care what he does.
What about
Homie is 80 years old, dude. He's not going to snap out of it.
Yeah.
He's going to degrade.
It's called
Yeah, it's
neurogenesis.
degrading. Yeah,
Oh,
No,
okay.
It's certainly possible.
Okay, here's what you do.
Neurodegeneration is
You
more
pump
like
him
it.
full of
Neurogenesis.
NAD and stem
And
cells.
psilocybin.
Yeah, and sure,
Once in-
that too.
well, I don't know about
guess.
pump full of, but
Pump
yeah.
full of.
We'll, start
What
slow.
about Cenk joining the Gavin Newsom DeSantis debate on November 30th?
Oh, that'd be
I'm for it.
interesting.
I'm
Yeah.
totally
For it.
for it.
We should-
I
Why
want
not?
Cenk on
Why
the
not?
debate stage. I think Cenk would do better in the debates than Newsom and DeSantis.
Probably knows the issues.
No question. I mean,
Yeah.
Cenk Uygur is a media personality.
Talks
he
for
said
a
a
living.
bunch. Right, he talks for a living. I think it would be absolutely fantastic. I'm willing to bet he would say a lot of things you'd actually agree with too.
Yeah.
I think Cenk Uygur would be a better candidate than anything the Democrats have to offer right now. But I don't want Cenk to win. But that's why I've said before, it's like I'd probably rather have him than any of the other Democrats. At the very least, I think he could be pressured into a pardoning Assange. You know, it's going to be bad.
Oh, true.
I think his policies are bad, but I'm more inclined to believe we would get less war with Cenk than with any other Democrat. Newsom is going to be like, you know, just like B tier Hillary Clinton,
Oh,
just
yeah,
more
yeah, totally.
neo-lib
Yeah.
establishment garbage.
Yeah.
This is great news that he's
So
running.
I'm glad that he's running. I want more anti-establishment. I want more, you know, different political backgrounds to be challenging the machine.
Yeah.
We could get him in here.
Yeah. Chunk Yogurt 24.
Who should we bring him in here with somebody to debate?
We have
You should
invited
just-
we have
Great
invited
idea.
this guy to come on the show like 87
All right,
times.
now 88's
Wow.
what it's all
88,
about.
magic number
Well,
88.
now he's on the campaign trail, so he really wants to
Now
be
he
here.
needs the attention,
We've hosted
exactly.
multiple presidential candidates. I'm just going to say it.
I would love to have him on the Culture War show with Phil or maybe someone else
Yeah, I'll come on.
That'd be tight.
to have like a calm conversation about these issues. I mean, yeah, maybe if it was like you, me, Phil, and him, specifically just Culture War discussing policy and stuff. Whereas, you know, like IRLs, like we have a bunch of news articles that we go through. This is the big news. Cenk just announced he's running. That's why we're talking about it. Culture War is Friday mornings, and it's usually much more just like we're going to talk for 2 hours about whatever we feel like talking about, wherever the conversation goes.
Yeah.
I'm down. Let's you know, I'll send a message so we can book him.
Cool. Nice.
I am glad that he's running. I think he's better than all the Democrats. I do. And I like if I had a choice between him or Trump, I'm voting for Trump, no question. But I mean, to be completely honest, if I had a choice between like if this is tough, Joe Biden or Mitt Romney, I'm out.
I gotta go with Romney.
Peace.
I don't know what Romney's up to, but Biden's so low right now.
Yeah.
I'm just
well,
out, right?
Romney's retiring. He said, I need to
Romney's
leave
out.
because I'm too old, which is.
But how about this?
That's admirable.
Joe Biden or Nikki Haley?
Nikki Haley.
Oh,
I can't take the old man. He's not
You got
there.
Nikki Haley, I know. Yeah,
no,
you have to.
no way. Nah, not happening.
Nikki Haley is like, she's like.
I don't want to go to war with Iran.
Just
I'm
vote
sorry.
for
I just-
RFK at that point, you
Hey,
know?
right.
We have the nice
And so-
independent. He's there for a reason,
I
guys.
feel like
But I don't even
Biden-
like RFK. Is
I
that
don't-
but so my the reason I bring this up is where is Cenk on the top 10 list of who you would consider voting for? I would say this:
3.
he's up there for me.
Yeah.
He's certainly not on the I never would because he has a light anti-establishment bent, but he is still fairly establishment. But I can respect that he argued with Hassan about letting criminals out of prisons, and I think I would look if I'm looking at Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, and the only other candidate was like I'll pardon Julian Assange, I'd vote for Cenk.
Yeah.
Like that issue matters a lot to me. I think
Yeah.
that was an outright egregious evil committed by the United States. I think Donald Trump wanted to bring Julian Assange back to the U.S. because Julian had information that would benefit Donald Trump and strike at the heart of the deep state. I can respect Trump wanting that information, but ordering the extradition of Julian Assange is just using a man's life for political purposes. So, but you know, that's about all I can say.
I think that's how it would break down for a lot of people. They would then look at what are my top 2 issues and who is most closely aligned on those, even if everywhere else I don't agree with them. I mean, if you have 2 candidates you really don't like, you pick the one that has at least a chance of giving something you want.
Well, maybe he'll run as an independent and then really spike the Democratic Party.
Oh my gosh, it'd be so funny. We have multiple independents in the race.
But y'all need to understand this. I support Cenk Uyghur's efforts here 1,000,000% for another reason as well. He doesn't need to run as an independent to spike Democrats. By running, he is pulling donations away from other Democratic candidates. That's it. Yep. And donations matter, contributions matter, spend matters. And so if Joe Biden was running as the incumbent unopposed, which he should have been in any normal cycle, but because the dude's brain don't work, he's got competition, all those donations are in his pocket. It's one of the reasons incumbents tend to win, that all the money flows to them. They don't have to beat off a primary, for a lack of better term. And right now what Cenk is doing is basically saying, donate to me, and progressives will.
They will.
And then, not every single one, but a lot of them. And that's money that Joe Biden could use that he won't be having.
It sort of feels like me and Cenk Uyghur and Matt Gaetz were really good friends that used to hang out at Taco Bell and talk politics. Like, that's how I see those guys. Like, tempers flare, but I don't care. It was more about the ideas. I love it. I love that they're so intense and in their own lane, and they're doing their own, and they're willing to run for president. Like,
this was the most compelling thing that RFK Jr. said during his announcement that he's going to be an independent, which is that it should be about serving the people, and it should not be about I'm going to. He said there has to be a moment where you realize you're not going to get your way on everything. And it's not that I think he is the perfect candidate, but I think this idea that we have to give up the addiction to fighting for the one side we've stuck ourselves on, it is worth hearing, right? I mean, and we are seeing it bear itself out right now as the news plays out. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No. That was good. I was going to say.
No, were you always conservative, or where did you develop politically?
I was one of those 2016 babies that was like always voted left and
what changed?
I started doing a bunch of stories that year that were very, because I wasn't really, I was writing for like the New York Times, I was writing for all these liberal places, but I wasn't super political. And that summer Pulse happened. I was reporting on that. That affected me a lot. Islamic terrorist attack. And then I profiled Milo Yiannopoulos for a magazine, which was the first time I met him. And then, he was saying all these things. I was like, I've never heard anyone say that before. That's exactly what I think. Mm-hmm. But it was just sort of, it was a basic thing of just looking, like, for the, suddenly looking into everything that I thought, I was one of those, like, of course I believe in equality. I'm a Democrat, I work in the arts. But then I started looking into everything. I'm like, whoa, they're lying about this. And if they're lying about that, why are they lying? Why do they have to lie if they're so right? Yeah. And then I never really, I think a lot of young people are like this too on the left, is they don't really think of the end game of what they're advocating for. I'd never just really given it much thought. It was just the platitudes.
Mm-hmm. And in your social circle, it sounds
like. Yeah, absolutely. And then of course when I came out as, not left, I don't really say conservative anymore. I think I said conservative like a minute, but I don't really know what that means.
It's
so yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I was like fired from all my jobs and all that stuff. That was mine.
I want to pull up this tweet. Ben Shapiro is getting into it with Tucker Carlson. Shapiro responds to Carlson's moral equivalency struggle session here, and I'll play a little bit from Ben for you guys.
And Tucker, by the way, then continued along these lines. He did an interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and he likened what just happened in Israel, the kidnapping of women and their rape. I mean, he's showing video of this happening, like as he's talking about this. He compared that to drug overdose deaths in the United States. Now, I believe we should fully care about the 100,000 drug overdose deaths that happen in the United States. These are two completely different issues. To go this far afield to link the issues, the only reason you're doing this is because you wish to downplay the atrocity that just happened in Israel. You're not upplaying the atrocity of what's happening on America's streets. Those are two different types of atrocities. People who are addicted to fentanyl, sticking needles in their arms and overdosing is a moral blight. It is a moral atrocity and a moral evil for people to kidnap women, rape them, and drag them back to the Gaza border. Those are not the same thing.
So, oh man, this is interesting. Saying that Tucker is trying to downplay the atrocities of what happened. That's a bold statement from Tucker. Let me play a little bit here from Ben. From Ben, sorry. Let me play a little bit from Tucker here.
I got to say, you mentioned moral outrage, and I thought the videos from southern Israel were morally outrageous, and I was offended by them and saddened by them. Anyone who saw them, I think, was. But you don't have to look far in the United States for moral outrages also on video. And there's not a city in this country, not just the big cities, but cities of 10,000 people. I was in one yesterday that doesn't have some constellation of drug-addicted young people living outside. We call them the homeless. They're drug addicts. And they're addicted to drugs that were imported across an open border, allowed by the Biden administration. And they're dying, more than 100,000 a year. Now, you can call it genocide, you can call it whatever you want, but it's the death of over 100,000 Americans a year and the living death of millions more who are living outside.
So this is interesting because Tucker's talking about 100,000 young people dying from these failed policies. Ben's making it seem like he's just comparing drug overdoses in general to what we just saw happen in Israel. I'm curious what you guys think. Whose team are you on? Team Tucker or Team Shapiro?
Well, obviously. Here's Ben Shapiro putting a muzzle in someone's back because he's not crying hard enough about, Ben's number one issue, I assume. It's like, what is... Tucker's being very consistent. He's extremely nationalistic, populist, and he's making a point of, yes, we're all horrified by these images, but, I'm focused on my country. I mean, it's very true to who he is. I mean, he's not saying this is outrageous or anything. Why Ben's upset that Tucker's not angry enough? I think we're all pretty angry about it. I mean, that's why he had 30 minutes of his show dedicated to it with Vivek. And he wants to say, let's not forget what's happening in our own country. Where's the outrage here? I wish we were all as outraged about what's happening in our country as we are about what's happening in Israel right now. Seems to be what he was getting at.
Or Ukraine.
But that's not good enough for Ben Shapiro, apparently.
Or Ukraine. When we were all putting up the flags in Ukraine, I wish that we cared as much about what was happening to the people in Appalachia when they were being given opioids in mass and then being made fun of in private emails. I mean, I am not saying that these things are even comparable. I think both parties are maybe making a weird comparison, but there is definitely tragedy in America, and it is good to acknowledge that we don't whip ourselves into the frenzy that we have.
100,000 dead over this stuff
a year.
Yeah, I mean that's like I said, Ben is saying a person ODing on heroin is a moral blight, but it's an atrocity to kidnap, rape women, and drag them to the Gaza border. Okay, well Tucker said 100,000 dead, so we can talk about, like, I absolutely agree in the sense of what Ben is saying, that yes, beating, raping women and kidnapping them and dragging them to the Gaza border is a moral atrocity well beyond someone overdosing. But Tucker saying 100,000 people overdosing, I think gets to the point of something very serious here.
Yeah.
Poisoning an entire society.
Poisoning an entire society, right. Yeah, a different kind of attack.
But here's the other thing I'll add to this too. It's like, there's a video, I don't know if there was a video, there's a story out of Philly where a woman was raped on a train in front of a bunch of people. I think they filmed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so women are being beaten, raped, and kidnapped all the time in the United States because of the crime and because of the policies of these soft on crime Democrats. These policies are resulting in criminals being released. And then we just had that woman in Baltimore who was presumably raped and murdered on her roof, this tech CEO. Now you've got the guy in New York, Ryan Carson, I think his name was, who was stabbed and killed. So, look, I can understand organized actions by Hamas into civilian areas is an atrocity. But I think Tucker's making a relevant point. He maybe could have articulated a little bit better if he wanted to. But he mentioned 100,000 deaths.
That's what you would call derailing what Tucker did. He derailed the conversation into another direction that he wanted to.
That's called the segue.
He took them into a tangent. Yes, a tangential segue. So we lost.
It's his show.
But does Ben not watch Tucker Carlson? It would become so out of character if Tucker Carlson came on and started like, we need to go to war, and this is the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of mankind. If it were about another country, This
is the other thing. This is Tucker Carlson doing a segue.
Where
in a conversation, personally, you'll say, yes, I do understand that you like the color blue. Something else that's blue is the sky. Yes. Have you noticed it in the sky?
I particularly...
we do it all the time on this show.
I do it particularly. I do free association where if you're talking about a color, I might mention something else that's the same color. And you're like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this thing.
No, that's derailing. Segues are different.
You're derailing me right now. Anyway, we're joking.
Segues are when we will talk for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll be talking about fake news, and I'll say, speaking of fake news, we have this article. We segue on by saying,
it's as if they caught the end of his segment on the attack, and then the beginning of his segment on the drug overdoses.
And he's trying to shift the conversation from Israel into American issues by saying, these things are really, really bad. We have some things that we're really concerned about here in the United States too. Normal segue.
Because he has a presidential candidate on.
Right.
And he spent the last 20 minutes talking about
I look, man, I like Ben, and I respect his anger, frustration.
He's probably really scared. He probably has a lot of friends over there.
I mean, absolutely. His family and friends.
Wasn't he
it's
there
terrifying.
when it was happening?
He was there?
I don't remember. I could have misread a tweet online.
Oh, I don't know.
But
I'm saying
Jeremy Boeing put up this thing being like, Ben is safe. He's just observing the holiday, so he's
Okay.
not on social
Well,
media.
good. I'm like,
I could be totally off on this. Nobody told me.
I completely respect Ben's emotional state. He's highly agitated. I don't mean that to be mean. I mean he's clearly, this is affecting his family, probably his friends.
Definitely.
I'm sure that, you know, he may know people who are victimized, injured, maybe even killed. But I just want to say, on top of all that, cooler heads prevail, and now's the time to be like criticizing Tucker Carlson for doing a segue, and maybe, you know, if Ben had approached it more calmly, being like, Tucker, you could do a better job, please. I think it would have landed better. But again, I can understand why Ben's upset. I'm not trying to be a dick.
Yeah, apparently he left just before it happened, just so you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just before.
And he wasn't on the internet either because they
No,
were
don't
observing
think so.
Sabbath. So
Yep, exactly.
Do you think it would be a good time to bring like Israeli scholars and, or I guess to say Jewish scholars and Muslim scholars together for a conference?
They do that all the time.
Is it good to do right now, or is it?
We
wait?
had Max talking about it, and it's just like it's never enough. It's just
Maybe if we do it, we could publicize
Also,
it to another. It's like a new
The
crowd.
thing is,
culture
though,
war
like-
episode. We get an imam and a rabbi and a priest.
We could.
That would be epic.
it'd be
be really
super
cool.
interesting. The thing is, though, like those are good, and it's good when people who are expert in their field, they're studying their religion, whatever. It's good for them to talk about things, but you have to remember the people on the ground are making decisions to participate in either side of this or not. And so someone having sort of like an elite group of scholars having a conversation doesn't mean that it's going to affect the hearts and minds of the people that are actually living in the realities of both of these
I'll be
countries
honest.
right now.
I'm most concerned about the kids that are 9. They're going to be 22 in 11, 12, 13 years and remember this. Like the kids in 2009 whose sisters were blown up. They're all in their early 20s and they're ready to fight. I'm talking about like the Palestinians that were there during the Israeli attack in 2009 or whatever you want to call it. So in those situations,
war,
maybe
man.
if we have conversations early now and these 11, 12-year-olds that have lost their family members have something to listen to, then maybe that'll help them think properly over the next couple decades. Well, you know, that's like the best I can do is just talking on a microphone other than going to Gaza, which I want to do too.
Yeah, I think that it's not wrong to want to have conversation. I just mean that it's easy for us who don't live in the middle of these countries to say, well, if we just talk about it more, then maybe we'll be able to reach an agreement. And I don't live with the cultural and religious complicated feelings that come with both of these places. I live in America and I'm Christian, so some of the things that go on are things that would be very difficult for me to understand. I don't know that we are in a position to offer a solution because, you know, like all conflict and war in history, it's so deeply complicated. And it's not just like one thing happened and suddenly they're fighting. This is a very layered, complicated, contentious relationship that has hit a very serious breaking point and resulted in very serious violence.
It's like it's been 1,000 years. You know, it's not like it's just going to go away tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
one thing that we can say for sure. It's not going to just end because some people will discuss some things and someone viewed them as being there. Because even within Islam, they have different opinions as to who leads like the spiritual successor of Muhammad on earth. So it's not going to be that easy. I know what you're saying and I get it. It's noble, but outside of a culture war episode, I don't know.
I want to do a new show maybe every Tuesday.
The religious show you're talking
1 to
about.
2 to 3 hours where we
Right.
fly in religious experts. It could be anybody, but if you guys support that in the audience, give me a 5 in the chat because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I don't think wasting time makes any sense anymore.
But I mean, the entire region only functions with strong men in power. Look what happened when they took out Gaddafi. I mean, there are such things as cultures that really only understand force and power.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
I
Russia's
think-
a culture that only understands force and power.
And I think
they
that's-
want a strong man.
I think that's
They
really hard
respect
for
it.
us to understand.
If you say like, yeah, it's hard for us to understand, 'cause you're like, well, let's just talk about it.
Yep.
And we
can
have
some
local
kind of-
cops.
Yeah.
We've got this local protective bubble that we
Yeah.
all live in, so it
Right.
doesn't really matter if your president's an idiot sometimes.
Right, yeah, exactly.
But it's not true. It does matter on the geopolitical stage. It just doesn't really
course.
matter as much domestically.
Yeah.
Whereas in Russia, if you're president, or in Chile, I don't know if do the Russians have local cops or is it federales all across the federation?
I don't remember exactly. I remember that. I'm pretty sure it's Federation cops.
Yeah,
I think so.
you might.
Yeah.
I
So if
wanna
the
ask
president,
you-
Federation cops.
I want to ask you a question about Tucker really quickly. Were you, did you see a shift in his style? Because you observed him pretty closely from when he left Fox and now that he's doing his own thing.
Well, you know, he's still an employee of Fox News,
Mm-hmm.
so he's under constraints about what he's able to do.
But just the
When he's able to
style
go
of
out
his
there.
interviews. Did
Style of his interviews? I think that I think he's. I mean, it's a different show now because it's long form. I guess it's more similar to that Tucker Carlson Today Show. I think that he's probably. I think probably the lack of structure is probably affecting him a little bit. I think
Positively
maybe,
or negatively?
I think he's just probably getting used to it because he's worked at like a jobby job for 100 years in cable news, And I think that the kind of freedom and lack of structure is maybe.
Is this something you kind of go into in his book, Tucker's time in media?
Yeah, I mean, most of the book is, it's, his birth, well, not even his childhood, his father's childhood, well before that, up until the book ends 2 weeks after he was taken off the air, and he's sort of still dazed by it and going through it.
How'd you meet him?
I was a regular on his show. I was first, actually, when I came out conservative, which was in a piece in the New York Post.
Came out conservative.
Yeah, when I came out conservative. That was a headline. I'm a gay New Yorker and I'm coming out conservative, which I thought was so
And
funny.
that coming out might have been harder. I don't actually know.
Oh, it was. It was much harder. Way harder than coming out 15 in the middle of the country as
I
gay.
hear you, man.
But that was February 2017, and he had me on the show because of that article, which went viral, which I had no idea it would.
Had you been writing biographies before that?
I'd written magazine profiles, tons of those, but not. This is my first biography.
How long did it take to write it?
This book was a little over a year.
Were you like in constant contact with Tucker as you were writing it?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, he was. I tried not to bother him. I bothered him as little as possible. Try to respect his time, but I spent tons of time with him at his home and stayed in his home by his insistence. And
so would you go interview him, take a bunch of notes, then leave, go write as much as you could, and then come back and hit him up again, kind of thing?
I tried to get it done in like chunks, so I would come hang out for a few days at a time, have my recorder going the whole time, and just kind of be there, and then get home, transcribe it all, go through it. Because I'd already done, there's a lot more, when you're writing about someone's career and all that, there's so much more you're already working on there's a lot of history there, there's a lot of
You do a
words
lot
out
of
there, he's put out
research,
there,
yeah.
tons of that, yeah.
Did you find that it changed you, learning about someone else and writing someone else's biography?
It did, yeah. I think with him particularly and his wife Susie, it made me, not to sound corny, but it made me chill out a bit. It made me kind of remember what was important in life.
What do you mean?
Just because he has a very, he is not an egomaniac. He's not a jerk. He's a really sort of warm and interesting person. He has a very balanced life. He makes sure he can see the stars every night, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I've been talking a lot about that. He's very into nature, and he has a really lovely wife and lovely family. And so it was sort of one of those I need to remember what's important. It's not what's happening in the news. He's someone who very much knows that what's happening in the news is not the most important thing in the world.
I think that's
and that's ironic, him being at the time as he was number one on Fox. When I was doing most of this research.
Yeah, I find myself wondering about that with America. I mean, all of Western Europe, the world, but definitely America's workaholic culture.
Yeah.
You see people, especially women, delay having children or getting married because they think, oh, my career needs to come first. I need to get to a certain level. And we know ultimately, you can always be more successful. You can always be working for something more. Whereas I've quoted this a couple times. It was The Guardian, I think, published this story interviewing men who hadn't had children, and they just kept saying, oh, I thought it would happen. So you have these two forces saying, I didn't put my eye on this thing that ultimately makes life sort of have a meaning that you can't just get from dollars and cents or promotions at work.
Yeah, that was something I discovered, is that he's so much more interested in the bigger questions of morality, family, faith, beauty, than he is in politics per se.
Yeah.
Which are far more interesting conversations.
And they're the reason we're supposed to have politics in the first place, to uphold our morality.
And I think a part of his success was he's the only person that could speak on those things in mainstream media. Number one, because he actually believed them and he wrote all those monologues himself. But, he could do a segment about architecture. Like Sean Hannity can't do a segment about architecture. He doesn't care about architecture, And also, as you brought up, starting families, how young women get screwed by feminism and all these other lies that they've been told. And young men as well, which people don't talk about a lot. No. Which he certainly does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got sons, right? How can you not be conscious of these things if you went through them yourselves and you're raising another generation of people who are combating these narratives that direct them to be ultimately unhappy and servants to a corporate machine that chews them up and spits them out.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and his anti-corporatist stance in the most corporative settings on Fox News was always quite amazing. But it was also it's so indicative of just these blurred lines of what is left and right anymore. I mean, the fact that the left hates him so much. And yet I think one of the main reasons is that he just so effectively holds a mirror up to what they once were and what they still sort of purport to be, which would be like free speech, anti-war, anti-corporatists. And now they are all of those, the opposite of all of those things. Yeah. And it's the Tucker Carlson, Trumpy, populist right, I guess, that is very suspicious of those things and calls them out now.
Yeah, that's
And that drives the left insane, obviously, because they need to be like
definitely.
their avant-garde fighting the man. You know,
Yeah,
of course
but
they're
they
not.
are the man.
But they are the man.
They have been for a while. I
they
always
have been
thought
for
it
a
was
while.
hard to argue that we're countercultural when they are the culture, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I
And they
laugh
still
now-
don't see it.
No,
No,
they have
they
no
don't.
idea.
Or they
the
do see it and they
complete-
can't admit it because it's too painful.
Right. Or
They would just
like
shatter.
right.
They-
right. I always bring up how the word bootlicker just disappeared as soon as they came into power. Bootlicker, that was a term, disappeared. I saw
Yeah.
all my friends stop saying it because it doesn't fit the narrative for them. You can't say that anymore. But as soon as I guarantee, if Trump or another let's say like Republican takes office or independent, if RFK takes office, that word will come back. Mark my
Absolutely.
words.
So
Yeah.
it was in the article. I just said there was a drop down. It was blocked. But Washington Post does say a White House spokesperson clarified U.S. officials and the president have not seen pictures or confirmed reports independently. The president based his comments about the alleged atrocities on the claims of Netanyahu's spokesman and media reports from Israel. So who do you trust, the Washington Post or the president?
Well, the president never said he saw them, so the Washington Post is just clarifying that
So
he's
the
saying
president's
someone else told him.
spokespeople who are once again trying to backtrack something the president said.
No.
right? Is that what we're
We
saying?
didn't hear anything from the
No.
spokespeople. We saw
Oh,
a statement from the Washington Post.
The Washington Post
The
saying
Washington
that.
Post
Oh,
is claiming
yes. Okay. got
that
it.
someone said this.
Yes.
Someone told them exclusively that this is, but they can't name anyone.
And it says a White House spokesperson later clarified that U.S. officials and the president had not seen. Clarified to whom, when, how.
And whose side is the Post on? Are they in the like the long
This
video?
is the game.
I think they're on their own
If
side.
Joe
yeah.
Biden says,
Yeah.
I never thought I would see it, you're right. He didn't say he saw it. If the Washington Post says a spokesperson clarified, they don't say where, who, to them, to someone else.
Yeah.
The Washington Post could be referencing a tweet they saw from a White House spokesperson who claims to have sent a message to someone about something similar. We have no idea.
It sounds like is someone in the Israeli intelligence or somebody contacted the Biden administration and told them that they had pictures and they were confirmed, and then Biden, as a bootlick, let's say Biden the lapdog, has just repeated it. He didn't even say like I was told
Netanyahu's spokesman said it.
out loud.
Yes.
So then Biden
Netanyahu's
just
spokesman and
so,
media reports from Israel.
so Biden's
what Biden-
echoing.
Right.
He's oh my god.
Welcome
need
to the
like
fog
a-
of war.
It's crazy. And
Yeah.
and Biden is contributing to it because either way, this is him not being clear in a statement. And we can go with he's got an agenda. We can go with he has Alzheimer's. It's
Dude.
not a strong look for a president, and it's definitely
But the
going
interesting
to
thing
hurt
that-
him in the
that
polls.
Tim mentioned this earlier, but didn't elaborate. But it was the Iraqi thing in the '90s. I mean, that's what made us sort of think of this. And what was the full
Naira.
story? Was it?
The Nayira testimony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, was it Nayira?
Naira.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah, claimed that Saddam's forces had pulling babies out of incubators and left him to die.
Right. And it
then
turned out
was
to be,
fake.
and it was used
Yep.
to just
Justify the first Gulf War.
yeah, and it was totally fake.
I
yeah.
support Israel, Judaism, all of this, but sending them in to commit genocide against the Palestinians will make them the world's most hated country on earth. Not by me, but people need to understand. I know it's like the breaking point has come. It feels like that, but I want to preserve the people.
I mean, yeah, it's a challenging position. We don't really know how to say. And I think, again, I really credit Ryan Long for his well-timed video here, right?
Right.
Like,
So
I
good.
think people want to ultimately live with morality and have compassion and want there to be a right answer. On the other hand, it is very easy for Americans to say, like, oh, well, I read 3 articles from the Washington Post, so I know what's right.
Right.
And ultimately, we know that even our political leaders are misleading or being misled. There is no
Yeah.
clarity on this issue. You can't rush to take statement. You should condemn violence. You should, pray for people who are suffering, but you can't ultimately say, I know exactly how to fix this, because we don't.
And what's wrong with saying I'm emotional right now and I don't have to have an answer or
I've got a solution potentially. What do you guys think about offering Palestine to become the 51st U.S. state?
No, I don't. Why? Why would we do that?
Because
I got an idea, and equally as plausible as Ian's idea: a pizza party for everyone in Gaza and in Israel to come together and celebrate, and then we'll have the
I like
Rolling
that.
Stones play.
So I'll tell you why.
sick.
Because it
You
would
too.
give us. It would,
we'll do it.
it would give us a trade post in the Middle East, a permanent place to go. It would give us a vacation spot like Hawaii. It
Bro.
would give us
They're
trade
not our
routes.
vacation.
Bro,
home.
look,
That
you're-
doesn't
not
make
right
any
now, but in
sense.
30
Why
or
would
40
they
years.
be?
what you're saying is a joke, okay?
I think
I'd rather buy the Baja
humorous.
Peninsula.
I'd rather
than
joke
bail out
around and
Mexico.
offer legitimate, funny, weird solutions than just
rather
watch
take over
people
Greenland.
die. Like, what's the other? I haven't heard one solution other than that.
All right, here's an equally as plausible solution to yours. We'll have a whole bunch of clowns.
I know you're going to shit on it. That's why I asked them, man. I know you don't like it. You already told me that.
Yeah, it's psychotic.
Well,
It's
so is
also-
this war, dude.
You're proposing annexing another country.
We can't
Well, I
even
would
get
offer
Puerto
them.
Rico to be a 51st state. What you're saying is a
We
nonsensical
can't even
waste of
take
time.
over Greenland.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that?
We've barely
more-
developed Alaska.
This is more of like saving their lives kind of thing. Maybe not a state. Maybe colonial. I don't want to. I don't want to
we already
oppress
said
them.
we
I want
already
to-
said we were backing Israel in this. We already said they're our
Yeah,
allies.
but
So
I love
they're gonna fight.
I love how Ian's intervention is so extreme. He wants to annex and colonize Palestine.
If you can,
with a
Yeah.
finger
what I want to
snap.
do is
they don't like
improve.
Invite them into this
colonization,
racist country?
I want to improve living conditions in Palestine because if you support Israel, you improve living conditions in Palestine. They'll stop attacking. They're attacking.
they won't.
No, it's not. That's not it.
Or
No.
there's a likelihood that the attacks will decrease if they're not starving to death.
Potentially.
No.
Potentially.
Maybe. But no one can say. You don't know. And I don't think, judging on these actions, that it will.
I don't think from the river to the sea has anything to do with food.
No,
Yeah.
it does not.
What do you mean from the river to the sea?
Exactly. If you don't know what that
Yeah,
means,
no, that
maybe you
means-
should
Put it
hold
in
on.
context for people.
Okay, so most people who are listening and hearing you talk about making Palestine the 51st state, which you're probably referring to the Gaza Strip,
Well, we'd have
probably
to,
at the
we'd have
West
to
Bank.
partition it with Israel, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's-
Which
that's
makes no
already
sense.
the problem.
But
That's the whole
when they
problem.
chant,
I don't like it.
when they chant when they're chanting from the river to the sea, they are saying they will seize all of the land that is now Israel. They are not saying we're hungry, help. They're saying from the river to the sea.
I understand the militant war goal of Hamas, but that's not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the civilians.
How would you remove Hamas from this? We're going to annex a country that Hamas is in,
44% support.
and then we're going to have an occupied vacation home in the Middle East that we are now
The U.S.
creating-
military would occupy.
That
Kinda
we
like-
would then have
kinda
a
like
then we
Taiwan.
would have turned on Israel and have a hostile relationship. Like, I don't understand what this would do
No,
for
Ian's
anyone.
saying the U.S. military should occupy Palestine and force them to our laws.
Well, this
So
I'm not saying to
more-
colonize or to
Yeah,
conquer.
because how else would that look?
I want to offer them the opportunity to petition to become a state if
Why?
they want.
Why would
Because
they wanna
otherwise they're
become
going
a
to get
state?
annihilated and completely decimated and genocide. They're gone.
So why would you say that the Americans should intervene on this? Like, why
I just
is
told you because we could set up economic trade routes with Israel and,
And then
Egypt.
2.2
We already
million
have economic
Palestinians
trade
can
routes
move
to-
anywhere they want in the continental United States, and God knows how many terrorists are in that
44%
population.
support for Hamas.
Yeah, Hamas would probably be their governor. They probably elect a
So we would give them all American
an
passports.
Islamic
Yeah,
governor.
I don't think
do they
Hamas
get
likes the
senators?
US.
So like the squad gets 2 more members.
There would be that would be part of the deal.
That would be a part of the deal.
I mean, they would get senators.
I got a better
They
idea.
would get representation. They get
Israel
American
can be the
tax
51st
money.
state.
That would, actually, my friend that
No
told me this
more
said he wanted to make them
states.
both American states.
If we're gonna get another state, I say we take the Baja Peninsula. Next time we bail out the Mexican banks, and then we can increase our land that way. At least it'll be attached to us and it's way easier to defend. Why would we take?
Wait,
This doesn't make any sense.
The idea of
How about-
uniting states doesn't stop in North America. We could have a global citizenry of united, delocalized
Dude, this
state
is like British
governance.
Empire stuff, man. This is like
No,
I don't know
it's an
about that,
empire.
but-
I'm not
Ian
talking about-
started
I'm talking
working.
What if the sun
Ian-
never set on
Ian
America?
starts working out, and now he wants total global intervention.
No, dude, I don't care what they're doing in North Dakota, man. I'm not the kind of guy that would send
So
the
you
feds
don't
in.
care what's happening in our own country, but you'd rather
mean, I
send our
care.
military forces to 2 different countries. That
I
doesn't
care.
make sense to me.
Well, they defend themselves. They have state militia. They have state government. It would take 40 years
and
to set the
Palestine
thing
doesn't
up.
have a way to defend itself. They're clearly, obviously able to launch violent attacks. Israel is obviously
It's not-
able to
don't
retaliate.
conflate Palestine and Hamas
I'm not saying
Why
that-
not?
because the Palestinians, a lot of those people are civilians.
They voted for it.
Some of them, you said 44%.
Yeah, that's called a plurality.
That's
called
some of them.
How
That's
they
less
vote.
than half of them, man.
And that's voting.
And that's only adults.
So
So how many kids are in there? And they're not Hamas.
not right now.
How many?
But they're still-
100,000, 800,000?
The thing is, they're still willing to put like a missile system underneath, or like on top of a school.
I know, they're, like, held
or
hostage.
a children's hospital and stuff like that. I know they're being held hostage, but like even under Geneva's rules, like if you're using a school or a hospital or whatever, and you're using a missile site there, that's now a military site. It's no longer
That's
a
why
hospital or a
that's
school.
why I'm proposing radical solutions, because I understand
Yeah,
this
yeah.
military doctrine dictates that you wipe them out. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a nonsensical solution.
I know.
It's
It
politically,
seems like it,
it's
but
politically,
sometimes
physically, militaristically, economically impossible
not
to do.
impossible, but it would be ridiculously hard. But I mean,
Understatement. It is for all intents and purposes impossible. to
you
do.
need they would acquiescence. It wouldn't be a forced
Okay,
thing.
so first you'd have to go to full-scale war with Iran, because the moment you bring any kind of U.S. presence towards Palestine for the purpose of
Iran's
offering annexation, Iran's going to declare full-scale war. Lebanon and Hezbollah are already threatening to bomb the carrier strike group that's there.
Right.
Like, it's just nonsense. Come on. We'll go to Super Chats. We're going to go to Super Chats and hear what y'all have to say. So smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and head over to timcast.com. Click Join Us. Become a member because we're going to have an uncensored members-only show coming up for you in about 25 minutes. You don't want to miss it. And as a member, you can submit questions and ask us these questions on the Uncensored Show. Christopher Lambert super chatted, "One day I will be first." It's today, my friend. You've won.
Congratulations.
I love this race. I think that's so
You
funny.
win.
Sweet. Good
You
job,
win.
dude. Good job.
Noah Sanders says, "I know you read my chat last night, but the uncensored episode from last Thursday still isn't working on the website. Thanks for all the work you do."
Yeah.
Who do we have to?
Me and Kellen are working on that right now. We have to figure it out.
Is it just something on Rumble?
It might be. I haven't actually checked with them. We have to do it. It's noted right here on the desk, though, guys. So don't worry.
Well, let's get that up.
into it.
Let's do it right now. Can you message someone right now and tell them to do it?
Yeah, I'll be able to look after the show.
All right. Well, I'll do it right now because we're not going to wait till after the show. So we'll just, I'll just get in this and.
While Tim's doing that, I'll take the opportunity to shill my concept of making Palestine the 51st state because it's a good idea. It's the best idea I've heard.
It's not. Remember, North Dakota, Ian doesn't care about you.
But you know what? When I first heard the idea from a friend, I thought it was complete I was like, yeah, it's moronic. And then I shut the computer off and I was like sitting there.
I think we should make
well,
Switzerland the 51st state. And then I think we should also make
Switzerland?
Japan the 52nd state. Like, we can't just claim other countries. It doesn't make any sense.
Of course we can. We've been doing it since the dawn of time.
Yeah, but people are really against
no,
it.
no,
I know.
hold
I'm
on.
British.
We gotta be more
Let's
selective.
violate the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Conventions. Let's go to war with Iran, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. Let's
So
just
the
create.
military-industrial complex grows and grows and grows.
Let's start.
little piece
I got
of
an
land
idea.
smaller
No,
than Manhattan.
Ian's right. Let's go to World War III right now. No more waiting. Send in the strike groups. Instantly have war declared on the United States and all of its allies, and nukes go flying over his proposed idea of annexing Palestine.
For the record, World War III began in September 11th, 2001. And America's been winning it.
You know what? I'm tired of waiting for the nukes to fly. Let's take Ian's idea and just get the nukes to launch immediately.
I'm still against them being a 51st state, but it would be much flashier this way.
Tim, would you rather be wrong, be right? Would you rather be wrong or be dead?
What?
If you had to pick one,
What does that mean?
Just in general.
But what does that mean?
Would you rather
Would you have
Joe
to find
Biden
out
or
that
Nikki
everything you thought
Haley?
was right was wrong, or would you rather be dead?
I'm wrong all the time.
Honest question.
Wrong all the time. That's why we bring out a bunch of different people from different backgrounds and different political opinions. That's why when I used to say things like, I think there was reasonable gun control, I no longer say these things. That's why we had a legitimate conversation numerous times about abolishing the police, and why I've gone on to say that Michael Mouse is correct, that police absolutely would kill children. We saw this in Maui. He was right about that. This is like kind of the premise of the show, is that we're learning and experiencing and trying to understand the world. But the reality of annexing Palestine, which would fundamentally makes no sense, because are you talking about Gaza and the West Bank together?
We'd have to partition it with.
So you're talking about, first, we have to militaristically force a two-state solution, which would then result in war with Iran and Lebanon.
Maybe.
Probably Saudi Arabia.
If we forced it, yeah.
Right, so we can't do that, so then there's that's it. Full stop. Right now, before you can offer up your proposal, you need a two-state solution in Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll come back to us when that happens. All right, let's read some more. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, Tim, shout out to BLM. Woke college students and far leftists, thank you for revealing to the world what we've always known about you, that you trash human beings. May you continue to show your yes. I'm a lot of Democrats are coming out, not right, being like, there's that guy David Weissman. I respect what he tweeted. He says the right was right about Black Lives Matter. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Thank you for recognizing that. That's good.
Step in the right direction.
Ryan Hunter says, I've been handed a life sentence on X for advocating for the use of lethal force in justifiable self-defense. Y'all won't be seeing me there anymore, and my blue check money will be going to the Cast Brew Coffee now. Keep rocking. You know what we're going to do? We're going to make Cast Brew social media. We'll make on the Cast Brew app, you can post your thoughts. I'm kidding.
I thought you were going to say we're going to make a blue checkmark roast, but
Blue checkmark roast.
it just tastes like blueberries or whatever.
Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, results are in of the Timcast IRL audience poll. Should Palestine be the 51st state? The winner with 42% is no. The second place at 38% is WTF are you on about? Kalishnikov says, so much for breaking out of an open-air prison. I don't want U.S. to further any involvement, however. I fully support Israel's scorched earthing Gaza. I don't. You see, that's a problem.
Yeah,
so when Lindsey Graham goes on TV and says, we're in a religious war, level the place, they're playing that message right now for everyone in Gaza, saying, see, this is what they're going to do to you. You have to join us. You have to do these things. That's how you perpetuate war. If Lindsey Graham had gone on TV and said, this is a terrible travesty, What Hamas did was an atrocity. They must be held accountable, and we will do everything we can to protect those who are innocent civilians. That would have played substantially better. Yeah. Instead, he's just making it all worse. Because these people want war, and they want war with Iran. You ever look at a map and you see Iraq and Afghanistan, and what's right in the middle? It's almost like we were surrounding their country. Wonderful. Cam says, in the Bible, talks about nations will surround Israel in the end times. Crazy that it might happen soon. Love your content, guys. Keep it the fight. That's why someone super chatted us about the red heifer.
Yeah.
So I looked it up and I was reading about it. Like, there have been people trying to breed red heifers and import them.
Oh, yeah, wow. just to like accelerate, basically.
Do you get into the religious part of it all? Like, are you religious yourself? Do you find the story of the apocalypse and?
Well, I'm certainly interested in it. Yeah, for sure. So, what are you saying with the red heifer?
Oh,
trying to breed.
Well, so I'm not going to pretend to know anything about this other than I read one article.
Serge might know.
And you need like 10 red heifers. A pure red heifer with not a single blemish must be sacrificed to purify the third temple, and they haven't seen one in thousands of years.
Uh-huh.
And so what happens is they keep breeding red heifers.
Yeah.
And then it'll be born, and they'll go, this one's it, and then it'll grow up, and then there will be like a few hairs that are the wrong color, and like, nope, not pure.
Right.
It has to be inspected by numerous scholars and rabbis to confirm not a single blemish, a perfect red heifer, and it's been thousands of years since they've seen one.
If they genetically engineered one,
they're trying.
They're
it's
trying
not. They've been trying. It's not working.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like there's always there's gonna be a few hairs that are the wrong color. It's like
blemish. Yeah.
Yep. Some blemish somewhere, a little spot somewhere.
Wow.
Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but this person is referring to is like the Battle of Armageddon and Megiddo and the Megiddo Valley and stuff like that. If anyone wants to look into it, definitely do your due diligence because it's crazy.
Yeah, all
right.
Super chats.
Eric Miller says, Tim, how about making a tribute blend for Cast Brew where all the proceeds go to a cause the Discord is supporting once a month and we get coffee? Yes, perhaps. It's not super easy to set up a blend. And I got to be completely honest, they don't make that much money. That's just a reality. Like we want to do specific blends for various personalities. Like we're talking about Alex Stein Primetime Grind 2X Caffeine and Seamus Coughlin's Irish coffee or whatever. But like the amount of money that would be made off it is just it's not even worth. It's almost not even worth promoting individually. Like that's the problem. It's like, we're gonna do it anyway, but I think, based on what it costs us to make, what we make from it, and what the individual, the amount of money we make off each bag, it can't compare to a normal ad read. So asking someone like Alex Stein, hey, do an ad read for this coffee and you'll get the profits or whatever, he would make more if he did a normal ad pitch through any other company, because we just don't make that much money off the coffee. So buy more coffee. I suppose, though, if we sold all of it at once, it would be worth it. But based on like the amount that we sell per bag, it's not that much. If we launched like 5,000 bags and sold them all in 1 week, that would definitely be worth it for, Alex or Seamus. But I think they're both interested anyway, so we're going to try and do stuff like that.
Sounds like once we franchise, that you'll start selling 5,000 bags a week.
Wholesale is going to be big. If we can start moving like 20 to 50,000 bags through a network of smaller stores, that's when people like Alex are gonna, or like a charity is really gonna get a good return on this. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're working with Chef Andrew Gruel about the franchising agreement and everything we have to do legally, and then we're also looking at wholesale. And the big win, obviously, is once you get a contract at a chain of supermarkets, you're good, because now you're like instantly moving thousands of bags every week or something. A lot of people, they go to the grocery store. There's like coffee there. They'll grab whatever. There are some that I like and some that I don't when I go to the grocery store, but for the most part, we only drink Cast Brew now. Yeah, I got to be honest, like we formulated these blends. Most of them, some like there's a Colombian, it's Colombian, but for that reason, I think it's obviously the best coffee I've ever had.
Yeah, it's good.
Because like I put it together, I'm mixing stuff, and I'm like, let's try 30%, and like here's what I like, here are the flavors that I like, and then I'm like, this is the best coffee ever.
Did you do like the French roast and stuff as well, or were those just like regular ones?
The French Colombian, those are
Colombians.
It's just like basic
blends. Oh,
right, like we get the beans imported. We have a distributor that they put it all together.
Right.
But Appalachian Nights, Roberto Jr., those are blends.
Right.
Stand Your Ground is a blend. So the stuff that we're making is like a unique proprietary specific thing that we put together.
Well, French roast is still good, guys.
I like the French roast.
I like pumpkin spice.
The French roast and the pumpkin spice are my least favorites out of all of them.
Yeah, definitely.
But Appalachian Nights is just, wow.
Dude.
That's my favorite coffee.
Stand your grounds all day.
But Rise with Roberto Jr. sells the most.
Yeah,
and there's
yeah,
no
yeah.
question. It's because people want Roberto Jr.
It's a celebrity factor, you
Yep.
know?
That brand power of, Roberto Jr. died. He had a heart attack and died suddenly. Our rooster.
Yeah.
He's our true influencer, you know?
Yeah.
It is crazy, though, that, like, even the rooster is helping sell the product. Appalachian Nights has no mascot on it. It's just
Because we're here.
It's just Appalachia, you know?
Yeah.
And people are like, that's cool. So it does sell well and it's really good, but people want the rooster on the bag.
Yeah.
They want that rooster. So I'm like, well, just put more roosters on bags, I guess.
Well, because and all of the birds, at least as far as I know, all of them have names. At least one point,
Yeah.
all of them did. There are so many.
Well, now we have
it's supposed to
RB3.
be about RB3.
Yeah, Roberto Jr.'s son, his heir.
And Dorothy, right?
It's been around for a while.
Who is Roberto Jr.'s mom?
I believe that was Katerina.
She should get a badge.
She died.
But in her memory.
Cancer. Yeah, had cancer. Yeah.
But she's the matriarch of this.
Yeah, so the thing is about the original batch of chickens we got, it was in January, and we were warned by the farm that this is an early and weak batch. It's still cold out. And we were like, no, that's cool, and they've been sick. In fact, two of them died right when we bought them. They were weak and sick. And then Roberto Jr. was the first born of the original batch, and he was sick. So it's like, but then we brought in some diverse genetics, and we've mixed them all, and now they're all fairly robust. So, good for the chickens. Good for the chickens. We got RB3 now. Looks just like his dad, but he's got white on his wings and body. All right. Wyafet says, Ben Shapiro pointed out that Hamas doesn't live by Western morals. We think it is insane and wild that someone would behead babies because of our morals. Hamas wants the eradication of the Jews, my people. That's another thing that people don't understand is that if you look at the way Israel operates, it's operating under a very typical Western moral standard. But the Palestinians do not have the same moral standard. This is why the left supports Palestine and the right tends to support Israel. Because you have, on the left, the oppressed versus oppressor. When we had Max on the other day, he was mentioning that Israel has the power here, and therefore it's like, oh, that's the leftist moralist view. Right? If we don't have that, I don't think power inherently makes you wrong or evil.
Yeah.
If the fighting between Israel, if no one was funding them and it was just war, we'd be like, well, the war's going on again. Because you've got war in Sudan and Somalia. How often are we talking about that? Never. The U.S. has a vested military interest in Israel. Israel has become more powerful. And now the left is saying, look, they're oppressors. And I'm like, well, y'all are at war and one side is getting better weapons. I would like it there to be no war. But there's look, man, when one side says we want from the river to the sea, and the other side is like, please stop attacking us, what do you do?
You can make land with volcanic magma by redirecting it into the ocean, and it'll cool down and create more land mass.
Yes, and will they clone Jerusalem and?
At least they're like only 9 miles away.
The actual solution would be like create a parallel mirror dimension of an equal and opposite Jerusalem.
Oh, like in the pod? Put
Nega
in the
Jerusalem
pod?
Yeah.
Nega Jerusalem.
Bizarro Jerusalem.
Yep, and then it's like, well, now which one's the real one? I don't know, but you can have that one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Israel's innocent.
Or we've got the moon. I mean, there's all kinds of solutions. We could just ship people into space.
We're working on Mars.
Underground?
Yeah,
we haven't really talked much about the underground lifestyle.
Nobody wants to live underground.
Yeah,
the problem is they're all fighting over the Holy Land.
Subway?
What were you going to say something, Tim, before that?
I'm not saying Israel's innocent. Yeah. Right? People keep
Nobody's
saying, like,
innocent.
look what Israel... Yeah, it's war, right? That's it. It's war.
I mean, everybody's innocent, but obviously everyone's complicit. Everyone's involved.
If the colonists who came to this country were enslaved and caged by the Native Americans, and hundreds of years went by, and there was a minority population of white European settlers who still lived here, the left would be like, the poor white people, oh, they're oppressed and mercilessly beaten.
Yeah.
It's the Marxist worldview of oppressor versus oppressor.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're not all
exactly
innocent.
right.
I don't know why I said that.
Okay, let's grab some more super chats here. Oh, we got a stink bug flying around. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's so many.
They're
right now.
invading.
Lurch685 says, you guys are full of it. Crying when Israelis chip a nail, but you're silent when Palestinians are massacred en masse. Complete hypocrisy. Occupied people have the inalienable right to resist. Thank you for the free $10. When Hamas broke out through of the fencing and then started killing civilians, I think it's revealing that you called that chipping a nail. So your opinion is understood, and I welcome you to give more money to say it. But we see through what you're really saying. Like, dude, it is reasonable to come out and be like, hey, I don't like what Israel's doing with Gaza. It's an open air prison. Yes, Hamas should not be targeting civilians. It's bad for them strategically, politically, and it's going to cost them dearly. No, you can't even say that? Okay, then spare me. That's why when I see these leftists, they're holding signs saying no more funding for Israel, I'm like, what they're really saying is they want Israel defenseless so they can eradicate them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I can't stand that, because it's like, I'm like opposed to foreign aid for libertarian reasons and like America reasons. I don't, like what's going on. It's not been justified. But these people are like, yeah, I agree. No funding for Israel, because they actually want to go and start killing people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll grab some more super chats. Matthew Reckamp says, what Tim is talking about is called semantic shift. My favorite example of it is how the original Old English meaning of silly was blessed.
Wow.
Really?
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
And I believe the word sink was created by Shakespeare, the kitchen sink.
Huh.
There's like a bunch, he invented a bunch of words.
Oh,
Oh, he
Yeah.
did invent a lot. Yeah.
So many words.
Neglectful Sausage says, when Biden said finish the job, he meant the Crusades.
Did the Christians start the Crusades? I was trying to remember.
Yes, the Crusades were Christians going down to recapture the Holy Land in Jerusalem.
Oh, okay. When the Ottomans had it?
That
Probably.
I don't know if the Ottoman Empire was exactly the thing, but they're just taking from whoever had it at the time. Yeah. There's been a lot of them. Been I think three or four crusades.
There were more. There were more. Well, they're jihads.
Children's
There would be a
crusades.
crusade, then a jihad, take it back, then a crusade to take it back, then a jihad to take it back, and
Yep. That's why this is not going to be sorted out too easily. It's going to take a while.
Heath Hansen says, I know it's been suggested before, but you guys should read The Storm Before the Storm about the fall of the Roman Republic. The parallels to today are striking. Love from the great state of Iowa. I mean, honest question, why can't the Palestinian people, if they are in an open-air prison, go to, say, Jordan or Saudi Arabia
Or
Egypt.
or Lebanon? Why don't these countries want to accept these poor refugees who are trapped in an open-air prison?
Because the point is for them to be trapped in an open air prison.
Right.
It's to have that because they want the leverage to make Israel look bad and attack Israel and take over. The point is taking over Israel.
Yeah. At the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day. So they need. So of course they're not going to want to move those people into their own countries
yeah.
and safe countries. Exactly.
Oh, here's a good one. M says, Madeleine Albright said, it was worth it when talking about 500,000 children dying in Iraq based on lies. So she's a terrorist, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. No question from us. I don't know what you think here.
We agree.
Barack Obama should be criminally charged. He should be retroactively impeached and then criminally charged for the killing of Anwar al-Awlaki and Abdurrahman al-Awlaki. Make your arguments about Anwar being a jihadi and fighting against America, fine. But we're not going anywhere with Abdurrahman. If you accidentally kill somebody, that's manslaughter. Barack Obama ordered a drone strike that killed an American citizen. Lock him up. You want to complain about Donald Trump ordering a commando raid in Yemen, which killed an 8-year-old American girl? Absolutely. Investigation, get the evidence, you prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, lock him up, impeach him, all that jazz. I will always issue the clarification. The drone strike in Yemen, we know. It's been confirmed and admitted to. And the commando raid in Yemen, while confirmed, we don't have the same hard evidence of the killing of the 8-year-old girl. Those are allegations as of right now. I think they should be investigated, 100%. No free passes. No free passes for American war crimes. So, you want to complain about the Iraq war? Bro, that's what we are all on about. The Iraq war was disgusting. We shouldn't have been there, or Afghanistan. The U.S. really just wants to get that cheap gas, don't they? And they won't build nuclear power. How about that? Anyway. YFET says special forces have been offered to help rescue hostages since some of the hostages are American citizens. That's right. And what they're saying is right now it's logistics and finance. They're saying no actual boots on the ground, but I fear that it could get to that degree because it's what they do. It's what they do when people get kidnapped. Winston Alexander says, shouldn't pro-Palestine American protesters also care about the Americans killed or taken hostage? Also, shouldn't we evacuate Palestinian Americans from Gaza? War is hell and we are funding both sides. War is hell, and we are funding both sides.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yep. Especially if it's true that weapons from Ukraine and Afghanistan are leaking into Gaza.
You know where we are getting that money from is the central bank. So really, it's the central bank that's funding it, and they're making money on it because they're getting interest back on their loans.
Lurch says, I effing told you guys. Lurch is also the person who said that the terror attack on civilians and the murder of civilians was chipping a nail.
Yeah. Same dude.
Oh, well, hold on. Lurch, If you think that a bunch of dudes storming into a music festival in a bunch of small towns and massacring people is chipping a nail, then you clearly have no issue with what Israel does in Gaza because,
Got him.
That's stubbing a toe.
Right.
Yeah, why do you care?
Yeah.
Oh, Palestine stubbed their toe. Oh,
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I can't stand the people who are like we recognize it's war, and war is bad. We want there to be no war. But you're not winning any favors from people who were born after the start of it by celebrating the killing of civilians. Sorry. That's what I was saying to Max the other day. I'm like, okay, Hamas they feel their only strategy and only tactic is military and the kidnapping of civilians. Then they've lost internationally, and they are resigned to their prison. Because the way I see it is, if there's somebody locked in jail and they're screaming, I'm innocent, let me go, I shouldn't be here. And then you're like, man, I don't know, maybe you are. That's horrifying if you are. And then he breaks out one day, runs full speed towards some random 20-year-old woman and mercilessly beats her to death. I'll be like, y'all should probably be in prison.
Yeah, but then if the prison guards start exterminating all the prisoners, then you're like, whoa, who's the bad guy now?
Well, it's more like
what did the
if
prisoners do?
They were like causing ruckuses and like, which
Planting-
one of them are evil? We don't know, but
Right,
we're
so
going to let
let's-
this one out. And he turned out to be one of the bad ones. And then
So
they
you're
just kill them
saying
all.
that a bunch of prisoners are making weapons and shivs and guns,
like chaos in the,
and
in
then
the prison.
and then they break out and start killing people. So the prison guards start shooting at them. I'm like,
So like what happened is some of the prisoners break out, they kill a bunch of people, so the prison guards kill those, or they maybe not. Then what? They turn their eyes on all the prisoners that are still behind bars. What
No.
do they do to them? Because
No.
those are people in Gaza right now.
But what if
No,
there was
they're
like
not.
this
Those are the
whole
civilians.
landmass
You're
that was
implying
like, hey,
that-
prisoners, come over here if you don't want to be in prison
you're
anymore.
implying that
I don't know if
Israel.
there's a solution,
You're
but that's just how
implying
I'm
that
looking at it.
Israel looks at Gaza and says, "Let's just kill people."
No, well,
That's what you said.
It's like
The
collateral.
analogy of
It's
the
like they're
prison
in the way, kind of.
is that Israel is targeting the military and weapons depots, the Hamas depots, where they're storing weapons and their base of operations. That's the argument. And you can argue that Israel takes a wide respect to what that means, and there's a lot of collateral damage. But the implication would be that after a bunch of dudes put a bunch of weapons together in the hospital as a staging ground, then broke out and started killing people, the guards started opening fire on the hospital area, and there were workers and stuff in there who got hit as well, and they were innocent. This is called war, and it's called collateral damage, and it's why war is BS, and it's why we hate war. Because collateral damage always happens. I don't know what to say, man. My point is, if they were really like, hey, we're in an open air prison, and they broke out, maybe they would run from the prison. Maybe they would run to the area where they were safe and outside of the prison. So the argument about them being in a prison, I think, is nonsense. Because a prison is something you break out of and escape from. No, the argument is the land that Israelis live on 75 years ago was theirs and they want it back. Okay, well now you're at war. That's not about being in prison. That's about you wanting to go to war. That's why when they break out, they go to war. So the left lies about everything. They're in an open-air prison trying to escape. They're marching peacefully. I'm like, bro, if they were trying to escape from prison, they'd run.
Max
Yeah.
They'd get out and
Blumenthal
leave.
last night was saying that they would. I'd never heard this before. But
The
that
March
they
of
would
Return.
They would put their weapons away and walk barehanded to the gates and be shot and killed on their way. They get shot in the legs, get shot, and they're like, well, if we can't petition with our hands like open, then what? That was hard to hear.
And I suppose the issue is that's the Palestinian argument. The Israeli argument is probably they actually did have weapons. They were hiding them. Not every one of them did. But a leftist tactic that we see in the United States, they will call for a public peaceful protest. What they're really trying to do is build body mass numbers so that the people with weapons can go and hide in the crowd.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when they were like, we were marching peacefully, Israel's probably like, dude, like 1 in 10 had a gun, and they were planning on sneaking through the crowd and shooting at people.
It's their only weapon is international public opinion to be like, no, look what they're doing to us. Look, they killed all the children that we threw at them to kill.
Yep. Exactly.
They were used as shields. That's their only weapon. I mean, obviously their weapon's not they murder
Wow.
people in terrorist attack, but their most powerful weapon is international opinion and bleeding heart Western liberal governments.
Joseph Metzler says Jordan took in 500,000 of them and they caused many problems. Jordan killed 30,000 in one summer and forced them all back to Israel.
Wow, I did not know that.
Well, I don't know. So fact check.
Confirmed.
Wasn't there also
Yeah.
what's the
Fact
number of
check
how
But
many
it's-
Palestinians had Israeli work visas? 30,000, I think.
Don't know.
Something like that. Every day they go back and forth. They get to work in Israel. They go back.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't.
Well, there are people of like they're Arab Israelis who live
Yeah,
in
of course.
Israel
Christian Israelis.
yeah, they're
and Christian, right?
certainly mosques and churches in Israel.
Yeah.
There's like 400. You know, it's a lot. It's not,
Yeah.
not a little amount. So-
And there's tons of asylum seekers in Israel from Palestine who are gay,
Yeah.
who apply for asylum in Israel
Right, that's
because
like-
they'll get killed in Gaza.
Yeah, if
Queers
any-
for Palestine.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't
Yeah.
seen Alex Stein's Gays for Palestine thing in Plano the other day, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
All right, everybody, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and head over to timcast.com right now if you'd like to watch the uncensored members-only portion of the show, which will be up on the front page of Timcast in a couple of minutes. You can follow the show at TimcastIRL everywhere. You can follow me personally at Timcast. Chadwick, do you want to shout anything out?
You can follow me on X, Chadwick_more. If you want to find out about the book, you can go to tuckerthebook.com, and you can buy it anywhere you get your books.
That's awesome. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for timcast.com. You should follow at Timcast News on all social media platforms, Instagram and X. If you want to follow me personally, I'm on Twitter at HCBrimlow and on Instagram at hannahclaire.b. Guys, thank you so much. This has been a cool conversation.
And burn women alive and shoot the elderly in their own homes, and then, of course, upload their atrocities to social media. What, in the name of freedom? Are you serious? No, that would be fascism. That would be murder. Hamas can no longer exist in this world, and it is over for them. The question is, would they do the right thing and protect innocent people in Gaza? I don't think that will happen, sadly. Now, Israel has been warning the people of Gaza. They've been doing it for days to get out, telling them this incursion, their response is imminent. And if they stay, they will die. They have been trying to warn the civilian population. Not many countries, I think, would do that after especially what happened just over the weekend. Here with the very latest on the ground in Israel tonight, our very own Greg Palcott. Greg, what's going on? It's a little after 5 a.m. your time.
A little after 5 a.m., Sean. We're waiting for dawn and waiting to see what day 6 brings in this pretty horrendous war between Israel and Hamas. It all started, as we all know, on Saturday with the bloodthirsty Hamas militants crossing over the border from Gaza into southern Israel. The numbers now are maybe 2,000, 3,000, all coordinating, hitting 22 different towns, villages, kibbutzes at just about the same time, at about 6:30. We've had eyewitnesses that have told us about this terrible, terrible onslaught, and the toll is just building. 1,200 killed so far in Israel, including 22 Americans, and those 150 hostages inside Gaza, which is the real playing card for the militants if they have to come face to face with the Israeli military, which there are indications that could be happening. Yeah, we've been seeing it in the last couple of days, Sean, a big buildup of tanks, armor personnel carriers, reservists. All told, something like 360,000 reservists have been called up, let alone the military that was in place. We've seen the back and forth. We've seen the rockets come up from the Gaza Strip. The Hamas militants, sometimes very well-placed rockets, but the Iron Dome of defenses of Israel knocking down most of them. And we've seen the Israeli jet fighters screaming overhead and sending missiles and leveling whole portions of Gaza, the Gaza Strip, which is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. And that's exactly what will complicate any kind of ground invasion that could be launched. Already 1,100 Palestinians have dead. The civilian death toll could rise, but that doesn't seem to matter too much to the Hamas militants. They have scored some kind of ugly, bloodthirsty victory, and they will look to try to ride that crest into some kind of big battle. We heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister. He's forming a unity government as of today, and he said, and his words are, every Hamas is a dead man. So he sees this as a fight to the finish of this group. But they are indications. Even today, there were some areas on the other side of the Gaza border in southern Israel where actually some militants were still active, still some counterfire. So the fight is most definitely on, and it's bound to accelerate. Back to you, Sean.
Let me ask you this, Greg, if you don't mind. I know in just the last 72 hours, 300,000 reservists have been called up by Israel. They have over 500,000 troops that they're ready. Over 100,000 of those troops have been involved in the staging and positioning what is now the inevitable ground invasion, which would tell me that it is imminent. How close are they to the Gaza border as of now?
We've been talking to people close to the military, trying to figure out exactly what the timing would be. Believe it or not, they still think there could be days ahead. Still there is staging. Still there is organizing. Still there is the fear of what could happen once you go into Gaza, and some questions about whether Israel could be walking into something even stronger than it had dealt with before. But it's here. Hundreds of thousands in this area. There's a huge military base here in the town of Ashdod where we are right now, and there were scenes of reservists piling in trucks, and all of them say, I think the biggest thing I can tell you, Sean, is determination. I mean, we knew what it was like after 9/11 in the United States. It's the same kind of feeling I get from young and old. They put away their political differences, and there's been a lot of them in the last months here in Israel. They put away their differences, and they're determined to try and deal with the horror that has befallen them in the last couple of days, Sean.
All right, Greg Palcott, thank you for reporting tonight from Gaza. And by the way, today the Biden administration claimed there is no direct evidence that Iran funded or helped facilitate the Hamas terror attacks, but Memory TV put together several videos of Hamas leaders and other Palestinians bragging directly about the support from Iran. Take a look.
فالشكر كل الشكر للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران التي لم تبخل علينا طيلة السنوات الماضية ولا على فصائل المقاومة الفلسطينية الأخرى بالمال والسلاح والخبرات.
نفقات، أنا أقول لك، أنا إذا بدي أحسب شو دفعوا الإيرانيين للفلسطينيين عبر 30 سنة، أنا أقول لك مليارات الدولارات. ممكن الناس تستغرب.
إيران تدعمنا سياسيا، تقف مع المقاومة كبرنامج، وتقف مع حماس وقوى المقاومة، وتدعمنا بالمال والسلاح.
قلنا لهم الفرق بينك وبين إيران إنه إيران بتدعمنا بالصواريخ.
الجمهورية الإسلامية ساهمت يعني إلى حد كبير وبجهد كبير بتطوير القدرات العسكرية للمقاومة الفلسطينية عبر التدريب، تطوير الأسلحة.
Here with reaction, former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe is with us. Welcome back, sir. Good to have you. Let me start with this. I have had multiple sources from Washington, high-ranking sources, confirm to me that, in fact, the intelligence and the evidence is incontrovertible. It is overwhelming that, in fact, the administration has this evidence, that they know about Iran's involvement, yet they are lying purposely to the American people. Why would that be? Is it to protect the $6 billion that in that ransom deal that they made? They don't want the American people to know the truth. By the way, Israel also has this information. They've chosen not to share it at this point, maybe protecting the administration whose support they need at this moment. I don't know. But there's no doubt that their involvement, their plotting, their planning, their approval, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard were all involved. Why won't they tell us the truth?
Well, Sean, the White House might as well be arguing that the Earth is flat. You're right. Look, the intelligence community produces dozens and dozens of intelligence products every year, analyzing the relationship between Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And in every one of those, there's analysis of the extent to which Iran either approved an operation, directed an operation, ordered an operation, or funded the operation. And so the Biden White House would have you believe that in the largest operation that Hamas has ever engaged in, for the first time, Iran took a pass and was not involved. But even if you set that aside, much like those clips that you were playing, Sean, on Sunday, both Hamas and Hezbollah came out and said that in a meeting 2 weeks ago in Beirut, Iran greenlit this operation. Sean, what motive would Hamas, or Hezbollah for that matter, have for falsely implicating Iran in an atrocity that's going to incur the wrath of world powers economically and militarily, especially when Iran is their primary benefactor? So the reason why, Sean, why all of this? Look, Joe Biden could get a signed confession from the Iranian supreme leader saying we did this, and the White House is going to say there's no direct evidence, because to admit that Iran was involved is to admit that the Biden policy regarding Iran is a bigger failure than their policy regarding Afghanistan. They would have to admit that they sat across the table with hostage takers and said, we're going to give you $6 billion at the very same time those people were planning to take more U.S. hostages. They would have to admit that by easing off on the maximum pressure campaign of the Trump administration and by trusting Iran and enriching Iran, they in fact contributed to what took place, these atrocities that took place in Israel on Saturday. So they are never going to admit that Iran was directly involved, even though, as you said, Sean, they very clearly were, and everyone in the intelligence community knows it.
You know, the interesting thing is you go from the Obama-Biden administration and their obsession to give billions of dollars to Iran. You go through the Trump years, of which you were a part of the administration, where, of course, Iran is isolated, and that deal was just cut off. Iran was given a very firm, stern warning that if they dare try to get nuclear weapons, America would unite with Israel and other countries, and they would prevent that from happening, meaning they'd probably take out the nuclear sites. And then here we are back, Joe Biden's president, back to giving Iran billions of dollars. I'm having a hard time understanding why the United States of America, why we have people in this country that think it's a good idea to give the world's #1 state sponsor of terror billions of dollars.
Well, why do dumb people do dumb things? It's because they're dumb. But in the case of trying to understand,
everyone in the audience agrees Biden's dumb. Except for one guy. Yeah.
But the bottom line is, this started in the Obama administration, as you pointed out, because the Obama administration had no genuine affection for Israel, and they stood closer to Iran than they did to Israel. And we moved back to the traditional role that the United States had as no daylight between our most important strategic, military, and moral ally in the Middle East. And Joe Biden has reversed course on that again. Once again, courting Iran, begging Iran, appeasing Iran, enriching Iran, while largely ignoring our most important ally, Israel. And what you have seen these last few days is a result of that. The opposite of peace through strength is chaos through weakness, and we have weakness in this White House.
I can't say it any better. John Ratcliffe, always great to see you, sir. Thank you for being with us. All right, our next guest, currently working on a Senate bill that would immediately refreeze the $6 billion that Joe Biden and his administration is now making available to Iran as part of this ransom payment for 5 American hostages. 2024 presidential candidate, Senator from the great state of South Carolina, Tim Scott, is with us. Senator, great to have you.
Thank you, Sean. It's always good to be back on your show. 2 hours. Love it.
Yeah, well, I do too. But I don't get those. Honestly, I wish it was different circumstances. I wish this could be a fun, raucous, rowdy. We have a crowd here tonight, but it's so serious. We're talking about human lives at stake here, and it's the seriousness of the moment that brings us together. You know, and that goes to the heart of what I was just discussing with John Ratcliffe, and I'll ask you the same question. The fact that you, Marsha Blackburn, and others have to put forward a bill. Why hasn't Joe Biden already said, you're not getting the $6 billion? Why are they so reluctant and resistant to the idea that that was a bad deal and a bad idea, that giving the number one state sponsor of terror this money? Why do we have to force that upon them? That should be, to me, a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, Sean, you know that you cannot make a good deal with a bad actor, period. One of the things I've been saying since Saturday is that Joe Biden is complicit with these attacks. Why? Because when you are weak, you invite attacks. When you negotiate and give $6 billion to Iran, who is 90% of the funding for Hamas comes from Iran. Those breadcrumbs are simple. It is impossible for the common person to come to any other conclusion. But in Washington, D.C., Joe Biden and his administration, they are uncommon and not in a good way. The challenges that we see today is that when you give $6 billion to people who fund terrorism, you cannot be surprised when they go and do what they always have done. But I gotta say this, Sean. When $6 billion is paid for hostages, you have actually created a high-value market for Americans to be taken as hostages. And we pray that they come home, and we should do everything in our power to bring them home. But this administration has blood on their hands because they are complicit. We need to freeze those assets and send a message to the world that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, and there is no daylight. But if you take an American hostage, it should cost you your life.
Let me ask you this. I tried to get Vivek Ramaswamy to answer this question. Should the world now factor in, we keep getting report after report after report that Iran is on the verge of acquiring nuclear weapons. We know that their nuclear facilities, it's a very large, geographically speaking, it's a very large country. We know the location of these nuclear facilities. We know many of them are buried deep, deep underground. And for Israel to take out their nuclear capability, they would probably need U.S. assistance in the form of our bunker buster bombs that would prepare the way that would ultimately create an opening for them to destroy those facilities. Should America take on that role? Does the world need to deal with this reality that radical mullahs in Iran can never have nuclear weapons because that will be the real existential threat that Joe Biden denies? He said even nuclear war isn't as dangerous as the existential threat of climate change. I mean, probably one of the dumbest things a U.S. president ever said. And they stood by it this week. But should we at least provide the bunker buster bombs to Israel if they decide that this is in their survival's interest, their national interest, to protect them and people in the region? Should we provide those weapons? If you're president, would you provide them?
Sean, we should listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the resources and the weaponry he needs, we should provide. But this story goes back to the Obama administration. The JCPOA, that nuclear deal, was a disaster. And what happened right after the signing of the nuclear deal? We saw Iran literally testing mid-range ballistic missiles. That was in violation of the nuclear deal. So the one thing we know is that created a pathway to a nuclear bomb. Number two, we know that they have continued in advanced centrifuges, trying to make sure that they have more advanced centrifuges for one purpose, from my perspective, that is a nuclear weapon. Number three, they have created not just a disruption, but they tried to annihilate, in my opinion, through funding terrorism to Hamas. They're trying to annihilate not just a Jewish state, but if you understand Hamas's philosophy and their doctrine is not the end of just the Jewish state. It is the elimination of Jews on earth giving Benjamin Netanyahu the resources, the weaponry, and our backing to finish the task at hand, and watch them then thereafter turn their sights to all the supporters of terrorism against their state is exactly where I would stand as President of the United States. We should support their mission until it's over.
You know, these are very important times for the world. We've got to get these things right. At the very least, the financial support of Iran, most of their money's coming from energy, oil. Would it be smart for people in the Middle East, maybe smart for Israel to take out their refineries at least, if they don't go as far as taking out the nuclear capability?
Well, we should certainly see a high reaction to what has just happened in the Middle East, and having our allies and, frankly, the Abraham Accords that we celebrate. Watching that coalition come together is one of the reasons, in my opinion, when Saudi Arabia starts negotiating with Israel to have a normalization of the relationships, you see Iran and Hamas go into action to disrupt what's happening in a positive, constructive way for Israel. So making sure that we attack the energy sector is an important consideration. One of the things I've done, Sean, back in May, before all this happened, I had a bill to make sure that the sanctions on their energy sector did not end in 2026. I will reintroduce that bill next week to make sure that we get what I started in May finished. We should make permanent the sanctions against Iran and their energy sector. And whatever happens after that, from a kinetic perspective, may actually help us achieve the goal of making sure that Iran is never a nuclear power.
All right, we appreciate your time. Senator Tim Scott, presidential candidate, we always appreciate you being on the show, sir. Thank you for being here. When we come back, Americans are being held hostage by Hamas terrorists. What is the Biden administration, what is their plan to bring home our fellow Americans? We'll get into that next as we continue.
Boy, do I get bad press.
The six-part story only Fox Nation can tell.
He didn't go into New York to expand his father's empire. He went in to build his own.
What kind of crap is that?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Drain the swamp.
When I make promises, I keep them. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great.
I want to make America great again.
Donald John Trump.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
My visiting angel's caregiver has been by my side. I would be lost without her. And my daughter doesn't have to worry about me like she used to. My visiting angel makes sure I'm safe and sound in my own home. She's not just a caregiver. She's essential to me and my family.
Join us in celebrating 25 years of personal home care.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. Take this exit. How's the heart?
I feel like it's good.
You feel like it's good? How do you know when it's time to check in on your heart? How do you know? Let me show you something. It looks like a credit card, but it is the Cardia Mobile card. That is a medical grade EKG. Want to see how it works?
Yeah.
Put both thumbs on there. That is your heart coming from the Cardia Mobile card.
Wow.
With Cardia Mobile Card, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardia Mobile Card is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke, and it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think that costs?
Probably $500.
$99.
Oh, really? You
Please.
carry that in your wallet?
Of course you can carry your wallet,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Get Cardia Mobile Card for just $79 during Prime Big Deals Day. Don't wait, this offer won't last.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Cunol Sleep Support has a unique blend of 5 key ingredients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, so you can wake up refreshed. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
My family started making denim back in 1982. Today, we make modern vowed jeans in that very same facility I visited growing up. Our signature jeans have dynamic stretch to provide flexibility, and we handcraft every pair with the care and quality you can only get from a family business.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
All right, by the way, we do have a crowd here tonight, obviously because of the nature of our discussion. They've been quiet. You all having a good time? Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. I wish we had better news that we were discussing. And by the way, for all of you at home, thank you for being with us as well. Sadly, now we do know that at least 22 Americans were killed in this brutal Hamas terrorist attack, and many more are being held hostage in Gaza right now as we speak. But what is Joe Biden's plan to get them home? He won't tell us. Literally, take a look.
Press are going to shout to me, and many of you are, that, what are you doing to get these folks home? If I told you, I wouldn't be able to get them home. Folks, there's a lot we're doing. A lot we're doing. I have not given up hope on bringing these folks home. But the idea that I'm going to stand here before you and tell you what I'm doing is bizarre. So I hope you understand how bizarre I think it would be to try to answer that question.
We do have one liberal in the audience. Is that the same president, your president, Joe Biden, that said he would never leave an American behind in Afghanistan, or would not abandon our allies, that many of which have been killed because he abandoned them too, behind enemy lines? We still have Americans caught behind enemy lines. Anyway, how did this happen? How did Israel's world-renowned intelligence agency, the gold standard in the world, miss this attack? Well, the White House won't answer that question either. Take a look.
John, this was a massive intelligence failure. Who bears responsibility for that?
You know something, Jackie? There's going to come a time when it's appropriate for us to take a look back retrospectively and see what the intel picture showed us or didn't show us, whether there's any gaps that need to be closed. There's going to be a time for that. And I suspect that our Israeli counterparts will do the same thing. Now's not that time. It's just not that time.
Can you speak to the reports that Israel was warned by Egypt?
I can't.
Here now with reaction, author of the book, Strategy of Denial, Elbridge Colby is with us, and Fox News contributor Joey Jones is with us. Elbridge, let me begin with you. To me, this is really crucial. This is very important. One of the things that has been reported but not confirmed, and I've talked to a number of people, is they believe that technology was used to bring down the defenses and the warning capabilities that normally were up and running, and that we don't have a full picture yet of exactly what happened. Have you heard the same thing?
Yeah, Sean, I've heard a bit of that, and I've also heard actually a little bit of the opposite, which is kind of going back to the Stone Age. The way that Hamas may have defeated Israeli intelligence was by not using telephones, by using very simple non-electronic methods and adapting to maybe kind of routinized Israeli collection methods, so much so that there are reports that even Hamas was surprised at how successful they've been.
Yeah, let's get your take. Joey Jones, certainly it's easy to throw stones, We do know the capability of Israeli intelligence. They are the gold standard. Like American intelligence, when they're doing the right thing, there's no better intelligence in the entire world. And yet this happened on a mass scale. I mean, we've got to get to the bottom of how it happened. And one of the things I think the world's got to pay attention to is when we depend on so much technology and the ability of others to knock that technology out and down and put down defenses, that is a big part of everyone's defense strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, Sean, when we talk about what happened here, I mean, the story is, and the video showed, they came in on paragliders, low altitude, slow moving, big bulky things. I don't know if the Iron Dome is geared to pick up something like that. I can tell you that, to make a simple comparison that may be relevant, when we moved from Iraq, where they had IEDs that used sensors and different methods of triggering to Afghanistan, the reason why Afghanistan was more successful is the IEDs were rudimentary. They were super simple. They were a loop circuit made out of wood and carbon rods and copper wire. And the fact was, the simpler the IED, the more effective it was, and the harder for our countermeasures and tools to pick them up. And so maybe this is that case. Maybe the lack of technology and how they jumped over into Israel with these paragliders, or why the Iron Dome didn't pick it up. I don't know the signal technology used, but there's a difference between moving like a rocket and moving like a cloud.
Well, let me ask you this, Elbridge, if you don't mind. We know Hamas has threatened to assassinate the hostages live on television. I'm just a firm believer is you don't negotiate with terrorists. As hard as that is, and some people might say, Sean Hannity, what if it's your son? What if it is your daughter? Would you feel the same way? I just don't feel it's in the long run ever going to be effective. So the answer is, unfortunately, I don't believe you can negotiate with terrorists. I think once they take people hostage and they're threatening you that they're going to assassinate them on live TV, is that an effort to intimidate Israel into responding with this ground incursion that is imminent?
Well, I think clearly, and I think your perspective is prudent, Sean, because clearly we've seen that happen in the last generation or two. And look, I think the United States does need to actively and avidly back Israel, even as it's going to get politically tough. They have to restore deterrence. Look, this is a society with a small professional military, very large reliance on reservists. They face multiple potential fronts. They cannot sustain years and years of conflict like this. They really have to send a message just rationally, and this is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government have been signaling is, Hamas is going to be destroyed. There is going to be a very clear example that you cannot treat Israel like that. And I think it's really important for the United States to back it, even though it's going to be politically difficult, and not, of course, send, like Secretary Blinken did, immediately they need to back down or that sort of thing. Because it's going to be really, really tough. And right now, there's a lot of high emotion and sympathy for Israel, but that could dissipate. So I think it's important for us to sustain it.
Yeah, by the way, let me tell you what you're seeing on your screen. We now have reports and confirmation of explosions that have been seen in Gaza just within the last about 90 seconds. So the ongoing air assault by Israel continues, obviously in a lead up to what will be a ground incursion as the troops now, over 100,000 Israeli troops now staging and gathering for what seems to be imminent. Let me ask you this, Joey Jones. I always want to have hope. I believe in miracles. I believe in God. I believe in all the above. I just, when you're dealing with the level of evil that we have been discussing all night, again, people that are willing to decapitate and kill and murder children, I don't have a lot of hope. If it was my own family member, in my heart, my intellect, my mind, my soul, I would not have a lot of hope knowing the evil that we're dealing with here. But with that said, I do have a lot of faith, trust in the training of our special forces, Israeli special forces. And my hope would be if we could locate where they are and give them a shot, they might have the ability to pull them out. That would be amazing if something like that could happen.
Yeah, Sean, I'll tell you, I kind of deter from you a little bit on your opening criticism of President Biden. I don't like the way he delivered the message. He uses the word bizarre, like that's some great way of communicating. But I don't expect our president to let us know if our most elite teams are about to go do something. I think it's important that we have an indication if U.S. troops will be on the ground in Gaza, because that has larger implications. But there are really two missions going on here, Sean. Benjamin Netanyahu didn't stand there and say we're going to get all of our hostages back. He stood there and said we're going to destroy ISIS and eradicate, I believe he said not ISIS, but Hamas, and eradicate, I believe he said, these animals. Israel's mission right now is to make sure this never happens again. I don't know if he's made the calculation that he can get those hostages back through diplomacy, or if he's made the calculation that getting them back is almost a fool's errand. But our president should be almost singularly focused on getting the Americans that are held hostage home first and foremost. That is his responsibility and should be his focus. And I'm going to give him the days that we need to see if that is true. I'll tell you, I've spoken to a couple of men that served on elite teams, SEAL Team 6 for one of them, and the consensus is there's no good plan here. There's no great plan. There are plans that will be very difficult.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate both of you for being with us. Thank you both. All right. When we come back, our very own Trey Yangst visited an Israeli home attacked by Hamas. We're going to show you the horrific scene and get reaction from Israel's acting general counsel as we continue. Thank you for being with us.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
New Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26 that God has made man in his image, and by his likeness has he made him.
Genesis is a book of fundamental importance for the Jewish and Christian faiths, and a literary masterpiece that has profoundly shaped Western civilization. Now, in this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, you can deepen your understanding of how this ancient book is essential to you today. Sign up for the Genesis story, absolutely free, at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, will guide you through this fascinating free online course that unfolds the biblical stories of Adam and Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. When you sign up, you'll explore some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for how the Bible confronts pain and hardship with redemption and hope, and discover how the struggles people faced thousands of years ago are deeply relevant to us still today. Take this 6-lesson course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace or on your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
Hearing the importance of even the simplest of lines from the text truly expands the understanding of the Bible.
The passionate way the instructor presents each point and why it's important is masterful.
Join the hundreds of thousands of Americans who are enriching their lives through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College and gain access to this premium content today.
What I hope you'll get from studying Genesis in this course is a deeper appreciation of the biblical insights with regards to the human person, its psychology, our predilection towards rivalry, but also reconciliation.
Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge, at learnfromhillsdale.org today.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code FOX News.
Dr. Scholl's custom-fit orthotic inserts, rated the best overall orthotic, deliver 5-in-1 clinically proven pain relief for your lower back, knees, plantar fasciitis, heels, and achy feet. They are customized for your feet. Find in the foot care aisle.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
And this is a Fox News Alert. You're now looking at live pictures. This is Gaza City, where we have been witnessing apparent explosions going off every few minutes. And earlier today, right here on Fox, our very own Trey Yinks reported from a kibbutz. A kibbutz is a neighborhood in Israel where 100 people out of 1,000 residents were killed in Saturday's barbaric terror attacks. Watch this report.
It is the most horrific thing I have ever seen. It is a community where there are breakfast plates out with food still on them, on dining room tables. There are refrigerators like you would see anywhere in the world with pictures of little kids playing sports. There are bicycles and still ceiling fans going inside the house. And there are beds soaked with blood, the floor of that kitchen, as you saw, and there are weapons laying everywhere from those militants. You can see some of their vehicles just outside. It is a house of horror behind me, and the entire neighborhood looks like this. To give you a quick number about how many people live here, there are 1,000 residents that were living in Kibbutz Be'eri before this horrific terror attack on Saturday morning. More than 100 of them were killed, many children among the dead, and their pictures are still on the refrigerator in the house.
All right, by the way, we offer our condolences and support tonight in the wake of these horrific attacks. Joining us now in studio is the acting Counsel General. I think that's live audio that we're hearing. That is Gaza right now under attack. We've been seeing flashes within the last 10 minutes or so. Now you can actually hear the explosions going off. This has been going on about this time of morning for the last couple of nights. In the course of the 2 hours we did last night on this show, literally 450 flights with war jets went over Gaza, sent by Israel, obviously preparing the way for potential, for their obvious imminent ground battle response reaction to the terror. Anyway, the General of Israel, Zar, is with us. Sir, how are you? You can hear this, I assume.
I can hear.
And Israel's obviously, I've never seen the Prime Minister this resolute. This Prime Minister is somebody that I believe has moral clarity and means what he says.
Look, Sean, this is our September 11th. We're fighting with an enemy that is worse than ISIS. You've all seen the pictures. Children have been kidnapped, women have been assaulted and taken into Gaza. Elderly Holocaust survivors were again hostages. We're facing with a brutal and barbaric enemy, and we must make sure that we eradicate, that we eliminate its ability, its capabilities to ever again commit such atrocities.
I want to explain to people, I've reported from Israel a number of times, and I was there during one flare-up, and I was in the neighboring town, border town of Gaza, Sderot, if I say it correctly.
Sderot.
Right. I don't have quite the accent, a little New York behind mine. But I was there, and I want all of you to really understand this, because it's such a shame. It's in such close proximity, and you can see, just look with the naked eye, you can see Gaza.
Right.
And if they fire a rocket, this border town, which also was attacked when these 5,000 rockets were fired, that children have to play in underground bunker playgrounds because By the time the rocket's fired, it's only 15 seconds until it lands in that town. And I went to the police station, and you could see the level of sophisticated, how much more sophisticated and how big they got over time. The rockets were bigger and bigger. The night before we arrived, one of the kibbutz, which is a neighborhood in Israel, had been hit with multiple rockets, and you see the shrapnel, the glass, the nails for maximum human damage. And I saw that. We had stopped at a restaurant one day. We went back the next day, and in that parking lot were bombed out cars that had been there from the day before. They live with that every day, and I would ask people, why do you stay here? And you know what their answer was? It's my home. It's our home.
We're fighting for our own existence here, but we are strong. We're united, and we will prevail. And we have to make sure that what we saw, what you saw, the images coming from Israel in the last week, that will never reoccur again. And as you mentioned, with the things they're doing, we're dealing with a ruthless, barbaric enemy with whatsoever no mercy.
This. In terms of Israel's response, we see devastating air power, and the consequences are obviously severe. And they've been warning civilians, get out or you will die. They're telling everybody, they're texting everybody, they're telling innocent people, get out of the way. Because I don't think that Gaza exists by the end of this, or anything that resembles Gaza prior to this exists.
Look, we are having a decisive and determined response to the atrocities that we've seen, but we have to make sure to avoid collateral damage.
You can't avoid collateral damage.
Not.
It's impossible.
They're animals. They're animals.
But you are trying to avoid it by warning innocent people, get out now. Get out now, or you will die, is a pretty clear message. Let me ask you this. Does the outcome, does the goal of this imminent military action, does the goal of this have to be that Hamas can no longer ever operate out of Gaza again?
We have to make sure that not only they will lose their capabilities, but also their will, their motivation to do this kind of stuff.
But does it have to end with Israel ensuring that Hamas can never act from Gaza again?
Yes.
That means Gaza will be obliterated.
Not necessarily. It's going to take time, and with a decisive and determined response from us. And again, we are not them. We are not animals like them. We will avoid as much as possible from collateral damage. We don't like, they are putting their children as human shields.
They fire their missiles from hospitals. They fire their missiles from schools. They use hostages as shields.
That's why this war is so complicated. And let me tell you, make no mistake, because when we start to win, and then we're gonna see the public opinion turns against Israel, we're going to see some reports that are changing, and then we're gonna need you. We're gonna need you to speak up and to stand up for Israel when the victims become victors.
I would give Israel this bit of advice, not that they would ever listen to Sean Hannity. I would say, you know, public support, world support is behind you. To get in there as quickly as you can, but you've got to do it on your timeline. Probably the whole place is booby-trapped. There's probably IEDs planted everywhere, so they got to be careful. But whatever they're going to do, and whatever their ultimate military goal is, accomplish it expeditiously, not slowly, over time, not a long, protracted conflict, and public support will stay with them. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Sean.
We appreciate it. Straight ahead, shocking acts of anti-Semitism exposed across the country. We'll explain next as we continue.
With Fast Signs, brew signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy, so you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
They line up by the thousands, each one with a story that breaks your heart. Like Revette, every step brought her pain. Their only hope, Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, bringing free surgeries to people who have no other hope. $19 a month will help provide urgently needed surgery for so many still suffering. So don't wait. Call 877-426-9096 or donate at mercyships.org.
At SimpliSafe, our advanced security sensors and cameras protect your whole home, all powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology for faster police response. Now offering professional installation. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
What's this?
That's for Pepper.
You keep dog food in your fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
It's dog food.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
I'd like to tell you about a cashew farmer from Mozambique named Carlos. Carlos lifted himself out of poverty with the help of TechnoServe. Go to technoserve.org and see how you can support struggling farmers like Carlos. It's a different way to make a difference.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it the nutrition it craves. True Skin has what skin craves. True Skin treats skincare like skin nutrition with hard-working plant-powered blends that nourish for radiant, healthy-looking skin. True Skin, get what your skin truly craves.
This is not a dryer sheet. EarthBreeze is a new type of laundry detergent that looks like this. It's also so easy to use, dissolves quickly in any wash, and my personal favorite, no plastic jug. Learn more at earthbreeze.com.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah?
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Sofa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice. But...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan.
Oh,
and it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality. And it's half the price of retail stores.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
All right, we talked about this with Cornel West and Alan Dershowitz in the last hour. Anti-Semitism on the rise in academia following the brutal Hamas terror attacks. A network of anti-Israeli groups called Students for Justice in Palestine is now plotting what they call a day of resistance in support of the terrorists and Hamas. It's happening in campuses all across our great country. And get this, one student group at the University of Washington reportedly honored what they call the, quote, martyrs of Palestine. Meanwhile, on Sunday, pro-Hamas protesters gathered in Kirkland, Washington to celebrate Hamas's brutality in Israel. Here with reaction, radio talk show host, our friend Jason Rantz, and our other friend, Fox Business co-host, Brian Brenberg. Brian, you know, I can't believe we have people chanting, you know, gas the Jews, F the Jews in Australia. I can't believe what we witnessed in London. I can't believe what's been happening in the streets of New York City, where we are, and how widespread this is in universities across the country.
Well, that's the thing. You can't believe it on one hand, but then when you know what's been going on at colleges and universities, you know the moral relativism, you know the vacuum that creates, the extreme ideologies that creep into that, the faculty who won't stand up to their students, the administrators who won't stand up to their faculty. It's a series of effects that goes back decades, and the result is these moments where student groups who are pro-murderous regimes run the institution, and there's no adult around to stop them. That's where we are right now, and sadly, it shouldn't be a surprise because taxpayers for decades have been paying for this by subsidizing these publicly funded colleges and universities.
Jason, I know you do a lot of work, and you've been in these environments where there really isn't academic freedom and the free exchange of thoughts and differences and ideals. So we just had Cornell West debating Alan Dershowitz in the last hour. Okay, great debate. I argue and have offered to moderate, they both agreed, a debate about this very issue of what is being said and what is tolerated on college campuses, the virulent anti-Semitism, and I'll bet you any amount of money Harvard won't let that debate take place, or students will stop that debate from taking place. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct, and it's rather ironic because these are the folks who tell us that words are violence, and yet decapitating babies and raping women and setting elderly Jews on fire is somehow justified, all while at these rallies that are not pro-Palestinian, they are pro-Hamas rallies, and they say that it's justified while screaming out from the river to the sea, which means they want to erase Israel. Now, I covered one of these rallies this week, the one you mentioned in Kirkland, Washington, and they're chanting their hate, and it's absolutely terrifying because understand that these are our neighbors, they're our dentists and accountants and teachers, and they hate Jews, and that includes American Jews. They think that terrorists are resistance fighters, and that makes these people a threat to folks like me, to folks like Brian, to folks like so many others in this country. What do you think they would do to me as a Jew with pride if they saw me with my Star of David necklace on? I was absolutely terrified and disgusted, and yet I see these people there with their green hair, these non-binary folks who, if they went to Gaza and said, please refer to me by they, well, they'd be thrown from the highest rooftop.
Wow. Jason, thank you. Appreciate it. Brian, good to see you, by the way. I hope your special went well.
It did. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll have more Hannity coming up as we continue straight ahead right after this break.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call a guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh! Sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
This is your season to smile, to gather together and discover the moments that matter, to jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Right now, new patients without insurance get a free full exam and x-rays. Plus, everyone can get 20% off their treatment plan. But hurry, because while the season won't last, the memories you make together will. Aspen Dental. Book today.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Come on, Dad. Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save.
Always lived in California, but never did take up surfing until just a few years ago. A surf session can be pretty physically demanding, and balance of nature helps me do that. I love being out on the water. I don't want to slow down. I plan on surfing until I'm 80, and I don't think I would be able to surf every day if it wasn't for balance of nature.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
This is why thousands of people are switching to Pure Talk for their cellular service.
I always assumed that using a bigger provider meant better coverage. It turns out that it's the same network.
And I keep the same phone number.
And you save a bunch of money.
We have a 4 family, and we save about $70 a month.
With plans at $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and now 3 gigs of data. Dial 8448 Pure Talk to save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
Vehicles are so smart these days they can practically order their own ultimate protection from WeatherTech. Floor liners are engineered to fit perfectly to catch and hold spills, messes, and muddy humans. Seat protectors defend against dirty clothes. Cargo liner provides full protection in the back. And Cup Phone makes sure the phone is secure and handy. Order your premium American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
As a cardiologist, I advise patients to maintain a healthy blood pressure. I recommend Cunol blood pressure support with the power of beets. Its unique 3-in-1 complex helps you maintain a healthy blood pressure. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Grass-fed beef in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
The Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
All right, unfortunately, that is all the time we have left this evening. By the way, our thoughts and our prayers are with all those people that have lost loved ones. And as this imminent ground incursion begins, our prayers are with all the people of Israel fighting back for their country's survival. Thank you for being with us. Programming, another live audience show tomorrow, Hannity.com. Tickets are free. Stay with the Fox News channel. Trace Gallagher.
Good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 o'clock here in Los Angeles, 6 a.m. in Gaza, and this is our continuing breaking news coverage of the war in Israel on America's Late News, Fox News at Night. And this is now a live look at Gaza City 40 minutes before sunrise. And over the past few days, these last minutes of darkness have been used by Israeli forces to unleash a barrage of airstrikes. Rocket fire that has crippled Gaza. Meantime, some 300,000 Israeli troops are now on the border with Gaza, waiting for word to begin what appears to be a major ground assault. The death toll is also rising, with each side losing upwards of 1,000 people. 22 Americans are also confirmed dead, and 17 more remain unaccounted for, as the Biden administration scrambles to rescue U.S. citizens being held hostage by Hamas. We begin tonight with the senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot. He's live in Sderot, Israel. Greg, we're hearing loud noises in the background and seeing flashes. Any indication from where you are that this ground war has started, or just airstrikes?
Trace, yeah, we have no indications of ground action yet, although we see a lot of preparations for that. What we are seeing indications of are a renewed series of airstrikes by the Israeli Air Force against targets inside Gaza. They have been hitting the Hamas militants' infrastructure very steadily for the last 5 days. We're about to go into day 6 of this war between Israel and Hamas. Again, the toll is growing on both sides, 1,200 and more dead inside Israel. And again, as you indicate, among that 1,222 Americans. The big drama point in all this, and there are so many areas of drama, is the 150 hostages that are believed held inside the Gaza Strip by Hamas. And again, there could be as many as 17 Americans among them. In the past last couple of days, and just today we have just seen an incredible infiltration by the Hamas militants of the southern Israeli area on the other side of the Gaza Strip. Just today we were a couple miles away from the border, and it was still believed to be unsteady. Also, we've been watching a series of blasts coming from the Gaza side, from the Hamas militants. We were into a bomb shelter 3 or 4 times during this past day when we were in the city of Ashkelon. That's just a couple miles away from the border. And again, those Israeli airstrikes. But back to the hostage situation. We spent a little time today with a Israeli-American man who actually flew in yesterday because his father had gone missing Saturday morning. Take a listen to what he told us.
At 6:30 he called us, said there's alarms and he's going into shelter, and since then we lost touch.
Israeli-American Igor Kimmenfeld talking about his father, 64-year-old Daniel Kimmenfeld. He went with a friend Saturday to fish near his home in southern Israel, next to the Gaza Strip. Then Hamas militants arrived in their deadly rampage, his car full of bullet holes, fishing tackle in the trunk, his body not found.
Do you think he is being held hostage in Gaza?
At this point I hope so.
You hope so?
At this point I hope so.
That would be the best? That would be the best
right now, yeah.
Igor flew from his New Jersey home to comfort his mother.
My mom can't imagine life without him.
And help search for his beloved and highly regarded father. They've had little word from the Israeli government. Igor has several words for Hamas.
They should be deleted. Every terrorist organization should be erased from the face of the earth.
Incredible stuff, Trace. Once again, Saturday morning at about 5:30 in the morning, he was surf casting on a beach. An hour later, he was in the hands of the Hamas militants. We asked Igor if he could talk to his father now, by phone or whatever. What would he say? Very simple. Come home, Dad. Come home. And as we talk to you right now, we hear in the distance the rumble. This, we believe, are indications of more airstrikes, another wave of airstrikes by the Israeli Air Force against the Hamas militants inside Gaza. A lot of devastation there and a lot of horror here. Back to you.
Yeah, Greg, we'll get back to you. Heart-rending stories. If you hear about the ground invasion beginning, just wave and we'll get back to you immediately. Greg Palcott live for us in the front line there. Greg, thank you. Let's bring in former Israeli ambassador to the UN on the ground in Israel, Danny Danon. Ambassador, thank you so much for coming. I want to put this soundbite up because this is Gilad Erdan. He is the Israeli ambassador currently to the United Nations, and he said this, sir. Watch.
We need to strike residential areas in Gaza because the terrorists, as we know, they hide among civilians, they use them as human shields, and if we truly want to eradicate the Hamas terrorist infrastructure, we have to continue the military operation. It will take weeks, if not more.
Do you agree, Ambassador, because on the right-hand side of the screen, we're kind of watching Gaza City. We expect that the ground invasion is imminent. Do you agree that these forces should go in and attack residential areas of Gaza? This is kind of an all-or-nothing proposition.
Our goal is very simple, is to eradicate Hamas, period. We are facing an ISIS terrorist group. We have seen what they are capable of doing. Since the days of the Holocaust, we haven't seen such atrocities that in one day, more than 1,000 Jews being slaughtered in our nation, in our independent country. So we don't really have any other option but to go and find those terrorists, barbaric terrorists, and kill them. Now the question is how you do that. We don't intend to hurt any civilian population. That is not our goal. But we know that Hamas are using them as human shields. They are hiding in hospitals, they are hiding in residential areas. So we are calling the Palestinian population to move out. They still have place to go in Gaza. So we tell them exactly where we're going to go, which neighborhoods we are going to attack, and we ask them to move. And actually I will do that. If they are watching us now, I'm telling them we are coming in. We are going to hunt down those barbaric terrorists and kill them. So don't stay around them. If you live in Gaza today, don't stay around the Hamas headquarters. Don't stay around the Hamas terrorists. Move out.
Yep.
Take your family, move out to a different area.
Ambassador, are there still talks going on between Israel and Egypt to be able to get some of these people who want to leave Gaza into Egypt?
Well, that's something that you have to discuss with the Egyptians. We do not control the border between Gaza and Egypt anymore. We left Gaza 18 years ago in 2005, and part of the disengagement was that we are not now controlling the checkpoint with Egypt. So it's up to the Egyptian to decide what they are doing. We don't care about people leaving Gaza. And as I said earlier, we will do everything we can to minimize the civilian casualties.
Yeah. Lastly, I just want to know, sir, what about the concerns of Hezbollah in the north getting involved in the fighting up there? Is there concern about having to fight a war on two fronts?
Well, you know, if you look at the numbers, today I sit on the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. We approved the recruitment of 300,000 soldiers, and that's more than enough to deal with Hamas in Gaza. The reason we did it, because we want to send a clear message to Hezbollah: don't play with us, don't mess with us. We have no intention to start another front with Hezbollah up north, but if they will join the cycle of violence, they will meet the might of the IDF, and we will bury Hezbollah under the rubble of Lebanon.
Yeah. Former Ambassador Danny Danon, thank you, sir, for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Trace.
Meantime, 22 Americans are now confirmed dead in the attack on Israel, a number that is expected to grow. Marianne Rafferty is live with more on that part of the story. Marianne.
Yeah, Trace, grim news tonight. The White House saying that there's more disturbing numbers of Americans killed during the Israel-Hamas war, while 17 remain unaccounted for. John Kirby of the National Security Council says 22 Americans are dead, and tonight the White House says that number is expected to grow.
We know that these numbers are likely to increase in the days ahead. As the president said this afternoon, this attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people.
Whose broad stripes and bright skies.
They have not yet released the identities of those 22 Americans. According to reports, some of those killed may have included a mother who used her own body to shield her teenage son from Hamas gunfire today. President Biden made this stark comparison while visiting Jewish community leaders.
Not just hate, but cruelty against the Jewish people. And I would argue it's the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust.
Still, there is little information for American families who are in anguish as the White House isn't confirming where these Americans died and is deferring those questions to the State Department, who is working to determine whether some of those still missing could have been killed or taken hostage. Trace?
Sounds like information they just simply do not have. Marianne, thank you. Well, meantime, we are told the Biden administration is working behind the scenes to locate and rescue Americans being held hostage by Hamas. And there is word tonight a major U.S. law enforcement group is also involved. Jeff Paul is live with the latest on the U.S. rescue effort. Jeff.
Yeah, good evening, Trace. The National Security Council's John Kirby says not only is the White House in discussions with Israel about hostage recovery, but they're also talking to other allies and partners in the region. They're casting a wide net, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions.
Where they are and in what condition, no. Sadly, we don't know. And that makes efforts very, very difficult, again, in these early hours. But we don't know. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're all in one group or broken up into several groups. We don't know if they're being moved and with what frequency and to what locations. All of those questions we're working hard to answer.
The White House says there are roughly 17 Americans who are unaccounted for at the moment. Kirby admits that number could fluctuate depending on if they're found safe and sound. Now, as far as sending in any American forces into places like Gaza to rescue any of those hostages, the White House hasn't made any operational decisions. When asked, John Kirby admitted they just don't have enough information at the time to make that move. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. has people on the ground in Israel to help with intelligence and planning in regards to the hostage recovery. Austin made those comments while in Brussels for a meeting of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, where he also had this to say.
for anyone thinking about trying to take advantage of the agony in Israel to try to widen this conflict or to try to spill more blood, we have just one word: don't.
President Biden also vowed to work every aspect regarding the hostage crisis in Israel, but he says when it comes to specifics with that, he says it would be, quote, bizarre to discuss the steps his administration is taking to bring everyone home. Trace?
Jeff, thank you. Let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker and former Navy SEAL who trained Israeli IDF Special Forces, Cameron Hilton. Welcome to both of you. Nicole, to you first. When the FBI is sent to locate, investigate, identify Americans impacted by the war, what exactly does that mean in your estimation?
You know, my guess would be that the FBI has what we call legal attaché offices. The FBI has offices all around the world, and I know that there's a legat office in Tel Aviv and Israel. There's one in Cairo, Egypt. We have legats throughout the Middle East, and I believe that the FBI is strongly involved in locating and trying to understand and investigate the Americans that are missing and those that have been killed. It is an all-hands-on-deck effort, and they are coordinating with the local law enforcement in Israel as well as their counterparts internationally. And it is a very complex situation, but the key is to locate where these Americans may be, whether it's through, you know, different means of tracking devices that they might have been using. But it is an all-hands-on-deck effort, and the FBI, their number one priority is to help Americans and to hopefully bring them home safely.
I can only imagine. The BBC, by the way, says this, Cameron, quoting here, this leaves the Israeli government with a dilemma when it comes to the hostages. Does it attempt an armed rescue mission, something fraught with risks, or does it wait for longer until Hamas is so weakened by the airstrikes that it might be more willing to make a deal? Would you wait, Cameron, or do you go in as soon as possible?
Hey, Trish, thanks for having me. Unfortunately, as I've said earlier, this is an impossible mission where the consequences are real. The problem that we face with an aggressor like Hamas is that they're not willing to negotiate on very pragmatic issues. So we have no indication to believe that they would actually preserve the life of these hostages. They've expended with human life very radically and very aggressively. So I think the best option here is for Israel to go in effectively, quickly, with lethality, using all the tools and industries available and with the advice and counsel of American troops that can give them insights.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right. But the question becomes, Nicole, before you do anything, before you move anywhere, the intel has to be precise. And so far it hasn't. It doesn't appear to have been precise.
You know, there are a lot of unanswered questions right now. We're just in the beginning stages of this. But yes, the FBI is certainly going to be involved in gathering intelligence, both from overseas and also funneling that information back to the United States. The FBI's primary responsibility is ensuring the safety of American citizens, both domestic and abroad, but protecting our land here in the United States. And it's extremely important that Americans are vigilant right now. We have, you know, we are not liked. We are definitely a target. Jewish community centers, synagogues, people need to be on high alert, have your head on a swivel, and be aware and vigilant. Be careful what you're posting on social media. You know, we could be the subject of a cyber attack, of a kinetic or physical attack. But the key is that we are alert and vigilant, and that the FBI is sifting through every single piece of intelligence that is out there.
And there's some talk, Cameron, that, you know, when you go into these things, that the first thing you want to do is you want to go after these Hamas commanders. Is that a fair assessment in your estimation, or are you going just following the intel and trying to go after the people that you want to rescue?
So it's a bit of both. It's, again, a very complicated endeavor. Unfortunately, the way that Hamas leads, they're very kind of differentiated at levels of leadership. So sometimes you'll have commanders who aren't even in the same geographical region. I know we've seen that right now where some of the leaders of Hamas don't even live in Palestine. In fact, they've got their families living in Qatar or other parts of the world. So it depends on the scenario and the outtake. Ultimately, there will be somebody who's acting as a ground force commander for those that are on site and that are actually holding American and Israeli hostages. So they'll have to be effective. And also the advantage that we have is by cutting off some of their leadership, hopefully you'll drive the remaining forces into confusion and chaos and use that to your advantage for the rescue.
Yeah, Cameron, Nicole, thank you both. Well, meantime, President Biden is now naming names after being criticized for failing to mention Iran in his address to the nation on Tuesday. The senior national correspondent Kevin Corke is live in D.C. with the president's cryptic message to the Iranians. Kevin, good evening.
Evening, Trace. In so much as it was a warning, arguably it was a bit cryptic. Today, the president telling Iran to, quote, be careful. An apparent warning against getting involved in Israel's conflict with Hamas amid fears of growing regional conflict in the area.
We've moved the U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're sending more fighter jets there in that region, and made it clear to the Iranians, be careful.
But critics tonight are suggesting that the administration is actually trying to walk a bit of a rhetorical tightrope and not doing a very good job of it, some would say. Warning 1 minute the Iranians ought to be careful, then going to great lengths to say they can't prove the regime had anything to do with the attacks at all.
We haven't seen anything that tells us they specifically cut checks to support this set of attacks, or that they were involved in the training.
Meantime, a growing number of congressional lawmakers are looking to block Iran from accessing the $6 billion in funds that the Biden administration released back in August. Senators Tom Cotton and Leader Mitch McConnell announcing they'll seek unanimous consent to pass legislation to block that money from Tehran. We'll see how that works out. That can happen fairly soon, Trace.
Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in Ilan Carr, CEO of the Israeli-American Council, and Len Khodorkovsky, former senior advisor to the U.S. Special Representative for Iran. To you first, Len. When you say Iran is 100% involved in this, why do you say that?
Well, hey, Trace. So here's what everybody knows in Washington, including the Biden administration. If it walks like Iran, if it quacks like Iran, if it hunts like Iran, it's Iran. Everybody knows this. Now, I know this is inconvenient for the Biden administration to admit, considering its record over the last couple of years, the $6 billion ransom they just paid, and all the problems with its current Iran envoy who's under FBI investigation. But the truth is we're going to have to face the reality that behind Hamas, behind Hezbollah, are its puppet masters in Tehran, and eventually we're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, and Ilan, I wonder, why is it so important for you and for your group? I know you see what's going on around the world and in the United States to organize these pro-Israel solidarity rallies across the U.S.
Well, Trace, it's critically important. Thank you for having me. Look, Israel is grieving. The Israeli-American community is grieving, and the entire Jewish world is grieving. There are personal stories of Israeli Americans, including people on my staff, who have lost relatives. And there are Israeli Americans being drafted and going to Israel. This is personal, this is deep. As the Prime Minister Netanyahu said, there's not a family in Israel that doesn't have a loved one who hasn't been killed or wounded or affected somehow. This is a disaster. So first of all, these rallies are meant to come together and to exhibit unwavering solidarity and commitment for the state of Israel and its inalienable right to defend itself decisively against this barbarity.
Axios writes the following, Len. Senators Joe Manchin, John Tester, Jackie Rosen, Bob Casey, Tammy Baldwin, Sherrod Brown, all of whom facing competitive races, have called on Biden to freeze the assets. We're talking about Iran and the $6 billion. Freeze the assets while the U.S. assesses whether Iran played a direct role in the attacks. Are they right?
Of course they're right. They shouldn't have given the $6 billion to begin with, but then they also should have enforced sanctions that the Trump administration put in place to prevent Iran from making money on the black market. You know, they had $4 billion in foreign reserves on January 20th, 2021. Today they have over $70 billion. So that money goes a long way. So yes, I mean, of course they should freeze it, but I would say they should go further than that. They need to talk to Qatar. They need to make sure that Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, is extradited. They need to put pressure on everybody in the region and give Israel enough space and enough diplomatic cover to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, we got to go. Thank you both, gentlemen. Coming up, we'll talk to a man in southern Israel who has not heard from his sister-in-law in 4 days while she was at the music festival.
I was
Doug, unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Another banger, baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, for lockdown. Tell me no, 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 no.
Start Saturday strong with Big Noon Saturday on Fox. J.J. McCarthy and the second-ranked Michigan Wolverines face off against the Indiana Hoosiers. It's Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
What does searching for a Medicare plan feel like?
It's kind of confusing.
It's so complicated.
We get tons of mail, tons of calls. It's annoying.
eHealth is a less stressful way to find health insurance. To prove it, we found people looking for a new Medicare plan, and we monitored everyone's stress. Your mission today is to find a Medicare Advantage plan that fits you. Half did it by searching the usual way. On this side, you get to use everything on the whole internet, except you can't use eHealth. The other half did it by matching with eHealth. The people on this side, you guys all get to use eHealth.com. You can even call eHealth. On your mark, get set, go find a Medicare match. And you can find your Medicare match. Give us a call or visit eHealth.com. Now let's talk about why you'd want to call eHealth. Maybe it feels like you paid too much for too little. Maybe your current plan is changing, or your needs are changing. Either way, now is the time of year you can do something about it. Compare plans that cover your doctors, your prescriptions, your pharmacy, and your budget. Compare your current plan to newer plans and compare them side by side, because eHealth carries plans from the nation's top insurance companies. The same plans at the same price as them. They pay us to help you find a match. That's how eHealth is always a free service. Now, let's check in on those two groups, searching and matching. Searching side?
I mean, this could take days.
eHealth side?
This is great. This is really slick.
For people searching the usual way, stress levels stayed high. For those using eHealth, stress went down.
It gives you the opportunity to compare side by side.
Of the top three, I found two that were better than the ones I got.
It's looking like they could possibly save me quite a bit of money.
Compare all-in-one plans, all in one place. eHealth.
Call 1-800-957-3305 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Tomorrow,
first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move. Jesse has the latest on primetime.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but two Nano hearing aids for just $297. Plus, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get two CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297 and free shipping.
800-325-4991. Again, that's 800-325-4991.
Introducing Mando, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor in mind. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, and I'm the inventor of whole body deodorant, like Mando. Unlike traditional and aluminum-free deodorants, Mando actually stops odor at the source, bacteria. You just apply Mando like a lotion, and it stops odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. It's like body odor never even happens, and you're gonna be exceptionally stink-free and smell as good as humanly possible.
So many Israelis are still searching for their loved ones, including our next guest, who has not heard from his sister-in-law in 4 days. Let's bring in Ohad Harel. He joins us from Israel. And Ohad, I wonder if you have an update. I know that you have not heard from your sister-in-law Sharona in now 4 or 5 days. What do you know about how she might? Is she a hostage? Do you not know any of this?
We received a list of hostage like a few days ago, but it's not in a formal way, so I don't really know. But I know that until now, most of the people received DNA tests with the bodies. They received the call, and we didn't, and we assumed that she's there.
Yeah, and I know that you on Saturday morning, you went down to the music festival after the attack happened. What were you doing down there? You were trying to find your sister-in-law. Can you describe what it was like, Ohad?
It was crazy. We drove, me and her husband, we drove there like for hours. And we arrived very early, so all the roads were still open. And we saw fire all over, and from both sides it was burning. We saw lots of people running away towards the road from the event. That's it. It was crazy, really.
What are authorities telling you about the plan to locate these hostages? Are you being given any information from the Israeli authorities about how they plan to do this?
Until now, we didn't receive anything because the authorities are dealing with the war. We are dealing with few places in the south with Gaza, in the north with Lebanon and Syria. So for now, nobody deals, or there is not. Maybe there is something, but nothing that we know about as civilians.
As you hear, Ohad, about these efforts by Israeli and special forces to go in and try and find these hostages, do you prefer that the soldiers and special forces go in as soon as possible looking for these people, or that they wait and they weaken Hamas more so that maybe Hamas is willing to negotiate?
No, we shouldn't wait. We cannot wait. Every minute is important. We cannot wait, because time is everything. We know that they hold more than 100, close to 200 even, hostages, but time is everything in these cases. We have to get in and get them out.
Yeah, and if the Israeli authorities were to give you information, Ohad, what would you want to hear? What do you want them to tell you, at least logistically, about how this is going to happen? Are they giving you any kind of insight?
I want to hear that they put everything on the side. No politics, nothing. I don't care about politics. I don't care about anything. We just want to bring them home. That's it.
Yeah. And that's the most important thing. Ohad,
It's not, look, war is between countries, between armies. These are civilians. They just went for a music festival. You understand? There are women, there are children over there. It's crazy. Nobody deals with this.
Yeah, well, our hearts go out to you. The best of luck to you, Ohad. We will come back to you a bit later in the show to find out if there's more information about this, but thank you for joining us. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, coming up, we are back on the ground in Israel with a closer look at what our correspondents on the ground are seeing. And there has been action in the background, as you can see live looking from Gaza City. There was a series of explosions earlier. They seemed and they sounded like they were closer than we've been hearing the past couple of days. Are they more airstrikes? Is this ground war getting ready to begin? Our continuing coverage of the war in Israel continues.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
This is your season to smile with new dentures from Aspen Dental. To gather together and discover the moments that matter. To jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental denture team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Don't miss enjoying a moment with fast repairs in our on-site labs and 20% off your custom dentures. Plus, we have a denture money-back guarantee so you can smile with confidence. Aspen Dental. Book today.
I'm Carolyn. I've been in private practice of physician's physical therapy for 35 years.
And you're going to come in, but breathe, breathe. Yep, perfect.
I open up at 4 a.m. and I'll go on till 10 a.m. and it's day after day. And as you can see by the equipment here, we are intensely active. People watch, they observe, and people say, Carolyn, what's your secret? And I say it's from proper diet, proper exercise, and of course through balance of nature. I'm 60, but since taking Balance of Nature, I feel the energy level of 27. I've been taking Balance of Nature for several years and I love it. I endorse it, I believe in it, and I would recommend it.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool.
You're all set. So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home. Arm the system, we should go. Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Oh, hello! It's me, talking socks made from magical alpaca, the coziest, most versatile fiber on earth. Alpacas were buttery soft on feet. Kitty feet, working feet, running, jumping, playing, and relaxing feet. My entire family loves Pacas Crew socks. They're warmer than wool, softer than cashmere, they whip away moisture, plus they're thermoregulating. Save 20% on your first order at Pacas.com. We're making the world a much cozier place.
Even if you're careful, there are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated restoration specialist will help fix it. Backed by our $1 million protection package. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here.
Homeowners, pay attention. Stairs at home are a big problem. Introducing Stilts Home Elevators, an affordable solution that will upgrade your home and make it safe, elegant, and extremely functional. Stilts Home Elevators have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and they're designed to be extremely safe and make your life easier. Call or go to Stilts.com now to schedule your free no-obligation in-home assessment and get a free brochure.
Call 1-800-314-3317 or go to stilts.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Sustainably caught salmon in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
Lab Diamonds Factory Direct. 3-carat diamonds are just $29.90. 5-carat FVS2s $59.90. 1-carat studs $5.99. 2-carat $14.90. The Jewelry Exchange will beat anyone's price on Lab Diamonds, period. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Israeli war. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, it's about 2 minutes before sunrise in Gaza. We have been hearing a steady stream of explosions in Gaza. We talked to our correspondent Greg Palcott at the top of the show. He told us that he does not believe the ground war has begun just yet, but we know there are some 300,000 troops at the border with Israel and Gaza that are ready to go in as soon as they get the word. We, of course, will keep you updated on that. Meantime, our correspondents on the ground in Israel are witnessing atrocities and destruction firsthand. Here's the senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, with a closer look.
Every Hamas member, they will be destroyed.
Israeli Defense Forces pummeling Gaza with artillery as IDF infantry and armor mass along the border with Gaza for the anticipated ground operation. The Israeli city of Ashkelon continued to take fire from Hamas rockets Wednesday. We were there.
If you look in here real close, you can see a little bit of the rocket. I can't pull it out because it's buried into the ground, but it is still hot from the explosion. And you look, the rocket hit here. The force of the blast went this way, blasted through that fencing, and there's a house there that broke out all the glass. We've got reports of a couple injuries because of this rocket. It appears right now that the injuries are really just the force of the broken glass that went through the next house over, and the individual was hurt. And you can hear the off in the distance, some of the impacts are being made from the rockets. And this is a drill that sadly people in Israel repeat over and over again.
Under punishing airstrikes, no water and no power. A source inside Gaza tells me civilians are paying the price and Hamas fighters are in hiding. In Kibbutz Be'eri, the aftermath of Saturday's violence. Floors stained with blood, bullet holes in the walls, beds and floors covered in blood. Our Trey Yinks says the area is littered with bodies.
It is the most horrific thing I have ever seen. It is a house of horror behind me, and the entire neighborhood looks like this.
Since the attack of October 7th, Israel has been subject to multiple cross-border attacks in the north from both Lebanon and Syria, one of them resulting in the deaths of 3 Israeli soldiers. An IDF source tells me he believes Islamic radicals are probing Israel to test the response of the army, hoping the army makes a mistake that opens a second front in this war. Trace, back to you.
Mike, thank you. Let's bring in Elizabeth Pipko, founder of Lest People Forget, a digital Holocaust museum, and Eric Stackelbeck, Middle East analyst. Thank you both for coming on. You know, Eric, you look at the pictures that Mike was just showing, and I remember back in 2006 when we were up in northern Israel covering the war between Hezbollah and Israel, and I don't know how many times we had to take cover in a bomb shelter. We were up there for weeks. And I know that you in 2018 also had to escape Hamas rockets in a bomb shelter. You know what these people were going through during this attack, Eric.
Trace, what a resilient people. You have about 15 seconds maybe to get to a bomb shelter. I was in the city of Sderot, which unfortunately bore the brunt of this Hamas assault over the weekend, but the sirens wailed, Trace, and as an American at the time, I didn't know quite where to run. And this tells you something about the character of the people of Israel. The production crew I was with could have been every man for themselves, could have ran and just found cover for themselves. They came back to get me and take me to safety. And by the way, in Sderot, to give people an image of what the people of southern Israel deal with, bus stops double as bomb shelters. That's life in southern Israel, but it's an experience I'll never forget, and Israelis are experiencing that now again every day.
Yeah, I remember being in northern Israel, and you'd go in these bomb shelters and you had families and children playing games down there because it was routine for them. Elizabeth, you run the first digital Holocaust museum. It's called Lest People Forget, although it seems that people have forgotten. Elizabeth.
It definitely does. Look, some of the images and videos that we saw over the last few days unfolding in Israel are some of the worst I've ever seen, probably some of the worst any of us ever intended to see in our lifetimes. They are reminiscent to me only of what I've seen in the Holocaust materials I've had to unfortunately go through, and those that I regularly try to remind people of. The response we've seen also proves that my work certainly is not done, our society's work is not done, because so many people have forgotten. The response we've seen here has been pretty despicable across a lot of institutions, especially universities here in the United States and around the world, and it proves we failed as a society. We have failed to stand up for our allies. We have failed to recognize an enemy that doesn't want Jews around, Israelis around, or Americans around, and we need to reverse course immediately moving forward.
Yeah. Reuters writes the following here, quoting former Hamas chief Khaled Mashal, called for protests across the Muslim world on Friday in support of the Palestinians and for the peoples of neighboring countries to join the fight against Israel. What do you think about this, Eric? Do you expect protests, violence, maybe both?
Trace, I think it is possible. I'm watching Jerusalem personally because Hamas has often framed this as a battle for Al-Aqsa, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which sits atop the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the most disputed piece of real estate in the world. Hamas has used the Al-Aqsa Mosque as a cudgel. They've accused Israel of supposedly defiling the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And when Friday prayers spill out of that mosque, Trace, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. And look, over the past few days, New York City, Germany, London, even Australia, we've seen these pro-Hamas rallies. So this Friday could get very interesting.
Yeah, and we should point out the Al-Aqsa Mosque is a compound of buildings, including the Dome of the Rock and other religious things. It is some of the holiest places in the world for Muslims and Christians. To you, Elizabeth, what do you say to people who blame Israel for the violence?
I say open a history book. It's that simple. Look, it's very easy to go with the crowd, to go with the flow and do what I guess unfortunately our institutions and our, maybe even celebrities are telling us to do. But the facts stand strong. The facts will always stand strong. It's about opening a history book, learning from what came before us, learning that terrorists are never people to align with. It is that simple. It is unfortunate I have to say that on TV in 2023. It's unfortunate anyone has to be convinced to stand with Israel against terrorists, but somehow that is where we have gotten.
Yeah. Elizabeth Pipko, Eric Stakelbeck, thank you both.
Thanks, Trace.
And coming up, continuing breaking news coverage of the war in Israel and a ground war that is about to begin. Plus some of the day's other top stories and why the House still does not have a speaker. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney joins us live next.
There's nothing on the market comes close. And I've been doing rusty parts for over 50 years.
Consistently, it has outperformed everything we've ever used or sold here. This stuff is the most phenomenal stuff I have ever seen.
Introducing Superzilla. It's the 3-in-1 amazing cleaner, lubricant, and penetrating oil that works in 100 ways to save time, trouble, and money. When the owner of Superzilla, Don Kettles, got a call from his church about vandalism to its walls, Don showed up and saved the day with Superzilla.
Hi, I'm Don Kettles. I created Superzilla for all of us. Here's how it works.
Corrosion and rust can cause mechanical parts to seize up. Superzilla is a natural, environmentally safe super solution featuring completely unique plant-derived capillary action, so it actually works against gravity to get deep inside dirty, corroded, and rusted locks, bolts, auto parts, chains, and more to get them working like new. This rusted bolt wouldn't budge, even with over 200 Newton meters of torque. Don applied Superzilla and was able to turn it with just 34 Newton meters of torque. Incredible!
The stuff will go through threads, locked on nuts and bolts, like a house of fire.
I use it for moving ball joints, suspension parts, gas tank straps, anything. It works immediately.
Watch Superzilla defy gravity as its unique capillary action allows it to walk up this rusted bolt. Here's Don removing 5-year-old rust from a steel plate. Superzilla won the Retailer's Choice Award at the National Hardware Show in 2017 and was featured as a life-changing product on the Today Show. Now, people have started sharing Superzilla stories online.
You tried the rest, and now it's time to use the best, and that's Superzilla.
Superzilla is certified by the USDA as a green, non-hazardous product and is proudly made in the USA. Go to buysuperzilla.com and order yours today.
I've struggled with generalized myasthenia gravis, but the picture started changing when I started on VivGuard.
VivGuard is for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis who are anti-AChR antibody positive. In a clinical trial, VivGuard significantly improved most participants' ability to do daily activities when added to their current GMG treatment. Most participants taking VivGuard also had less muscle weakness.
And your VivGuard treatment schedule is designed just for you.
In a clinical study, the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. VivGuard may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. VivGuard can cause allergic reactions. Available as VivGuard for IV infusion and now as VivGuard Hytrulo for subcutaneous injection. Additional side effects for VivGuard Hytrulo may include injection site reactions. Talk to your neurologist about VivGuard.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Plus, get a $79 Nano protection plan for free with the purchase of any hearing aid. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297 with free shipping. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. So call now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297. Free shipping and a Nano protection plan free with the purchase of any hearing aid.
Call 800-577-0455. That's 800-577-0455.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
Continue our coverage of the war in Israel. These are live pictures of Gaza City. The camera is going to keep moving around a bit because we believe these pictures are coming in from Reuters. But what's amazing about these pictures is that we are seeing, as they pull out, you're going to see no people on the streets at all. And what we're also not seeing is a lot of damage, which really is remarkable because we, especially in the past hour, hour and a half, have seen a barrage of missiles hit Gaza City. The explosions were so close to the border that you could hear them, and they were loud and resonating. And right here, you don't see anybody out on the streets, but you don't see very much damage, which is surprising considering in the past 2 days, Israel has launched some 700 to 800 airstrikes. We will keep you posted on what's going on. And remember, the ground invasion could begin at any moment. Now for an update on the day's other top stories, Kevin Cork is back with an update on the fight for the House Speaker job. Kevin.
Today's House Majority Leader Steve Scalise is the leading candidate to become the next Speaker of the House, but it remains unclear tonight whether he can muster the votes needed to ultimately win the job. That's because at least a dozen Republicans have now publicly lined up against Scalise, who can only afford to lose 4 of them, meaning he's all but certain to lose on a first ballot, which could portend a protracted battle to come. Meantime, the UAW, United Auto Workers Union, surprised Ford today, ordering 8,700 workers off the job at the Kentucky truck plant. That's the company's largest. UAW President Shawn Fain said it's time for a fair contract, adding that shutting down the plant should help the big 3 automakers understand that. And in this will probably not surprise you, The latest Fox News survey shows President Biden's approval rating when it comes to the border is lower than a snake's belly, 48%, saying the situation is now an emergency at the border. That's up from 27% back in 2019. Worse, 66% say they disapprove of the job he's doing on border security, and Trace, that is a figure that continues to trend downward. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in member of the House Ways and Means Committee, Republican Congresswoman from New York, Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us. So just kind of getting back to the speaker's race here. We know that Steve Scalise has been nominated. He can only afford to lose 4 votes, and yet you have Congress members Jimenez, Miller, Boebert, and Massey saying they won't vote for Scalise. So apparently Plan B might be in order. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's even more than that. And unfortunately, we saw 2 excellent presentations from 2 conservative leaders in our conference. Steve Scalise, an American hero, and Jim Jordan also pretty much earning that merit for the great work he's done as chair of the Judiciary Committee, exposing the Biden administration and many things he's done that are terrific as a conservative champion. But unfortunately, in that we agree that behind closed doors, as we normally do this based on our rules, that whoever won that race we would consolidate and support each other on the floor. Now, I voted for Steve Scalise in the first round, and Jim Jordan actually tweeted out and said, let's gather around whoever wins this. Steve Scalise said the same thing. If Jim Jordan wins, we're all going to gather around Jim Jordan. Now you have a split. You have a number of Republicans on the right that will not vote for Steve Scalise, even though he's a conservative, and you have a number of so-called moderates or people in moderate districts who will not vote for Jim Jordan. So we're at an impasse. So this is something we hopefully will resolve sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a mess. I want to get your take on the Middle East now. And this poll, a Fox News poll, I found kind of surprising. In Middle East conflict, who do you side with more? And you look at this, is it the Israelis? Democrats say 59% Israelis, 25% Palestinians. Republicans overwhelmingly 79%, 11%. A 5.5% difference, or what it could be off. So that means that you could have 55% of Democrats supporting Israel. It seems like a low number.
Look, these are difficult issues. People often look at the Middle East. There's so much conflict over so many generations and really centuries that people tend to glaze over and not really dig into the facts. Yeah. And it's really an important issue. It's critical to the U.S. security, what's happening in Israel, our greatest ally, the only democracy that's operating in the Middle East. We have been part of something amazing. The Abraham Accords have taken a novel approach to bringing these Middle Eastern countries back and giving them an opportunity for peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's weak stance toward the Iranians, they're the #1 state sponsor of terrorism around the Middle East. And unfortunately, they have taken advantage of this weak moment where the Biden administration has been complying, obviously the $6 billion, but also lifting sanctions against the Iranians on oil. You see the coming together of Russia and China.
We are about to run to the end of the show. I can also say that you are also sponsoring trying to restock Israel's Iron Dome. Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time.
My name is Marie. I'm 49 years old, and I'm a business owner. I own a lemonade and ice cream shop in Florida. So I can feel and see that my lines have gotten deeper just from a year out in the sun. I'm still Marie, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I did not want a dramatic change. I wanted something subtle, and I'm really, really happy with the results. It's still me, but with fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
My name is Linda, and I'm 76 years old. I always wanted to take a nap after lunch, and I just couldn't hold my eyes open. And since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Today, there are more identity threats than you realize. And only one has to sneak by. LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated restoration specialist will help fix it. Backed by our $1 Million Protection Package. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds, pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Wow. Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that. Hire a freelancer and take your business to the next level.
There's one pain cream that feels good when you put it on. Not only is it America's original premium arthritis pain reliever, this soothing cream includes many of the same ingredients as the finest moisturizers. The result? A medicine, a moisturizer, a motion comfort therapy that works. And the industry's boldest customer commitment, a 100% money-back guarantee. Trust the original. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream.
This is the journey I've been taking, of how I enter different rooms. Oh, yeah. Whatever way you want to get there, I hope you find the time to get there soon. All of my lessons, they come in the form of a sound.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I decided to try Golo when I had an international flight coming up, and I realized I couldn't fly being the size that I was. My sister-in-law tried Golo and had lost 50 pounds. So I thought I'd give Golo a try. I didn't expect the results I got on Golo. I was hopeful, but I did not expect it to be like this. Golo just makes sense. This plan works.
Change your life at golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Grass-fed beef in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers take on the Browns. Then, in America's Game of the Week, Jalen Hurts leads the Eagles. Touchdown! Against the Jets. It's a huge doubleheader. Sunday on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
And good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's midnight on the East Coast, 9 o'clock here in Los Angeles, 7 a.m. in Gaza, and this is our continuing breaking news coverage of the war in Israel on America's late news, Fox News at Night. And this is now a live look in Gaza City. The sun has just risen a few minutes ago. And over the past few days, when you look at this picture on the right-hand side of the screen, this is about the time that Israeli forces would unleash a barrage of airstrikes. They did that in the very early morning hours. And right now in Gaza City, it appears to be somewhat quiet. But there are some 300,000 Israeli troops now on the border with Gaza, waiting for word to begin what appears to be a major ground assault. The death toll is also rising, with each side losing upwards of 1,000 people. 22 Americans are confirmed dead and 17 remain unaccounted for, as the Biden administration scrambles to rescue U.S. citizens held hostage by Hamas. We begin with the senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott. He's live in Ashdod, Israel. Greg, it appears the ground invasion is imminent. What do you see?
It's certainly getting ready for that, Trace. Yeah, we are now entered day 6 of this Israel-Hamas war. And yes, as you mentioned, we have seen a series of Israeli airstrikes on various infrastructure targets of the Hamas militants inside the Gaza Strip. Various flashes. We heard the rumble from here, and indicating that many militant targets were hit. The militants have been doing their own action in the air as well. We were in the city of Ashkelon a few hours back, and rockets rained on that town. Luckily, the Iron Dome defenses, as it so often does of Israel, was able to shield those rockets from hitting this major city. But yes, the war continues, and the grim toll builds. As you indicated, 1,200 dead so far here in Israel. That includes those Americans, the 22, and the hostages. That's the wild card. 150 of them inside of the Gaza Strip, acting basically as human shields for Hamas militants, making what you mentioned a ground invasion of Gaza much more complicated. We've been watching for the last couple of days the buildup of tanks, armored vehicles, reservists coming in. Something like 360,000 reservists have been called up. That's in addition to the standing army of Israel, and there's a major military base here in Ashdod that we've seen indications of a lot of trucks, a lot of people going in there. But we've also seen indications the last couple of days of still infiltration by Hamas militants into southern Israel. Even today, near Ashkelon, there was a certain area there that there was still tension and a whole military zone thrown around that area. That's where we stand right now. Could be another very busy day. Back to you, Trace.
Yeah, Greg Bawk live for us at the Gaza border. Greg, back to you as the news breaks. But let's bring in former Israeli ambassador to the UN on the ground in Israel, Danny Danan. Ambassador, thank you for coming on. I know there's this back and forth about how much involvement Iran had. We know that Iran funds both Hezbollah and Hamas, but the Biden administration, John Kirby specifically said this about Iran's involvement in the attack in Israel. Watch.
We haven't seen anything that tells us they specifically cut checks to support this set of attacks, or that they were involved in the training, and that obviously this required quite a bit of training by these terrorists, or that they were involved in any directing of the operation.
It seems a little disingenuous from the outside looking in to say, listen, we haven't seen any cash checks that Iran wrote to Hamas, and so therefore we can't really say they were directly involved.
Well, that's the main idea for having a proxy, that you can fund them, you can train them, you can tell them when to start the attack, and then you can tell, I don't know what you're talking about. But you know what, Trace, just look at the tweet of Khamenei from Tehran yesterday, where he praised this barbaric attack. A leader of a nation is actually supporting this vicious attack. So it's obvious that Iran is behind it, involved in that. And I think that for us, it's not news. And I think that is why now when we are starting to put ourselves together, we are still grieving the deaths of more than 1,000 Israelis who were massacred last Saturday. But we're now starting to put ourselves together and getting ready for the retaliation. So we're going to send a message to Tehran. You're going to see what will happen to Hamas, and that will be a message to Tehran and to the Iranians and to Hezbollah. Don't mess with us. You know, we are in pain, but we are strong, and I can assure you that the scene that will be shown around the world, also in Tehran, they will see it.
Yeah, and Ambassador, you talk about the massacre, and here's a woman who spent 36 hours in a bomb shelter near the Gaza border. Listen to her.
You can't imagine terrorists in your city. The terrorists were posting proudly pictures of people they killed. Just in my neighborhood, they were filming them and posting it on Telegram, and this was the first time I think I realized bad, brutal things are happening.
Yeah, more than bad and brutal. I mean, this is terrorism. This is barbaric terrorism. Your final thoughts on this?
You know, we have seen terror attacks in the past, but when you see 1,000 terrorists entering civilian cities and communities and committing such atrocities, that's beyond imagination. You know, you do have experienced 9/11. This is 9/11 for us here in Israel. You know, every day we see more and more horrible pictures. We have seen yesterday the bodies of children, of babies, being handcuffed and burned alive. So when you see such barbaric behavior, you understand that we are in the front line against evil. We will prevail, we will win. And this is not a fight for Israel only. It's also a fight for the democracies, for humanity. That's why we will have to win this fight.
Yeah. Ambassador, thank you for coming on. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Trace.
About 22 Americans are now confirmed dead in the attack on Israel, a number that is expected to grow. Marianne Rafferty is live with more on that part of the story. Marianne.
Yeah, Trace, and there's very little information for American families who are in anguish at this hour, as the White House isn't confirming where these Americans died and has deferred those questions to the State Department as U.S. officials work to determine whether missing Americans have been killed or taken hostage.
These reports are devastating. We're hearing the reports of entire families, innocents, who were killed in the safety of their homes. We know that so far, 22 Americans lost their lives and 17 remain unaccounted for.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars.
And administration officials say they believe that number could rise as the identities of the 22 Americans have yet to be made public. But according to some reports, that likely includes a mother who used her own body to shield her son from a barrage of bullets. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to meet with his counterparts in the region, and he made this stark assessment.
Every day, we're learning more, and it is simply heartbreaking. Not since ISIS have we seen this kind of depravity, and we will continue to stand very resolutely against it.
And the White House says its top priority now is to get Americans who remain in that region out. Trace?
Yeah, Marianne, thank you. Meantime, we were told the Biden administration is working behind the scenes to locate and rescue Americans being held hostage by Hamas. And there is word tonight a major U.S. law enforcement group might also be involved. Jeff Paul is live with the latest on the U.S. rescue efforts. Jeff.
Hey, good evening, Trace. The National Security Council's John Kirby says not only is the White House in discussions with Israel about hostage recovery, but they're also talking to other allies and partners in the region. They're casting a wide net, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions.
Where they are, and in what condition, no. Sadly, we don't know. And that makes efforts very, very difficult, again, in these early hours. But we don't know. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're all in one group or broken up into several groups. We don't know if they're being moved and with what frequency and to what locations. All of those questions we're working hard to answer.
Now, the White House says there are roughly 17 Americans who are unaccounted for at the moment. Kirby admits that number could fluctuate depending on if they're found safe and sound. Now, as far as sending in any American forces into places like Gaza to rescue any of those potential hostages, the White House hasn't made any operational decisions. When asked, John Kirby admitted they just don't have enough information right now to make that move. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. has people on the ground in Israel to help with intelligence and planning in regards to hostage recovery. Austin made those comments while in Brussels for a meeting of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, where he also had this to say.
For anyone thinking about trying to take advantage of the agony in Israel, to try to widen this conflict or to try to spill more blood, we have just one word. Don't.
President Biden also vowed to work every aspect regarding the hostage crisis in Israel, but he says when it comes to specifics, he says it would, quote, be bizarre to discuss those steps his administration is currently taking to bringing everyone, hopefully, home.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. Let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker and former Navy SEAL who trained Israeli IDF Special Forces, Cameron Hamilton. Thank you both for coming on with us. I want to put this up. This is Phil Andrew. He's a former FBI negotiator. He said this about recovering hostages, quoting here, "It's not It's just not clear why the hostages were taken and exactly by who. Are these little gangs or groups that are not part of the main infrastructure? Were they taken to negotiate? We don't know yet. That all affects how we deal with this. We can't make assumptions just yet. I mean, it really is, Nicole, getting very tricky if you don't have good intel about where these people might or might not be.
Right, and that's very important for the FBI right now. I believe that the FBI likely sent in their critical incident response group, and they're highly specialized individuals, subject matter experts that deal with these types of situations all the time when Americans are found in a crisis situation. Of course, this is unique because this is in Israel. Any services that are offered, it's going to be used at the permission and the request of the host country, which in this situation would be Israel. But the key is to work together with our international counterparts and to get as much information and intelligence about where these individuals are and what the FBI can be doing to assist in bringing them home safely.
Yeah, as while you're talking over there, we can see the right-hand side of the screen. Again, these are live pictures of Gaza City. We've just seen explosions. You can see the smoke there. I couldn't hear them, but those on the ground clearly are kind of clamoring to get a better shot of this. Gaza City, again, airstrikes before dawn were plentiful. We didn't hear any for a while, and now it looks like the action is back on. We are still waiting for some 300,000 troops amassed along the border to get the word to go in for the ground invasion. Meantime, Cameron, John Kirby said this about American hostages being held. Watch.
We know that a number of those Americans are being held hostage right now by Hamas. I think we all need to steel ourselves for the very distinct possibility that these numbers will keep increasing, and that we may in fact find out that more Americans are part of the hostage pool.
And Cameron, as the numbers may or may not increase, does that change the tactic? Does it change the way that these rescue teams, these IDF forces go in and try and look for these people?
Not entirely, Trace. Thank you for having me again. Ultimately, the plan of action will be for them to identify where they're being held and the best means to attack it. We have some amazing U.S. Affiliates and military service members that have extensive experience in these kind of fields, but also Israel has its own experience from years of fighting and conflict in this kind of manner. So what they'll do is they'll use the tools that are available, all the technology, all the resources and experience of other past conflicts, so as to find a way to exploit and ultimately bring these hostages home safely.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Nicole, as you watch this scene play out, there has been talk about maybe instead of sending people in right away, and we've heard many say, no, you got to get them in there right away, including Cameron. If there is any kind of negotiations, would you expect possibly for Americans that maybe the FBI would give some instruction in that capacity?
You know, I can't say for certain what they're doing in this exact circumstance, but there are, hostage negotiators. We have hostage rescue teams, and they will be working closely with the Israelis and the law enforcement, the military, whatever is deemed appropriate. But I think right now it's important to realize that Hamas is using some very serious psychological operations. They're doing psyops. They are tormenting. They are, these victims' families, the torment, the pain, that they are excruciatingly painful images that we are seeing coming out. They are finding pleasure in this, and it is absolutely abhorrent and disgusting and evil and sick. This is a true battle between, these are very, very evil individuals that we are dealing with, and they are succeeding in their psychological operations and causing a lot of damage and harm and the unknowns for these victims' families. The FBI has a victim services department. They are working very closely with these family members, the victims' families, and working closely with the State Department as well.
Yeah, Nicole, Cameron, thank you for your insight. We very much appreciate it. Well, President Biden is now naming names after being criticized for failing to mention Iran in his address to the nation on Tuesday. The senior national correspondent Kevin Corke is live in D.C. with the president's cryptic message to the Iranians. Kevin, good evening.
Indeed, it was that. In so much as it was also a warning. Today, the president telling Iran, quote, be careful. Obviously, he wants to warn them against getting involved in Israel's conflict with Hamas amid obviously growing fears of a wider regional conflict.
We moved a U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean and are sending more fighter.
said. Meantime, a growing number of congressional lawmakers are looking to block Iran from accessing the $6 billion in funds that the Biden administration released back in August. Senators Tom Cotton and Mitch McConnell spearheading that effort on Capitol Hill. Trace.
Yeah, Kevin, back to you as the news breaks. Thank you so much. I want to bring in very quickly some breaking news coming from Sky News that we're being told the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is set now to meet Mahmoud Abbas in Jordan, in the Jordanian capital of Amman, after his brief visit with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And apparently, you know, this is the first time, of course, that Blinken and Mahmoud Abbas have met. It's important to understand the context here because Mahmoud Abbas and Hamas, Mahmoud Abbas runs the Palestinian Authority. He lives in Jordan. Mahmoud Abbas is bitter enemies with Hamas, so he would not help in any kind of negotiation for this, only with possibly those in the West Bank, not in Gaza. But it's breaking news we thought you should know. Meantime, let's bring in Ilan Carr, CEO of the Israeli-American Council, and Len Khodorkovsky, former senior advisor to the U.S. Special Representative for Iran. I was telling Ilan that I would put this up because I think this is important, because now we have seen all of these colleges protesting, right? And protesting Israel and coming out in favor of Palestine. And UCLA, now we're learning, has actually, some professors are giving credit. If we can put this up on the screen, I'd like to say this. I'd like to share another extra credit opportunity happening tomorrow, Wednesday, October 11th at 5 p.m. So today, it's an emergency teach-in on the crisis in Palestine convened by professor, I'm not going to name it, from English and comparative literature, and another professor. This is at the law school. Ilan, they are giving extra credit if you, as a student of the UCLA Law School, show up and protest Israel.
Well, doesn't that tell you everything you need to know about the state of our universities today? Trace, what kind of twisted morality does it take to stand up and give even tacit or implicit support to Hamas after what we've seen, which is a genocidal anti-Semitic massacre in Israel, including of children who were shot, babies beheaded, people burned alive, and they're standing up in universities and giving tacit support to this. It's outrageous, it's despicable, and universities have a duty to condemn it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what you think as you see this. Len, you kind of look at the landscape here. We're looking at Gaza City. It's 7:19 in the morning there, and you are on the verge of seeing this ground invasion. What do you anticipate will happen in the minutes and hours to come?
Well, first of all, I just want to follow up Ilan's answer. I have a couple of kids in college, and the college campuses are no longer safe for Jewish students. This is pervasive, and it's completely against academic freedom. It's against freedom of speech, I don't know. As a parent, it's very hard to deal with on a daily basis, but it's something that needs to be addressed, it's another element of the issue that undermines the kind of freedoms that we have in the United States, and also gives fuel to the hate groups that create antipathy toward Jews. But in terms of the invasion,
what about the squad? What about members of Congress, Len? I mean, that's what you get to, is you've got members of Congress on the far left that are also kind of, spewing this rhetoric.
Well, of course. So all of those people that are supporting these barbaric terrorists are the people that vote for Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and give them cover. So of course, it's shameful. They would not be able to do this in any other country other than the United States. So I guess that's the messy democracy that we live in.
Let me give Ilan a chance to weigh in very quickly here. Let me just give you the last word here.
Well, look, the enemies of Israel and of America, same enemies, have invested a lot in universities because they know that those alumni are going to be running corporate America and civil society and be in Congress. That's why they're investing. They're playing the long game to really tear down and dismantle our country and propagate this vicious anti-Semitic hatred. It has to be stopped.
I can tell you right now, there's a lot of prospective employers out there that are looking at some of these students, and the jobs might be a little bit tougher to come by after they graduate. Thank you both. Coming up, we'll talk to a man in southern Israel who has not heard from his sister-in-law in 4 days. She was at the music festival in Israel that was targeted by Hamas. He joins us live next.
Providing for your family is a top priority. But what happens when you need affordable health care? Christian Healthcare Ministries could save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without network restrictions. Sign up at your convenience with our anytime enrollment. Join a Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at yourchm.org.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call a guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh! Sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Oh my gosh, wow. Who am I? Wow, is that really me?
Under eye bags and wrinkles are so frustrating. I came across Plexiderm and I was so excited. We have a model. All he's doing is taking a small amount. It's so powerful, that's all it takes. Tightens the skin and smooths it out. Gently rub it underneath your eyes, on your fine lines and wrinkles, and it visibly disappears in as little as 10 minutes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more."
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
High Point University is the premier life skills university where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes.
High Point University gives you 1,000,001 amazing opportunities.
What life skills truly means is being able to go the level above. You learn from the textbooks and understanding the knowledge, yes, but then you have to take it and apply it. That practicality just made sense to me.
The opportunities available here are unlike at any other school.
Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
Tomorrow,
The first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move, Jesse has the latest on primetime.
At over $4 a blade, shaving every day gets expensive. Harry's 5-blade razor offers me a close, comfortable shave. Best part, refills are as low as $2 each, half of what I paid before.
Go to harrys.com/shave to claim your $7 trial.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Fine. Humans are noisy. They like to make things. They're fueled by inspiration. Inspiration is something called tacos. Change makes them nervous, but embracing it changes everything. Yeah, imagine that.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
Well, many Israelis still searching for their loved ones, including our next guest, who has not heard from his sister-in-law in 4 days. Let's bring in Ohad Harel. He joins us live from Israel. Ohad, we are so sorry to hear about your sister-in-law. Tell us how you found out that she was missing on the morning of the music festival.
Okay, first it's now after 5 days, and it started in Saturday morning. We woke up at 6:30 in the morning by bomb alarms. We ran away to the shelter, and that's it. And this is something that is common in Israel. But then a few hours later, I get a phone call from my brother saying that his wife went to this big music festival, and she just sent him a message saying, "They are shooting at us, I'm hiding." So I went to his place, I picked him up, and we drove all the way to the south of Israel next to the border with Gaza to try to look for her, to try to pick her up. And it was crazy. The sights were chaotic. Everything was with fire all around us, missiles above us. We drive fast. We see only burning from both sides, burning bushes. We see people running away. That's it. It's like a war zone.
Yeah, it is a war zone, sir. And I'm wondering if you have any information. You believe she is being held hostage. Are you getting information from anyone about people who are being held hostage and what their strategy might be to gain their freedom back?
Until now, we didn't get any info. I can tell you that now there is a war in Israel, actually, from few places. From the south with Gaza, from the north with Lebanon and Syria. Mm-hmm. So nobody deals with the hostages. Yeah. Or maybe there is something behind the scene. But from the Hamas side, we didn't receive anything.
Yeah. And how is your brother doing? And does your brother feel like, you know, that he's not getting the proper information that he should be getting about his wife?
Of course, we don't know anything. My brother is broken. All the family is broken. They have 2 children. Nobody knows nothing.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. Well, sir, the best of luck to you. We hope that this turns out okay and that she is released unharmed. And please let us know if you have any news about your sister-in-law. Thank you for coming on. Meantime, American Christians visiting the Holy Land are among those impacted by the Hamas attacks on Israel. The chief religion correspondent, Lauren Green, has that story.
I mean, it's just devastating.
Retired Dallas pastor Reverend George Mason traveled to Israel last week with a multi-religious group of Christians, Jews, and Muslims to foster peace. When Hamas unleashed its attack, they and many other American church groups found themselves stranded in Israel as American carriers canceled flights. They were able to flee to Jordan.
We left Jerusalem yesterday morning. Jerusalem was becoming more dangerous. Security had let us know that it was becoming more dangerous. And as a matter of fact, on our way out of Jerusalem, there were more missiles that were striking the Iron Dome.
At any one time, there are tens of thousands of American tourists in Israel, many of them pilgrims from U.S. churches, seeing the scriptures come alive in the Holy Land. In Rome, Pope Francis is said to be in contact with the priest from the only Catholic church in Gaza. During his weekly address, he appealed for peace.
Terrorism and war do not lead to any solution, but only to death. To the suffering of so many innocent people, war is a defeat. Every war is a defeat.
Here at home, several religious leaders are reacting to the attacks. Franklin Graham, head of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and Samaritan's Purse, asked for prayer, saying, "The Bible instructs us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem in Psalm 122. I pray that God will protect them from their enemies." Americans make up the largest number of foreign tourists in Israel, an economic strength for the Jewish state that can only be sustained through ensured safety. That is now in jeopardy. Trace?
Lauren, thank you. Coming up, our coverage of the war in Israel continues, and more on how the U.S. is helping rescue hostages kidnapped by Hamas. That's a live look at Gaza, 7:32 in the morning. There you can see the smoke kind of rising. We have heard some explosions, but not as many as this time yesterday morning. And keep in mind that some 300,000 Israeli troops are amassed on the border with Gaza, waiting for word for the ground invasion to begin. How long it will last, when it will begin, unknown. We'll continue our breaking news coverage next.
Boy, do I get bad press.
The six-part story only Fox Nation can tell.
He didn't go into New York to expand his father's empire. He went in to build his own.
What kind of crap is that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Drain the swamp.
When I make promises, I keep them. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great.
I want to make America great again?
I, Donald John Trump.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from MD hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary MD Neo hearing aids, regularly $999 for only $299 a pair.
I feel that MD Hearing is a super buy because for the price point, anyone can pretty much afford it.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
I think that the MD hearing aid is a much better product than the more expensive hearing aid that I tried.
Every Neo is supported by MD Hearing's team of audiologists and licensed hearing specialists.
Call 800-485-1700 now.
The FDA-registered Neo offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is almost invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add in a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
Without a doubt, I definitely recommend MD Hearing to anybody. For any reason, do your research, look into MD Hearing. If you've got mild to moderate hearing loss, give MD Hearing a call and just try them. You have nothing to lose.
It'll help a lot of people that can't afford expensive hearing aids.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and you'll get 2 Neo hearing aids with a portable charging case, free shipping, free lifetime US-based audiologist support, and a 45-day risk-free trial for only $299. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
Call 800-485-1700. That's 800-485-1700.
Struggling with low credit or no credit? You need a lift. We're Credit Up by 5 Star Bank, the best there is in credit building. Our Credit Builder app offers a quick, easy way to get the credit you need real fast.
Better Credit got me a better rate on my new truckload. Super easy. Done.
Real help.
To get the right house for our family,
we needed to improve our credit.
Real time.
We started our own business, and I love that we can keep track of our credit on the go.
Over 100 million people in the U.S. struggle with low or no credit. Credit Up is the way up, with no fees, lower interest rates, and banked in the USA.
I've seen firsthand how bad credit can make life hard. That is why we started Credit Up, to help you build a better life.
Go to creditupbuilder.com to start building your credit up. Creditupbuilder.com. We do the work. You get the credit.
Okay, again, this is a status bar, this is a search bar. Let's know the difference, okay? Social media. It can be overwhelming for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
Now, what does it mean to slide into someone's DMs? That sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, we're not ready for that. As a team, we'll get there. It might be a fruit emoji, but that doesn't mean they're talking about fruit.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Okay, do you really think we need 47 photos of fun dinner at Pam's?
Yes.
No.
I spent most of my life as a teacher, and I've always enjoyed helping others. After a couple of years in retirement, I realized I have a lot more to give, and that's when I became a Visiting Angels caregiver. With my life experience and love for people, it was a natural fit. Seeing Jeannie so happy warms my heart, and if you need your heart warmed too, come join us and make a difference together in someone's life.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol's extra strength high absorption magnesium. It gives you 100% of the daily value of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo.
This belt I used to wear way down at the first and second notch. It's the only thing I've kept from before losing weight, and I'm keeping this because I'm never going back.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the war in Israel. That is, again, a live look at Gaza City. A couple of things that are interesting here. In the background, you can see smoke, but we just saw some video of the streets of Gaza City. And what you notice is there are very few people walking along those streets. What you also notice is there is not a great deal of damage. Many of the buildings there have been left untouched, which is unusual because in the past couple of days, hundreds upon hundreds of airstrikes have been targeted at Gaza City, clearly tactical strikes. These are going after apparently Hamas sites. It's interesting to find out what will happen in the days and hours to come when this ground invasion begins and how the war and the symmetry of the war will change. We'll keep you up to speed on that. Let's bring in Elizabeth Pipko, founder of Lest People Forget, a digital Holocaust museum, and Eric Stackelbeck, Middle East analyst. Thank you both. Elizabeth, you believe the existence, as we look at the live pictures of Gaza City, the existence of Israel is on the line here. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, of course. Look, what we're seeing right now in Israel is unprecedented. I know it's been said on your show before. It cannot be stated enough times. Not since the Holocaust did we see a loss of Jewish life like we did this past Saturday. The future looks scary for a lot of us. We don't know what we're going to see. We don't know what's going to happen. Israel is facing threats from all angles. We have a threat coming in from the north. We know Iran makes it no secret that they want to wipe Israel off the map. We don't know what this ground operation could look like. We have hostages, obviously, to worry about, and Israel's existence is obviously on the line. It's always on the line, and with a war like this coming up in front of us, we don't know what's going to happen. If anything, I know that Israelis are prepared better than anyone else to take on a threat like this.
Yeah, and Eric, to you now, she talks about the ground invasion, and you kind of wonder how this plays out on different fronts. The New York Times, this is call for 26, Katie. The New York Times writes the following concerning Hezbollah. Various Palestinian factions in Lebanon have claimed responsibility for attacks this week into Israeli territory, prompting retaliatory strikes from Israel. But it is Lebanon's most powerful militant organization, Hezbollah, the Iran-backed Shiite group committed to the destruction of the Jewish state, that remains the most serious threat to Israel. Is that your sense that Hezbollah is a bigger threat in the north than Hamas in the south?
Yes, Trace, no doubt. Let's just look at the numbers. Hezbollah armed with some 150,000 rockets and missiles pointed at every inch of Israel, which, quick reminder, is the size of the state of New Jersey. Not only that, Hezbollah with tens of thousands of well-armed, well-trained foot soldiers. They also dug a terror tunnel network along that Lebanon-Israel border, Trace, which thankfully was uncovered. So absolutely, Hezbollah is Iran's most lethal proxy. And when you think about it, there's really a ring of fire that surrounds Israel on all sides, from Gaza to Lebanon, Syria, even as far south, Trace, as Yemen. You've got these Iranian proxies armed to the teeth with rockets, missiles, and attack drones. If there is a silver lining here, the good news is I believe that the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, are about to decisively crush Hamas and eliminate Hamas as a threat once and for all. And by the way, if Hezbollah does throw its hat into the ring, Trace, and expand this into a multi-front war, I believe Israel will deal decisively with Hezbollah as well. Benjamin Netanyahu said this war, he said, will change the region for generations, and crushing Hezbollah in particular would do just that.
I think it's interesting that Eric talks about Israelis being surrounded, Elizabeth, because, you know, you can metaphorically say and maybe physically say that they are surrounded by many parts of the world that are against the Israelis here. And I wonder, when you have the first digital Holocaust museum, lest people forget, what is it that people are to take away from this museum? What's the message?
My message before this past Saturday was obviously to never forget and never allow this history to repeat itself. Unfortunately, the lesson now is that history can repeat itself. Almost more importantly, history can repeat itself and people can be almost equally as silent. That's what we've unfortunately learned. Look, these are people that have screamed the word Nazi at people they disagreed with for the last I don't know how many years, and now are silent when Jewish babies are beheaded. There's so much that we can learn from this, but I think number one is to keep our arms up, to remember that we have to defend ourselves always, and that we can't always rely on those around us to be there for us like we expected them to be after what we all learned, or what I thought we all learned after the Holocaust.
Yeah, I've got 15 seconds for you to wrap us up here, Eric. Your thoughts?
There's no gray areas here, Trace. It's literally a battle of good versus evil, and everyone right now needs to pick which side they are on. Are you on the side of those who are slaughtering babies, or are you on the side of Israel, a nation that stands for freedom? And it's time to make a choice. No gray areas.
Yeah. Eric Stakelbeck, Elizabeth Pipko, thank you both for coming on. We very much appreciate it.
Thanks, Trace.
Well, the U.S. Defense Secretary says he has offered U.S. Special Operations Forces to help rescue American and Israeli hostages in Gaza. One U.S. aircraft carrier group is already in the region, another on the way. Here's the Chief National Security Correspondent, Jennifer Griffin.
Defense Secretary Austin has offered U.S. military personnel, including special operators, to help develop intelligence that could lead to the rescue of Israeli and American hostages. President Biden, while meeting American Jewish leaders at the White House, offered a warning.
We've moved the U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're sending more fighter jets there in that region, and made it clear to the Iranians, be careful.
At NATO headquarters in Brussels, the new Joint Chiefs Chairman, General C.Q. Brown, and Defense Secretary Austin met with NATO defense ministers about military aid to Ukraine.
And make no mistake, the United States will remain able to project power and to direct resources to tackle crises in multiple theaters. So we will stand firmly with Israel as we continue to support Ukraine.
The USS Eisenhower arrives in 2 weeks, but sources tell Fox the USS Ford is likely to be extended.
For anyone thinking about trying to take advantage of the agony in Israel, to try to widen this conflict or to try to spill more blood, we have just one word: don't.
The Israeli Defense Ministry released this footage of a direct weapons shipment from the U.S. already arriving in southern Israel.
I have not seen any indications of additional players that are going to get involved to the detriment of Israel. And this is one of the reasons we addressed our force posture. It's not only in support of Israel, but it's also to deter future action.
The State Department is making preparations to contract commercial aircraft to help airlift thousands of Americans who want to leave Israel and can't get a flight out right now. Trace?
Jennifer, thank you. Speaking of the State Department, we are learning that the Secretary of State will meet with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then apparently will also meet, Antony Blinken, with the Palestinian president, the president of the Palestinian movement, and that is going to happen in Jordan. We're talking about Mahmoud Abbas. Now, the politics there is interesting because Hamas is at war with Mahmoud Abbas. And so this is not really a conversation about convincing Hamas to do something, but it is a conversation between the United States and the Palestinian people. We will continue our breaking news coverage of the war in Israel with final thoughts next.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day.
Makeup smearing, drops user.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tyrvaya, it's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tyrvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tyrvaya.
Have you ever wondered how to find personal happiness? Hi, I'm Pastor Greg Laurie. Let me tell you a secret about finding happiness. The least happy people are the people that live to be happy. But here's the secret. The Bible says happy are the people whose God is the Lord. You will never find happiness from seeking it, but if you come into a relationship with God through Jesus, you'll find the happiness you've been looking for in life. He's just a prayer away. There's a number on the screen. You can call that number. And I want to send you a free Bible and tell you how to be a happy person and come into a relationship with God. So you have purpose in this life and the life to come. You have the hope of heaven.
When you've tried everything.
I was getting chemical pills, bleaching cream.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
This is gonna be hell on earth.
Let's go! Move, move, move!
Welcome to reality.
The world's toughest test
That's a long way down.
is back.
Oh my God.
Why are you here?
I want to get punished.
Fight!
And you can watch anytime.
This is not a game show.
Special Forces World's Toughest Test. Mondays at 9 on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Working with them.
Yeah, imagine that. Hire a freelancer and take your business to the next level.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in 2016, I would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Lumi for Men, we named him Mando. The first whole-body deodorant created with 72-hour odor control that men can use on their pits, their package, and their feet. Go Mando and smell better naked from head to toe.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Now for an update on the other top stories of the day as we have a live look at Gaza City. There's some smoke in the distance. Let's bring back Kevin Cork with an update on the fight for the House speakership. Kevin.
Yeah, Trace, we kind of figured it might be a big day here in Washington, but it didn't quite turn out the way we thought over on Capitol Hill. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise is still the leading candidate to become the next Speaker of the House, but it remains unclear, at least right now, whether he can actually muster the votes needed to ultimately win the job, because at least a dozen Republicans now have publicly lined up against him. He can only afford to lose 4, meaning he's all but certain to lose a first ballot, and that means we're going to probably have a protracted battle for that position. And in the "this probably won't surprise you" category, the latest Fox News survey shows President Biden's approval rating when it comes to the border is not so good. 48% now say the situation at the border is an emergency. That's up huge from 2019 February, when only 27% said so. Worse, 66% say they disapprove of the job he is doing on border security. Trace?
Yeah, Kevin, thank you. I want to bring back Jeff Paul and Elon Carr with some final thoughts, and Kevin Cork as well. Very quickly, Elon, to you, you think this, as we look at live Gaza pictures here, you think this all kind of circles back to Iran in some capacity?
Oh, there's no question. This kind of operation would have been far beyond Hamas's capabilities only a year or two ago. This is Hezbollah level, and Iran's fingerprints are all over this. And basically what that means is that Israel has to defend itself on every front, on all fronts, to eliminate the threats against its people. What we saw was a crime against humanity, and that means all of humanity has to stand with Israel as it defends itself.
Yeah, we had some guests on last night saying, don't be fooled and don't be surprised if, for some reason, in some capacity, somebody takes a shot at Iran, somebody goes after Iran, and then, Jeff Paul, it opens a wider, possibly a wider war, because you have Russia, you have China. There's a lot of different chips that haven't been played yet.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, there are a lot of moves that have not been played, both at the military level and at the political level. We'll see who else gets involved, and we'll see what Israel does next. I mean, just like we watched with Russia and Ukraine, everyone thought Russia was going to sweep in and take care of them in a week, and that war's still going on. So there's still a lot of left of time to see what's happening.
And who knows, this war right now that we're seeing, this ground invasion, could become a protracted battle in Gaza as well. Kevin Cork, I'm wondering if Hezbollah in the north is waiting for these ground troops to go in before maybe possibly making a move in that direction from Lebanon.
I think that's a pretty good bet, and I would encourage everyone watching tonight to, if you can, try to take a look at the latest editorial by the Wall Street Journal. They're comparing tonight, Trace, what's happening with the Biden administration's approach vis-a-vis Iran with what Carter did with the Russians. I think it's an interesting parallel worth a read.
Yeah, it really is. Kevin Cork, Jeff Paul, Elon Carr, thank you all. Again, a live look in Gaza right now, where we are awaiting this ground invasion. Some 300,000 troops that are at the ready at the Gaza border waiting for word. That ends our continuing special coverage. Thank you for watching America's Late News, Fox News at Night. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. We'll see you back here.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Do you or someone you love need dental implants but can't afford the cost?
Now there's a smarter, more affordable way to replace missing teeth without going to the dentist office. It's called Reset Smile. It helped me get my smile back and so much more.
It's easy. Just order your at-home impression kit at resetsmile.com and mail it back. Whether you need just one front tooth, multiple teeth, or several on the top and bottom, our advanced technology can custom make you a flexible, removable device that no one can tell you're wearing, using the same high-quality material dentists have trusted for decades. And it's dentist approved, with no office visits required.
Best of all, Reset Smile comes to you direct, so it's affordable. You'll be smiling even bigger and chewing food better. Reset Smile changed my life and can change yours too.
Reset your smile. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
Sustainably caught Atlantic salmon, immunity-boosting superfoods, and powerful probiotics in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
High Point University is the premier life skills university where students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus.
Hi, I'm Steve Wozniak, the Woz, and I'm proud to be High Point University's Innovator in Residence.
Hi, I'm Seth Marshall, CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, and I am proud to be High Point University's Sports Executive in Residence.
I'm Mark Randolph, and I'm proud to be the Entrepreneur in Residence at the premier life skills university, High Point University.
Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? If your daily bathroom trips are on the rise, try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafend, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. For you, this means less bathroom interruptions, improved stream and bladder emptying, and less urges to go during the night. Let Super Beta Prostate Advanced help you return to normalcy. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it True Skin Vitamin C Serum. True Skin has what skin craves, a different form of vitamin C that's gentle on skin and effective until the last drop, with nutrient-rich blends to keep skin glowing. True Skin, get what your skin truly craves.
Start Saturday strong. This big noon Saturday on Fox. We're live from the Big House with second-ranked Michigan. J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Wolverines host the Indiana Hoosiers. It all starts with Big Noon Kickoff for an epic pregame from South Bend. Then, it's the Hoosiers and Wolverines for America's #1 game. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Indiana, Michigan. It's Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
Welcome to the week. Today, chaos continues to ripple throughout the Middle East. 22 Americans now confirmed dead, with 17 Americans still unaccounted for, assumed under captive. The death count in Israel is now at over 1,200, 189 of them Israeli soldiers. So, it's only going to get worse from here. And Israel seeks a retribution against Hamas, as Israel does. Terror cells like Hezbollah in Lebanon are now flanking Israel's northern borders with missile strikes. As Hezbollah's artillery pummels northern Israel, not continuously, but erratically, Hamas continues their barbaric shelling of Israeli civilians in the south. The Israelis are living a nightmare, and it's not going away, and it's not ending soon. One woman spent 36 hours huddled in a bomb shelter as radicalized jihadists marched down the neighborhood, butchering anyone in sight.
You can't imagine terrorists in your city. The terrorists were posting proudly pictures of people they killed just in my neighborhood. My friends told me that terrorists are outside of their home trying to get in, and we don't know how many of them are outside. You just hear the gunshots, and you know this. Every gunshot kills someone. It's a person killed, murdered, butchered.
Their communities are savagely torn apart. Fox reporter Trey Yinks saw the brutality up close and personal.
You can see the blood-stained patio of this home. People were resting at the time. It was early in the morning on Saturday when Hamas militants stormed into their homes, slaughtering women and children. The soldiers here tell us they found bodies that were decapitated, people with hands tied behind their back, and then executed. The kitchen floors are stained with blood. Mothers holding their small children, bodies decapitated. Horrific scenes in southern Israel.
But the Israelis haven't given up hope. In the past 24 hours, over 450 airstrikes, and it's rocked Gaza. In Gaza, hundreds of airstrikes have already taken a toll, killing at least 2 members of the alleged thought-to-be mastermind's family members, Mohammed Deif. On top of that, 300,000 Israeli troops are reportedly amassing on Gaza's border, just waiting. And they're coming. They are fully armed at this hour. We're talking a lot of tanks, lights on. Now, today, the first shipment of U.S. weapons arrived in Israel. They already had a lot. At any moment, Israel will launch a full-scale invasion of Gaza, we believe. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows to not stop until every member of Hamas is dead.
Every Hamas member, they are ISIS. They will be destroyed. The way we destroyed, the world destroyed ISIS, we will do that with Hamas.
So, what does this siege look like? It's about to start, could start any minute. Let's bring in Brett Velikovich. He's a drone expert and a former Army Special Ops Intel analyst, spent a lot of time in Ukraine of late. And Chuck DeVore, retired Army intelligence officer. I'll start with you, if I can, Chuck. When this actually starts and the siege begins, it's not the first time, but this will be the first time I believe Israel wants to go all the way in and through. Do you believe that too?
Well, I certainly do believe that, Brian, but we have to look at the scale of the operation. If you compare it, for example, to the Second Battle of Fallujah in Iraq, what we're looking at with Gaza is a population about 8 times that of Fallujah, and that took 6 weeks. It generated from some 1,200 to 2,000 enemy casualties with that operation. So you're likely to see the scale and the time be a lot greater with this operation, even though Israel's bringing significantly more forces to the table than we did with the Second Battle of Fallujah.
Brett, do you believe the battle plan's still being sketched out?
I think so, but I think it's very clear a land or ground invasion is imminent. I mean, Hamas's surprise incursion, though, frankly, in Israel, it's going to backfire. They had this one day of glory, but it's over. Israel is going to hammer them. And this time when they go into Gaza, it's going to be a lot different than before. Their forces are going to take their time. They're going to go block by block. This is a military operation that has to focus on restoring deterrence. They need to hammer Hamas. They need to punish them to a level that reestablishes deterrence. And frankly, it's going to get very bloody. But, you know, for quite some time, they've basically let Hamas gain this strength. They've been a bit complacent. They can't do that anymore. They've declared this this war on Hamas, and they need to go in there and they need to respond grossly disproportionate, over the top, so that this can't happen again.
Chuck, does it bother you that Hamas wants this? They planned the siege, well executed in their own evil way, and they take hostages to make sure Israel goes in. Does the unknown worry you as a military man?
Yeah, so Brian, as an intelligence officer, you're taught to brief two things to the commander: the most likely course of action and the most dangerous course of action. The most likely course of action is that the Hamas atrocities and the brutality that we've seen is just business as usual, with Hamas expecting that as Israel starts to go in, there'll be increasing international pressure on them to back off. It'll be business as usual. The most dangerous course of action is something that I'm quite concerned about, and it involves Hezbollah in Lebanon with their 100,000 plus missiles supplied by the Islamic Republic of Iran. It involves Iran itself, and it involves entities like the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China. And so my concern is that as Israel begins to commit some of those 360,000 reservists that have been called up, does that then mean that Hezbollah in the north will see their opportunity to come in? And lastly, Brian, is our stocks in precision-guided munitions become further depleted after helping properly, I think, helping Ukraine and then helping Israel? Will that be seen as a window of opportunity for other actors like Iran or China to take action?
Yeah, our weapons manufacturers have to pick up the pace. They've been told that. We'll pay them, just do it. Brett, I want you to hear what President Trump told me in an interview that's going to air tomorrow. I believe what he believes in this case, that this wouldn't happen if he was president. Here's what he said, his take at this moment.
We have to protect Israel. There's no choice. And we have to do it. He has been hurt very badly because of what's happened here. He was not prepared. He was not prepared, and Israel was not prepared. And under Trump, they wouldn't have had to be prepared.
Was the prime minister
distracted?
distracted?
Would have thought their intelligence would have been able to pick this up. Thousands of people were involved. Thousands of people knew about it, and they let this slip by. That was not a good thing for him or for anybody.
And when he says him, he means Prime Minister Netanyahu. He was not prepared for this, caught blindsided, and it's hard for me to believe with the reputation of their intelligence services.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly was an intelligence failure, but I don't think it's the time right now to necessarily point fingers. I also want to echo, the other comments about Hezbollah coming into this. They've been a bit of a wild card and strategically very dangerous, and a problem if they get involved. If it happens at a larger scale, there's going to be a lot more death and destruction. It's going to be tenfold if they get involved. And this is a conflict that could spread to the West Bank and Israel's borders with Lebanon, where Hezbollah formerly operates. It could, trigger a multi-front war on Israel's northern border that would also include Iran. And so that's why I think the U.S. potentially needs to get involved here to send a clear message to Hezbollah, to Iran, to not continue their involvement in this conflict. The U.S. needs to help here. They need to act to quickly deter them from entering the conflict, make these aircraft carriers moving into the region more than just a show of force, make it extremely clear that if they get involved any further, the U.S. government is going to conduct a strike, because we cannot have these other groups coming in here forcefully, conducting attacks and making already the death and destruction worse.
He gave one word. He said, don't. I don't know if that's going to be enough to deter Iran from financing, supporting, and urging and cheerleading Hezbollah and Hamas. Thanks, guys. Great analysis. Appreciate it. Yesterday, the White House announced 14 Americans had been killed during Hamas's attack on Israel. And today, President Biden increased that figure to 22 confirmed deaths, a number that may continue to rise as more bodies are identified and the fighting continues.
When terrorist groups like Hamas brought not only terror, but sheer evil to the world, it goes the worst and matches, in some cases, exceeds the worst atrocities of ISIS. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered in Israel. Among those who have been victimized this evil, who've been killed, are at least 22 American citizens.
An unknown figure, though, is how many Americans are currently being held hostage in Gaza. White House officials say that at least 17 Americans remain unaccounted for, but didn't specify how many are currently being held against their will by Hamas. The president said he's working on bringing our people home, but wouldn't get into specifics about what the administration plans to do to get them home.
We want to make it real clear. We're working on every aspect of the hostage crisis in Israel, including deploying experts to advise and assist with recovery efforts. Now, the press is going to shout to me, and many of you are, that, you know, what are you doing to bring get these folks home? If I told you, I wouldn't be able to get them home. Folks, there's a lot we're doing. A lot we're doing. I have not given up hope of bringing these folks home. But the idea that I'm going to stand here before you and tell you what I'm doing is bizarre. So I hope you understand how bizarre I think it would be to try to answer that question.
And while Biden is apparently working in the background, U.S. officials are trying to coordinate with Egypt and other countries surrounding Israel to provide safe passage for Americans from Gaza. But before those Americans are able to make their way out of Gaza, they need to be set free from their captors. And how do they do that? How exactly can the president or special operators pull it off, or can the Israelis pull it off? Will our special forces go in there guns a-blazing? Will this be an all-out assault or a more delicate operation, or through talks? Here to explain how those hostages might be freed, Medal of Honor recipient and author of Remember the Ramrods, as well as House to House, David Bellavia. David, when you talk about urban warfare, knowing our Americans are somehow, somewhere, possibly there, how does that complicate any maneuvers?
It's a meat grinder. I mean, you just heard from your analysts that came before I did, and when you listen to what they're talking about, look, yeah, Syria jumps in this thing, Lebanon, but as Gaza stands right now, we're talking about a piece of property 20 miles wide and 9 miles deep. 2 million people live there. We compare this to the Battle of Fallujah, but Brian, that civilian population was gone in the November Battle of Fallujah. You start putting civilians on that battlefield, you're making everyone think twice about every shot. SEAL Team 6 is elite. Our Delta boys are elite. But you got someone behind a door with a machine gun. I don't care if you're the Marvel Avengers, you're going to get shot. This is close quarter. It's unforgiving. It's grueling. And there's a lot of reservists in the IDF that are going to be going door to door, house to house. They don't have the training as the elite boys and girls do. But I don't want to send SEALs and Delta into something that we have no situational awareness of what's going on, where our people are. That's not the way to go about it.
Unless they have their iPhone on, where we could ping it, which is not likely. Is it really human intelligence? Is it knowing the blocks and the people and where they might be even before this operation took place?
Look, here's the deal. We have battle drills for when, you know, it's like an audible in football. You see the linebacker cheat up, you know exactly where to go. Our battle drills are the same way. This entire area knows an invasion is coming. They're ready. We saw what happened in Mariupol in Ukraine. It didn't matter if buildings were still standing. They went subterranean. And in Gaza, they will go subterranean. Everywhere there's rubble, there'll be a sniper. And when there's snipers, there's going to be obstacles and IEDs. This is a quagmire to get into. We are all about saving American lives, but there's got to be a plan. And I understand the president doesn't want to get into X's and O's. He at least owes the American people a scope, intent. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it? The time for negotiations is long gone.
But don't you have a military hostage negotiator? And I know the FBI has experts in that area. Robert O'Brien over the weekend told me, he's like, I get him in right away. Immediately, either work through the Israelis, with the Israelis, or leave the Israelis, but that could work. I also heard that they've been turned over to Islamic Jihad, which would be more complex because we don't really have a line of communication, nor do the Israelis with them. Having said that, at the same time, you got to get your operators ready to go in. Does time matter, or does it matter getting the strategy work right when it comes to finally penetrating into Gaza on the ground?
Brian, I think this is the entire problem with this administration and the scope we're going. Everyone wants to negotiate and make coffee. You had no problem. You know, 3 years ago, Iran was at the economic level of Haiti. Now they've got $70 billion. That was all negotiation. You want to bring hostage negotiations? These people lop the heads off of infants They're out there raping women. If the Biden administration wants to negotiate and you can negotiate with that form of evil, I'll make the coffee. We'll stay up all night. This evil needs to be pacified, and the way to do that is with firepower. And I'm saying that Israel's leading the charge. This is Israel's fight. We're standby there on the Eastern Mediterranean with a carrier group to help them out. If Lebanon gets a little frosty and Syria wants to jump into this, we got 10,000 troops in Syria. We're fighting everyone on all across the spectrum here. I just don't know when this administration wants to talk, when this administration wants to give money away, and when we're going to stop dropping terrorists, which is what we do in war. And for 20 years, we've been doing it. And for whatever reason, the Biden administration, now we're fighting against our own equipment in Gaza. This makes no sense to me.
You're talking about the equipment left behind in Afghanistan.
Yes, sir.
You, in your book, ended up in house to house with literally hand-to-hand combat in a highly sophisticated technical world. That's what it's going to come down to in house to house as they go building to building, isn't it?
Well, look, that's what the SEALs were born and built for that, and that's what our elite operators do. The problem, with regular infantry doing their thing is, the training's not there. But if you're calling up 360,000 Israeli reservists, they don't have the range time. These are patriots. They love their country. They believe in their cause. And I'll tell you, in a close quarter environment, it's not so much your training or equipment. It's what you believe in and what you're fighting for. And God bless and God save Israel. But at the same time, those are very close quarter battles, and it's very psychologically taxing. It's emotionally and physically draining. It's a lot to ask of any combat force, let alone one that's comprised of reservists and armor and artillery and everything else they're going to throw at the people and the enemy in Hamas.
And what bothers me is they want this fight and they want to bring the Israelis in, which should make them wary. And that doesn't mean you don't go in, but it should make them wary about giving Hamas what they want. David, I could talk to you for 2 hours and not get all your information, but thanks so much for sharing your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, the hostage crisis, a personal toll. We'll discuss.
Providing for your family is a top priority. But what happens when you need affordable health care? Christian Healthcare Ministries could save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without network restrictions. Sign up at your convenience with our anytime enrollment. Join a Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at yourchm.org.
Experience the joy of home suite hosting with help from Ashley. Pay 0% interest for 5 years on guest-approved essentials starting at just $17 per month. Plus, save on accessories store-wide to finish every look. Shop and save today, only at Ashley.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX, prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I decided to try Golo when I had an international flight coming up, and I realized I couldn't fly being the size that I was. My sister-in-law tried Golo and had lost 50 pounds. So I thought I'd give Golo a try. I didn't expect the results I got on Golo. I was hopeful, but I did not expect it to be like this. Golo just makes sense. This plan works.
Change your life at golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep helps you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up feeling refreshed.
Yeah, Relaxium has been a miracle for us. Since I've been getting to rest, it's improved our marriage.
I don't even know how we lived for 30 years without it, because now
I know this man differently than I knew him before.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I found out about Relaxium, my life changed. It really did.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
I'm telling you, Relaxium is the real deal.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles. Call and get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Call 800-919-6467 or visit tryrelaxium.com. That's 800-919-6467 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
I'm tired of overpaying for a close shave.
Harry's, I don't have to. Harry's offers 5-blade closeness and comfort.
And refills cost as low as $2 each. Half of what I paid before. Go to harrys.com/TV to claim your $5 trial.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Deals like these and many more happen in the thousands of daily auctions on DealDash.com. All auctions start at $0. And remember, everything must go.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And you know what? They'll give you a 90-day money-back guarantee on your first purchase.
This brand new iPhone sold for less than $42. And this DJI drone sold for less than $21.
I even got this Jeep on DealDash.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
As the fighting continues in Israel, the hostage rescue efforts are starting to begin. We have to get more information on those who were taken. And to do that, let's go out to senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott, who's live in Israel right now with the latest. Greg.
Yeah, Brian, we've been on the ground for several days here, and we've been amazed at the scope of the activity by both the Hamas militants and the Israeli military. Again, the death toll, 1,200 Israelis. That includes other nationalities, including 22 Americans killed, 1,100 Palestinians killed, and counting on both sides. As you noted, the 150 hostages or so inside Gaza City, the Gaza Strip, maybe as many as 17 Americans. That's getting a lot of focus right now. There are reports, there are acknowledgments by Washington that there's discussion with Qatar to try to get them freed. There's also a word from the Turkish government that they're getting involved. Other nations are trying to see what they can do, but the fact of the matter is, Brian, that they are in there now. I mean, we spoke to one Israeli American who flew back yesterday from his home in New Jersey because his 64-year-old father, get this, was surf casting just north of the Gaza Strip Saturday morning at about 5 in the morning. Last thing they heard from him was 6:30. Hamas militants had landed by sea and by air into the village near where he was fishing, and they believe that he is being held hostage as well. Again, we were also finally looking at the scaling up of military operations, a big military base here at Ashdod, and we were down closer to the border. We could see lines of tanks, armored personnel carriers, 360,000 reservists being called up. This is something, well, I haven't seen something like this in my 25 years of covering the Mideast. As Benjamin Netanyahu said today, and let me quote him, every Hamas is a dead man. very serious as this whole thing unfolds and the horror grows on both sides of the border. Back to you.
Absolutely, Greg, thank you so much. Meanwhile, the death toll from the Hamas's horrific attack Greg was just describing Saturday is now over 1,200, and the victims aren't just from Israel, they're also from this place called the United States. Hamas murdered people from 23 different nations. Hundreds more have been taken hostage. Many of them were taken from the electronic music festival over on Saturday, like 25-year-old Noah Argmani. Her boyfriend, Avinatan, also was taken. They were last seen together in the video, torn from each other's arms by these brutal terrorists. Last night, Primetime spoke with Noah's roommate, Amir.
I don't think anyone can explain what is going on here with the people in Israel. I feel like I spoke to her father Saturday noon when I saw the video. He was in the hospital. He was trying to look for her. Maybe she got to the hospital. And I told him, Yaakov, I think I saw a video. And then he started screaming. And I don't think someone can understand when you see a video like this of your daughter getting kidnapped to Hamas, to terrorists. You don't know what they're going to do to her. She's suffering. Everyone is suffering. We're talking about more than 130 people that got kidnapped. I'm shaking right now when I'm speaking about her. It's so difficult.
Of course, every day the families of the missing are left to assume the worst.
I got this message that just absolutely broke me. Someone sent me, I gotta tell you, a good friend of mine, her son was missing at the rave at the party. Today, she got a video from the terrorist murdering her kid and his girlfriend. He took the video in her son's phone and sent it to her through her son's phone.
Insanity, and that's what they do. They grab your phone, they tape you, and they kill you. Every day, thousands are praying that their loved ones being held hostage in Gaza are going to be safely released, and don't have that fate, including my next guest, Iran Ziv, who's a friend of Noah's boyfriend, Avi. First off, what could you tell me, Iran, about what kind of communication you've had since we saw that video?
That morning, I tried to send Avinatan messages who wasn't being responded, and I just heard from other friends of ours that sent him messages and communicated with him while he was hiding with Noah in the bushes, laying down on the floor. And since then, we had no communication.
So you see both of them being taken away. You know them both well. You're in Tel Aviv. You heard the alarm go off at 6:30. You were working the night shift when you got there. What is it like seeing your contemporaries being treated like that by a group of terrorists who clearly have no values, morals, and are the utter definition of ruthless?
This is just devastating. We know this terror organization for many years, that our country have been many times in the Gaza Strip and had to confront these terrorists. But we could never imagine these kind of horrors and images and videos that we're seeing on an hourly basis being taken from their attacks and from the prisoners themselves. As you just saw, the families who got videos of their family members being murdered live.
Living in Tel Aviv, living so close to where all this happened, up until this weekend, did you feel safe?
Being an Israeli, it's a kind of tough question to answer because I was at the Gaza Strip myself at the July 2014 in the Protective Edge operation. And I cannot really say that I'm originally from the south of Israel, maybe 25 minutes drive from where that party that they were kidnapped from. So we're kind of used to it. So being safe here can change on an hourly basis.
And now the whole world knows that. My hope is they go in and they get them out. Thanks so much for sharing your story, keeping your friend and Noah's name alive, and we hope they're going to be okay. Iran, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully too.
Yep. All right, the radical left is so anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, even CNN can't take it.
are some things that go better together.
Hey.
Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. With Voya, considering all your financial choices together can help you be better prepared for unexpected events, for a brighter financial future. Thanks.
Ah, pretzel and mustard. Another great combo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen and you spewing all this hatred. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Plus, get a $79 Nano protection plan absolutely free with the purchase of any hearing aid.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear, and what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
Call 800-324-1187.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging case for only $297. You'll get free shipping plus a $79 Nano protection plan for free with any hearing aid purchase. Don't delay. Supplies are limited. Better hearing is a phone call away.
Call 800-324-1187. That's 800-324-1187.
From the moment you were born, you've been on a quest. You've been searching. I'm Greg Laurie, and I want to share a few thoughts with you about what you're searching for. Maybe you thought a possession would do it. Maybe you thought a relationship would do it. Maybe you thought religion would do it, and none of it has worked. You know what the issue is? You are looking for God, and guess what? God is searching for you. He loves you. And he is ready to fill that hole in your life that you've tried to fill with all these other things. Just pray, Jesus, come into my life. Forgive me of my sin. I want to follow you from this moment forward as my Savior and Lord. If you pray a prayer like that, God will hear it and answer it. And I would like to hear from you. There's a number on the screen that you can call, and I'll send you a free Bible.
Last time this place was cleaned.
Oh God.
Oh. This place is a death trap.
Monday.
What is that? Shut it down.
Your dreams.
I came here
to help you.
We started off good.
This looks great. Are on the line.
But now we're starting to lose control. Why is the plane not ready?
You can watch anytime.
You asked me to help. So are you willing to change?
Kitchen Nightmares, Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Start Saturday strong. This Big Noon Saturday on Fox. We're live from the Big House with second-ranked Michigan. J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Wolverines host the Indiana Hoosiers. It all starts with Big Noon kickoff for an epic pregame from South Bend. Then it's the Hoosiers and Wolverines for America's #1 game. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Indiana, Michigan. It's Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
As the carnage in Israel continues, many on the left are refusing to condemn the atrocities and Hamas as an organization. Instead, they're standing with the terrorists in many cases. MSNBC talked to the mom of an Israeli kidnap victim, and instead of sympathizing with the mom, they tried to turn her against the Israeli government. She was not having it.
What are your feelings about the attacks against Gaza right now? How can the government...
Look, you're looking for a symmetrical situation, and I must say, it isn't. And I must say, the only worry I have now from the bombings in Gaza is the fact that my children are there. I can't be sympathetic anymore. I can't be sympathetic to animal human beings, well, they're not really human beings, who came into my house, broke everything, stole everything, took my children from their bedrooms, and took them to the Gaza Strip.
Tone deaf. Democrats have to answer for the rise of anti-Semitism on the left. They're behind it because we're not the only ones seeing this.
These last few days have been a real eye-opening period for a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of progressives, in terms of anti-Semitism on the left. A lot of people who seem more shocked at dehumanizing language used by world leaders to describe Hamas than what Hamas actually perpetrated on Saturday.
Yeah, really? He's just picking that up now. Instead of confronting the growing anti-Semitism within their own party, Democrats are pretending it does not exist.
Do you think Democrats are unified in their support for Israel?
Yeah, we're absolutely unified behind Israel's right to exist.
What do you make of the comments from your colleagues that sort of indicate otherwise?
Well, I haven't seen any of those, all that I've heard is a very powerful consensus that we need to stand by Israel as it defends itself.
Unbelievable. Really? Jamie Raskin should pay attention to what the squad is saying. They need to see it. AOC finally condemned comments made by pro-Israeli protesters, but still has nothing to say about the pro-Hamas rally supported by her fellow socialists in New York City. And Rashida Tlaib is proudly flying the Palestinian flag outside of her office while making vile comments about what she thinks Israel is, while ignoring atrocities committed by that terror group. Fox News tried to confront her on it yesterday, but she ignored the question.
Terrorists have cut off babies' heads and burned children alive. Do you support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality?
We're just going to go through here.
You have no comment about children's heads being chopped off? Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office?
Today she finally responded saying this, quote, "I do not support the targeting and killing of civilians, whether in Israel or Palestine. Not good enough." But she will not denounce Hamas. Why is that? As rockets continue to fly across Israel's sky, it's about time the Democrats stand up to the terrorists, don't you think? Also an editor of Newsweek, Batya Ungar-Sargon, joins us right now. Batya, your reaction to some on the left unable to see evil when it stares them in the face?
So first of all, Brian, I have to thank you as a Jewish person for your coverage this whole week. It has been incredible, and every day you go on television and say, Jewish blood is not cheap, and I just cannot thank you enough for that. I know a lot of people feel the same way as I do. I want to make sure your viewers understand exactly what Representative Ocasio-Cortez did. So from her personal Twitter account, she had nothing to say about Hamas's butchery of babies and children and rape and mass murder until she found an Israeli protester who said some vile things at a protest in New York City. She then retweeted that video not once but twice and found it in her heart to both sides the situation. So she could not condemn Hamas's butchery until she could compare it to some vile words spoken by a person at a protester. This is a woman who's a congresswoman of the state that has the most Jews in it in the entire world outside of Israel, okay? But I have to say, Brian, I'm actually a little bit glad that this is happening. I'm glad that Rashida Tlaib can't bring it in her heart to denounce Hamas.
Why?
I am glad that these Harvard students have been exposed for the bigots they are. Why am I glad about this? These are the death throes of the woke movement. A lot of good-hearted leftists and Democrats got bamboozled by this movement into thinking that this is how you stand up for justice. And it is now so clear, the corruption, the moral rot at the heart of the progressive movement. It is becoming clearer by the day, and people are really seeing it.
I hope, because Bernie Sanders just tweeted out that Israel's committing war crimes in Gaza by shutting off the water and the power. Targeting of civilians is a war crime, no matter who does it. Israel's blanket denial of food, water, necessities of Gaza, serious violation of international law. Really? As a Jewish American, not a comment that I could find, unless it's on some Threads website that Mark Zuckerberg dreamed up, that condemns the killing and butchery we witnessed, but he wants to condemn the retaliation. Unbelievable. Batia, thank you. Coming up straight ahead, Israel's Most Wanted. The hunt for Hamas's murderous mastermind is on. We'll tell you about him.
JP Morgan Wealth Management knows it's easy to get lost in investment research. Get help with JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David, ready to get started?
Work with advisors who create a plan with you and help you find the right investments.
So great getting to know you. Let's take a look at your new investment plan.
Okay, great.
This should have you moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Jen.
Get ongoing advice and manage your investments in the Chase mobile app.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? If you've ever experienced the warning signs of bad circulation, or you sit or stand every day for long periods of time, then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro. The natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way. Stagnant blood circulates out of your legs and back up to your heart. Legzercise Pro moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. The perfect combination to naturally stimulate healthy circulation. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home. Soothe pain and calm restless legs. Reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and stimulate healthy circulation. Legzercise Pro is patented and designed in the United States to be easy, safe, and painless for anyone of any age with any health condition. Turn sitting, resting, and watching TV into an effective and healthy passive exercise.
My legs feel great now. I can move them around without pain at all.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Legzercise Pro gave me back the mobility that I had lost.
I'm so happy I got her Legzercise.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now and get upgraded to the Legzercise Pro Deluxe model. You'll get the faster motor that produces more than 2.5 kilometers worth of steps per hour, the step counter to keep track of what you've accomplished, the longer motion track for more overall leg movement, and the comfort remote control. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Hurry and call now.
Why do vitamins and supplements cost so much more now? Other companies are charging you more and more for less and less, and we hate that. That's why Force Factor's partnered with Walmart to provide amazing supplements at great prices for all Americans. Force Factor products use clinically studied, patented ingredients to powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. Tomorrow.
First tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America Strategy, as Israel readies their next move, Jesse has the latest on Prime Time.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Introducing Mando, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor in mind.
I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, and I'm the inventor of whole body deodorant. It's like body odor never even happens, and you're gonna be exceptionally stink-free and smell as good as humanly possible.
Everybody's talking about berberine, and it really does work. So you need to try Doctor's Preferred Gluco Gold. This all-in-one formula contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco Gold is flying off shelves nationwide, but now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting NORMAL to 231231.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Gluco Gold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels, while it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed. Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last and hearing those 3 wonderful words: blood sugar normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting NORMAL to 231231. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
Text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
Who helped plot Hamas's brutal attack on Israel on Saturday? Experts say the terror leader named Mohammed Deif is responsible for the cruelty. He's like Hamas's bin Laden. Deif has been one of Israel's military's most wanted since 1995. He's a hard man to kill. He's survived 7 Israeli assassination attempts. Reportedly in a wheelchair. He's lost an arm. He's lost an eye. He's lost a leg. So where is he and how is he able to plan this? Some believe he's in the tunnels underneath Gaza. So how do you kill someone you can't find? We got some members of his family today, or Israel did. What about him? Let's ask retired Marine Corps Colonel Chris Douglas, who's fresh off the investigation from Central Command, looking at what happened at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Colonel, great to see you. Your reaction to the manhunt and the mastermind. How do you go into a place that dense and find him?
Well, it's going to be difficult because you also have to look at the population right now is, you know, whether they're supporting him or they're not turning him in. I mean, he's
probably afraid of him.
Likely afraid of him, so which is the third category of people. And so, gathering information about him, locating his whereabouts, you know, the tunnel network, as we've heard, is quite extensive. So, you know, he's just hiding among the populace is going to be tough enough to find.
I'm just wondering if you think there's a link. The way we left Afghanistan with $4 billion worth of equipment, we now have a terror group, terror gang in charge of a country. And the fact that Hamas feels fortified enough and impervious enough to do something like this and almost bait Israel to come attack them, is this all related?
I mean, it's hard to say that it isn't, because when you look at regional security, the Middle East is the most complicated region in the world. And when you know, although security wasn't perfect in Afghanistan, it was more secure than it is now, with the Taliban in charge and all of the weaponry that we left behind in the manner of which we left. That said, the you know, allies and partners within the region and around the globe, you know, definitely weren't convinced that we're the force of choice for the future with incidents such as this.
So, you know, we had David Bellavia on. He says some of our weapons have turned up in Gaza, which is unbelievable that we would be so irresponsible to do it. You've done a lot of the studies on it. But when you talk about weakness, having said what our reputation was, how important is it for Israel to get this right, to send a message and change the message right now? Hamas is now looked at as a heroic organization. How do you change that perception?
Oh, with speed, surprise, and violence of action. I mean, they've got to respond swiftly, violently, and then what's going to have to follow after that, though, is once they have defeated Hamas, and they have, you know, and any remaining, if need to be held to account, and they need to rapidly establish some sort of assistance package to Gaza, because that's going to be the next, because otherwise it's going to be just this continuing problem without providing some sort of stability.
And do you know what people are thinking about at home? They're thinking about, what about our border? They're thinking about, well, you know, of course, we're the big Satan and they're the little Satan. And I'm thinking about 6,000 plus Afghanis. These are called alien apprehensions at the border. I'm thinking about in Lebanon, 164, Iran, 659, even Turkey, 30,000. Should we think that all these people want to be part of the American dream?
I mean, you'd be naive to think that. That this should be a call. The manner in which this happened in Israel should be a call to, our elected officials, our president, to establish some sort of border security and to determine who here at home may wish us harm.
And continue what he started today, naming Iran as the founding father of all these terror groups. They're the financier, they're the brains, and they might even have pulled the trigger and sketched it out. We'll see what the investigation turns up. Colonel Douglas, thanks so much for coming in. Appreciate it. And thanks for your years of service. And Afghanistan and Iraq, fresh off that, appreciate it. Meanwhile, Republicans search for a new House Speaker. Well, it's already hit. They're already having trouble, or should I say, they never stopped having trouble. We'll tell you what they're up against tomorrow and when the vote might be.
On the Pacific coast.
So here's what you do. Guy gets a sack. You go. Sacked you very much.
What else?
How about sack of all trades?
Boom, sack-a-lacka.
Saccharoni and cheese.
I like saccharoni and cheese. Starving.
I'm too sexy for this shirt.
Whoa.
But you could say that.
I would say sacrilegious, but that would be sacrilegious.
Okay, you ready for this one? Sackety sack, don't sack back.
This was a really bad idea.
Sack of potatoes.
Ooh, how about suffering saccotash?
Like that one.
The Masked Singer. Season 10 kicked off with the most incredible reveal ever.
I am so starstruck right now.
It only gets bigger and better.
We got the trolls in the building. It's NFL night. Harry Potter night. Oh my God!
There's still so much in store.
We've never seen that.
It's a can't-miss season. The Masked Singer. All new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
It's Empire Today's half-price sale. Half price on carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and laminate. Plus, half price on quality professional installation. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger, too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles. Reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise plus ultra smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the non-slip mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Sustainably caught salmon in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
What does human talent look like?
Just go on Fiverr. See for yourself.
Imagine working with them.
Yeah, imagine that.
Social media. It can be overwhelming for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
Has anyone tried Pilates?
Okay? That's what it sounds like when you type in all caps.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Free little birds, it's by my doorstep, singing no worry.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea. The Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
Fox News alert: House Majority Leader Steve Scalise has won the Republican nomination for House Speaker behind closed doors. He's still got a long way to go. Get this, he's got 113 Republican votes. Okay, that's good. But it's not enough, because he needs 217. A lot of Republicans say they're not voting for Steve Scalise.
Would you vote for Steve Scalise?
I would not. I plan on voting for Jim Jordan.
I'm not supporting Steve Scalise. I'll be voting for Jim Jordan.
It's not over. I'm still throwing my support behind Jim Jordan for Speaker.
I'm concerned he doesn't have the votes to get to 218, and so we should probably resolve that before we go to the floor.
Main concerns are the way this place is run.
And you think Scalise will continue that?
I think that there's a problem with leadership in our conference. Publicly to voting for Jim Jordan.
Wisconsin Congressman Mike Gallagher joins us now. Congressman, did they know that Jim Jordan came in second? And he's upset, I'm sure, but he told everyone, don't vote for me, vote for Scalise. But they're going to vote for him anyway, which means they're all going to be deadlocked. What's your take?
Well, my take is, leading up to the vote, everybody said in conference, both of these two men running for Speaker are good men, will support whoever wins, and the rule was whoever gets the majority vote, we would support that person on the floor. And now it appears that people don't want to abide by that rule and tradition, which really throws the House into chaos. If we can't confirm a Speaker, we can't do anything. We can't pass a bill providing aid to Israel. We can't pass a bill that would ban or force the sale of TikTok. All the important things we need to get done cannot happen in the absence of a Speaker. So I get it. We have a narrow majority. People are frustrated with the status quo in Congress, but we are paralyzed unless we have a Speaker, and people have to compromise. We have to coalesce around someone. There's no perfect candidate, but absent a Speaker, we can do nothing in the House of Representatives. It creates chaos.
So we have Chip Roy who said, I'm a hard no because it was rushed. And Bob Good, he never says yes to anything, it seems. He says that Steve Scalise is just more the same like Kevin McCarthy. So I don't know I don't know what kind of magic Steve Scalise can do on the phone, but if not, when do you think the vote's going to be?
Well, my hope is we have a vote tomorrow, first thing. There's no time to waste. As you know, Brian, as we've been talking about for a while, what we're witnessing abroad is the complete deterioration of world order, the deterioration of our leadership, American power. And if we don't act, we can't just blame the Biden administration for everything. We in Congress have to step up and take key steps to restore peace through strength. And right now, because of this intransigence, because of this internal disagreement, we can't do that. So my hope is that there's conversations going on right now tonight. Steve Scalise is talking to the holdouts, and that we'll get to a point where we can go to the floor tomorrow and have a unified Republican vote for a Speaker of the House to move forward and hold Biden accountable for all of his many failures on foreign policy.
20 seconds. You're a Marine. You're basically the personification of discipline. How disenchanted are you right now?
Well, listen, these frustrations we're seeing boil over right now are decades in the making, because this institution in Congress has grown weak. We're the weakest branch of the federal government. We've outsourced all of our constitutional power. But you can't give up. Okay. You cannot give up. We have to save this country, and that's what keeps me motivated.
Go ahead and turn over some chairs and knock everything off the table, get something done. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Have a great night. All right, earlier today I interviewed President Donald J. Trump. Make sure you catch the whole interview. It's a long one, about an hour, 9 to noon, the Brian Kilmeade radio show. and catch pieces of it on Fox and Friends at 6. Sean next.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. We have the very latest on what has been happening overseas as the siege in Gaza and in Israel continues. At this hour, I want to share just a bit of the news that we've been able to get. Israel pounding Gaza City this morning. The barrage of airstrikes coming as hundreds of thousands of Israeli troops amass at the border. The Israeli military says they haven't exactly decided on a ground incursion into Gaza yet. However, they are preparing for it. Meantime, the U.S. government maintaining it will stand with Israel as it strikes back against Hamas, who infiltrated Israel over the weekend. More than 1,200 Israelis are confirmed dead at this hour. 22 American citizens also confirmed dead, and 17 others remain missing. The U.S. has sent munitions to Israel as well as moved ships from the Navy's USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. President Biden and Congress grappling now with how best to help Israel as the conflict in the Middle East grows. Meantime, a bipartisan group of senators is also sending a letter asking Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to send Israel 2 Iron Dome batteries. The systems that launch interceptor rockets to try to block rockets from coming in, and they're asking him to send those as soon as possible. For his part, Secretary Austin addressed the situation briefly moments ago from the NATO summit in Brussels. Let's listen.
I know you share our outrage at the terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas here recently, and also our determination to support Israel's right to defend itself.
Obviously, we continue to monitor this situation very carefully, keeping an eye on live pictures as we get more information. Of course, we promise to share that with you. In the meantime, I'm Kevin Cork here in Washington. Now back to our regularly scheduled program.
I refuse to be silent. I know you refuse to be silent as well.
Joe, if you don't want to be complicit, I have one piece of advice. That $6 billion that you paid for 5 Americans in ransom to Iran, make sure that money is returned to that bank in South Korea, and don't give them a penny. Don't give them access to any of that money, which we all know is fungible. Now, he's silent on whether or not he will refreeze this $6 billion that his administration just prepared, just transferred to a bank in Qatar to be transferred to the mullahs of Iran. The president of Iran saying, you're not going to tell us how we can spend it. And this, of course, that ransom for those 5 American hostages, the very same mullahs, by the way, who funded, organized, helped coordinate this weekend's terrorist attacks. Biden is also silent about his anti-Semitic friends in his party, the Democratic Party, like Congresswoman Tlaib. Joe has no problem constantly, never-ending, demonizing Trump supporters every day. MAGA Republicans this, MAGA Republicans that, day in, day out. God forbid he would take a minute to criticize real bigots and anti-Semites in his own Democratic Party. Congresswoman Tlaib was born in Michigan. She flies a Palestinian flag outside of her office after this all took place. She once said that the Holocaust gave her a calming feeling. In remarks that Tlaib now says, oh, they were misinterpreted. Well, can somebody explain to me, how do you possibly misinterpret those comments? She also called for a boycott of Israel, wants the U.S. to cut off all aid to the world's only Jewish state, the only democracy in the region, along with other squad bigots that she frequents with. Tlaib frequently vilifies Israel, rarely ever has anything bad to say about terrorist groups like Hamas. This week, Fox Business reporter Hillary Vaughn actually tracked Tlaib down on Capitol Hill to see if she would have the moral courage to condemn the terrorist group for beheading babies. After questioning her again and again and again, no such luck. The Democratic Congresswoman just couldn't bring herself to say a bad word about Hamas and asked specifically about decapitating babies' heads. Watch this.
Hamas terrorists have cut off babies' heads and burned children alive. Do you support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality?
We're just going to go through here.
You can't comment about Hamas terrorists chopping off babies' heads? Do you condone what Hamas has done, chopping off babies' heads, burning children alive, raping women in the street? You have no comment about children's heads being chopped off? Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office if you do not condone what Hamas terrorists have done to Israel? Do Israeli lives not matter to you?
Speaks volumes, doesn't it? Kids beheaded, burned alive, young women abducted, raped, grandmas, grandpas shot in the head, and Tlaib has no comment. In a statement, she later called her critics racist and said she doesn't support the targeting and killing of civilians, whether in Israel or Palestine. Still no condemnation of Hamas, this act of terror. Now, what we're watching is evil in our time. I've often found, I wrote a book, Deliver Us from Evil, that it is very hard for good people, people with a heart, a conscience, and a soul, to understand the nature of evil. Well, our very own Bill Malugin, I thought he had a really good point earlier today. He said, quote, in 2019, Representative Tlaib got emotional at a hearing on migrant children being separated from their parents at the border and called it traumatic and inhumane. And yet today, no comment, no reaction when asked about Israeli children being beheaded by Hamas terrorists. But for some reason, no one in the Democratic Party is even willing to criticize Tlaib. That's interesting, too. That speaks volumes as well. Take a look.
Mr. Leader, should Rashida Tlaib still have the Palestinian flag?
This is America. You're allowed to wear the flag that you prefer.
I think she has every right to have that Palestinian flag.
I'm not going to comment on Rashida.
She's a great
friend of mine. She's Palestinian. You know, that doesn't mean she's a terrorist. It doesn't mean that she condones this.
Really? Why didn't she just say the simple words? Democratic Party, they have a big problem. And it's not just Tlaib. America's far-left bigots have been crawling out of the woodwork in alarming numbers after this weekend's attacks in Dearborn, Michigan. Last night, a massive rally taking place, what? In support of Hamas. There have been other similar rallies in New York, in California, D.C., even Washington State. And here's a woman even holding up a swastika. Multiple university campuses are also hosting pro-Hamas rallies. This includes one college in California that featured a Hamas terrorist on a flyer. The same, paragliding terrorists published by the Chicago Black Lives Matter chapter there. And of course, we have already reported about the numerous student groups and student leaders at places like Harvard, UVA, Columbia, other schools who'd published deeply anti-Semitic statements and defending Hamas. New York NYU Student Bar Association president just had a job offer rescinded after blaming Israel, the victim of terror, and Israel alone for being the victim of terror. Now, for this weekend's barbaric terror attacks. But it's not just students spewing this vile rhetoric. One Yale professor, with publications at the New York Times and the Washington Post tweeting the following, quote, settlers are not civilians. This isn't hard. She is now, excusing the murder of innocent, unarmed men, women, children. And she's teaching your kids at an Ivy League institution like Yale. The anti-Semitism and hatred on the left has become now so pronounced, even fake Jake Tapper over at Fake News CNN, even he's starting to notice. Wow, the light went on there for once. Take a look.
These last few days have been a real eye-opening period for a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of progressives, in terms of anti-Semitism on the left. A lot of people who seem more shocked at dehumanizing language used by world leaders to describe Hamas than what Hamas actually perpetrated on Saturday.
Now, we have a debate coming up. Cornel West and Alan Dershowitz, they will be here to debate this rise of anti-Semitism in academia and the Democratic Party. Right now, our focus is on southern Israel tonight, and as we speak, hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers They are now preparing for what looks like an imminent ground war response by Israel. Why? Because the very existence of Israel is hanging in the balance. Think about it. If Hamas laid down their arms right now and they surrendered, there would be peace. But if Israel laid down its arms, there would be no more Israel. Think about that. Make no mistake. This is what this conflict is all about. We're going to have a lot more on this straight ahead tonight. But joining us first from Capitol Hill on the battle for Speaker in the Republican caucus, and, well, the one and only Hitchhiker's Guide to All Things D.C., Chad Program is with us. Chad, it's been an interesting day today. Where do we stand as of this hour?
Well, right now, there is no Speaker of the House. This is the 9th day in a row that there has not been a Speaker of the House. Steve Scalise, he was able to win in the Republican conference today, but he does not have the votes to win on the floor. As I always say, it's about the math. I just spoke with Mario Diaz-Balart, a Republican congressman from Florida, just a couple of moments ago, and he said that there were certain forces, certain Republicans who were trying to undercut Steve Scalise. And, he said the general consensus was that if you got the votes in the Republican conference today, that members would go ahead and support him on the floor. He said they must not believe in elections. That's the line from Mario Diaz-Balart. I also spoke to another senior Republican aide this evening who said they didn't think it would be this bad. They didn't think that Steve Scalise would immediately have the votes coming out of that conference meeting and be able to go to the House floor and win, but they didn't think that there would be this chasm, this deficit that he would have to make up. I mean, there's some here on Capitol Hill who don't think that they can ever make up that deficit. Dusty Johnson, a Republican representative from South Dakota, he indicated that he thought that Steve Scalise had made a little bit of progress today. Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida, she indicated that she was now for Steve Scalise. Sean, here's the other thing. Jim Jordan, after he was vanquished by Scalise today, he met with Steve Scalise and threw his support to Steve Scalise and encouraged his supporters to back Steve Scalise. There are many of them continuing to back Jim Jordan. The key here is that they just don't have the votes to elect a speaker. What that means is the House remains in this stasis, this paralysis, as the Middle East is on fire, and the House can't even pass a resolution to say it stands by Israel. Steve Scalise said that would be his first bit of action if he was elected Speaker. Back to you.
Chad, as I was watching all this unfold today, there was an opportunity for the Republican caucus, as they were meeting together, there was an opportunity for them to vote in conference together as a unit that they would not leave unless they all agreed they would have the votes for Speaker. That was voted down. That seemed like a pretty commonsensical type of rule. Why would they have voted that down? That would obviously have prevented, maybe something like what happened with Kevin McCarthy from happening again and having 15 votes. That seemed like a common sense approach to me. Why did it go down?
Yeah. That was, again, a quote, small d Democratic vote in the conference there. That just didn't have the votes to pass. It was generally thought that had they adopted that would help out Jim Jordan. Some people said we're changing the rules at the last minute. The Republicans often talk about regular order. That's the way they have done it traditionally, that whoever wins in the conference then goes to the floor. But the problem is they have this narrow majority. They have these deep divides, these schisms inside the Republican conference, and they just cannot win on the floor. There's a reason why Kevin McCarthy took 5 days and 15 rounds to be elected Speaker back in January. This is an echo of that, and it may continue to echo for the next couple of days, if not longer. I'll tell you, the next thing they're looking at, the next big train coming down the tracks, is trying to fund the government by the middle of November. I mean, in order to avert a government shutdown just a couple of days ago, they effectively shut down the Congress here because they don't have a Speaker. The Speaker pro tem is Patrick McHenry. I asked him tonight, I said, is this over? How bad does this look? And he said, this isn't over yet. There are some who think that the Speaker pro tem, Patrick McHenry, he could be the person that they try to tap if they eventually get sideways. Or, Sean, if this goes on for longer, maybe a week or two, maybe they eventually get a coalition of Democrats and Republicans and elect someone that we have not even thought about. That would be, just an amazing seismic change here on Capitol Hill.
They definitely need to get their act together. They need to choose a speaker. They need to unite, and they need to show the country they can lead. Chad, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. Now, we're going to have a live report on the ground in Israel in a few minutes. But first, joining us now to react to our top story tonight, former White House Chief of Staff, Reince Priebus, CEO of the Lawfare Project, Brooke Goldstein, is back with us. Former White House Press Secretary, Ari Fleischer. You know, Brooke, as I laid out Congresswoman Tlaib, as I laid out her Democratic colleagues unwilling to criticize her, it is mind-numbing to me that you have a party in America that is allowing, you know, some of the most radical extremes, bigoted, anti-Semitic voices to go unchecked. How does the Democratic Party, the party of political correctness, the party that's woke, how do they allow this to happen?
I hope you can hear me. I think there's a bit of a connection issue, but I want to emphasize how serious this is, that we have terror-affiliated groups and terror sympathizers at the highest level of government, in our schools and in our unions. Don't forget also Mahar Bitar, who was appointed by the Biden administration as the Senior Director of Intelligence on National Security, who is a former board member of Students for Justice in Palestine, which is organizing these pro-Hamas rallies as we speak and are terror affiliated. And they feel emboldened to do this because the US government has not acted to root out those connected with designated terrorist groups that are on our campuses or in our unions. The Starbucks union, for example, was posting support for Hamas. UCLA right now is having an event to legitimize the Hamas terror attacks. This is a national security issue of the highest order.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let me, Ryan, so much has been made. You go back to the Obama-Biden administration, they make this awful deal. President Trump talked about it, campaigned on it with Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror. And, okay, Donald Trump eliminates all of that, isolates Iran, as they rightly should, neutralizes them because I think they really feared him, just like I think China feared Trump, and I think that Russia feared Trump, and I think it was not a bad thing that Kim Jong-un actually got along with Trump. But I think there was genuine fear. I don't think there's a fear of our current president. So my question is, now we go back to sucking up to the mullahs in Iran. Why is there this Democratic Party compulsion to deal with the #1 state sponsor of terror? I can't, for the love of me, figure that out.
Well, Sean, it's all about appeasement. It's all about people wanting to believe that everybody is good and not accepting the fact that there are horrible, evil people involved in these terrorist groups in the Middle East. And for the people out there, just go back. It's important to remember when Hamas came into power in Gaza, it was Iran and Hezbollah that funded their stunning takeover of Gaza. Then Iran, for years and years and years, have been funding Hamas by the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every single year. Turkey is not innocent either, by the way. Then they came in with Biden, Obama, and they cut the Iran deal. I can remember Donald Trump fighting people in his own administration to shut down that Iran deal within the first few weeks of his presidency. And by the way, it started in 2016 during the transition. If you remember, there was a UN security resolution condemning Israel on resettlements. We were told to back off, you're not in power anymore, and you're violating the law by sticking your nose into this resolution in 2016. Then I wrote a few other highlights down. Trump then, in 2017, you remember, recognized Jerusalem as the capital. In 2018, they unveiled the capital in Jerusalem. He then signed a proclamation in 2019 to give Israel the rights over the Golan Heights. There's one other thing. It was Donald Trump, too, in that administration that shut down the $75 million that was going to go to Gaza and the West Bank. And in April of 2021, Joe Biden reinstated the $75 million that went to Gaza and the West Bank. So look, tyrants are tempted by weakness, and there are evil, evil, horrible people in the world that think they're doing great things by slaughtering people, and there's no academia or professor out there that can justify what's been going on in Israel over the past several weeks.
You know, the Israelis now have over 500,000 troops at the ready, Ari Fleischer. This counteroffensive is now imminent. Last night, during the course of the 2 hours we were on the air, over 450 airstrikes in Gaza, preparing the way for this ground conflict that is very obviously happening. Over 100,000 troops currently now stationed at the border. They're ready to go. I would imagine this is pretty imminent here. And what I'm trying, and the Israelis, to their credit, they're trying to tell the innocent people in Gaza, get out, because if you stay, you will die. They're sending that to every phone that they possibly can, every form of communication available. They're sending it to them because they have a respect for human life. There was no such warning given to the people of Israel. How do you see this playing out? And politically, can you explain why Joe Biden won't talk about Iran?
Yeah, that was a terrible mistake, not only politically, but substantively and militarily by Joe Biden. The way you deal with Iran is by drawing a bright line and making it clear to the world and demonstrating strength. It's what Ronald Reagan would have done. It's what Donald Trump did. George W. Bush would do it. And now we have the silence from the Joe Biden, Barack Obama wing of the Democratic Party when it comes to how to handle Iran. And if you're the Iranians, you just look at that and you go, aha, you see? They don't know how to handle us. They're afraid of us. And it gives them license to be adventurous. It gives them license to push and to probe and to test and to see where we're weak. And that's my fear about Joe Biden. He gave a very good speech yesterday, used the right words, but will he use the right actions? And he hasn't yet when it comes to Iran. That really worries me. The Israeli mission...
You're right on some of the substance of the words. He did say a lot of the right things, but he didn't mention Iran. If we want to get to the root
that's
cause...
That's what I just said, Sean. He didn't. That's what I just said. Joe Biden has demonstrated weakness when it comes to how to deal with Iran because he didn't draw a line for all Iranians, for the Iranian leadership to know and to see. And this is the time for drawing lines. But I'll tell you something else that needs to be done. These protesters, these pro-Hamas, pro-murder, pro-terrorist protesters in America's streets, the Department of Homeland Security needs to figure out who they are. And if any of them have overstayed a visa, if any of them are here illegally, we need to deport them and deport them tomorrow. We have the technology. We know that. It was used against the January 6th rioters. We need to do the same thing here to these people because it's only a matter of time before we're struck in this country. And anybody who overstayed those visas and shows up at these rallies, gone, out of America.
Hey, Ari, by the end of this year, Joe Biden will have aided and abetted over 8 million people into this country. Congressional report just came out in the last week saying that 99% of the people that crossed our border stayed here. Now, there's been no vetting. I can tell you, as certainly as I'm sitting here breathing and talking on television tonight, I guarantee you people with terrorist intentions are setting up cells right here in America because of Joe's open border policies. Now, to me, when that day comes, America should not be surprised. Now, I'll say this very proud. I would be proud to come on the air and say, I was wrong about that prediction. But I don't think I'm going to be proven wrong. You were with President Bush on 9/11/01. You know, Ari, and you know what? What did we learn from the 9/11 Commission report? They were at war with us. We were not at war with them. It seems like we have forgotten in this country because I guarantee you those cells are here and they're plotting and they're scheming and they're planning and they will attack. That's coming. Again, I pray I'm wrong. Ari, thank you. Reince, thank you. Brooke Goldstein, thank you. Anyway, we have now breaking news. Joining us now with a live report, breaking report on the ground in Israel this hour, our very own Greg Palcott. Greg, what's the latest?
Hey, Sean. Yeah, we are wrapping up day 5, just hours away of day 5 of this incredible war between Israel and Hamas. And the horror just grows and the toll builds as well. Over 1,200 dead here in Israel, including 22 Americans, 150 hostages held somewhere in the Gaza Strip. And perhaps 17, maybe more Americans among that 150. We've been here for a couple of days, Sean, and we've seen the scale of infiltration by these bloodthirsty Hamas militants incredible. Even today, they're still roaming around certain areas of the border across from Gaza in southern Israel. The scale of the blasts we've seen, the rocket attacks coming from Hamas and from the Gaza Strip, and also the Israeli Air Force doing some real damage to Gaza, along with casualties, about 1,100 Palestinians dead as well. And finally, the buildup of tanks and armor personnel. You talked about it. We've been seeing it lining the roads, building up on hills, ready for a ground invasion if and when that is called for. But let's get back to the hostage story. We know there's some negotiations or reports of negotiations being attempted by certain countries, but the reality is that those people are still there. We talked to an Israeli American who came back yesterday to try to find his father. His father was lost as of Saturday morning. Take a listen to what he told us.
At 6:30, he called us, said there's alarms and he's going into shelter. And since then, we lost touch.
Israeli-American Igor Kimmenfeld talking about his father, 64-year-old Daniel Kimmenfeld. He went with a friend Saturday to fish near his home in southern Israel, next to the Gaza Strip. Then Hamas militants arrived in their deadly rampage, his car full of bullet holes, fishing tackle in the trunk, his body not found. Do you think he is being held hostage in Gaza?
You know, at this point, I hope so.
You hope so?
At this point, I hope so.
That would be the best?
That would be the best right now, yeah.
Igor flew from his New Jersey home to comfort his mother.
My mom can't imagine life without him.
And helped search for his beloved and highly regarded father. They've had little word from the Israeli government. Igor has several words for Hamas.
They should be deleted. Every terrorist organization should be erased from the face of the earth.
Let me repeat, Sean, at 5:30 in the morning on Saturday, this guy was surf casting with his buddy on the beach just north of Gaza Strip. By 6:30, he was in the hands of bloodthirsty terrorists. We asked Igor if he could possibly talk to his father right now, by phone or whatever. What would he say? He told us, "Come home, Dad. Come home." Back to you.
Greg Palcott, thank you. That really important report and actually chilling. Thank you. We'll check back in with him throughout the evening tonight. First, left-wing bigotry, anti-Semitism running rampant on university campuses around the world, London, Australia. What's happening? Chanting in Australia, about gas chambers and, for Jewish people. What is happening on our college campuses? What is happening among the Democratic Party? Some Harvard students now are scrambling to finally rescind their support of their vile letter, actually blaming the victim, Israel, for the brutal Hamas terror attacks. Not everyone disagrees with them. 2024 presidential candidate, former Harvard professor Cornel West said the students were largely right, but they lack nuance. He joins us now with reaction, along with attorney, also Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz is with us. Thank you both for being with us. You always call me Brother Sean, I call you Brother Cornell. I'm not that happy with you tonight.
I understand. We could talk about why we...
Because we have 31 groups from Harvard. Harvard's supposed to be, I always thought, the top of the top. To get into Harvard, what an accomplishment, what an achievement, what academic excellence you must show, a cut above everyone else. And 31 student groups blaming Israel, blaming the victim. And your answer to this is they are largely right? Hamas that murdered children? Hamas that murdered innocent people?
That's what I said, though, brother.
Okay. They are largely right, but lacking nuance.
No, I didn't say lack nuance. That's the title of the piece.
Okay.
My actual words were, I'll just be very honest.
I got it here in front of me.
The words were that Israel's policies of war crimes and collective punishment against Palestinians
I'll read
set
it
a
to you.
context.
Israel and the United
and
States
Hamas
are
must take
primarily
responsibility for killing innocent people. Anybody who kills innocent people are engaging in barbaric acts.
You said
no matter
Israel,
who they
hang
are,
on,
what color, what nation, and so forth.
Israel and the United States are primarily
And the United States has supported and enabled.
You explain to this audience. I want you to explain how is Israel and the United States responsible for beheading 40 children? How?
I'm talking about the context. 545 Palestinian children died in August 2004. Not one American said a word. I believe a Palestinian baby has the same value as an Israeli baby. So when you have that kind of vicious hatred and revenge, you get response of hatred and revenge. They are all wrong. They're all war crimes. They're all to be condemned. But you cannot simply look at this particular moment without the larger backdrop of an ugly occupation and the ugly attacks chronically against Palestinians.
Those are not your words. Largely right. Israel and the United States are primarily responsible for this attack. Professor Dershowitz.
Well, I complained when Palestinian children were killed, but I explained why they were killed. Here is one of the leaders of Hamas. For the Palestinian people, death has become an industry. The elderly excel at this, and so do the children. This is why we have formed human shields of the women and the children. Hamas is the ones responsible for the killing of Palestinian children. Also, Hamas has a term. It's called the CNN strategy. And the CNN strategy is induce Israel into killing Palestinian children by using them as human shields. Then parade the bodies out on CNN, and you'll see what happens. People like Cornel West will engage in crocodile tears, blame it on Israel, when the entire blame is on the Palestinians, Hamas, for using their children as human shields, and then using their children as shields to permit the killing of Israeli.
But don't accuse me.
What is Hamas's charter?
I have the same outrage when Palestinian babies are killed, when Jewish babies or Israeli babies. I want you to have the same indignation when Palestinians are killed.
Not when they're killed. Not when they're killed by Palestinians. You can't make a moral comparison. When Nazi kids were killed in the bombings of Dresden, I didn't have the same comparison when Jewish kids were put in gas chambers and crematoriums. You're a professor of theology. Don't you understand the moral difference between deliberately murdering a kid and having collateral damage because there are human shields? You're running for president of the United States. What would you do? Let me tell you. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question.
Okay.
What would you do if if terrorists were firing at American children in America, and the terrorists were hiding behind Palestinian children? Would you allow the killing of Americans to continue, or would you go and get the terrorists, even if it meant possibly collateral damage on Palestinians? What would you do?
I'll tell you exactly what I would do. First, truth and morality tend to be two casualties in any context of war. I would want to tell the American people the truth. I would tell them what the context is, how we found ourselves in this situation. I would not jump for a military invasion and a genocidal attack on a
genocidal attack
on Gaza.
No,
it's not a genocidal
where are they
supposed to go?
When you're killing terrorists.
This is like Warsaw, 1943. Where do they go?
Where do they go?
Yes.
Let me tell you where they go. They go to the UN. UN is keeping
from Gaza to Geneva?
They go to no. The UN has places in Gaza. They go to the Rafah crossing.
UN people have been killed in the last few days.
They go to Egypt. They go. Wait a minute. Let me make another thing clear. Gaza City is very dense. But Gaza itself, the Gaza Strip, there's lots of room. The Israelis have said, get out of Gaza City. Go to Rafah. Go to Khan Yunis. Go to other places. And you know what Hamas is saying?
No water, no food, no electricity.
You know what Hamas is saying? Hamas is saying, don't go.
Oh, I'm not here to defend Hamas.
Well, you are here.
I'm not defending Hamas.
Wait a minute.
Don't you ever lie on me like that, brother. I'm defending the suffering of Palestinians.
I want to hear
Hamas itself committing war crimes.
I want to hear you say
anybody who commits war crimes are barbaric. I'm saying that explicitly, but I want you to say if the Israeli Defense Forces are killing children, are they barbaric too?
No,
Are they ever barbaric?
No. If they target children.
Yes. Have they ever targeted children?
No, absolutely.
They have
Never in the history
78 years.
have they ever targeted a child
You got to
deliberately.
Get off the crack pipe, man, please.
No, they never
You don't think
targeted a
they
child.
killed one innocent person?
Not purposely.
Since 1948?
No, not
Are they
purposely.
that pure? Are they that
You don't have to be
pristine?
very
Come
pure
on, brother,
not to kill a child. Not to kill a child.
They killed 550 in 50 days.
Because they're being used as human shields.
Let me show something we showed on this program last night. What I'm about to show this audience, these are cartoons that are air in Gaza for young children that are taught to hate the Jewish people. You know, just watch this for a second, and I'll have you both comment. Watch that.
لأنه اليهود أطفالهم بعلموهم على الشراسة والدمار والقتل والطهر.
تهدف بيدها الصغيرة وجوه الدمار الحقيرة رآها العدو كره طفولتها كره بطولتها صوب البندقية وأطلق الرصاصة.
Professor West, if you brainwash and indoctrinate young children, that is, you're teaching them to hate from that young age. Not good.
No.
Here's the problem.
Any kind of inculcation of hatred is immoral and wrong.
Here's the problem I have with your
brothers and others. If there's any hatred of anybody, including Palestinians,
Would you condemn Black Lives Matter Chicago for justifying the Hamas murder by using these little airplane things and coming down on the music event?
But
I want to hear.
I would certainly condemn it.
You condemn Black Lives Matter.
I would condemn anybody.
Okay.
It's not a matter of
I'm glad to hear you.
This is morality and spirituality.
Okay, so you condemn Black Lives Matter.
Part of our challenge, though, and this is important just as a leader, you see, he asked me what I would do. I would say we've got to end occupation. We got to make sure that Palestinians have the same dignity, the same rights as Israelis.
Let me ask you a question.
That's at the center. That's
You know I support that. You know I support the two-state solution. But Hamas doesn't support the two-state solution. Hamas opposes.
Professor West, I want to ask this question. Would Gaza be facing annihilation if Hamas did not attack and kill all these innocent Israelis?
Of course not.
Gaza has been facing
You're not answering.
chronic
Would they be
process
facing
of
an imminent annihilation?
Since 2000.
Would they be facing
2000 and what?
imminent
2000
annihilation?
and what?
Since 2006 and 7, and Gaza was taken over by Hamas. I'm not pro-Hamas, I'm pro-democracy, but I'm concerned about the suffering of Palestinians.
Israel didn't fire a single rocket until Hamas fired 5,000 rockets.
Israel controls the land, the air,
only after Hamas
the
took
food
over.
going in, the trade coming.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. Israeli Defense Forces conducting large airstrikes in Gaza. Massive plumes of smoke can be seen filling the skyline. The IDF says it's hitting terror targets belonging to Hamas's Nukmah elite forces. Earlier, they struck an operational, political, and military center. Now, this all comes as Israeli forces also amass at the border, preparing for a possible ground invasion. The Israeli military says they haven't decided on a ground incursion into Gaza yet, but that they're preparing for it. On Wednesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to, quote, crush and destroy Hamas. And he didn't hold back, saying every member is, quote, a dead man. At least 1,200 Israelis and 1,100 Palestinians have died so far in the fighting. This all, of course, began back on early Saturday morning when Hamas unleashed its terror into Israel, killing hundreds of civilians, even young babies and toddlers. At least 22 Americans at last count are confirmed dead. 17 others remain missing. Israel says Hamas is currently holding about 150 people hostage at least, and they are threatening to kill every hostage every time Israel strikes back. Of course, we continue to monitor live pictures. In the meantime, I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. More as we continue, but for now, back to our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
There are some things that go better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. With Voya, considering all your financial choices together can help you be better prepared for unexpected events.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, Remember the 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65 and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. It has an affordable rate starting at $9.95 a month. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-482-1800 for your free information and free gift. That's 1-800-482-1800. 1-800-482-1800. Call now.
Meet Gold Bond Daily Healing, a powerhouse lotion that moisturizes, heals, and smooths dry skin with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. And new Gold Bond Healing Sensitive, clinically shown to heal and moisturize dry, sensitive skin. Gold Bond.
Are you tired of that old, worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just 1 day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did it in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Attention Medicare recipients, if you need medical-grade oxygen, the ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator may now be available at little or no cost to you. Call now to see if you qualify. Stop dealing with bulky tanks. An ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator converts the air around you into medical-grade oxygen. It's convenient, lightweight, and battery-powered to go everywhere you go, even on a flight. And if you have Medicare, you could qualify for a unit at little or no out-of-pocket costs. ARIA uses the same technology found in higher-priced units for hundreds less. You get Smart Sense technology, flexible flow rates, up to 16-hour battery life, and the industry's best warranty. All in an ergonomic, comfortable design that you can try risk-free for 30 days. Remember, if you have Medicare, you could qualify to get your ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator at little or no cost.
800-864-9128. That's 800-864-9128. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, joining us now with reaction to the battle for Speaker on Capitol Hill and, of course, terrorist attack against Israel and Israel's, well, imminent response. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, is with us. I would assume by the end of the week, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm overly optimistic, that the issue of Speaker is going to be handled in Washington. You're a longtime veteran. Am my instincts right there?
Well, I think because of the Israeli war, the pressure on Republicans to really work overtime and find a solution is much, much greater. I mean, the whole world is watching, and the American House has to be able to function. So I think Steve Scalise won a significant victory today. I'm sure tonight he's trying to put together the 217 votes because we have a couple of absences, so 217 is a majority. It's still uphill. There are still people who are saying, oh, I really don't want to vote for him. I'm really not ready, what have you. But I think Republicans have to come together and realize whether it's Scalise or somebody else, and Steve's a great guy, has been a good majority leader, is a solid conservative. Somebody has to get 217 votes, and the House has to get its act together under our Constitution, because the world's dangerous, and people like Hamas are not hanging around waiting for the House Republicans. So I hope in the next 24 hours they'll find a way to get to 217, and I hope that by tomorrow afternoon we'll have Speaker Steve Scalise. He won a straight-up fight. It was a fair fight with a very good member, Jim Jordan, and I think that we'll see what actually happens.
All right, let me ask you, both of us have known Prime Minister Netanyahu for decades. Both of us have known him. I don't think there's been a more consistent leader on the world stage with as much moral clarity as Prime Minister Netanyahu. He has been very clear that this response will change the Middle East forever. He's been very clear that their pending response, their imminent response, will literally be discussed for generations. I take him at his word. I believe you probably do too.
Well, look, I think we should all start with President Biden's very strong statement yesterday that we are dealing with pure evil. Now, if the president meant that, then the answer is to defeat and destroy Hamas. Since Gaza has 2 million people, in order to minimize civilian casualties, there ought to be some method for letting virtually all of them leave Gaza, go into the areas that are nearby, create temporary housing and temporary conditions, and then methodically destroy Gaza until they have eliminated every single element of Hamas. Not a single piece of Hamas, not a single soldier, not a single planner should be alive. And I think when you think about 40 babies in one kibbutz being killed, a number of them being beheaded, when you think about women being raped while their own phones are being used to send the rape scenes to their families, a grandmother being killed while her own phone records it so it can be put on Facebook, these people are evil. And I think when you're faced with evil, you have to do what is necessary, not what is reasonable. And what is necessary today is the total, complete destruction of Hamas. Anything less than that is, in fact, a defeat.
Yeah. And they have been warning innocent people in Gaza, leave now or you will die. Not many countries would take the time to warn the innocent to get out of harm's way. Israel's been doing that for days. Former Speaker of the House, you will be sitting in studio with us tomorrow. We look forward to having you here. Thank you, sir, for being with us. We appreciate it. When we come back, Vivek Ramaswamy, he weighs in on the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel, and Vivek is criticizing Republicans. We'll tell you why next as we continue.
I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I've got a choice, more than one answer.
I sat down with my doc. We had a talk. You're just what two say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
So here's what you do. Guy gets a sack. You go. Sacked you very much. What else?
How about sack of all trades?
Boom, sack-a-lacka.
Saccaroni and cheese.
I like saccaroni and cheese. Starving.
I'm too sexy for this shirt. Well, but you could say that.
I would say sacrilegious, but that would be sacrilegious.
Okay, you ready for this one? Sackety sack, don't sack back.
This was a really bad idea. Sack of potatoes.
Ooh, how about suffering saccotash?
Like that one.
The Masked Singer. Season 10 kicked off with the most incredible reveal ever.
I am so starstruck right now.
It only gets bigger and better.
We got the trolls in the building. It's NFL night. Harry Potter night. Oh my God!
There's still so much in store.
We've never seen that.
It's a can't-miss season. The Masked Singer. All new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu. The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a confident day. A never hide my smile day. A life of the party day. A take on the world day. A believe in myself day. A flash my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice Day is the day you get your confidence back for good. A Clear Choice Day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Golo. Golo helps with insulin resistance, getting rid of sugar cravings, helps control stress and emotional eating, and losing weight. Go to Golo.com and see how Golo can change your life. That's GOLO.com.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Plus, get a $79 Nano protection plan for free with the purchase of any hearing aid. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology, many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297 with free shipping. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. So call now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297. Free shipping and a Nano protection plan free with the purchase of any hearing aid.
Call 800-577-0455. That's 800-577-0455.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Bawk. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Bawk Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Bawk.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
All right, as this major foreign policy crisis unfolds overseas, GOP presidential candidates, they're all weighing in. Vivek Ramaswamy released his 6-point plan to tackle the situation in Israel, while taking shots at other candidates, specifically Nikki Haley. Vivek is calling for intelligence and weapon sharing with Israel, the immediate appointment of an ambassador to Israel to end nuclear proliferation in the Middle East, the deportation of illegals here in the U.S. who have worked with Hamas, and much more. And Vivek Ramaswamy joins us now. I looked at your list, and the only disagreement I have is I don't really disagree on a lot of your points, but the intelligence sharing was unprecedented, and a coalition was formed when President Trump was in office, where it was the U.S., it was Israel, it was Egypt, it was Jordan, it was the Saudis, it was the Emirates, all standing united against Iranian hegemony in the region to prevent them from ever acquiring nuclear weapons. So we have had that before, Vivek.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Sean, one of the things I've said is that while everybody else seems to say this is a question for later, I think this is a question for now. We need to understand what the heck went wrong with both U.S. and Israeli intelligence, as well as Israeli defense. Think about an airplane. When it crashes, the black box is not analyzed by the airliner who was responsible for the crash. We need independent answers to that question. But my #1 focus, Sean, is on one hand, we have to support Israel in the decisions that Israel makes to defend itself. They have a right to national self-existence, and what happened there was wrong and barbaric and medieval by Hamas. On the other hand, I'm the only Republican saying this. This is our also moment to be cool-headed, not emotional, but rational in our response, to make sure that we don't inadvertently enter a U.S.-involved broader regional conflict in the Middle East that does not advance American interests. And I believe we can do both of those things well. But part of the reason I've criticized the Republicans is that the emotional response, I think, is unhelpful, saying finish them, saying just do it. We need to be very specific about exactly what we're going to do. cool-headedness in times of crisis is essential, and that's how I would lead as Commander-in-Chief.
If you look at this exponentially and you look at the population of Israel and the population of the U.S., it would be the moral equivalent of 36,000 Americans killed on our soil in a single day. What would you want America's response to be? Because I could tell you what I really predict is going to happen. Gaza is going to be annihilated, and they're going to end Hamas's reign in Gaza. That will be over. And I don't think there's going to be much for people to go back to there.
That is going to be Israel's decision to make, and we should support whatever decision they do make. I will tell you this, though, Sean. Now is the moment to remember, we have made some of our own most disastrous decisions in the wake of tragedies, including after 9/11. Look at $3 trillion wasted in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thousands upon thousands of American lives sacrificed. To what end? The Taliban still in charge in Afghanistan 20 years later. A hostile anti-American regime in Iraq, vulnerable to Iranian incursion in Iraq today. So if I'm talking to Bibi, if I'm the President of the United States, I'm going to offer him both compassion, sympathy, support, but also our learnings to say, we've made mistakes in the United States in response to tragedy. We will share those lessons with you. Cool-headedness is important.
Should they offer bunker buster bombs to take out nuclear sites in Iran? Yes or no? I got to go.
I think the U.S. should offer Israel limited munitions to be able to defend itself against Hamas and the attacks. I think we should be very careful not to escalate into a broader regional war in the Middle East. Well, Sean, there's a lot of circumstances that are still changing, but the principle for me is no broader regional war while still supporting Israel's defense.
All right, well, continuing coverage straight ahead.
This is your season to smile with new dentures from Aspen Dental. To gather together and discover the moments that matter. To jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental Denture team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Don't miss enjoying a moment with fast repairs in our on-site labs and 20% off your custom dentures. Plus, we have a denture money-back guarantee so you can smile with confidence. Aspen Dental. Book today.
Attention Medicare recipients, if you need medical-grade oxygen, the ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator may now be available at little or no cost to you. Call now to see if you qualify. Stop dealing with bulky tanks. An ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator converts the air around you into medical-grade oxygen. It's convenient, lightweight, and battery-powered to go everywhere you go, even on a flight. And if you have Medicare, you could qualify for a unit at little or no out-of-pocket costs. ARIA uses the same technology found in higher-priced units for hundreds less. You get Smart Sense technology, flexible flow rates, up to 16-hour battery life, and the industry's best warranty. All in an ergonomic, comfortable design that you can try risk-free for 30 days. Remember, if you have Medicare, you could qualify to get your ARIA Portable Oxygen Concentrator at little or no cost.
800-864-9128. That's 800-864-9128.
Meet Gold Bond Daily Healing, a powerhouse lotion that moisturizes, heals, and smooths dry skin with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. And new Gold Bond Healing Sensitive, clinically shown to heal and moisturize dry, sensitive skin. Gold Bond.
Attention, Medicare has expanded Dexcom coverage for people with diabetes.
If you have diabetes, getting on Dexcom G7 is the single most important thing you can do. It eliminates painful finger sticks, helps lower A1C, and is covered by Medicare.
Before using the Dexcom G7, I was really frustrated. My A1C was stuck.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers to your phone or Dexcom receiver without painful finger sticks. The arrow shows the direction your glucose is heading, up, down, or steady. And because Dexcom G7 is the most accurate CGM, you can make better decisions about food, medication, and activity in the moment.
After using the Dexcom G7, my A1C has never been lower. I lead line dancing 3 times a week, and I'm just living a great life now.
It's so easy to use. Dexcom G7 has given me confidence and control that everything I need is right there on my phone.
Now millions more are covered by Medicare. Take advantage of the expanded coverage by calling today.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford, with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called, and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
The Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. Israeli Defense Forces conducting large airstrikes this morning in Gaza. Massive plumes of smoke can be seen filling the skyline. The IDF says it's hitting terror targets belonging to Hamas's Nukba elite forces. Earlier, they struck an operational, political, and military center. It comes as Israeli forces also amass at the border, preparing for a possible ground invasion. The Israeli military says they haven't decided on a ground incursion into Gaza yet, but that they're preparing for it. On Wednesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to, quote, crush and destroy Hamas. He didn't hold back either, saying every Hamas member is, quote, a dead man. Let's get straight to our correspondent, Trey Yangst. He is live in Israel with the very latest. Trey, how are things this morning, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Kevin, good morning. Overnight, we saw a lull in rocket fire from the Gaza Strip, and this is not surprising because Hamas and Islamic Jihad don't have an unlimited supply of rockets, and they understand they're about to enter a very long conflict, so they have to basically just use a smaller amount each day against Israel and their attacks. And so the Israeli military said the number of rockets fired into Israel has reduced to about 200 to 400 a day. And this is significant because it takes some pressure off Israel's air defense systems and also allows the focus to be back on the ground, where we do expect troops are still staging to enter a ground operation at some point in the near future. Overnight, though, the rocket fire ultimately resumed after about 9 to 11 hours, targeting the West Bank at a settlement there, and also a couple shorter-range rockets were fired as well. But nothing like we've seen the past several days. All of this does come as Israeli officials are reiterating their siege on Gaza. They are saying no humanitarian aid will go in. They don't care that the death toll is rising there. They are very much taking the gloves off in this fight. And we know that the death toll in Gaza has reached more than 1,200 people, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. So it's a quick update on the ground here, but things are fluid and they're changing each and every hour.
Let me ask you, Trey, about where the people who are caught in the midst of all of this can go. I understand that they can't obviously head into Israel. Is Egypt a possible location? What happens to the people, I guess my question is, on the ground who are obviously having to deal with a conflict, perhaps their innocents, who are caught in the midst of all this?
Absolutely. It's a great question. And the death toll in Gaza includes women and children. There is no place for them to go. Right now, they are sheltering in many cases at UN schools inside Gaza. We're told there are a few other locations that the Israelis have indicated are considered safe zones. But nothing really is that safe if you're in Gaza amid a war. And so the solution to all of this that's being discussed by many analysts is that there could be a corridor open for civilians to go into Egypt. And that's really about the only solution that is possible. There are two countries that border Gaza, and it is Israel and Egypt. And so there's a crossing in the south of Gaza called Rafah. And if that opens, it's been bombarded by the Israelis, but if they're able to open it and they're able to create that corridor, it could allow for some civilians to evacuate there. An issue here is whether or not the Israelis will allow that. And so far they've indicated they will not. They plan to keep the Gaza Strip totally locked down and continue their siege following the massacre that took place on Saturday morning.
Trey Yingst joining us live from Israel this morning. I wanted to ask you, Trey, very quickly about tunnels. I don't think the average American who's just sort of learning about what is happening in that part of the world, I don't think the average American probably understands the preponderance of tunnels that are pretty much everywhere. And I understand that this is part of the strategy for the Israeli forces is to make sure that they're taking out these tunnels, which can be devastating in terms of their transport of material, armament, and other personnel from Gaza into Israel. Is that your understanding as well?
Absolutely. There's a massive network of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip, and they're used to get fighters from one place to another. They're able to transfer weapons, and along the Egyptian border, they're even able to smuggle weapons into Gaza still. In the past, there were tunnels that were dug into Israeli territory, and fighters had used them to come and kill during other conflicts. All of those have been cut off, and there are sensors in the ground. They're not able to tunnel without being detected anymore. But inside Gaza itself, they are able to hide anything they want. And according to Hamas, they are keeping some of the civilians and soldiers that were taken hostage into Gaza in these tunnels. And that makes it incredibly difficult because they are beneath the ground in an unfamiliar network of tunnels. And while the Israelis have some intelligence on these tunnels, they certainly don't have all of the intelligence, and they don't have a map of the tunnels. So even if they enter Gaza and they're able to hold territory, it is a huge challenge, even if you go in with commando units and special forces, to actually be able to rescue anyone. And I think that is part of the story that has to be discussed, because it's going to be incredibly challenging in the weeks and months ahead.
Trey, you've been doing yeoman's work. Obviously, we continue to hope that you and your team are safe, and we certainly appreciate you spending time with us this morning. Trey Yingst, Fox News correspondent, joining us live from Israel this morning. Trey, thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate that very much. And of course, we continue to monitor the pictures as you see them. We continue to keep an eye on them. Trey and our entire team, which continues to grow by the day, continues to keep an eye on what is happening over there. I didn't get a chance to chat with Trey about incoming rocket fire. Obviously, the Iron Dome is continuing to keep the Israeli people safe, and yet rockets continue to move into that direction. Again, as we take a look at these live pictures, you see smoke rising there in Gaza City. Some of the video that we've been showing you is obviously showing parts of the city which have been completely devastated by Israeli rocket fire and bombing, again in retaliation for what Hamas began over the weekend. Again, this is Fox News continuing coverage of the war between Hamas and the Israeli Defense Forces. We'll keep an eye on what's happening, and obviously we'll get back out to Israel as soon as we can get more information, especially as things change on the ground. But for now, I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. Back to our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
Report from Iran. Take a look.
فالشكر كل الشكر للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران التي لم تبخل علينا طيلة السنوات الماضية ولا على فصائل المقاومة الفلسطينية الأخرى بالمال والسلاح والخبرات.
نفقات. أنا أقول لك، أنا إذا بدي أحسب شو دفعوا الإيرانيين للفلسطينيين عبر 30 سنة، أنا أقول لك مليارات الدولارات. يمكن الناس تستغرب.
إيران تدعمنا سياسيا، تقف مع المقاومة كبرنامج، وتقف مع حماس وقوى المقاومة، وتدعمنا بالمال والسلاح.
قلنا لهم الفارق بينك وبين إيران إنه إيران بتدعمنا بالصواريخ.
الجمهورية الإسلامية ساهمت يعني إلى حد كبير وبجهد كبير بتطوير القدرات العسكرية للمقاومة الفلسطينية عبر التدريب، تطوير الأسلحة.
Here with reaction, former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe is with us. Welcome back, sir. Good to have you. Let me start with this. I have had multiple sources from Washington, high-ranking sources, confirm to me that, in fact, the intelligence and the evidence is incontrovertible. It is overwhelming that, in fact, the administration has this evidence, that they know about Iran's involvement, yet they are lying purposely to the American people. Why would that be? Is it to protect the $6 billion that in that ransom deal that they made? They don't want the American people to know the truth? By the way, Israel also has this information. They've chosen not to share it at this point, maybe protecting the administration whose support they need at this moment. I don't know. But there's no doubt that their involvement, their plotting, their planning, their approval, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard were all involved. Why won't they tell us the truth?
Well, Sean, the White House might as well be arguing that the earth is flat. You're right. Look, the intelligence community produces dozens and dozens of intelligence products every year, analyzing the relationship between Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah. And in every one of those, there's analysis of the extent to which Iran either approved an operation, directed an operation, ordered an operation, or funded the operation. And so the Biden White House would have you believe that in the largest operation that Hamas has ever engaged in, for the first time, Iran took a pass and was not involved. But even if you set that aside, much like those clips that you were playing, Sean, on Sunday, both Hamas and Hezbollah came out and said that in a meeting 2 weeks ago in Beirut, Iran greenlit this operation. Sean, what motive would Hamas, or Hezbollah for that matter, have for falsely accusing, falsely implicating Iran in an atrocity that's going to incur the wrath of world powers economically and militarily, especially when Iran is their primary benefactor? So the reason why, Sean, why all of this? Look, Joe Biden could get a signed confession from the Iranian supreme leader saying we did this, and the White House is going to say there's no direct evidence, because to admit that Iran was involved is to admit that the Biden policy regarding Iran is a bigger failure than their policy regarding Afghanistan. They would have to admit that they sat across the table with hostage takers and said, we're going to give you $6 billion at the very same time those people were planning to take more U.S. hostages. They would have to admit that by easing off on the maximum pressure campaign of the Trump administration and by trusting Iran and enriching Iran, they in fact contributed to what took place, these atrocities that took place in Israel on Saturday. So they are never going to admit that Iran was directly involved, even though, as you said, Sean, they very clearly were, and everyone in the intelligence community knows it.
You know, the interesting thing is you go from the Obama-Biden administration and their obsession to give billions of dollars to Iran. You go through the Trump years, of which you were a part of the administration, where, of course, Iran is isolated, and that deal was just cut off. Iran was given a very firm, stern warning that if they dare try to get nuclear weapons, America would unite with Israel and other countries, and they would prevent that from happening, meaning they'd probably take out the nuclear sites. And then here we are back, Joe Biden's president, back to giving Iran billions of dollars. I'm having a hard time understanding why the United States of America, why we have people in this country that think it's a good idea to give the world's #1 state sponsor of terror billions of dollars.
Well, why do dumb people do dumb things? It's because they're dumb. But in the case of trying to understand,
everyone in the audience agrees Biden's dumb. Except for one guy. Yeah.
But the bottom line is, this started in the Obama administration, as you pointed out, because the Obama administration had no genuine affection for Israel, and they stood closer to Iran than they did to Israel. And we moved back to the traditional role that the United States had as no daylight between our most important strategic, military, and moral ally in the Middle East. And Joe Biden has reversed course on that again, once again, courting Iran, begging Iran, appeasing Iran, enriching Iran, while largely ignoring our most important ally, Israel. And what you have seen these last few days is the result of that. The opposite of peace through strength is chaos through weakness, and we have weakness in this White House.
I can't say it any better. John Ratcliffe, always great to see you, sir. Thank you for being with us. All right, our next guest, currently working on a Senate bill that would immediately refreeze the $6 billion that Joe Biden and his administration is now making available to Iran as part of this ransom payment for 5 American hostages. 2024 presidential candidate, Senator from the great state of South Carolina, Tim Scott, is with us. Senator, great to have you.
Thank you, Sean. It's always good to be back on your show. 2 hours. Love it.
Yeah, I do too. But I don't get those. Honestly, I wish it was different circumstances. I wish this could be a fun, raucous, rowdy. We have a crowd here tonight, but it's so serious. We're talking about human lives at stake here, and it's the seriousness of the moment that brings us together. You know, and that goes to the heart of what I was just discussing with John Ratcliffe, and I'll ask you the same question. The fact that you, Marsha Blackburn, and others have to put forward a bill. Why hasn't Joe Biden already said, you're not getting the $6 billion? Why are they so reluctant and resistant to the idea that that was a bad deal and a bad idea? That giving the number one state sponsor of terror this money. Why do we have to force that upon them? That should be, to me, a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, Sean, you know that you cannot make a good deal with a bad actor, period. One of the things I've been saying since Saturday is that Joe Biden is complicit with these attacks. Why? Because when you are weak, you invite attacks. When you negotiate and give $6 billion to Iran, who is 90% of the funding for Hamas comes from Iran. Those breadcrumbs are simple. It is impossible for the common person to come to any other conclusion. But in Washington, D.C., Joe Biden and his administration, they are uncommon and not in a good way. The challenges that we see today is that when you give $6 billion to people who fund terrorism, you cannot be surprised when they go and do what they always have done. But I gotta say this, Sean. When $6 billion is paid for hostages, you have actually created a high-value market for Americans to be taken as hostages. And we pray that they come home, and we should do everything in our power to bring them home. But this administration has blood on their hands because they are complicit. We need to freeze those assets and send a message to the world that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And there is no daylight. But if you take an American hostage, it should cost you your life.
Let me ask you this. I tried to get Vivek Ramaswamy to answer this question. Should the world now factor in, we keep getting report after report after report that Iran is on the verge of acquiring nuclear weapons. We know that their nuclear facilities is a very large, geographically speaking, it's a very large country. We know the location of these nuclear facilities. We know many of them are buried deep, deep underground. And for Israel to take out their nuclear capability, they would probably need U.S. assistance in the form of our bunker buster bombs that would prepare the way that would ultimately create an opening for them to destroy those facilities. Should America take on that role? Does the world need to deal with this reality that radical mullahs in Iran can never have nuclear weapons because that will be the real existential threat that Joe Biden denies? He said even nuclear war isn't as dangerous as the existential threat of climate change. I mean, probably one of the dumbest things a U.S. president ever said. And they stood by it this week. But should we at least provide the bunker buster bombs to Israel if they decide that this is in their survival's interest, their national interest, to protect them and people in the region? Should we provide those weapons? If you're president, would you provide them?
Sean, we should listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the resources and the weaponry he needs, we should provide. But this story goes back to the Obama administration. The JCPOA, that nuclear deal, was a disaster. And what happened right after the signing of the nuclear deal? We saw Iran literally testing mid-range ballistic missiles. That was in violation of the nuclear deal. So the one thing we know is that created a pathway to a nuclear bomb. Number two, we know that they have continued in advanced centrifuges, trying to make sure that they have more advanced centrifuges for one purpose, from my perspective, that is a nuclear weapon. Number three, they have created not just a disruption, but they tried to annihilate, in my opinion, through funding terrorism to Hamas. They're trying to annihilate not just a Jewish state, but if you understand Hamas's philosophy and their doctrine is not the end of just the Jewish state. It is the elimination of Jews on earth. giving Benjamin Netanyahu the resources, the weaponry, and our backing to finish the task at hand, and watch them then thereafter turn their sights to all the supporters of terrorism against their state is exactly where I would stand as President of the United States. We should support their mission until it's over.
You know, these are very important times for the world. We've got to get these things right. At the very least, the financial support of Iran, most of their money's coming from energy, oil. Would it be smart for people in the Middle East, maybe smart for Israel to take out their refineries at least, if they don't go as far as taking out the nuclear capability?
Well, we should certainly see a high reaction to what has just happened in the Middle East, and having our allies, and frankly, the Abraham Accords that we celebrate, watching that coalition come together is one of the reasons, in my opinion, when Saudi Arabia starts negotiating with Israel to have a normalization of the relationships, you see Iran and Hamas go into action to disrupt what's happening in a positive, constructive way for Israel. So making sure that we attack the energy sector is an important consideration. One of the things I've done, Sean, back in May, before all this happened, I had a bill to make sure that the sanctions on their energy sector did not end in 2026. I will reintroduce that bill next week to make sure that we get what I started in May finished. We should make permanent the sanctions against Iran and their energy sector. And whatever happens after that, from a kinetic perspective, may actually help us achieve the goal of making sure that Iran is never a nuclear power.
All right, we appreciate your time. Senator Tim Scott, presidential candidate, we always appreciate you being on the show, sir. Thank you for being here. When we come back, Americans are being held hostage by Hamas terrorists. What is the Biden administration, what is their plan to bring home our fellow Americans? We'll get into that next as we continue.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from MD hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary MD Neo hearing aids, regularly $999 for only $299 a pair.
I feel that MD Hearing is a super buy because for the price point, anyone can pretty much afford it.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
I think that the MD hearing aid is a much better product than the more expensive hearing aid that I tried.
Every Neo is supported by MD Hearing's team of audiologists and licensed hearing specialists.
Call 800-485-1700 now.
The FDA-registered Neo offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is almost invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add in a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
Without a doubt, I definitely recommend MD Hearing to anybody. For any reason, do your research, look into MD Hearing. If you've got mild to moderate hearing loss, give MD Hearing a call and just try them. You have nothing to lose.
It'll help a lot of people that can't afford expensive hearing aids.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and you'll get 2 Neo hearing aids with a portable charging case, free shipping, free lifetime US-based audiologist support, and a 45-day risk-free trial for only $299. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
Call 800-485-1700. That's 800-485-1700.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Grass-fed beef in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
Tomorrow,
first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move, Jesse has the latest on primetime.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily. So we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Hi, my name is Arthur Lee. I'm the founder and inventor of LifeVac. LifeVac is willing to donate one free unit to every school in America. Just email the address below and fill out your school form, and we will give you one. Place, push, pull. That's it. It's that simple. LifeVac removes the obstruction and saving a life. Just email the address below and consider going to lifevac.net. Together, we can end school choking tragedies.
All right, by the way, we do have a crowd here tonight, obviously because of the nature of our discussion. They've been quiet. You all having a good time? Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. I wish we had better news that we were discussing. And by the way, for all of you at home, thank you for being with us as well. Sadly now, we do know that at least 22 Americans were killed in this brutal Hamas terrorist attack, and many more are being held hostage in Gaza right now as we speak. But what is Joe Biden's plan to get them home? He won't tell us. Literally, take a look.
Press are going to shout to me, and many of you are, that, you know, what are you doing to get these folks home? If I told you I wouldn't be able to get them home, folks, there's a lot we're doing. A lot we're doing. I have not given up hope of bringing these folks home. But the idea that I'm going to stand here before you and tell you what I'm doing is bizarre. So I hope you understand how bizarre I think it would be to try to answer that question.
We do have one liberal in the audience. Is that the same president, your president, Joe Biden, that said he would never leave an American behind in Afghanistan, or would not abandon our allies, that many of which have been killed because he abandoned them too, behind enemy lines? We still have Americans caught behind enemy lines. Anyway, how did this happen? How did Israel's world-renowned intelligence agency, the gold standard in the world, miss this attack? Well, the White House won't answer that question either. Take a look.
John, this was a massive intelligence failure. Who bears responsibility for that?
You know something, Jackie? There's going to come a time when it's appropriate for us to take a look back retrospectively and see what the intel picture showed us or didn't show us, whether there's any gaps that need to be closed. There's going to be a time for that, and I suspect that our Israeli counterparts will do the same thing. Now's not that time. It's just not that time.
Can you speak to the reports that Israel was warned by Egypt?
I can't.
Here now with reaction, author of the book, Strategy of Denial, Elbridge Colby is with us, and Fox News contributor Joey Jones is with us. Elbridge, let me begin with you. To me, this is really crucial. This is very important. One of the things that has been reported but not confirmed, and I've talked to a number of people, is they believe that technology was used to bring down the defenses and the warning capabilities that normally were up and running, and that we don't have a full picture yet of exactly what happened. Have you heard the same thing?
Yeah, Sean, I've heard a bit of that, and I've also heard actually a little bit of the opposite, which is kind of going back to the Stone Age. The way that Hamas may have defeated Israeli intelligence was by not using telephones, by using very simple non-electronic methods and adapting to maybe kind of routinized Israeli collection methods, so much so that there are reports that even Hamas was surprised at how successful they've been.
Yeah, let's get your take. Joey Jones, you know, certainly it's easy to throw stones, We do know the capability of Israeli intelligence. They are the gold standard, like American intelligence. When they're doing the right thing, there's no better intelligence in the entire world. And yet this happened on a mass scale. I mean, we've got to get to the bottom of how it happened. And one of the things I think the world's got to pay attention to is when we depend on so much technology and the ability of others to knock that technology out and down and put down defenses, that is a big part of everyone's defense strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, Sean, when we talk about what happened here, I mean, the story is, and the video showed, they came in on paragliders, low altitude, slow moving, big bulky things. I don't know if the Iron Dome is geared to pick up something like that. I can tell you that, to make a simple comparison that may be relevant, when we moved from Iraq, where they had IEDs that used sensors and different methods of triggering to Afghanistan, the reason why Afghanistan was more successful is the IEDs were rudimentary. They were super simple. They were a loop circuit made out of wood and carbon rods and copper wire. And the fact was, the simpler the IED, the more effective it was, and the harder for our countermeasures and tools to pick them up. And so maybe this is that case. Maybe the lack of technology and how they jumped over into Israel with these paragliders, or why the Iron Dome didn't pick it up. I don't know the signal technology used, but there's a difference between moving like a rocket and moving like a cloud.
Well, let me ask you this, Elbridge, if you don't mind. We know Hamas has threatened to assassinate the hostages live on television. I'm just a firm believer is you don't negotiate with terrorists. As hard as that is. And some people might say, Sean Hannity, what if it's your son? What if it is your daughter? Would you feel the same way? I just don't feel it's in the long run ever going to be effective. So the answer is, unfortunately, I don't believe you can negotiate with terrorists. I think once they take people hostage and they're threatening you that they're going to assassinate them on live TV, is that an effort to intimidate Israel into responding with this ground incursion that is imminent?
Well, I think clearly, and I think your perspective is prudent, Sean, because clearly we've seen that happen in the last generation or two. And look, I think the United States does need to actively and avidly back Israel, even as it's going to get politically tough. They have to restore deterrence. Look, this is a society with a small professional military, very large reliance on reservists. They face multiple potential fronts. They cannot sustain years and years of conflict like this. They really have to send a message just rationally, and this is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government have been signaling is, Hamas is going to be destroyed. There is going to be a very clear example that you cannot treat Israel like that. And I think it's really important for the United States to back it, even though it's going to be politically difficult, and not, of course, send, like Secretary Blinken did, immediately they need to back down or that sort of thing. Because it's going to be really, really tough. And right now, there's a lot of high emotion and sympathy for Israel, but that could dissipate. So I think it's important for us to sustain it.
Yeah, by the way, let me tell you what you're seeing on your screen. We now have reports and confirmation of explosions that have been seen in Gaza just within the last about 90 seconds. So the ongoing air assault by Israel continues, obviously in a lead up to what will be a ground incursion as the troops now, over 100,000 Israeli troops now staging and gathering for what seems to be imminent. Let me ask you this, Joey Jones. I always want to have hope. I believe in miracles. I believe in God. I believe in all the above. I just, when you're dealing with the level of evil that we have been discussing all night, again, people that are willing to decapitate and kill and murder children, I don't have a lot of hope. If it was my own family member, in my heart, my intellect, my mind, my soul, I would not have a lot of hope knowing the evil that we're dealing with here. But with that said, I do have a lot of faith, trust in the training of our special forces, Israeli special forces. And my hope would be if we could locate where they are and give them a shot, they might have the ability to pull them out. That would be amazing if something like that could happen.
Yeah, Sean, I'll tell you, I kind of deter from you a little bit on your opening criticism of President Biden. I don't like the way he delivered the message. He uses the word bizarre, like that's some great way of communicating. But I don't expect our president to let us know if our most elite teams are about to go do something. I think it's important that we have an indication if U.S. troops will be on the ground in Gaza, because that has larger implications. But there are really two missions going on here, Sean. President Benjamin Netanyahu didn't stand there and say we're going to get all of our hostages back. He stood there and said we're going to destroy ISIS and eradicate, I believe he said or not ISIS, but Hamas, and eradicate, I believe he said, these animals. Israel's mission right now is to make sure this never happens again. I don't know if he's made the calculation that he can get those hostages back through diplomacy, or if he's made the calculation that getting them back is almost a fool's errand. But our president should be almost singularly focused on getting the Americans that are held hostage home first and foremost. That is his responsibility and should be his focus. And I'm going to give him the days that we need to see if that is true. I'll tell you, I've spoken to a couple of men that served on elite teams, SEAL Team 6 for one of them, and the consensus is there's no good plan here. There's no great plan. There are plans that will be very difficult.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate both of you for being with us. Thank you both. All right. When we come back, our very own Trey Yangst visited an Israeli home attacked by Hamas. We're going to show you the horrific scene and get reaction from Israel's acting general counsel as we continue. Thank you for being with us.
Boy, do I get bad press.
The six-part story only Fox Nation can tell.
He didn't go into New York to expand his father's empire. He went in to build his own.
What kind of crap is that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Drain the swamp.
When I make promises, I keep them. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great.
I want to make America great again?
Donald John Trump.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC recharge hearing aids, regularly $794 for just $297. Or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear. And what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-779-8600.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and you'll get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging case for just $297. Or opt into our easy payment plan, and your order ships free. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-779-8600. Again, that's 800-779-8600.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did it in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall.
I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-940-9119. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
And this is a Fox News Alert. You're now looking at live pictures. This is Gaza City, where we have been witnessing apparent explosions going off every few minutes. And earlier today, right here on Fox, our very own Trey Yinks reported from a kibbutz. A kibbutz is a neighborhood in Israel where 100 people out of 1,000 residents were killed in Saturday's barbaric terror attacks. Watch this report.
It is the most horrific thing I have ever seen. It is a community where there are breakfast plates out with food still on them, on dining room tables. There are refrigerators like you would see anywhere in the world with pictures of little kids playing sports. There are bicycles and still ceiling fans going inside the house. And there are beds soaked with blood, the floor of that kitchen, as you saw, and there are weapons laying everywhere from those militants. You can see some of their vehicles just outside. It is a house of horror behind me, and the entire neighborhood looks like this. To give you a quick number about how many people live here, there are 1,000 residents that were living in Kibbutz Be'eri before this horrific terror attack on Saturday morning. More than 100 of them were killed, many children among the dead, and their pictures are still on the refrigerator in the house.
All right, by the way, we offer our condolences and support tonight in the wake of these horrific attacks. Joining us now in studio is the acting Consul General. I think that's live audio that we're hearing. That is Gaza right now under attack. We've been seeing flashes within the last 10 minutes or so. Now you can actually hear the explosions going off. This has been going on about this time of morning for the last couple of nights. In the course of the 2 hours we did last night on this show, literally 450 flights with war jets went over Gaza, sent by Israel, obviously preparing the way for potential, for their obvious imminent ground battle response reaction to the terror. Anyway, the General of Israel is Zar is with us. Sir, how are you? You can hear this, I assume.
I can hear.
And Israel's obviously, I've never seen the Prime Minister this resolute. This Prime Minister is somebody that I believe has moral clarity and means what he says.
Look, Sean, this is our September 11th. We're fighting with an enemy that is worse than ISIS. You've all seen the pictures. Children have been kidnapped, women have been assaulted and taken into Gaza. Elderly Holocaust survivors were again hostages. We're facing with a brutal and barbaric enemy, and we must make sure that we eradicate, that we eliminate its ability, its capabilities to ever again commit such atrocities.
I want to explain to people, I've reported from Israel a number of times, and I was there during one flare-up, and I was in the neighboring town, border town of Gaza, Sderot, if I say it correctly.
Sderot.
Right. I don't have quite the accent, a little New York behind mine. But I was there, and I want all of you to really understand this, because it's such a shame. It's in such close proximity, and you can see, just look with the naked eye, you can see Gaza. Right. And if they fire a rocket, this border town, which also was attacked, when these 5,000 rockets were fired, that children have to play in underground bunker playgrounds because by the time the rocket's fired, it's only 15 seconds until it lands in that town. And I went to the police station, and you could see the level of sophisticated, how much more sophisticated and how big they got over time. The rockets were bigger and bigger. The night before we arrived, one of the kibbutz, which is a neighborhood in Israel, had been hit with multiple rockets, and you see the shrapnel, the glass, the nails for maximum human damage. And I saw that. We had stopped at a restaurant one day, we went back the next day, and in that parking lot were bombed out cars that had been there from the day before. They live with that every day, and I would ask people, why do you stay here? And you know what their answer was? It's my home. It's our home.
We're fighting for our own existence here, but we are strong. We're united, and we will prevail. And we have to make sure that what we saw, what you saw, the images coming from Israel in the last week, that will never reoccur again. And as you mentioned, with the things they are doing, we're dealing with a ruthless, barbaric enemy with whatsoever no mercy. In terms of Israel's response, we see devastating air power, and the consequences are obviously severe. And they've been warning civilians, get out or you will die. They're telling everybody, they're texting everybody, they're telling innocent people, get out of the way, because I don't think that Gaza exists by the end of this, or anything that resembles Gaza prior to this exists. Look, we are having a decisive and determined response to the atrocities that we've seen, but we have to make sure to avoid collateral damage.
You can't avoid collateral damage. It's impossible.
They're animals. They're animals.
But you are trying to avoid it by warning innocent people, get out now. Get out now, or you will die is a pretty clear message. Let me ask you this. Does the goal of this imminent military action, does the goal of this have to be that Hamas can no longer ever operate out of Gaza again?
We have to make sure that not only they will lose their capabilities, but also their will, their motivation to do this kind of stuff.
But does it have to end with Israel ensuring that Hamas can never act from Gaza again?
Yes.
That means Gaza will be obliterated.
Not necessarily. It's going to take time, and with a decisive and determined response from us. And again, we are not them. We are not animals like them. We will avoid as much as possible from collateral damage. They are putting their children as human shields.
They fire their missiles from hospitals. They fire their missiles from schools. They use hostages as shields.
That's why this war is so complicated. And let me tell you, make no mistake, because when we start to win, and then we're gonna see the public opinion turns against Israel, we're going to see some reports that are changing, and then we're gonna need you. We're gonna need you to speak up and to stand up for Israel when the victims become victors.
I would give Israel this bit of advice, not that they would ever listen to Sean Hannity. I would say, public support, world support is behind you. To get in there as quickly as you can, but you've got to do it on your timeline. Probably the whole place is booby-trapped, and there's probably IEDs planted everywhere, so they got to be careful. But whatever they're going to do, and whatever their ultimate military goal is, accomplish it expeditiously, not slowly, over time, not a long, protracted conflict, and public support will stay with them. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Sean.
We appreciate it. Straight ahead, shocking acts of anti-Semitism exposed across the country. We'll explain next as we continue.
This is your season to smile, to gather together and discover the moments that matter, to jump into the fun and join in the celebration. To help get you ready, your Aspen Dental team is celebrating 25 years of affordable care with an epic anniversary savings event. Right now, new patients without insurance get a free full exam and x-rays. Plus, everyone can get 20% off their treatment plan. But hurry, because while the season won't last, the memories you make together will. Aspen Dental. Book today.
Hey, I just got a text from my sister. You remember Rick, her neighbor?
Sure. He's the 76-year-old guy who still runs marathons, right?
Sadly, not anymore.
Wow. So sudden. We're not about to have the we need life insurance conversation again, are we?
No, we're having the we're getting coverage so we don't have to worry about it conversation.
So you're calling about the $9.95 a month plan from Colonial Penn?
I am. We put it off long enough. We are getting that $9.95 plan today.
Is it time for you to call about the $9.95 plan? I'm Jonathan from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. Sometimes we just need a reminder not to take today for granted. If you're age 50 to 85, you can get guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance starting at just $9.95 a month. There are no health questions, so you can't be turned down for any health reason. The $9.95 plan is Colonial Penn's #1 most popular whole life plan. Options start at just $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate can never go up. It's locked in for life. Call today for free information. And you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. So call now.
Call 1-800-908-6060 for free information and a free gift. That's 1-800-908-6060. 1-800-908-6060. Call now.
Hello, Colonial Penn?
Diamonds at their lowest prices ever. The Jewelry Exchange has 1-carat studs for $349, top white $549, 1-carat solitaires $749, 2-carat $1590. Plus thousands of GIA diamonds at the guaranteed lowest price ever. The Jewelry Exchange direct.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Cunol Sleep Support has a unique blend of 5 key ingredients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, so you can wake up refreshed. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not 1, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297. Plus, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297 and free shipping.
800-325-4991. Again, that's 800-325-4991.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
Lyme disease can be a horribly painful chronic condition, robbing kids of their childhood and adults of their livelihood. 500,000 people are diagnosed with it each year in all 50 states. We got a problem, but Global Lyme Alliance has a plan. They have hope, they have help.
All right, we talked about this with Cornel West and Alan Dershowitz in the last hour. Anti-Semitism on the rise in academia following the brutal Hamas terror attacks. A network of anti-Israeli groups called Students for Justice in Palestine is now plotting what they call a day of resistance in support of the terrorists and Hamas. It's happening in campuses all across our great country. And get this, one student group at the University of Washington reportedly honored what they call the, quote, martyrs of Palestine. Meanwhile, on Sunday, pro-Hamas protesters gathered in Kirkland, Washington to celebrate Hamas's brutality in Israel. Here with reaction, radio talk show hosts, our friend Jason Rantz and our other friend, Fox Business co-host Brian Brenberg. Brian, you know, I can't believe we have people chanting, you know, gas the Jews, F the Jews in Australia. I can't believe what we witnessed in London. I can't believe what's been happening in the streets of New York City, where we are. And and how widespread this is in universities across the country.
Well, that's the thing. You can't believe it on one hand, but then when you know what's been going on at colleges and universities, you know the moral relativism, you know the vacuum that creates, you know the extreme ideologies that creep into that, the faculty who won't stand up to their students, the administrators who won't stand up to their faculty. It's a series of effects that goes back decades, and the result is these moments where student groups who are pro-murderous regimes run the institution, and there's no adult around to stop them. That's where we are right now, and sadly, it shouldn't be a surprise because taxpayers for decades have been paying for this by subsidizing these publicly funded colleges and universities.
Jason, I know you do a lot of work, and you've been in these environments where there really isn't academic freedom and the free exchange of thoughts and differences and ideals. So we just had Cornell West debating Alan Dershowitz in the last hour. Okay, great debate. I argue and have offered to moderate, they both agreed, a debate about this very issue of what is being said and what is tolerated on college campuses, the virulent anti-Semitism. And I'll bet you any amount of money Harvard won't let that debate take place, or students will stop that debate from taking place. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct, and it's rather ironic because these are the folks who tell us that words are violence, and yet decapitating babies and raping women and setting elderly Jews on fire is somehow justified, all while at these rallies that are not pro-Palestinian, they are pro-Hamas rallies, and they say that it's justified while screaming out from the river to the sea, which means they want to erase Israel. Now, I covered one of these rallies this week, the one you mentioned in Kirkland, Washington, and they're chanting their hate, and it's absolutely terrifying because understand that these are our neighbors, they're our dentists and accountants and teachers, and they hate Jews, and that includes American Jews. They think that terrorists are resistance fighters, and that makes these people a threat to folks like me, to folks like Brian, to folks like so many others in this country. What do you think they would do to me as a Jew with pride if they saw me with my Star of David necklace on? I was absolutely terrified and disgusted, and yet I see these people there with their green hair, these non-binary folks who, if they went to Gaza and said, please refer to me by they, well, they'd be thrown from the highest rooftop.
Wow. Jason, thank you. Appreciate it. Brian, good to see you, by the way. I hope your special went well.
It did. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll have more Hannity coming up as we continue straight ahead right after this break.
Attention hearing loss sufferers. Do you struggle hearing loved ones? Do you have trouble keeping up with conversations? Do you listen to TV on max volume? Hearing loss affects your life. You miss out on important moments. You feel alone. Start hearing better today with RCA's all-new advanced hearing aids. These aren't cheap amplifiers that don't really work, and you'll never have to pay thousands again. The FDA now allows us to bring true high-quality hearing aids direct to you. Through RCA's Hearing America program, you can get your choice of 2 state-of-the-art ultra-discreet hearing aids listed at $11.99 now for a special introductory price, or pay as little as only $29 a month with free shipping.
They're affordable. They're not the cost that people associate with hearing aids.
My old-fashioned one cost me $5,000, and these actually work better.
Engineered with advanced technology, the RCAs are rechargeable and have easy-to-use volume controls built right in. And unlike so many others, with the push of a button, these hearing aids give you presets for better hearing in a quiet setting, loud restaurants, or listening to music. You can adjust them to help you hear the best wherever you are. There are no tools required and no batteries to fumble with.
When I first popped them in, I went, wow!
I hear everything.
Simply slip in your RCA hearing aids and instantly hear your world again.
Grandpa, I love you.
Never miss a moment again.
You know RCA. The quality's there.
You cleared up decades of frustration in a second.
Order now and we'll ship your pair of FDA-registered hearing aids in your choice of style with incredible savings. Pay as low as only $29 a month. You get a 45-day money-back guarantee, free 24/7 US-based support, a portable charging case, and free shipping. With RCA, you can be hearing better in just days. Order yours now.
Call 800-417-3277 or visit rcahearingaids.com. That's 800-417-3277.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
The Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
All right, unfortunately, that is all the time we have left this evening. By the way, our thoughts and our prayers are with all those people that have lost loved ones. And as this imminent ground incursion begins, our prayers are with all the people of Israel fighting back for their country's survival. Thank you for being with us. Programming note, another live audience show tomorrow, Hannity.com. Tickets are free. Stay with the Fox News channel. Trace Gallagher.
A Fox News alert. Secretary of State Antony Blinken touching down in Tel Aviv just minutes ago. He's going to meet with Israel's prime minister and president and work to secure the release of hostages taken by Hamas. You're watching Fox and Friends First here on a Thursday morning. I'm Todd Pyro.
And I'm Carly Shimkus. As Blinken arrives, the war is in full swing. Power is out in the Gaza Strip, making communications very limited. Residents are also without water and blocked off from receiving medicine and other supplies. 360,000 troops have been activated by the Israeli army and are standing by for the order to begin the ground invasion.
President Biden saying 22 Americans are dead, at least 17 still missing. And America vows to stand by our ally while warning our enemies to, quote, be careful.
Terrorist groups like Hamas brought not only terror, but sheer evil to the world. This attack was a campaign of pure cruelty, not just hate, but pure cruelty against the Jewish people. And I would argue it's the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. The deadliest.
Trey Yinks live on the ground at the Israel-Gaza border. Trey, what is the latest where you are?
Hey guys, good morning. You can see behind me a military jeep headed toward the border. There are thousands of troops deployed here, though the fighting really has not even begun, according to the Israeli military. Overnight, there was a lull in rocket fire from the Strip. The Israelis associate this with the fact that Hamas does not have an unlimited supply of rockets, so they've reduced their fire to about 200 to 400 rockets a day, some targeting southern Israel, others central Israel, in an effort to basically conserve their supply. They did this morning, however, fire on a West Bank settlement and a few short-range launches. This is coming as we're getting more information about the situation inside Gaza. The death toll there rising to more than 1,200 people. The death toll on this side of the border also rising to more than 1,300 people. A horrific scene following that massacre on Saturday morning. And the region really bracing for when the Israelis make that decision to enter the Gaza Strip. Hamas, the group in control of Gaza and the organization that conducted that terror attack on Saturday morning, released a statement today about the possibility of an Israeli ground invasion, saying, quote, "We are not afraid, we are strong people." Well, the Israelis say they're strong as well, and it's part of the reason they have been hammering the Gaza Strip with airstrikes overnight and throughout this morning. We do understand the Israelis hit a command center inside Gaza belonging to Hamas, and they also claim to have killed a senior official from the naval command of the organization. We do expect these types of strikes to continue throughout the day. Todd, Carly?
Yeah, Trey, why do you think the ground invasion hasn't begun yet? Are Israeli troops still preparing, or are they waiting for some reason?
There's a level of strategic patience in the Israeli military. They have time on their hands now. They can bring as many soldiers and APCs and tanks to the border, understanding that they have to be smart when they move troops, because they can't bring all of their forces to the south, because if Hezbollah from Lebanon attacks from the north, then they're going to be caught flat-footed. So it's a difficult and challenging thing that has to be worked through, and that's part of the reason this is taking a while. But also, you have to remember those hostages inside Gaza, around 150 people, according to reports, both soldiers and civilians, foreigners among those who are being held by Hamas. So they don't want to wait too long, but at the same time, they don't want to go in blind, because they know when they enter the Gaza Strip, they're going to be immediately engaged. There will be firefights that are taking place, guerrilla warfare tactics, roadside bombs, all sorts of things that will make it very challenging. And look, there will be casualties inside Gaza when the Israelis go in. It will not be a clean sweep. It is a very challenging environment. It's a densely populated area, and Israel will have to be very careful as they take block by block moving in when they do decide to enter the Gaza Strip.
We have been told repeatedly, Trey, the exact number of IDF forces, 360,000. That number has been circulated literally for the last 5 to 6 days. Do we, and does the IDF for that matter, have any sense as to the number of, I don't want to call them troops, but number of Hamas fighters, terrorists, if you will, that they are going to be facing when they take the fight to the Gaza?
Yeah, so we actually know the answer to this. They have thousands of fighters inside Gaza, and they're heavily armed. Back in 2019, I went to a military parade of the Al-Qassam brigades in Khan Yunis, the second largest city in Gaza. And we saw the weaponry that they have. They have RPGs, and they have small arms. They have the rockets you've obviously seen, but they have a lot of tactics that they can use against the Israelis. They have sniper rifles. And so they could be on rooftops when the Israelis enter and kill anyone who they can see. And so this is all a difficult and challenging situation that's unfolding, but it's not without the knowledge that the Israeli intelligence has about the situation inside Gaza. If our cameras have captured those weapons, the Israelis certainly know about them, and they know what they're going to be up against when they enter.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Hamas leaders are likely hiding underground, which is why Israeli military leaders are saying this will be a long and grueling fight. Trey, thank you so much for the latest. We'll check back in with you very soon. Rabbi Aryeh Lightstone served as the senior advisor to Donald Trump's advisor to Israel, David Friedman, and he joins us now from Tel Aviv. Rabbi, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us. One of the big news items of the day has to do with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is in Israel right now, but he's going to meet with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas on Friday, probably to try and use diplomacy to get hostages back. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm optimistic he won't spend a lot of time doing that, because Abbas has zero control over what Hamas does. And in Gaza, what he does have the ability to do is to make sure that the West Bank does not get set aflame like Gaza has been set aflame. Israel is in a precarious situation because Gaza, the north, as you've so articulated, with Hezbollah, but you also have the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, which is under Abbas's control, at least the Palestinian component of it. And if Blinken has juice, he will demand that it stays quiet and peaceful, or else we will sever our relationship with them. This is not the time for yet another front to open up.
Rabbi, Hamas officials vowing that Israel's united front would not, quote, intimidate or deter the resistance. Quote, we have been preparing for this attack for years. This, according to a senior Hamas official. The resistance fighters have prepared to engage in the most vicious of battles for many months. And when I hear that, Rabbi, I hearken back to that phrase that outside forces may have the watch, but the people in the Middle East have the time. Obviously, Israelis are part of the Middle East, but when you hear a statement like that, how concerned does that make you, and how concerned should that make the IDF?
I think two things. Number one is for, quote, senior leadership from Hamas. If you want to look up cowards in the dictionary, it's their pictures. They're sending their people out to fight and to die. There's no senior leadership in the tunnels. There's no senior leadership in these houses. The senior leadership is in Doha driving Lamborghinis and living in villas. This is easy for them to call whatever shots they want to call. All of the weapons that are there could have been used to build hotels, to build businesses, to build sewers, to build hospitals, to build power plants. They didn't do it for any of those things because they're willing to sacrifice their people, but not themselves. So the Israeli troops, I've been to the front lines. I've met many of the troops there just in the last several days. Their will is strong. Their ability is strong. And if you look at the images that have been so painful to watch on WhatsApp, TV, whatever else it would be, if they didn't know their purpose for fighting, they sure as heck know their purpose now.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Benny Gantz, his political rival, agreed to form an emergency unity government, which sounds like it would be something like Donald Trump and Joe Biden coming together to form a government. How significant is that? Are you surprised that this is taking place? And what does it mean about the unity that Israel is facing right now, despite the fact that they were very politically divided just 1 week ago?
Yeah, not surprised at all. Incredibly grateful that it's happening. Every mother and father who has their kids on the front line needs to know that this is not being driven by a political motivation. It's being driven by the country, the flag above all, and being able to put two rivals together to be able to face this. I don't want to call it an existential threat, but it's going to be a challenging threat for the people of Israel. Knowing that this is apolitical is enormously important to the people on the front lines and to their parents who are standing behind them.
President of the United States spoke yesterday. The Biden administration, nevertheless, won't say the words Iran is behind the attack. President Biden told the Iranians that this little warning to, quote unquote, be careful. Rabbi, 6 days into the conflict, why can't Joe Biden, why can't the Biden administration just blame Iran already?
But it would be like having cancer but not going to a cancer doc, right? You want to address the symptoms. You don't want to address the symptoms. You need to kill the disease. And without naming the disease, you can't treat it. And the reason is because this administration has been complicit in helping Iran grow stronger and more powerful. And the vacuum of U.S. leadership has allowed the bad guys to be able to have this ability to be able to enfranchise Hamas and Hezbollah and others. This administration needs to take responsibility and to put them back in the box that they were just 3 years ago.
You mentioned needing to talk about Iran in order to focus on Hamas. I would say, doesn't Biden's refusal to officially blame Iran delay whatever reprisals we ultimately need to do against Iran and give them more time to coalesce whatever world support there may be for the Iranian view of this?
If you can't name it, you can't get support. You're 100% correct, Todd. One of the first things that the president should do is take the $6 billion that he was going to give the Iranians for the hostages that were released. It feels like a year ago, but it was only, I think, 10 days ago at this point in time, and immediately resupply Israel with that money. Take the victims of terror in Israel and give them an opportunity to start over with those $6 billion. Take it off the table and demonstrate to the Iranians that they're teeth to your words.
Rabbi Aryeh Lightstone, thank you so much for joining us, sharing your perspective once again. We always appreciate it.
Thanks, Rabbi.
What role is social media playing in coverage of this war? Our next guest says his Instagram account was shut down after he posted videos supporting Israel.
And he says that's not the only platform that is silencing him. He'll tell us about it next.
Boy, do I get bad press.
The six-part story only Fox Nation can tell.
He didn't go into New York to expand his father's empire. He went in to build his own.
What kind of crap is that?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Drain the swamp.
When I make promises, I keep them. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great.
I want to make America great again?
Donald John Trump.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to shipstation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Sustainably caught salmon in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Tomorrow.
First tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move. Jesse has the latest on primetime.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Plus, get a $79 Nano protection plan for free with the purchase of any hearing aid. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology, many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297 with free shipping. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. So call now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297. Free shipping and a Nano protection plan free with the purchase of any hearing aid.
Call 800-577-0455. That's 800-577-0455.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
House Republicans nominating Steve Scalise to replace Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker. Scalise beat out Jim Jordan 113-99 in a closed-door party vote. At least 10 Republicans, though, say they will not vote for Scalise for a variety of reasons, but Jim Jordan is urging the party to unite behind the nominee.
So it's important we're back functioning as a House of Representatives. We need a speaker, and Steve is the guy for that. I encourage colleagues to do so. I think it's important we come together, and I've offered to nominate Steve on the House floor.
Yesterday was only step one, though. No date has been set for the official vote. The House is back in session today at noon. The candidate will need 217 votes, a majority of the House, in order to be officially elected. So this could go multiple rounds, be drawn out for the immediate future. Oh, boy. Harvard students who signed a letter blaming Israel for the Hamas terror attacks are now backtracking. One student says, as a board member of a Harvard group that signed the statement on Israel, I think it was egregious and have resigned from my role. I am sorry for the pain this caused. My organization did not have a formal process, and I didn't even see the statement until we had signed on. This says over a dozen CEOs are vowing not to hire any of the students who signed the statement, like hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, who posted on X, I have been asked by a number of CEOs if Harvard would release a list of the members of each of the Harvard organizations that have issued the letter assigning sole responsibility for Hamas's heinous acts to Israel, so as to ensure that none of us inadvertently hire any of their members. Wow.
Wow is right. Actor and pro-Israel activist Nathaniel Bozolich. He says Instagram shut down his account 3 times over posts supporting Israel. He also says TikTok took down one of his videos of a child being kidnapped in Gaza because of quote-unquote false information. And Nathaniel Bozolich joins us now. Sir, great to have you here. Is there anything in your post that can be misconstrued as misinformation, or the phrase that I use there, false information?
Absolutely not. I actually just showed the real-time footage that has been shared around social media. And I think what this really presents is a clear and coordinated effort of groups to shut down content and accounts like myself who have been exposing the atrocities of what Hamas has done since Saturday.
But that begs the question, why? These platforms were promised to us as ones that would bring free speech to the world, free discussion. Then why, Nathaniel, why would they censor you trying to shine a light on these atrocities?
I think people need to understand that Hamas and pro-Palestinian propagandists are very, very good at manipulating social media. They know all the tools, all the techniques, and I think, again, the American people need to sit back and realize that this is not grandmas in Texas who are reporting my accounts, but these are groups of people who know that the battle that's being fought on the ground in Israel is also an information war. The pro-Palestinian narrative wants to keep the group like Hamas in the victim's chair. And so what they do is try and share information that presents Israel as the bad guy, and any alternative message that challenges that current status quo, they want to shut down.
That's a really good explanation as to tactically why this is happening on the side of Hamas, the individuals associated with Hamas. It doesn't explain why Meta, why TikTok, why their extensive teams of Ivy League educated engineers and checkers are seemingly siding with Hamas, siding with the terrorists when confronted with the choice of, do I leave this up or do I take this down? Presumably, these are kids that are sitting somewhere in Silicon Valley making these determinations. So why, Nathaniel, have they chosen the side of the terrorists as opposed to the side of Israel?
Yeah, I think that says a lot about the current culture that we're living in, and the society that would rather be politically correct than present a very, very harsh truth. The reality is what's happening on social media is also happening in public squares in cities around the world. I mean, in my own hometown of Sydney, pro-Palestinian groups gathered in front of the Opera House and burnt the Israeli flag. And I know for a fact of police working that day that they were told to stand down and allow this as an act of of freedom of speech, even though the chants and the expression and the sentiment in that place on that day was to gas the Jews.
Saw that, was appalled by what I saw from an amazing city in your amazing country of Australia. We asked TikTok for a statement. They have not responded to our request for a comment. Meta responded as follows. Now listen carefully to this language. Our teams are working around the clock to keep our platforms safe, take action on content that violates our policies or local law, and coordinate with third-party fact checkers in the region to limit the spread of misinformation. We'll continue this work as the conflict unfolds. I wrote a snarky question for you, Nathaniel. Are the fact checkers the same terrorists we've seen slaughtering the Israelis? But then I decided to ask you a real question. That wasn't an apology in that statement from Meta. There's no acknowledgement that they did anything wrong. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is just the classic, of avoiding responsibility and trying to sit in the middle seat. Look, I would say this to every single person that's watching. When it comes to dealing with this Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has been going on for a very long time, and a lot of people want to avoid it because of the nuances, the fact of the matter is, what we saw from Saturday gives people no choice. They're either in the position where they're going to support and allow terrorism to exist, where Israel has experienced their 9/11 moment, or we're going to stand behind this nation of people who have now faced one of their greatest threats, not only in Israel itself, but we've even seen that the leader of Hamas has called for people to go and slaughter Jews around the world. And I think that's one of the greatest realities we need to understand. When Palestinian people leave the state of Israel, when they travel around Europe, around America, around Australia, they don't have to fear their identity or their safety. But every single Jewish person around this world, whenever they leave that state, they have to worry about who's seeing them, who's following them, who's watching them. There's reports about Israelis being kidnapped, murdered, and that's the real proof that the true victim of this conflict has and always will be the Jewish people.
Nathaniel, keep shining the light. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, Israeli President Herzog is speaking right now in Tel Aviv. He just said that the missing and murdered are from 36 different countries. Let's listen in.
In the huge amount of volunteering, in the huge amount of mobilization to the army, in the huge amount of doing good to each other, of helping each other in so many consequences and so many spheres of life. I encourage my people, I bless the people of Israel. We shall definitely overcome. We shall definitely be victorious. We've always done so. It will take time, but we shall overcome and we shall be victorious. I met the families of the hijacked and kidnapped citizens of Israel. It was extremely tragic and extremely painful. So many people live in a reality of a nightmare, not knowing the whereabouts and the real facts of their loved ones. Each and every one of you can imagine that. You've met families. Israel will do whatever it can to bring them back home as soon as possible, safely. But this requires an immediate call to the international community not to sit idly by and do whatever it takes to bring them back home immediately. As President of the State of Israel, as I ask you all to tell the stories of the victims, I ask you all to remember it, because there is a short-sightedness in the cycle of media and news, but the pain will remain forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, A.B.
All right, that was Israeli President Herzog speaking, saying that the Israeli military will be victorious in their battle against Hamas. He's also talked about the pain Israelis across the country feel, not knowing where their loved ones are. Many of them have been taken hostage. And of course, he's speaking after Israel formed an emergency government with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his opponent, opposition leader Benny Gantz.
It's times like this where citizens look to their leaders, and that was one of the leaders there in Israel speaking to his people, giving an update on the war. Meantime, former Special Assistant on National Security Michael Allen will join us next to react to the latest developments coming out of Israel. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65 and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. It has an affordable rate starting at $9.95 a month. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-482-1800 for your free information and free gift. That's 1-800-482-1800. 1-800-482-1800. Call now.
Show her you remember. The Jewelry Exchange has stackable bands $189, half-carat anniversary bands $399, 1-carat $699, 2-carat 3-stone rings $14.90. Thousands of gifts guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jewelry Exchange direct.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol's extra strength high absorption magnesium. It gives you 100% of the daily value of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Stop! Get on the ground! They're back.
You are going to jail today?
With all new episodes. Crazier twists.
Undeniable.
Hey, it's on video. Plots that defy reasoning.
I understand that my pants are down, it's weird.
And the best acting you've ever seen.
And this was how many grams?
Cops. All new episodes every Friday. Only on Fox Nation.
No matter what, I go to jail. Why is that? Because I'm a criminal, man.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from MD hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary MD Neo hearing aids, regularly $999 for only $299 a pair.
I feel that MD Hearing is a super buy because for the price point, anyone can pretty much afford it.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
I think that the MD Hearing Aid is a much better product than the more expensive hearing aid that I tried.
Every Neo is supported by MD Hearing's team of audiologists and licensed hearing specialists.
Call 800-485-1700 now.
The FDA-registered Neo offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is almost invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add in a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free.
Without a doubt, I definitely recommend MD Hearing to anybody. For any reason, do your research, look into MD Hearing. If you've got mild to moderate hearing loss, give MD Hearing a call and just try them. There's nothing to lose.
It'll help a lot of people that can't afford expensive hearing aids.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and you'll get 2 Neo hearing aids with a portable charging case, free shipping, free lifetime US-based audiologist support, and a 45-day risk-free trial for only $299. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
Call 800-485-1700. That's 800-485-1700.
Israeli President Herzog taking questions in Jerusalem, getting pretty heated here in this press conference. Let's listen in.
Innocent civilians in any way, in any context, and believe me, Israel will operate and always operates according to the international rules, and will do the same in this battle too.
So I was around when Israel was inside Gaza,
And it was a whole lot better for the Gazans when Israel was there. Do you foresee any scenario where Israel will go back into Gaza?
I'm not dealing with it right now. We are in battle. We are not dealing with the final outcome of this tragedy.
It would be good for the people
right
there.
Now we are defending our citizens. I was yesterday in Sderot. In their houses there were terrorists swarming around. In their houses. Still swarming around. In their houses. Please.
Matt Fry, Channel 4.
President Herzog, Matt Fry, Channel 4 News in the UK. Thank you very much. Let me first of all say that there's an enormous amount of genuine, authentic sympathy for Israel and for what your country is going through right now. But listening to your answers in the last few minutes, I'm a little confused. Because on one hand you say that Israel abides by the rules of war and is very careful to avoid the loss of civilian life in the Gaza Strip. But at the same time, you seem to hold the people of Gaza responsible for not trying to remove
No, well, I'll tell you.
Now, let me finish.
Do you hold a missile in your kitchen, in your living room?
Can I ask my question?
A missile that is sent on our head here, and if there will be a siren, it's a missile from that kitchen.
My question is this, if I may. You seem to hold the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, responsible for not removing Hamas, and therefore, by implication, that makes them legitimate targets.
No, I didn't say that.
But
I did not say that. I want to make it clear. I was asked something about separating civilians from Hamas. But with all due respect, if you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me, am I allowed to defend myself? Yes. That's the situation.
No one is denying the
These
right
missiles are there. These missiles are launched. The button is pressed. Okay. The missile comes out from the kitchen onto my children.
But the question is this. Ultimately, you can't remove the people of Gaza. They're going to be stuck in this neighborhood.
So we have to fight. What do you want us to do? Well, so we tell them get out, and we fight against the launchers.
Eventually, what happens eventually? Right? Once this war is over now, you're going to have to live with them side by side.
Absolutely.
What's the plan?
Well, the plan is we have to make sure the Hamas will not be able to repeat this again. That is the plan. That's what we are trying to do.
And if you
with all due respect, I see nations fighting terror. Okay, many decent nations, when they fight terror, they fight terror. We are fighting terror. Humanity has to decide, are we accommodating terror or are we fighting terror? We are fighting terror. And we saw the worst atrocity possible. We see the worst atrocity possible by a whole campaign of a movement which has major support with our neighbors. Major. They believe, many people believe in it. I agree. There are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree to this. But unfortunately, in their homes, there are missiles shooting at us, at my children, at the entire nation of Israel. We have to defend ourselves. We have the full right to do so. And it's about time that the world understands it. This is the tragedy of using terror. And terror there's no mercy to terror.
Greg Cashman, Jerusalem Post, please.
Greg Cashman, the Jerusalem Post. Mr. President, there's been a lot of complaints from people who have lost loved ones that there's been no official notification or reaction when they actually spoke to witnesses who saw their loved ones killed. Why is that happening?
So there is much more of an organizational movement. We made it public following the meeting here with the families, with General Gal Hirsch and two other generals who've taken upon themselves. There's a much speedier process of making contact with the families. It is true. It's a problem, but it's been dealt with because there was an overwhelming tragedy. It's like in an earthquake all of a sudden.
Carl, Swedish television, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Carl. I'm from Swedish television. The discussion has occurred that the prospect of, at some point, negotiations to have these many captured people, these hostages released. Do you see any possibility of any type of deal that would be struck?
Why should there be a deal? They should be released immediately. You took babies, you took old people with dementia, with the Filipino or other caretakers. What's the issue here? Isn't it the most decent moral thing to do is the immediate release of all the prisoners? Or of all the abducted and hostages?
Yes, but that's one thing, but just, would you be willing to enter into any type of
I'm not
negotiations?
discussing this at all. It's not under my domain. Yes, please. Becky, you wanted to ask something?
Mr. President, Maria Finoshina Arti from Russia. I have a very specific question. After a battle in Ashkelon, IDF found, among other things, RPGs with markings of one of the unit of the Ukrainian forces. And after that, one of the chiefs of Ukrainian security confirmed that Ukrainian weapons were discovered in Israel.
Ukrainian weapon? I don't explain to me.
So there was a battle in Ashkelon, and after IDF came there, they found weapons with markings of the Ukrainian armed forces. You know, they do stamps like on weapons.
I'm unaware of this directly or indirectly at all, and I was in Ashkelon yesterday. I'm not aware of this story at all.
And there is also a video circulating online where Hamas is thanking the Ukrainian government for providing them with weapons. Of course, it's really hard to verify independently this video.
I don't know. I'll be happy to receive it.
So do you have any information about
Not
Ukraine?
Not known to me at all. None of it is known to us. Never heard of it.
Okay, and also following up.
We can check it.
Thank you very much for that. And also you said that international media is supposed to show to the world the atrocities done by Hamas, but we see kind of selection here, unfortunately, because, for example, our channel was not invited to any of the scenes like Kibbutz, Kfar Aza, Obirei, and
okay,
our
so
requests
Jason, you will check it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, because we would love to show what you would love us to show. Thank you.
Alessandra Buzzetti, I'm Italian correspondent for TV 2000, Italian Catholic TV and Vatican TV. So one question is, have you had any direct contact or request by the Vatican, by the Pope, or by
yes, I want to.
Another one. And
I commend Pope Francis's statements. They were very strong and meaningful to us.
But do you have any specific request from them, even about the minority of Christians, not only in Gaza, even in the West Bank?
I don't understand the question. I can't.
All right, that was Israeli President Isaac Herzog taking a series of questions from the international media and saying in no uncertain terms that his country will defend itself. With that, let's bring in Michael Allen, a former special assistant for national security under President Bush. Michael, good morning to you. That was truly one of those hostile press conferences I've ever heard from a country who was just attacked. And some of the members of the media were even questioning some of the war crimes that took place against Israel. What do you make of this?
Yeah, that was a pathetic display, I think, from the international press corps there. I knew that at some point there would be blame shifting onto Israel, but honestly, I can't believe it. It's already happening. I heard all of these suggestions that the Israelis are going to commit war crimes because they need to go after terrorists in Gaza. So I thought it was outrageous and just sort of speaks to this latent anti-Semitism, which I believe is in all sorts of quarters across the globe.
Yeah, why do you think this narrative is already forming that Israel, although having just experienced a horrific terror attack against its people, that they are the ones that are in the wrong, possibly could be, in defending themselves?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. The right of self-defense is absolute. We, the United States, of course, after 9/11, went after al-Qaeda everywhere we could on the globe, in particular beginning in Afghanistan. And of course the Israelis are going to do the same thing against Hamas. And so any suggestion, I think, from these types of groups or civil society or these reporters, I think ought to be looked at with extreme skepticism as people who have an agenda and not just trying to get to the facts and to see it through the eyes of Israel, who has just suffered an amazing terrorist attack.
Well, yesterday, President Biden delivered a speech to Jewish American leaders, and he made it very clear that the United States does stand with Israel. And he also mentioned Iran for the first time. Listen to what he had to say.
We've moved the U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're sending more fighter jets there in that region, and made it clear to the Iranians, be careful. We want to make it real clear.
So a notable moment there. So, Michael, how important is it for the president to send a message to Iran like that in a time like this?
Well, I guess I'm glad he mentioned it, but it's so late. This should have been going on months, if not years ago. The Iranian regime is, of course, a state sponsor of terrorism. They have American blood on their hands. They bankroll, train, and equip Hamas. They do much the same for Hezbollah, another terrorist group that's primarily in Lebanon. So I'm glad the president finally talked about Iran, but he should have been laying down these markers long before now, because I think what we're going to find in coming days is extensive Iranian involvement in the specific attack of Hamas into Israel from last Saturday.
Do you think ultimately the Biden administration will refreeze that $6 billion? It really does seem just like the obvious next step, and there has to be some reason why they have so far been hesitant not to do it.
I think they are going to have to do it. I believe even Democrats up on the Hill, Capitol Hill, are going to come after the president with renewed vigor on this. I think as well that Iran will be shown to be semi-culpable here. And it's just outrageous that we, the United States, would be in the business of facilitating the transfer of $6 billion back to the Iranian regime. It can't stand. I think the president's under pressure, and I think he's going to finally come around to our view sometime soon.
Let's talk about the war itself. Do you think Israel is capable of taking out Hamas, regaining control of the Gaza Strip, and then what happens next?
I think it's going to be really tough. I believe the reason we haven't seen a full-scale incursion by the Israelis into Gaza is two things. One, they're trying to figure out what to do about the hostages. Is it possible to negotiate a deal? Although I don't think they're very hopeful that that would occur. The second thing is that they're probably looking into whether it's possible to run special operation commando raids into Gaza to free particular hostages if they can figure out where they are. After that, however, after this sort of short to medium term, I believe later they will have to go in and try and remove Hamas root and branch. They're going to have to try and collapse the tunnels underneath Gaza and try and uproot this terrorist network that's done so much damage to the state of Israel.
Yeah, the president said yesterday that the U.S. is providing massive intel to Israel to try and help find these hostages that are on the minds of all of us. Michael, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, the IDF says troops found an ISIS flag inside Hamas campsite, and ISIS flags were also seen on uniforms of some of the killed Hamas militants.
We are talking to Tom Holman about the intel breakdowns and whether the U.S. needs to be prepared for the national security threats here at home. Don't go anywhere.
Ready to live ageless? Then listen up.
Ageless Male Max keeps me at the top of my game.
With 675 milligrams of KSM 66 shown to boost total testosterone.
Bigger muscles, reduced fat. Bye-bye dad bod.
And it has Knox Perform to boost nitric oxide production, turbocharges you in the gym and in the bedroom.
My vitality and stamina are off the charts.
Just ask his wife.
Live ageless with Ageless Male Max. Available at these fine retailers.
Introducing the limited edition Disney collection from BlendJet. 9 exciting designs your whole family will adore. BlendJet 2 is portable, which means you can blend up nutritious smoothies, protein shakes, or frozen treats just about anywhere. Recharge quickly via USB-C. It even cleans itself. Order yours now from blendjet.com and bring a little Disney into your life.
start Saturday strong. This Big Noon Saturday on Fox. We're live from the Big House with second-ranked Michigan. J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Wolverines host the Indiana Hoosiers. It all starts with Big Noon kickoff for an epic pregame from South Bend. Then, it's the Hoosiers and Wolverines for America's #1 game. The best pregame, the best announcers, the biggest games. Indiana, Michigan. It's Big Noon Saturday on Fox.
With Empire's low price guarantee, you'll get quality carpet, hardwood, and laminate at a great price. We'll beat any competitive offer guaranteed. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire today. ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/TV and get 2 months free.
Well, that was a doozy.
On Tubi, the 90s sitcoms where the zany neighbor from across the hall always gets the biggest laughs, just keep going.
The Masked Singer. Season 10 kicked off with the most incredible reveal ever.
I am so starstruck right now.
It only gets bigger and better.
Got the trolls in the building. It's NFL night. Harry Potter night.
Oh my God!
There's still so much in store.
We've never seen that.
It's a can't-miss season. The Masked Singer. All new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297. Plus, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297 and free shipping.
800-325-4991. Again, that's 800-325-4991.
Despite the U.S. and Israel having some of the world's top intel agencies, the Hamas attack was nowhere on their radar, apparently, sparking fear at home after 154 people on the terror watch list were caught trying to cross our borders this year. Former acting ICE director and Fox News contributor Tom Homan joins me now. Tom, look, we have detailed all the problems that the border crisis causes, from a drain on resources to overcrowded schools. But let's be real, none of them, all of them, I should say, pale in comparison to the threat of some of these individuals that are crossing our border. They want to do us harm in reality, right, Tom?
Like you and I have been talking about this. I've been screaming for 2 years with all the issues on the border, the fentanyl, the trafficking of women and children, the humanitarian crisis. I've said for 2 years, my biggest concern on our southern border is terrorism. Because, look, the Border Patrol's arrested people from 171 different countries. Many of these countries are sponsors of terror. They've arrested 267 people off the terrorist watch list since Joe Biden's been in the White House. We got 1.8 million gotaways. Now, many people say it's 1.7. Okay, 1.7, but I think it's 1.8. You don't think a single one of that 1.8 gotaways didn't come from a country sponsoring terror? This is the biggest national security issue facing this country. I think it's the biggest national security carrier since 9/11. And look, we know for a fact that people want to destroy this country. And we know we got a lot of enemies in the world. And I just got back to Israel 6 months ago. They got pretty sophisticated border security. They got 6 different borders, right? They got Egypt, Jordan, they got Lebanon, they got Gaza Strip, they got the West Bank. Look, these border borders are pretty sophisticated, but the most sophisticated border barrier they had was penetrating. And if they can do that to the most sophisticated system, what's that mean? What's that say about the United States when we have 70 to 90% of agents off the line, and we got 1.8 million gotaways? If they can penetrate Israel, they're going to have no problem getting into the United States.
You mentioned a key number. It just takes one to cause a catastrophe. One. Look at these numbers, Tom. Special interest aliens, October 2021 to October 23. I'm not going to read all the numbers. Let's just be real. It's a lot more than one. And these are people that we flagged. You know there are others that are not flagged. So from an intel perspective, what do we do now, Tom?
Well, look, even the ones we flagged, even the ones that were encountered, we got to understand, American people need to understand, we can't really properly vet all these people because some of these countries they come from, there are no records. So unless they were, they ran across them on the battlefield, or unless there's some sort of technology in that country, a lot of these people from these countries that sponsor terror, we don't know who the hell they are. We can vet them through numerous databases, including DOD databases. We just don't know. And so the biggest issue, I think, right now are the gotaways. 1.8 million people crossed the border and chose to get away. Why didn't they turn themselves in the Border Patrol? Get released, get flown to the city of their choice at taxpayer expense, get work authorization for 5 to 7 years, and 90% lose their case. But guess what? ICE isn't looking for them because the secretary said, being in the country illegally, there's not enough ICE making an arrest. Who does not want to take advantage of that giveaway program at a lesser price? Who pays more to get away? Well, I'll tell you, people that don't want to be fingerprinted, people that don't want to go through vetting procedures. This should scare the hell out of every American. I've done this for 35 years. I've never been more concerned about the safety and security of this nation than I am right now. I'm telling you, something's coming. I don't know how many terrorists have crossed the border, but someday we're going to find out, and it's going to be a bad day for America.
IDF says troops found an ISIS flag inside a Hamas campsite in southern Israel. It really does beg the question, this is a rhetorical question, don't need an answer, don't have time. Why did Joe Biden allow individuals to cross our border when we know stuff like this is happening overseas? It makes no sense and it's scary. Tom Holman, we appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. All right, if you're just waking up, rocket sirens blaring in Gaza this morning, and Israeli military officials now worry that Hamas is preparing for a very long war ahead.
A former Israeli soldier will tell us how long they expect the fight to last and what a possible ground invasion would look like.
The ground is covered with bullets. We're getting into the kibbutz of Be'eri. It was attacked by terrorists this Saturday. As we're going in, cars burned to the ground by terrorists.
There's a book that's endured generations, been shared around the world, and is still the best-selling book of all time. There's more to the story. Explore the book you thought you knew at Museum of the Bible.
Lab Diamonds Factory Direct. 3-carat diamonds are just $29.90. 5-carat FVS2s $59.90. 1-carat studs $5.99. 2-carat $14.90. The Jewelry Exchange will beat anyone's price on Lab Diamonds, period. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
Sustainably caught salmon in every bite. Jinx is real dog food made by real dog people.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea
that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies.
I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them.
They're sitting on a gold mine, and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Important announcement regarding the dangerous herbicide paraquat. If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease or Parkinson's-like symptoms after being exposed to paraquat, call Saddle Rock Legal Group now. You may be eligible for substantial financial compensation. The dangerous chemical paraquat is used as a commercial and agricultural herbicide spray. Many users were exposed to this toxic chemical through airborne contact with skin and clothing. Paraquat is found in many popular weed killers like gramoxone. It is highly toxic. The Environmental Protection Agency classifies it as restricted use only, and it is banned in many countries worldwide. So if you or a loved one developed Parkinson's disease after working or living on a farm that used herbicides containing the deadly chemical paraquat, call Saddle Rock Legal Group today to see if you qualify for financial compensation. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-827-9797. That's 1-800-827-9797.
Gaza is getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
A Fox News alert, 360,000 Israeli troops are waiting for orders to invade the Gaza Strip by foot and on tank, as the nation's president says there is no mercy in terror, and Israel is ready to do whatever it takes to make sure Hamas cannot carry out an attack like this again.
There is a lot of anger in this country because people did not understand what we are talking about. There is no excuse to murdering innocent civilians in any way, in any context. And believe me, Israel will operate and always operates according to the international rules, and will do the same in this battle too.
You are watching Fox and Friends First on this Thursday morning. I'm Carly Shipkiss.
And I'm Todd Pyro. Secretary of State Blinken and our U.S. Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs are both on the ground in Israel at this hour. Blinken will meet with Israeli President Herzog, who you just heard speak there, as well as Prime Minister Netanyahu today. Then he's going to head to Jordan to meet with the Jordanian king and the president of Palestine.
Quote, senior leadership from Hamas, if you want to look up cowards,
in the dictionary, it's their pictures. They're sending their people out to fight and to die. There's no senior leadership in the tunnels. There's no senior leadership in these houses. They're willing to sacrifice their people. The Israeli troops, I've been to the front lines. I've met many of the troops there just in the last several days. Their will is strong. Their ability is strong.
Trey Inks, live on the ground a few miles away from the Israel-Gaza border. Trey.
Guys, good morning. Look, Israeli officials have been very clear about who they are trying to target here, and that is Hamas leadership. This is not like a traditional operation with Gaza, a 3 or 4 day war, and then it's over. This will not be finished until Hamas is destroyed, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The situation along the border here, there is still an exchange of fire. Overhead, I can hear an Israeli drone buzzing. Off in the distance, we just watched as an interceptor round came up from Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome, intercepting rocket fire over the town of Sderot. But we are learning at this hour at least 2 people were critically injured inside that city where we're headed to next during that rocket barrage from Gaza. This comes as Israeli airstrikes continue to hit the Gaza Strip overnight, targeting the eastern and northern part of Gaza. The Israeli military telling Fox News they hit a Hamas command center and killed one of the senior naval leaders of Hamas. We also know they are planning to hit a number of the tunnels that are inside the Gaza Strip. But remember, it is going to be incredibly difficult to pick out targets and then execute an operation due to the fact that there are dozens, if not more than 150, according to some reports, hostages inside Gaza. Some potential American citizens there, Israeli civilians. You also have Israeli soldiers. And the Israelis don't know where they are. They could be in the tunnels. According to Hamas, they are. And Hamas did release a statement today saying, quote, "We are not afraid. We are strong people. We have strong determination to continue," making reference to the possibility of a full-scale ground operation into Gaza. Earlier this week, I spoke with a senior Hamas official there who said that the Palestinian people will stay and will not evacuate the Gaza Strip. Todd, Carly?
Trey, I don't know if you got a chance to listen to the Israeli Prime Minister Herzog, but he delivered an unequivocal and, dare I say, stunning statement with regard to that question of when you send bombs into Gaza, you potentially could risk the lives of the 2 million people that live in Gaza. And his response to that, Trey, was those individuals should have risen up against Hamas years ago. Not calling them complicit in terror. He didn't go that far. But he said, we're in a war. We need to do what it takes. Those individuals had an opportunity to attack Hamas themselves from the inside and did not. You live there. You've been on the ground in this region for years. What do you make of a statement like that?
It's a little more complex than that. There's more than 2 million people inside Gaza, and they can't leave. Many want to leave. We know people who live in Gaza. Someone who used to work as a local producer for us there, his family still lives in Gaza, and they'd like to leave. They'd like to go somewhere else, but they can't. And so it's not that simple, and it's very difficult to overthrow an armed group. Look, the Israelis have been very clear they're going to hit positions across the Gaza Strip, whether or not there are civilian casualties. There will be analysts who debate the legality of doing that, and there are proper discussions to have. You can't slaughter an unlimited amount of civilians in response to the slaughter of civilians. It's an escalation ladder, and it's not our call to make, but the Israelis, so far, they appear okay with the amount of civilian casualties that have occurred inside Gaza.
And we're hearing from Egypt. Don't expect Egypt to open up its borders to Palestinians fleeing, because they then don't want 2.3 million people that Israel might not then take back. So it is a complex issue. Trey, thank you for joining us, breaking it down for us, as always.
Thanks, Trey.
Let's bring in former IDF combat soldier Lilet Shemesh, who served in the Border Police Unit. Lilet, good morning to you. You just heard Trey Yang say this is not going to be a 3 or 4 day war. It will drag on until Hamas is destroyed. So what are soldiers up against in the lead up to this potential ground invasion?
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me. So I wasn't just a combat soldier, I'm still doing my reserve service, and I'm working as a news anchor in Channel 14 here in Israel. The entire country is being recruited to fight this war against terrorism, to fight this war against Hamas. We haven't seen a slaughter like this in Israel in the 75 years of Israel's existence. This is a second Holocaust for us, and I think the entire world should should join Israel in the fight against this Islamic radical terrorists. You reported earlier this morning about the ISIS flag who was found in one of the terrorist bags, and I think it's important for you to understand this is no different than what ISIS has been doing in Europe, and I think we have to stand together and to fight Hamas. And if anyone cares about the Palestinians, and you are reporting about the situation in Gaza, if anyone cares about the Palestinians, they should free the Palestinians from Hamas. The Palestinians have democratically elected Hamas, and I think if they want to see a better future, if they want to see a better environment in the Middle East, they should not support terror organizations controlling the Gaza Strip. And it's no different than what is happening now in the Palestinian Authority, because Abu Mazen is also using the pay-for-slay method. Abu Mazen is also paying families of terrorists, is also educating people to go and murder Jews. So you tell me how us as Jews, as Israeli, as the only democracy in the Middle East should react to these horrors, literally horrors that we've experienced in the past week.
You are both a former soldier and a journalist, like you mentioned. What is the latest you are hearing from the front lines this morning? And when do you think the ground assault from IDF will begin?
So at the moment, we don't really know when is it going to begin or how the IDF would operate in this situation. All I know is that Israel is united. Israel is united to fight and to fight hard. We've heard Prime Minister Netanyahu saying yesterday on the press conference that he and us as a country will chase every Hamas terrorist, every Hamas member. We will chase them down, because after seeing the horrors of what we've experienced on the recent Saturday, of them butchering entire families, lighting up in fire houses of families, beheading people, raping women, I've never seen anything like that, and I've been through so many wars here in Israel. The Second Lebanon War with Iraq. We had rockets with Lebanon, rockets from Hamas. I've never seen anything like that. This is just despicable, and I think the entire world should unite with Israel in the war, in what we're seeing now in Israel, because Israel is the spearhead in the war of terrorism, and any country who would just not look at what is happening now will get that in their backyards. When you've seen the people after 9/11 cheering Palestinians in the street, handing candies, this is no different than what we're seeing now. This is no different from the calls in Sydney of pro-Palestinians chanting, "Gas the Jews." This is horrible. And I think the world leaders need to stop it now, because what you will not care about what is happening in Israel will happen.
Before we let you go, I just want to get your reaction to this, because you are a member of the media, you're a journalist yourself. Did you happen to hear the press conference with President Herzog? He was taking questions from the international media, and it was really hostile. And a lot of the questions were vilifying Israel for turning off the water and electricity in the Gaza Strip. What do you make of that?
I think the world should wake up and understand what Israel is experiencing. And time and again, and I've been covering how the international media is treating Israel whenever there is a terror attack, always talking about the Palestinian side, when we are in fact the democracy who's getting hurt by terrorists. And I think it's a shame that the international media, time and again, finding excuses for butchering Jews, for murdering Jews. This is no different than what ISIS has done in Europe and what Boko Haram has done in Africa. And I think it's pure anti-Semitism to keep finding excuses to why is it okay to murder Jews. Just despicable.
It was an embarrassing display from the foreign press. Lital Shemesh, we appreciate your time this morning and insight. Thank you. Israeli troops are preparing for a ground invasion into Gaza, which is one of the most densely populated areas of our world.
That's right. We're talking to another IDF soldier who's stationed along the Israel-Gaza border. Don't go anywhere.
This is just devastating. We know this terror organization for many years, that our country have been many times in the Gaza Strip and had to confront these terrorists, but we could never imagine these kind of horrors.
backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50 on the MS250 chainsaw. Real STIHL. Find yours.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Before taking Balance of Nature, every single day after I would get home from work, I would knock out on the couch and have to take a nap. Once I started taking Balance of Nature, I noticed a huge difference. My wife and I want to stay as healthy as we can for our baby. We're both just so happy that we found something that gives us more energy to help us live healthier lifestyle.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Oh, hello! It's me, talking socks made from magical alpaca, the coziest, most versatile fiber on earth. Alpacas were buttery soft on feet. Kitty feet, working feet, running, jumping, playing, and relaxing feet. My entire family loves Pacas crew socks. They're warmer than wool, softer than cashmere, they whip away moisture, plus they're thermoregulating. Save 20% on your first order at pacas.com. We're making the world a much cozier place.
Wall Street Journal reports that Evan Gershkovich remains a Russian prisoner.
The U.S. government has declared him wrongfully detained.
Let's get Evan home.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality. All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
You've been so kind and generous. I don't know if I'm giving for your kindness. I'm indebted to you for your selflessness, my admiration.
News alert: people who were missing and murdered in Israel are reported to be from 36 different countries. That's the message from the Israeli president as he vows to put an end to the Hamas terror group at a fiery press conference last hour.
This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat, murdering their family members who were in Fatah.
Yair Kleiman is an IDF lone soldier, veteran and former combat soldier stationed on the Gaza border in the Nahal Brigade, and he joins me now. Yair, good morning to you. Those words from the president of Israel, Herzog, he was talking about the Palestinian people and saying they could have risen up against Hamas if they wanted to years ago. Do you share that sentiment?
Yes, there's a very interesting thing with the young people in Hamas, and which is why I feel they're pushing a lot of propaganda. They're advertising everything on social media because they want to inspire and they want to find youth to join Hamas and to join what they're doing and what their cause is. They've been doing this for a very long time, and they're keeping this moving, and there's a very specific reason that they're constantly advertising online and showing what they're doing and being paraded as heroes. So they're trying to influence young people to join their cause, and they'll have an unlimited source of soldiers.
So what is it going to take to root Hamas out?
There has to be a unity amongst people around the world. When I was in the Army, I joined as an IDF lone soldier. I was an American citizen. I had no...
Tell us what a lone soldier is.
So there's a very interesting amount of people around the world that join Israel just to volunteer. They join the Army, they combat just like an American, just like an Israeli. You're in the same units, you're in the same tents, you're just like everybody else. You just have a different look on life, and it's really to bring motivation to the rest of the soldiers. So when I was first drafted, there was 53 other countries of lone soldiers that all came. There were people who were Jewish, not Jewish. There were people who were Bedouins that all came to Israel to draft just to serve. And that's really what the unity of the Jewish and non-Jewish world right now is that everybody's unifying.
Yeah, and you grew up in New Jersey, and that's what a lone soldier is. You're an American citizen, but you have such strong faith and a connection to Israel that you decided to join the IDF, which is very admirable. Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday, every Hamas member, they are ISIS. They will be destroyed the way we destroyed ISIS. We will do that with Hamas. And now we're seeing that some of the Hamas soldiers had ISIS flags on their uniforms as well. There are images of that. I'm sure that doesn't come as a surprise to you, or does it? What do you make of this distinction? They're both terrorist organizations, but what is the significance of this?
So I find that there's a lot of different fractions across the Middle East and a lot of different fractions of terrorism. People want to run and people want to be leaders in each of their communities that they call it. So ISIS fractions, very small ISIS fractions, are always going to pop up if they're now going to be vilified and if now they're going to be shown that they are popular. Yeah. So ISIS is coming back in this regime. Hamas is coming back. All of a sudden we're seeing Hezbollah, we're seeing the Taliban, we're seeing all these different places that are starting to pop up, and it's going to happen over and over again. The key is that the unity of, and what I found very interesting is the people in Stayro and the people in all these locations have a true unification against these different terrorist factions. If there's more unity, we'll be able to defeat these villains.
And then what about here in the United States? Are you worried that this could come back here at home?
I am worried, and I do have 2 young kids, but in the end of the day, living in fear is not the way to overcome evil. Living in pride and stepping up as leaders is the only way to overcome this. So being afraid of what is to come does not allow us to overcome it. So my call to action for all people around the world is to step up, to take a leadership role, and to be something more than just sitting on the sidelines and being silent. If you can step up, we can overcome this.
Exactly what you did when you joined the IDF.
Exactly.
Eric Kleiman, thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks so much for having me.
Todd, over to you.
Students who blame the Hamas terror attacks on Israel are now trying to walk that back after more than a dozen CEOs said, "You're not hired." We'll get reaction from Avita Duffy Alfonso next.
Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Trizone. Ozempic! I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
In 2024, we have a choice. One man cut government debt, one didn't. One man fired rogue Soros prosecutors, one did not. One volunteered to serve his nation in wartime, one did not. One man won historic re-election, and one did not. One man is the right man to defeat Joe Biden. Ron DeSantis, President. Never Back Down is responsible for the content of this advertising.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house
for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Home Aglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Diamonds at their lowest prices ever. The Jewelry Exchange has 1 carat studs for $349, top white $549, 1 carat solitaires $749, 2 carat $15.90. Plus thousands of GIA diamonds at the guaranteed lowest price ever. The Jewelry Exchange direct.
Parents, is this what your kids are learning about President Trump? There's a reason he's leading the presidential race, and Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids why with the Kids Guide to President Trump. Get it for free at freetrumpguide.com. That's freetrumpguide.com.
Homeowners, pay attention. Stairs at home are a big problem. Introducing Stilts Home Elevators, an affordable solution that will upgrade your home and make it safe, elegant, and extremely functional. Stilts Home Elevators have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and they're designed to be extremely safe and make your life easier. Call or go to stilts.com now to schedule your free no-obligation in-home assessment and get a free brochure.
Call 1-800-314-3317 or go to stilts.com.
My mental health was much better, but I struggled with uncontrollable movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia. TD can be caused by some mental health meds.
And it's unlikely to improve without treatment. I felt like my movements were in the spotlight.
#1 prescribed Ingrezza is the only TD treatment for adults that's always 1 pill once daily. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on most mental health meds. Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have thoughts of suicide. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including angioedema, potential heart rhythm problems, and abnormal movements. Report fevers, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these may be life-threatening. Sleepiness is the most common side effect.
It's nice. People focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about #1 prescribed once daily Ingrezza.
File this under people who are allegedly so smart can be so dumb. Harvard students who signed a letter blaming Israel for the Hamas terror attacks, well, they're backtracking after more than a dozen CEOs said they're not going to hire any of them. One of the students now saying, quote, as a board member of a Harvard group that signed the statement on Israel, I think it was egregious and have resigned from my role. I am sorry for the pain this has caused. My organization did not have a formal process, and I didn't even see the statement until we had signed on. Here to react, staff writer at The Federalist, Evita Duffy Alfonso. Evita, thanks for being here. I want to focus on the kids in a moment, but let's start with the corporations. Quite a reversal from our typically woke corporations. Your thoughts?
It is. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and they're complicated because as a conservative student, right, this is exactly what corporate America does to us. There were so many kids when I was in school who were afraid to be in college Republicans' pictures because they were afraid that a future employer would one day see it and then discriminate against them. So I'm hesitant to support doxing these students, but I will say that if these CEOs really wanted to help the students, they would be going after the universities who are the ones that are teaching them to behave in this way, to put out these Marxist-inspired statements in support of the Palestinians. This is exactly what they've been taught to do in school. And so they wanted to do anything, really. These CEOs would, instead of sending blind checks to the universities, they would say, we're gonna use the power of the purse to demand that these schools stop hiring exclusively Marxist professors and they stop establishing fake fields of study like CRT, which is where all of this is stemming from.
Gave a great answer when it came to what is happening in the schools. I want you to take a step back and answer, what is happening in these families? Because I think that's a broader issue. Why are college students in the United States of America, merely 22 years removed from 9/11, siding with terrorists in this conflict?
Yeah, so I actually don't think that it is a familial issue. I really do think that it is the fault of the universities and the indoctrination machines, right? I'm upset at the student statements for two reasons. One of them is that they claim to be in support of the Palestinians, but just like you said, nowhere do they condemn the actions of Hamas, which have unleashed hell on many innocent Palestinians. This is a terrorist group that should be really easy for the students to condemn, and they haven't. And the other problem is that they're using this anti-colonialist Marxist language to falsely equate the Palestinians with BLM or with indigenous rights. This is all coming from the schools. They get Marxist-inspired classes. We have Marxist-inspired departments where they learn that everyone on earth can be split into two groups, oppressed and oppressor. And because they view the Palestinians as the oppressed, right, they excuse all kinds of violence in the name of righting that inequity. This is textbook Marxist behavior. This is coming from the universities. It's not coming from normal American families. And I think that if the CEOs really wanted to do something about it, they would use the power of the purse to make real change within the university systems.
Quick follow-up on what you just said. You mentioned Marxism. Do you believe that this is all part of a concerted effort by people who want to bring down America to rip away and attack our Judeo-Christian values that formed this nation? 20 seconds to you, Evita.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole purpose of Marxism in general, right? This is a godless ideology. This is an ideology that wants to rip Western civilization and Christian values away from this country. That is the purpose of it. And if we're going to stop it, right, because the university system spread their poison into all aspects of American life, we have to address the universities and the indoctrination machines that they have become.
I also love the fact that these children who've never had any consequences for any of their actions, when they're first presented with the consequence, they fold like a lawn chair, and that's what these Harvard students did. Evita Duffy Alfonso, thank you for your insight. We appreciate it. All right, hundreds of people who attended that music festival on Saturday still missing after running for their lives to escape Hamas.
Yeah, that includes one woman who tried to escape despite one of her legs being broken. Her sister is here with an update next.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clearer skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to clearer skin with Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
I purchased a house and was told that it was cleaned, and it wasn't.
And right away I knew there was a problem because it was leaking.
And we have a gate that doesn't open.
I went to Angie.
And I typed in water heater.
Cleaners, garage.
Interior painting.
I type in crown molding.
Exterior painting.
For whatever project you need, there's an option.
I still walk in my house and I'm like, wow, this is gorgeous.
Got a home project? Get started at Angie.com today.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Super Wide Duct Tape. This is no ordinary duct tape. Just check out how wide this is. It has a tough reinforced backing that's super strong, but it still can be torn by hand. And a thick, powerful adhesive that bonds to metal, glass, PVC, all types of surfaces. And it's water resistant, so once it sticks, it keeps its grip. Our super wide duct tape can be torn to any size, so there's absolutely no waste. Rip a thin strip for small repairs, or use a super wide strip for those giant jobs. Flex duct tape is so strong that just one super wide strip can lift this 500-pound safe. Plus, it can be removed and repositioned and still holds on tight. Temporary auto repairs, go from this to this. Organize messy wires and go from this to this. Tears in furniture, go from this to this. Now you can seal up drafty windows and all types of ductwork, or reinforce heavy boxes. To show you the power of our Flex Super Wide duct tape, we built this metal frame, wrapped it, covered it, and sealed it with only our super wide duct tape. Introducing the Flex Super Wide Duct Tape Race Boat. Not only can it speed across the water, but our super strong water-resistant backing can take a pounding. And our powerful adhesive holds the entire race boat together. Yeehaw! Now that's what I'm talking about. Woohoo! Forget ordinary duct tapes. Get our new high-performance Flex Super Wide Duct Tape.
Secretary of State Blinken and our U.S. Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs both on the ground in Israel right now. Blinken's going to meet with Israeli President Herzog and Prime Minister Netanyahu today, then go to Jordan to meet with the Jordanian king and the Palestinian Authority president.
Lucas Tomlinson is live with the very latest. Lucas.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arriving in Israel early this morning. Blinken says he has come to deliver a clear message. We have Israel's back. President Biden called out Hamas by name here in Washington yesterday and says he's seen the photos of Israeli children beheaded.
When terrorist groups like Hamas brought not only terror but sheer evil to the world, evil that echoes the worst and matches, in some cases, exceeds the worst atrocities of ISIS. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
Israeli Defense Forces tweeting out this photo showing an ISIS flag saying Hamas brought ISIS flags to massacre Israeli children, women, and men. Hamas is a genocidal terrorist organization. Hamas is worse than ISIS. Overnight, the Israeli Air Force carrying out a fresh wave of airstrikes in Gaza, killing Mohammed Abu Shamla, described as a Hamas naval operative in the Rafah Brigade. The Israeli forces say his home was used to store weapons used to carry out these terrorist attacks against Israel. And the challenge for Israeli forces would be to destroy the tunnels used by Hamas, making it even more difficult. Hamas said that's where they're keeping dozens of Israeli hostages and potentially some American hostages as well. Senator Tom Cotton says that Israel has to do what the United States did to Japan and Germany during World War II, completely destroy Hamas to make sure the terrorist group can never carry out attacks like this again. And Israel's prime minister says every Hamas member is a dead man. Guys.
Okay, Lucas Tomlinson live for us in Washington. Lucas, thank you. The shocking video of people running for their lives at the Nova Music Festival on Saturday is circulating around the world. Many of those people were killed or taken hostage. Corinne Journo attended the Nova Music Festival with a broken leg, and since the concert, she has still not been found. Mita Journo is Corinne's sister, and she joins me now. Mita, when was the last time you heard from your sister?
Last time I heard from her was in Saturday morning. She called us she sent us a message in 8:42. She said that if my family, I love you. If something will happen to me, know that I love you. And then she called for it was a call 2 minutes. And she told us, please save me, come to take me home. There was yelling everywhere and they were shooting. She was crying like hell and asking us to come take her. And since then, we didn't hear from her.
Do you have any idea what happened to her?
Actually, I don't know. After a few hours, we went to look for her in the hospitals around the country. And then we got a little video that you can see her in a private ambulance. It's called a Yossi ambulance. But since then, nothing.
So she was. So she was in an ambulance.
What happened to her?
Was she in an Israeli ambulance?
Yeah, but it didn't seem like something was happened to her except of her broken leg.
So maybe she's alive?
I hope so. Maybe she's alive. Maybe she's dead. And maybe she's kidnapped in Gaza. We really don't know.
So that's one of the things is the unknown that you and so many families across Israel are going through.
The unknown is the worst.
Yeah.
The unknown is the worst. We're sitting here for 6 days, watching the news all day, sitting on the sofa and just hoping something to happen. Even if someone will knock our door, but something.
How are you coping with this?
No one is talking to us, no one for the government. What?
How are you coping with this?
Actually, I don't have any tears yet. Nothing. I'm just hoping to something to happen, to someone to tell us something, someone to call us. someone to communicate with us. You need to understand it was a crime of humanity what happened in here. They took us by surprise. We woke up in Saturday morning, and since then we don't know nothing. It's just people who murdered. They're barbaric. They came here and did what they want. You need to understand what they did here and what they're still doing. It's an Holocaust. It's an actual Holocaust. It's like 1945 all over again.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your sister.
My sister is the most beautiful girl you'll ever see, and she's funny and she's rude, and she's our little girl is a crazy girl, and she wanted to go to the party so much, so she went with a broken leg. You need to understand, she sold her ticket and buy another one, and she went everywhere.
Why do you think Hamas targeted this music festival?
Actually, because it was with a lot of people. They were like 4,000 people.
Yeah. It was an easy target, and they didn't see it coming.
Yeah, it was an easy target, and you need to understand, maybe, and it's the worst thing to say, but maybe if they were soldiers, we will understand, because we're used to it for like 75 years. Yeah. But women, babies, children,
I know.
I can't even...
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not soldier on soldier. It's soldier on child and infant and woman, innocent women, older
babies,
women.
And they killed women, they raping women, and they need to be ashamed of themselves and what they're doing to us. It's not over. My mother is here, just keep crying all day on the sofa, hoping to someone to tell her what happened with her daughter. Someone. We're standing all day on the balcony, hoping to someone to say something, to someone to get here, to knock on the door, just say something. She's hostage, she's killed, she's something. They're murderer. They need to ashamed of themselves for what they're doing to us. That's an Holocaust.
Yeah. Mita, we're going to keep your sister in our thoughts.
We don't need Hitler for someone. There is Hamas right now.
Yeah, I hear you. We all do. We're going to keep your sister in our thoughts and prayers, and we hope that you are reunited with her very soon.
Really asking for everyone that can see me right now, please pray for Karin to come back, please. It doesn't matter what your religion is. Just hope.
We are praying.
And just pray for.
Amen. Thank you for joining us.
You.
Absolutely. Todd, over to you.
A Fox News alert now. Secretary of State Blinken right now meeting with Israeli leadership in Jerusalem. We are live on the ground in Israel with the latest. Next.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like straight lines that seem wavy, blurry or missing visual spots that make it hard to see faces, like this one, or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. GA is irreversible. It's important to catch it early. Talk to your eye doctor about GA and learn more at GAWon'tWait.com.
Look who saved Slider Sunday again!
Here we go. Perfect King's Hawaiian slider.
Tastes good too. King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
When people call and they say they've tried lots of diets, nothing's worked, or they've lost the same 10, 20, 50 pounds over and over again, they need a real solution.
I've always fought with 5 to 10 pounds all the time, eating all these different things and nothing's ever working.
I've done the diets, all the diets. Before Golo, I was barely eating, but the weight wasn't going anywhere.
The secret to losing weight and keeping it off is managing insulin and glucose. Golo takes a systematic approach to eating that focuses on optimizing insulin levels. We tackle the cause of weight gain, not just the symptom. When you have good metabolic health, weight loss is easy.
I always thought it would be so difficult to lose weight, but with Golo, it wasn't. The weight just fell off.
I have people come up to me all the time and ask me, does it really work? And all I have to say is, here I am, it works.
My advice for everyone is to go with Golo. It will release your fat and it will release you.
tonight.
First tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move. Jesse has the latest on Primetime.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily, so we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Sarah, you've got this, okay?
But they lost.
Not really. Not where it counts.
A Fox News alert, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is meeting with Israeli leadership in Jerusalem this hour. It comes as Israeli troops are standing by for officials to greenlight a ground invasion.
Trey Yingst is in Shara, Israel, where a rocket attack just happened. Trey.
Yeah, Todd, Carly, just a few minutes ago, there was a rocket attack over the border from Gaza into southern Israel here in the town of Sderot. I want to show you the scene behind me. At least one person was injured here. You can see crews are going to remove this car that has shrapnel holes in the side. They need to get all of this out of the way. It's a danger to the public. They've already removed the rocket, but you can see here the direct impact site, a piece of shrapnel on the ground next to a drop of blood. Really shocking here, the wall on the side of this building illustrates the picture of the damage that these projectiles can cause. If you look at the wall here, you'll see marks all across the area. That's all from shrapnel that this single rocket caused. And I need to warn our viewers for a second, a slightly graphic thing here on the ground, but important part of the story. You see the pool of blood there. At least one person was injured. We understand that they were moderately injured, but are still alive. Coming back over here, it is a fluid situation, Todd and Carly, but it is something that Israel is working with day and night, trying to defend against those rocket attacks. And as we talked about earlier, they continue to strike targets along the northern and eastern part of the Gaza Strip.
Wow. And Israel is still taking incoming fire. Trey, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby refusing to answer why the Biden administration isn't increasing domestic oil production.
Isn't it a national security issue when you have countries that are profiting off of oil and the increased price of oil that don't like Israel, that don't like America?
We certainly don't want to see Iran be able to do much of the same, which is why we're putting as much pressure on them as we are.
So why not increase oil production here?
Again, I don't have any announcements to make today.
Cheryl Kasani from our sister network Fox Business here with more. Cheryl, it's a logical question to ask.
It is, because history has taught us that this is what happens when you have a destabilized Middle East. You do have pressure on the oil markets around the world, and we should say the markets are bracing for this. Right now, crude is just over $84 a barrel. This is WTI. This is the U.S. domestic contract. There's also Brent, which is the global contract. But the IEA, the International Energy Agency, just put out a report, and they say basically right now the oil market is, quote, fraught with uncertainty, and that we remain on tender hooks, because right now you may not see a boost in oil this morning, but you are going to see this as the story plays out, because obviously it's not just about Gaza and Israel. It's Lebanon, it is Syria, it is Jordan. I mean, it's the entire region, and there's Egypt. So this is a bigger story. So Edward Lawrence was right to ask the question, because this is going to eventually impact, probably sooner rather than later, Americans here at home. We're going to get CPI this morning, Consumer Price Index. That's the energy story. I got another report yesterday. We got it on Fox Business. Energy story. Prices are up. They're going to keep going up for Americans. Those gas tanks are going to be expensive to fill.
And Cheryl, there's also some social media controversy this morning.
There is. So obviously, you probably, as many of us have now seen, there's a lot of videos out there online. A lot of it is very disturbing and difficult to watch. But Nate Buzolic, he's an actor. He was in The Vampire Diaries. You may have recognized him from that. He's also a pro-Israel activist. He had been posting some tough to watch videos, but our Jewish friends have said, don't look away. And so we're not looking away. He is not looking away. He joined you earlier because he had his Instagram account shut down. And remember, Meta, which owns Instagram, that's Facebook Meta, run by Mark Zuckerberg. Listen to what he told you guys.
I think people need to understand that Hamas and pro-Palestinian propagandists are very, very good at manipulating social media. The pro-Palestinian narrative wants to keep the group like Hamas in the victim's chair. And so what they do is try and share information that presents Israel as the bad guy and any alternative message that challenges that current status quo they want to shut down.
Well, Meta has released a statement regarding his suspension saying, quote, our teams are working around the clock to keep our platforms safe, take action on content that violates our policies or local law, and coordinate with third-party fact checkers in the region to limit the spread of misinformation. We'll continue this work as this conflict unfolds. There are many stories now, we should say right now, emerging online of videos that are being doctored, that are old videos, old ISIS videos, things from Iraq from years ago that are being used as propaganda. So a word of caution, obviously, in what you see online. But again, I point back to the issue that, again, our Jewish friends are saying, don't look away. And, you know, Bari Weiss was on with Brett Baer and Dana Perina earlier this week, and I was so moved by what she said. She said, look, she's like, in the Holocaust, the Nazis wanted to hide this. Yeah. But Hamas, they want this out there, and they're going to post it on TikTok, and they're going to live stream everything they can. This is not over. We do expect at some point we're probably going to start to see some hostage videos. So I just say use caution.
Yeah.
But these companies are
warfare.
Yeah. These companies are in a. It's going to be a conundrum. How does Silicon Valley handle what's coming out of the Middle East right now?
At the very least, don't appear like you're choosing sides, especially the side that humanity is not on. And I think you need to realize that as
Absolutely.
well. Cheryl, thank you.
You bet.
The House needs to elect a speaker in order for Congress to approve aid to Israel. Well, can they get it done today? Congressman Greg Steube here to tell us his thoughts.
But first, Lawrence Jones has a look at what's coming up on Fox and Friends. Hey, Lawrence.
Hey, good morning, family. Coming up on Fox and Friends, our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, touches down in Tel Aviv, where in less than an hour, he'll deliver a press statement with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll bring you there live. Plus, in Gaza, over 2 million without electricity as Israel readies 300,000 soldiers for a possible ground invasion. Trey Yinks gives us the latest on the ground. And the race to rescue American hostages, at least 17 still missing as President Biden vows to stand by our Middle East ally while warning our enemies to be careful. But is the administration doing enough? Also joining us, retired Navy SEAL and Congressman Derek Van Orden, plus former Congresswoman Mayra Flores. She has family stranded in Israel. She'll give us an update. Also Medal of Honor recipient, Staff Sergeant David Bellavia, Tim Kennedy, and Pete Hegseth on the next phase of the war. That's all coming up on Fox and Friends. Stay with us for continuing coverage.
I have active psoriatic arthritis, but with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm feeling this no more. Along with clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
I know you think we can't afford it, but we need life insurance.
You're right.
Life can change quickly. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found me a $500,000 term life policy for only $18 a month.
We could help you save 50% or more on life insurance. You need life insurance. You don't need to overpay for it.
Visit SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $30 on the GTA 26 handheld battery pruner. Real steel. Find yours.
Everybody hates Beth. She eats all the food she loves and stays slim. Kim starves herself dieting, yet still can't lose weight. Beth is full of energy. Kim always feels tired. Beth has an unfair advantage. She takes Almacet, a breakthrough health and weight loss shake that fixes your metabolism to help you lose weight in a whole new way.
I couldn't lose weight no matter how much I exercise. I tried Almacet. I lost 26 pounds.
The reason you're having trouble losing weight could be a liver clogged with fat that's slowing your metabolism, making it very difficult to lose weight and stubborn belly fat. Almacet is a scientifically proven food supplement that uses natural amino acids and bioactive peptides to help unclog your liver and fix your metabolism so it's easier to lose weight.
My name is Stephanie Phillips Solar, and I'm an Almacet success story. I was able to lose 67 pounds with Almacet in roughly 7 to 8 months.
My weight is down. I feel much more energetic than I have in the past.
Over the course of time, I lost a total of 25 pounds. So thank you, Almacet.
Almacet is all natural, supports healthy blood sugar levels, and it's diabetic friendly. Some weight loss plans have you feel weak and hungry, but Almacet will renew your energy, and you can lose weight and feel great.
Almacet's unique protein can truly absorb in your body and aid with weight loss.
Studies showed Almacet helps you lose double the weight compared to other diets.
The fact is, Almacet works, and I highly recommend it.
Go online now to get started with Almacet for just $34.99. A great value to finally lose weight. We guarantee you can lose weight or you'll get your money back. Be like Beth and get the unfair weight loss advantage with Almacet.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
Gaza's getting hit from the air, from the ground, and the sea.
The Israeli troops are massing.
The Defense Department has the ability to rapidly deploy other resources if necessary.
Focus really is on getting in, saving those hostages, and annihilating Hamas.
Stay with Fox News.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken and our U.S. Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs are both on the ground in Israel. Blinken will meet with Israeli President Isaac Herzog and Prime Minister Netanyahu today after the White House confirmed 22 Americans are dead in Israel and 17 are still unaccounted for.
I would say that of the 17 that Karine talked about that we know are missing right now. And again, this is going to change, but right now we think the number that we know or we believe are held hostage is very small, like less than a handful. But that could change over time. We're going to get more information every single day.
Florida Congressman Greg Stupi joins us now. Congressman, you're an Army vet. You understand Army logistics, military logistics. How do we rescue these 17 potentially plus, potentially minus people, assuming they are still alive? And Congressman, should we send in U.S. Special Forces to do so?
Yeah, absolutely. We should send in our guys to go get our people out if they're being held hostage by a terrorist regime. It would be un-American not to do that. We in Congress haven't been getting reports that that's a plan, but I would hope that it is. I would hope that they wouldn't tell members of Congress what their intentions were, but absolutely, we should be going in and rescuing American citizens. I mean, the main challenge is, do we know where they are? Do we know where they're being held? So I'm not privy to all that intel, but I would hope that our intelligence folks folks and our DOD folks are doing everything we can to rescue American citizens that have been captured by Hamas.
I want to get your reaction to something Bernie Sanders, who is Jewish, said. He's criticizing Israel right now. He said the targeting of civilians is a war crime no matter who does it. Israel's blanket denial of food, water, and other necessities to Gaza is a serious violation of international law and will do nothing but harm innocent civilians.
Yeah, look how far we've fallen as a nation where Democrats are siding with terrorists who just murdered over 1,000 Israelis, murdered Americans, beheaded children. The videos and pictures that you have seen of the grotesque and gruesome barbaric acts of terrorists are met with Democrats not condemning that, but feeling bad that civilians are getting caught in the middle when Israel responds in kind, as they should. I 100% support our ally, Israel. I think they need to do everything that they can to push back on terrorism. And I commend Netanyahu. He's one of the few world leaders that's actually acting like a leader. We don't have that in the presidency in the White House right now. We still have Americans stuck in Afghanistan, for crying out loud. So I surely hope that I'm glad that we have a leader in Israel. I'm sad that we don't have that type of leadership right here in the United States.
Yeah, that statement from Bernie Sanders, especially in light of the fact that he is Jewish. I read that 3 times. I was like, am I reading this wrong? It makes no sense.
Can I ask Congressman Stubbe another question about the hostages? Do you think that Antony Blinken is over in Israel right now and he's going to be meeting with the Palestinian president? Do you think that diplomacy, getting these hostages back through diplomacy, is an option?
No, absolutely not. This is a terrorist organization that have decapitated babies and are posting this type of thing online. We should be using the full force of the military to get our people out. We should be using whatever we can to help the Israelis to push back on terrorism that they're experiencing in Gaza. And it's war, so there is going to be collateral damage to that. People like ourselves in the military, we try to minimize collateral damage as much as possible when we do operations and when we do missions, but when you're dealing with this type of threat and this type of terrorism, you have to push back strongly and defend your people.
All eyes on D.C. today. Here at home, the House is going to gavel in at noon today. Republicans selecting Steve Scalise as their candidate for Speaker in a private meeting yesterday. When does this get wrapped up? Is Steve Scalise the Speaker once it does get wrapped up, and does Steve Scalise have your vote?
That's a great question. I think at noon today they'll recess again. If you just read different members' posts on social media and what reporters are reporting, there's still between 12, 15, 20 members that aren't supporting Scalise on the floor. If you go back, let's just take one step back. There was 96% of the conference that supported Kevin McCarthy. 4% took him out, and now we're in the current situation where Scalise got 113 votes out of 221 in conference, barely a majority. So we've kind of taken a step backwards. We took out a guy that had 96% of the conference support to a guy that has barely a majority of the conference support. I actually think we're in a worse situation now than we were last week, and Scalise is going to have to run around and try to garner the support, but there's a number of people that have already said they're not supporting him on the floor, and I wish that we would have stayed in conference yesterday and tried to figure this out instead of breaking conference and everybody going their separate ways.
So 20 seconds to Fox and Friends, but does Scalise have your vote?
I supported Jordan yesterday. I support Jordan today. At this point, I'm supporting Jim Jordan on the floor.
There you have it. Congressman Greg Stubbe's got a busy day. We thank you for your time. And with that, Fox and Friends begins right now.
Good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, October 12th, 2023, 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Gaza and Israel. And we start with a Fox News alert. Right now, Israeli forces carrying out relentless strikes in Gaza as the IDF ramps up counterattacks against Hamas. This is day 6 of the war. More than 1,200 Israelis are dead. 22 Americans have been murder.
So, see, the terrorists are holding at least 150 people hostage. The IDF says they will not let up its siege of Gaza until all of them are freed.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is on the ground in Israel. You see him there. He's meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They are set to speak in about 20 minutes, and of course, we will bring you that live. Look, they've set up the podiums. We're ready for the shot.
But first, we're going to turn to Trey Yanks, who is live on the ground right near the Israeli-Gaza border. Who knows when the incursion will officially begin? Trey.
Hey guys, good morning. Rocket fire from the Gaza Strip continues this morning. Overnight there was a lull in the fighting. Although the Israelis continued their airstrikes along the northern and eastern part of Gaza, the rocket fire had stopped, but it started up again this morning. Here in the city of Sderot, you can see this direct impact behind me, one of those rockets slamming into the sidewalk in this small community that sits just near the Gaza Strip. I want to show you the wall here too, and it just shows you what the shrapnel can do. The amount of damage that can be caused by just one single rocket. And if my cameraman pans down here, you'll see the blood on the ground. It is just a tragic and horrific scene throughout these southern Israeli cities as this continues. And there is really no end in sight. The Israelis say that this is just the beginning of their response, despite the fact that we have seen thousands of airstrikes and artillery strikes against Gaza. But already the Israelis are starting to receive some pushback about the civilian casualties in Gaza. The Palestinian Health Ministry released a number this morning indicating that 1,200 people have been killed so far in the Israeli response to that Saturday massacre. I want you to listen to President Isaac Herzog, who held a press conference earlier today.
This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat, murdering their family members who were in Fatah.
Look, it's a really complex issue, and it will continue to be something that we talk about as this war continues. There are women and children who are dead inside Gaza as a result of the Israeli response, but it's a complex operation for the Israelis, as there are dozens of hostages. There are civilians and soldiers inside Gaza, and they're going to do everything they can to try to clear a path and ultimately go in on the ground. I want to show you something else here. Israeli forces say they found an ISIS flag in one of the communities along the border with Gaza. We won't get too deep into the history of ISIS in Gaza, but I can tell you that traditionally Hamas and the Islamic State have not worked together. They've actually been enemies in Gaza, and Hamas pushed out Islamic State fighters into Egypt over the past several years. So it's interesting that it appears they had this propaganda, or even there is the possibility they participated in the attack. But again, all we know is that Israeli forces found an ISIS flag in one of the border communities, but it just gives you a sense of who the people they are hanging out with, and they're not good people. Back to you.
Hey, Trey, when we look at that scene and that wall behind you, when you think about if people were just standing there, it's that shrapnel that kills people and maims people every day. And that mortar fire is so deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's incredibly deadly. I want to bring in a man that we met earlier who lives in Sderot, and he told me earlier for 30 years, and he just walked by here and see if we could talk to him. First of all, sir, what's your name?
David Fendel. I'm a dean of a very big academy here.
And could you tell me what it was like? You were here when this rocket impact happened.
I was in Sderot, another one of those frightening attacks, cowardly attacks against children right near a children's park. Never again. Gone are the days that Jews don't know how to defend themselves. We're going to go back to the Gaza Strip. I was just with a bunch of soldiers. They're filled with energy, filled with vigor, youthful vigor. They're going to avenge the terrible Nazi barbaric acts that took place this past week. It's not going to happen anymore.
You've lived here for 30 years. How does what's happening right now compare to the past 30 years?
There's no comparison. This is a nightmare. And it's sometimes it's good that now we see they're true. They were disguised as human beings. Now we see they're Nazi beasts. They're willing to kill children, rape women, kill older people. We cry as we talk about it. It's not going to happen. We're not going to let it happen. We're all going to have guns. We're all ready. The city is going to be built up in the most beautiful way. We're going to go back to Gush Katif. We're going to go back to Gaza. If they can't see a Jew in the Gaza Strip, then they can't see a Jew in Sderot. They can't see a Jew in Sderot, can't see in Tel Aviv. It's not going to happen again. Never again.
David, thank you very much. So, insight there from someone who's lived here for 30 years. What's happening now is unprecedented. It is horrific, and that massacre on Saturday morning killed so many civilians, and yet today the Israelis are still finding bodies in the communities along the Gaza border. Guys, back to you.
Trey, the dean of that university, and his message is similar to the President Herzog, the president of Israel, this morning. He was basically saying the same thing. We have to fight back. They've given us no choice. If they're throwing rockets into our kitchens, we have to throw rockets back, and we have to defend our nation. I heard from a lady who lost her husband in 9/11. We've interviewed her a few times on Fox, and she's become a friend. And she said to me, "We have the best intelligence in Israel. How did we not know that this was happening? If we don't know what's happening, what could happen in other countries? What could happen in America where we're not aware? And then they just come to us in the middle of the night and do something similar." What are people on the ground saying about that? Why wasn't there any intel on this?
Well, obviously there was an intel failure here. It's a great question. When you look at what took place, it was a coordinated attack by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the other factions inside Gaza, who are supported in part by the Iranian regime. Not as directly in this attack that we have been able to find evidence of, but they've told us in the past. We've gone into Gaza and interviewed them and asked, where are you receiving money and weapons? And we have it on camera. They say from Iran, and they've thanked officials in Tehran. In terms of these places along the border and the fear that people have here and how they're feeling, they are terrified about what is to come, because what took place, this massacre of civilians in their homes, has shifted the reality in Israel. Things will never be the same here. And that is something that may take the public, and especially the international community, time to get used to. They are used to engagement and rules of war, and the Israelis basically are saying they are throwing those out because they are going to enter Gaza. It's not a question of if, but rather when. Someone recently described something to me, saying basically Israel said, look, you're going to take 150 hostages, we're going to take 2 million. And that's what is taking place here. There is a complete siege on Gaza. Israeli officials have been very clear that they are not allowing aid in. They do not care if civilians there run out of food or water or electricity. They are blocking off the Gaza Strip, and they are going to go inside and kill every member of Hamas they can find.
Do they feel like they have the support of the international community, Trey? Because this is a different strategy now. For so long, and I've talked about this a lot, the Israelis have stepped back a little bit because they have been interpreted by the international community as the bully. But now with all this bloodshed now, to see the acts of terrorism now, do they feel like they have some sort of support from the international community and America?
The international community has seen the images and the slaughter. We were in Bari yesterday, a small community at kibbutz, and looked into the kitchens and bedrooms that were stained with blood. We walked past body after body after body, showing those images to our viewers, and you cannot look at that and say it didn't happen, because we are taking you to see it. And I think that is what is different about this. There has been a fear and a misunderstanding of the people that live in this area for a very long time. And I think that when it happened, when this massacre took place, it was impossible to look away. It was simply impossible to look away, because this was not combatant on combatant. Yes, they engaged Israeli soldiers at bases, but they also went into homes and killed children. Yeah. A soldier told us yesterday that he found the body of a mother and her child, and the mother's hands were raised like this, in a defensive posture. You just can't look away, and I think that has changed the perception about this conflict, and I think things in Israel will never be the same.
So while we sit in the south and wait for the invasion, how concerned are people about what's happening in the north with Hezbollah? They've had a few skirmishes already. And then you wonder about the West Bank, where Fatah is located. They are calling, Hamas is calling on supporters in the West Bank to storm Jerusalem October 13th. You talk a multi-front war. One's in their backyard, and then you have looming over there Syria, who they've been going back and forth with for about 10 years. So this is challenging in Gaza, but it could get a lot more challenging very quickly.
It could get a lot more challenging. At Friday prayers tomorrow, there is concern of unrest in Jerusalem at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. There will be thousands of Palestinians some do support Hamas, some support Fatah. It will be a mixture of people, but the bottom line is that the security situation is boiling. It is boiling, and it will be an incredible risk tomorrow in Jerusalem, all over this country, because the northern border is not quiet either. There's been rocket fire from Lebanon. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has taken responsibility for an anti-tank attack against Israeli soldiers yesterday. That is incredibly rare. Every time something happens from Lebanon over the past several years, they do not take credit for it. They want to push it off to Palestinian factions in southern Lebanon because they don't want the Israeli response. But the fact that they are simply saying they did it. And we're also seeing mortar fire from Syria. And we were embedded with the Israeli army a few weeks ago in the West Bank city of Tulkarm and watched as Hamas militants engage the Israeli soldiers in a firefight. They're armed. And if they get involved in this, Israel's not going to just be facing this southern front. They're going to be facing a northern front, a northeastern front, an internal front. And it is just incredibly challenging to wrap your mind around what that looks like for a country of just 9 million people.
No kidding. All right. Trey, thank you very much for joining us live. We will check back in with you in about 20 minutes. Ainsley, to your question about how did we miss this, the intelligence failure, one of the top Hamas officials, a fellow by the name of Ali Bakari, was on Arab television in the last couple of hours. And he said that apparently they planned this attack, Hamas planned this attack for 2 years, but fewer than 5 Hamas leaders knew what they were doing. And apparently what they were trying to do, part of the plan was, let's just pretend that we are rational and we're thinking about governing Gaza, not planning an attack. They were actually planning an attack the entire time. That was part of the plan. Meanwhile, separately, but also part of this report, Vladimir Putin likes this attack, Hamas versus Israel, because it divides America's attention. And then that means, according to Putin's logic, it helps Russia in the fight against Ukraine.
Well, President Trump said, what a difference a president makes. Isn't it incredible? Just a president. What a difference. Well, and Brian's interviewing him today on
Yeah,
the radio
I actually interviewed him yesterday afternoon. We have a clip we'll probably play a little bit later because I didn't want to have him wait for commercials for 5 minutes, but I don't want to stop him in 10. So we did it last night and aired a clip last night on Jesse's show. So I'll have it on the radio show for a half hour. But he takes all this on head on, as well as the House stuff. But with this, he's just beside himself, and you'll be shocked what he says about Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, and President Biden, his presser yesterday, he said, I have personally seen the pictures of the children beheaded. It's something in my lifetime I never thought I would see.
The White House had to walk that back. He didn't actually see it.
Is that
really? Why did he say that?
We don't know.
Because he exaggerates everything.
It's just one of those things that they had to clean up. All right. Meanwhile,
another fabrication.
Correct. I know. As you watch this and you want to help the people there, please join Fox Corporation in supporting the Israel Emergency Fund in association with the United Jewish Appeal. Just scan the QR code right there in the lower right-hand corner of your TV screen. Open up your camera, and then you'll see a little yellow thing pop up. Touch that, and you'll be able to help. Or you could donate at ujafedny.org.
Right. 14 minutes now after the top of the hour. You're looking live at the Middle East. We are awaiting Secretary of State Anthony Blinken any minute now, joining Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a news conference. We will carry that live the second it starts.
Yeah, we just watched them shake hands after he landed in Tel Aviv. And in Gaza City, Israel pounds the area with counterstrikes and cuts power. We're all live. We're all live all morning, so stay with us.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Skyrizi attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Skyrizi, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The Chewy app has everything for pets. Hungry pets, itchy pets, scratchy pets, and most importantly, your pet. Everyday great prices and 35% off your first auto ship order. Right to your door. Download the Chewy app.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed. No finger sticks needed. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. Freestyle Libre 2. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
At SimpliSafe, we designed the #1 rated home security system powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for half the cost of traditional home security. So you stay safe for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price.
That's amazing.
And great customer service based here in America.
That's amazing.
And no hidden fees, no contracts, and free activation.
That's
Hello? Barbara?
Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing.
I know, right?
You see that?
I was put on Earth to work here. I don't have hobbies. I don't believe in weekends. The only thing I love more than emails and spreadsheets is meetings about emails and spreadsheets. So when do I start?
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
Join Fox Corporation in donating to and supporting those affected by the atrocities in Israel through financial assistance and emergency aid. Together we stand with Israel. Donate now.
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues or more, you may qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-630-3838. That's 1-800-630-3838.
Guys, listen up. Want to try the strongest FDA-approved ED meds available? If appropriate, get maximum strength generic Viagra prescribed online at 95% off. Just $2 per tablet at RexMD.com.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Return to our breaking coverage on the war on Israel. But first, we do have some quick headlines to get to. A possible tornado tearing through Clearwater, Florida overnight. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, damaging several homes. Much of central Florida is still under a tornado watch until 9 a.m. local time. For more on this storm system, download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather on any connected TV device. And happening today, the House is set to convene at noon Eastern time as Republicans push to fill the vacant speaker role. The GOP conference nominating Majority Leader Steve Scalise to succeed Congressman Kevin McCarthy. But at least 10 Republicans say they will not vote for Scalise, despite Jim Jordan urging them to do so.
So it's important we're back functioning as House of Representatives. We need a speaker, and Steve is the guy for that. I encourage colleagues to do so. I think it's important we come together, and I've offered to nominate Steve on the House floor.
No date has been set for the official vote on Scalise's nomination. And listen to this, GOP presidential candidate Nikki Haley seeing a surge in polling. New Fox News polling Shows the former South Carolina governor doubling her support in the GOP primary and even beating President Biden by 4 points, giving her the largest winning margin over the president of all the candidates. Those are your headlines, guys. Back downstairs to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Carly. Coming up very shortly, we should hear from Anthony Blinken and Bibi Netanyahu. As you can see, the audio guys checking everything out. Apparently, they have been meeting in the IDF headquarters. Mr. Blinken, according to the Times of Israel, just said, "We're here. We're not going anywhere." We will bring you their comments live in just a couple of minutes. It's supposed to start 90 seconds ago.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian student groups are being called to meet on college campuses across the country. The National Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP, they posted a call to action on their social media page, asking students to hold these demonstrations on college campuses.
Day of Resistance.
Yes, that's what they're calling it, the Day of Resistance. And for example, UVA chapter posted on their Instagram, join us at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, October 12th, on the Rotunda steps. Calls for students to hold a protest, disruption, or educational event in support of the Palestinians.
Hunter College Rally for Palestine. That's coming up at 2:30. We could probably get over there if we hurry up right after the show. NYU's Palestine Resistance. That'll be at 6 o'clock, so you can probably go to both. Then right after that, in a half hour, I don't know how long you want to stay at NYU, but you go uptown, probably get a subway or an Uber to Columbia University, the call to action for Palestine. So good to know that the next generation is all lined up to be anti-Israel.
I think it's important also to know that these aren't students standing with the Palestinian people. They're standing openly with Hamas. And they're saying that whatever happened in Israel was justified because of what's happening with the conflict over the years. And you gotta wonder, where did these kids get this ideology from? The American people don't feel this way. They didn't get this from their parents. They got this from the college professors that teach them every single day.
That's right, and that's why they're holding demonstrations at Rutgers, UVA, Ohio State University, University of Massachusetts at Amherst, Kent State, NYU, University of North Carolina, University of Illinois, Butler, Purdue, as well. Now, here's the thing. The Anti-Defamation League says, just imagine, there's a pro-Palestinian demonstration going on at your college. They say this Day of Resistance is going to create a hostile environment for any Jewish students on campus. They've got to feel threatened. If they, you see something like that and you wonder, well, who's got my back here?
If you're going to go to one of these demonstrations, you need to know what you're standing up for. You're condoning what they did to innocent individuals, the beheading of babies, the raping of women, stripping women down to their underwear, throwing them in the back of a truck, parading them around Israel, and then into Gaza, where their parents learned on Facebook that their kids were dead, or the grandmother that was posted. They need to know what they're agreeing with, and they're in agreement here. They want this to happen. Michigan Congressman Feindar, he renounces now. He's saying, look, this is too much. Yeah. He is renouncing membership of the Democratic Socialist of America. He said after the brutal terrorist attacks on Israel, which included the indiscriminate murder, rape, and kidnapping of innocent men and women and children, I can no longer associate with the organization, unwilling to call out terrorism in all forms. He called it hate-filled and anti-Semitic.
There are 6 members of Congress who are part of the Democratic Socialists of America, including much of the squad.
AOC.
But he said that was a bright red line for him.
Good for
He's
him.
out. Yeah, absolutely. Took him 4 days, but okay. The other thing to keep in mind is Harvard. There's huge backlash. Even the 30 student unions that got together to support Palestine. As you want to hold that up?
The front of the New York Post talks about this.
Yeah, so they're just talking about how, some CEOs in Wall Street got together and said, let's get the names of the people that signed on to this pro-Palestinian message in Harvard, because we'd like to not hire them. At NYU, the president of the law school, the student union law school, she had her job rescinded after she came out.
At a great law firm. We don't no longer.
Absolutely, and I think they voted on campus to eject that person from that position. Do you think this could be like last night? I talked to Batya Unger Sargon of Newsweek, and she says this is the beginning of end of woke. She says this is a turning point because people have died, the brutality that we see, and people still have knee-jerk reactions to it's got to be Israel's fault. And those people are sobering up and saying, not only is it not Israel's fault, you're fired.
But Brian, do you think there has been enough pushback? I mean, these people feel open.
But we see the street.
It's America. They're allowed to do it.
We watched KGP for the first time push back on other Democrats. I was stunned by that. Say there is no other side to this.
She said they are wrong. They're simply wrong.
We have not heard that. Dan Goldman said that yesterday.
Yesterday, I was walking on the streets of New York, and I saw in people's windows they have the Star of David. Standing in solidarity with Israel. Most of these Wall Street firms, I mean, we live in New York City. There's a huge population of Jews here, and they want to know the names of these kids that go to Harvard and are a part of this and not supporting Israel. The title of New York Post this morning, Schooled on Hate. So maybe you're right. Maybe this is the beginning of anti-wokeness.
And the other part of the headline is calls to defund anti-Semitic colleges. If your college stands for a certain thing, why are people giving them money? Why are donors and alumni lining up to give those schools cash?
I just think it's so fresh right now. Give this war a couple of weeks, and when the propaganda starts to come out, how will they respond then? Yeah. I'm hopeful, but let's see.
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib says, I do not support the targeting and killing of civilians, whether the Israel or Palestine. The fact is, some have suggested otherwise is offensive. Really? We all watched you. We watched what you do and we read your comments.
The president of Florida State University sent out a bold and awesome letter to the entire university saying, we stand with Israel.
Right. I thought that was a given. Meanwhile, we're awaiting the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken joining Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a news conference. They're told they're running about 30 to 40 minutes behind. We'll adjust. We'll carry that as soon as it starts.
Plus, we'll check back with Trey Yinks with the live report that's coming up next.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a confident day. A never hide my smile day. A life of the party day. A take on the world day. A believe in myself day. A flash my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day you get your confidence back for good. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Another month?
There are procedures. How they will come.
Oh, is that what I tell the investors?
Tell them you don't have to do this one country at a time. BDO says the approval process is similar throughout Latin America.
So parallel tracks.
If we have first-hand experience in each country.
And BDO can find these people.
BDO has these people.
People who know BDO. It's time to remodel your bathroom, but you don't want the hassle or the worry of getting it finished. You just want to pick a style and relax, knowing that it'll be wonderful when it's done. Is that too much to ask? No, actually, it's not. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com to schedule your free in-home consultation. Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Tri-Zone.
Ozempic!
I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool.
You're all set. So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home. Arm the system, we should go. Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Fine. Humans are noisy. They like to make things. They're fueled by inspiration. Inspiration is something called tacos. Change makes them nervous, but embracing it changes everything. Yeah, imagine that.
My name is Ruthie, and I love helping people. There's so many people that are down. Sometimes all it takes is a piece of pie to make the sunshine come in their life again. And with the help of Balance of Nature, it's making it more fun and giving me more energy. And I would really like to thank Balance of Nature. These are mine for life.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Generalized myasthenia gravis made my life a lot harder. But the picture started changing when I started on Vyvgart.
Vyvgart is for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis who are anti-AChR antibody positive. In a clinical trial, Vyvgart significantly improved most participants' ability to do daily activities when added to their current GMG treatment. Most participants taking Vyvgart also had less muscle weakness.
And your Vyvgart treatment schedule is designed just for you.
In a clinical study, the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. Vyvgart may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. Vyvgart can cause allergic reactions. Available as Vyvgart for IV infusion, and now as Vyvgart Hytrulo for subcutaneous injection. Additional side effects for Vyvgart Hytrulo may include injection site reactions. Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart.
It's about 1:30 in the afternoon in Israel right now, and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are meeting at IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv. We expect them to give a news conference very shortly. They are running behind.
Meanwhile, moments ago, Israel taking direct hits from Hamas.
As Egypt and Jordan announce aid for Palestinians trapped in the war-torn Gaza Strip.
All right, Trey Yinks is on the ground with the latest. Trey, you're seeing new airstrikes right now, correct?
Yeah, guys, you might end up hearing it here. The Israelis have been hammering the northern part of the Gaza Strip one time after another, hitting different areas along the border. Generally, when they're targeting the same area multiple times, it means that they're trying to hit Hamas or Islamic Jihad tunnels because they have to strike at the same location to get that far underground. We hear these blasts in the distance, and then you hear the fighter jets overhead as they come back into Israeli territory. They do have to worry about anti-aircraft missiles. They have these missiles inside Gaza that have been smuggled in, generally through Egypt, and it can be an incredibly dangerous thing for both fighter jets and for helicopters that strike Gaza as they fly around that airspace. I do want to show you the scene here, and you hear just off in the distance another one of those strikes, but I want to show you here the wall behind me. This is the scene of a rocket attack that took place just about an hour and a half ago here in southern Israel in the town of Sderot. These are shrapnel marks on the side of a wall, and this just gives you a sense of the damage. My cameraman panning down here to the blood on the ground. There were people here at the time. They were moderately injured, and thankfully they're right next to a medical evacuation point. So there's 4 or 5 ambulances in the distance. They were able immediately to get the injured here and take them to a local hospital. And if you come over here, you actually see where the rocket slammed into the ground. Right here, this on the ground, pieces of shrapnel from that rocket fired from Gaza litter this area. It is just a scene that is not unique to southern Israel, also central Israel, as Hamas fires on cities like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv since this all began after that massacre on Saturday morning. Guys?
Has it been essentially rocket strikes now since the weekend? You don't see a lot of the physical incursions from Hamas fighters?
There have been a few infiltration attempts since that initial cross of more than what we're understanding now, at minimum 1,500 fighters, because they've found the bodies of 1,500 militants and terrorists that crossed into southern Israel. But what we are really starting to understand is that there have been firefights at different locations, and they're not always reported. We were talking to soldiers when we were in that kibbutz, that small community of Be'eri, yesterday with the army. And when we were there, we could see, and you can see these ambulances and medical workers still pulling up to this staging point. But when we were with the army there, one soldier said that in that kibbutz where we were at 12 hours ago, they were in a firefight with a Hamas militant. And so it gives you a sense that they are still trying these incursions. Yesterday, 3 Hamas fighters were killed in the Zakim area just north of the Gaza Strip. And we do anticipate they will try to infiltrate again, but the Israelis have secured much of the border.
Hey, Trey, real quick, as we look at the screen right is another airstrike from Israelis into Gaza City. So what you were saying a moment ago is they essentially try to level a building, and then they continue to pound it with more rockets so they can get into the tunnels. Do they have our really good bunker busters? Do we know whether or not they've got access to those?
They do have bunker buster bombs, and they use them, but even those don't work in Gaza sometimes because the tunnels are so deep. They put these tunnels so far underground that when they use a bunker buster, they have to hit the same place 3 or 4 times often to actually target the area they're trying to hit. They've had years and years to build this tunnel system, and it is one of the most difficult parts about their job in Gaza. And remember, they have open fields in different areas, so you'll often hear about agricultural areas in Gaza that are getting pounded by airstrikes, and that's because these are where the rocket launchers are. They have systems underground where they can move rockets, feed them into launchers, and then fire them in these barrages that land in communities just like this. And it's part of the reason when we've been in Gaza, we've stood in craters that are the size of houses, and still they haven't hit the target underneath.
Trey, can you explain to our audience the different targets? And what I mean by that is, what is Hamas striking and what is Israel striking?
So they're both striking in complex environments. And when I say complex environments, I want to talk about the mixture of military and civilian. In Gaza, it's an incredibly densely populated area. There are more than 2 million people that live there. It's 25 miles long and anywhere from 3 to 7 miles wide. The Israelis are striking buildings, they're striking houses, they are striking open fields. They have intelligence, though, about these areas, and they're linked to Hamas or Islamic Jihad. So the current situation, we were told today, this was cleared for publication from the Israeli censor because it was sensitive information. But it was cleared that the Israelis are now targeting people inside Gaza who filmed any of the massacres on Saturday. So if they were able to use their intelligence and someone on an iPhone took a video of someone else committing an atrocity or even just filming, they would find that person if they had the intelligence on them and hit them with an airstrike or a drone strike or artillery. What we are seeing in Gaza today, and we should describe this, it is just complete destruction of neighborhood blocks and houses. And the level of destruction is significant. It is the worst Gaza has seen, certainly.
All right, Trey, thank you very much. Stand by and stay safe.
Well,
yeah, we saw 2 explosions during that conversation.
Right. Look on the right side of your screen. You can see the smoke in the back. We're looking at Gaza.
I'm wondering about the drone. Do we have a lot of? Do they have a lot of drones up there now? I mean, are they surveilling, able to see if they notice any movement?
The IDF or the Hamas?
IDF. I'm wondering if they're surveilling Gaza to maybe see some of the hostage movement and be able to see block to block.
Well, there's been some reporting about the drones that the IDF are using, but again, they fly. A lot of the drones that they're using fly low too.
Right, and Hamas will try to just knock them out of the sky.
They're taking them out.
And as far as America's concerned, the Marines issued a press release saying Marines and sailors of the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit would be participating in Marine Air Ground Task Force training exercises in Kuwait, October 8th through the 22nd. The training started with the USS Bataan, which is an amphibious ready group, and the USS Carter Hall. That's going to arrive near Kuwait and offload elements and experiment or equipment for those exercises. Also, the USS Gerald R. Ford, we've been talking about that. It did arrive, that carrier strike group arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea on Tuesday.
The big stick.
Right. Attention, Iran. That's who's supposed to be getting your attention. The president even mentioned Iran yesterday. Meanwhile, these attacks come as Israel is massing troops at the border of Gaza. We're going to ask a former Navy SEAL when we can expect the ground invasion to begin and what might happen. Plus, we are still awaiting a press conference between Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Prime Minister Netanyahu. They're behind closed doors now. They'll be behind those podiums shortly.
Look who saved Slider Sunday again.
Here we go. Perfect King's Hawaiian slider.
Tastes good too. King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday.
The only way to Sunday.
Lowe's knows you want to make everyone feel at home. That's why with Hisense appliances, you can get a lot more for less. Because the only thing better than deals on quality appliances is the quality time that follows. Shop Hisense appliances now, only at Lowe's.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals.
We can make this work.
It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
Tide is busting laundry's biggest myth.
That cold water can't clean.
Cold water on those things?
Well, only one way to find out.
Tide cleans better in cold than the leading bargain detergent in warm.
Cold water can't clean tough stains? I'd say that myth is
busted. I always wanted to say that.
Turn to cold with Tide.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel.
You don't have to take COPD sitting
It's a
down.
new dawn, it's a new day.
It's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling good.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy makes breathing easier for a full 24 hours, improves lung function, and helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50 on the MS250 chainsaw. Real steel. Find yours.
With Fast Signs, create custom graphics that get tails and tongues wagging. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Tonight,
first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel.
Inside America's strategy as Israel readies their next move. Jesse has the latest on primetime.
Everybody's talking about the secret weapon for 100% drug-free blood sugar support. Doctors' preferred Gluco Gold contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco Gold is flying off shelves nationwide, but now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 369-369.
It really does work.
Now's your chance to join the over 30,000 people who have claimed their complimentary bottle and are feeling great.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Unleash your new secret weapon for drug-free blood sugar support to make sure your next checkup is better than your last.
This is a great product for sugar control.
You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 369-369. And if you text right now, you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Fox News alert. On the left side of your screen, we are still awaiting a press conference between Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Prime Minister of Israel Netanyahu. As soon as they take the stage, we will go there live. And on the right is Gaza City, where moments ago, Israeli airstrikes filled the sky. Once again, we've been watching these throughout the day and night as well, nonstop. The attack comes as Israel readies a ground invasion, it is presumed, and the first batch of U.S. weapons are now in the hands of the Israelis. Let's bring in right now retired Navy SEAL and Recon Marine veteran Mike Sorelli. Mike, good morning to you.
Steve, good to see you.
I was reading in the Times of Israel this morning, according to the IDF, Israeli leaders have not yet decided whether or not there will be a ground invasion. That's just a head fake, right? I mean, they're massing tens of thousands of people right next to the spot.
Steve, I think the consequences of not conducting a ground invasion are worse than actually conducting a ground invasion. Think about the message that you send your adversaries. If you don't take action, you're incentivizing bad behaviors. Now, what we're probably seeing Israel do is setting the conditions for that ground offensive. We've seen them cut essential services like power, they'll cut water, and especially telecommunications as they continue indirect fire and aerial bombardment to make it as hard as possible on Hamas and the Palestinian citizens.
Sure. Mike, you know, there's an Arab leader, a Hamas leader, who told an Arab television station that apparently they've been planning this for 2 years. No more than 5 Hamas leaders knew about it, but they've been planning it for 2 years. So they had to have planned, you know what, when things get tough, they're going to cut the juice. And they did.
Mentally, they have been prepared for this. What makes this worse is Gaza equivalent to the size of Manhattan. Right. So we're talking about military operations on urban terrain known as mount or urban combat. And statistically, from World War II, Way City, even Iraq versus Afghanistan, we've seen those casualties be extremely high. So what concerns me is that they have prepared defensive positions within Gaza. They've laid weapons caches. They have a plan, which is going to make this all the more brutal for both sides.
And Mike, in the last minute or so, as we look at Gaza City, another airstrike. We just heard from Trey Yingst. It sounds like ADF forces, what they're doing is they know where the bad guys are. They're tearing down, they're knocking down the building, knocking down some more, and then they bring in the bunker busters, but sometimes it takes a couple to actually get down to the tunnels if they can, because they've been waiting for this day.
They are very much bunkered in. You can almost count on that. Again, they have a plan in place, but don't count Israel out to be very resourceful in order to make life as painful as on Hamas as well.
Indeed. You know, there are American hostages. There are about 150 Israelis we are being told as well being held hostage. As a former Navy SEAL, how do you get them out?
So, Steve, hostage rescue is something we don't outsource to other nations. If there's Americans amongst them, you can guarantee that our special operations are, as we say, spitting. But really, this is an intelligence community drill in partnership with Israel to find and fix where our hostages are at that point, probably plan a simultaneous coordinated raid to get as many hostages out as possible. What makes this very difficult is that if they're in multiple locations and you rescue 60 of the 100, the other 40 are in a worse situation. So, you know, it's a bad situation, but don't discount our American special operations to pull it off and pull it off well.
Well, fingers crossed on that. One other question for you. You know, we know there might be up to 150 hostages. Would they keep them in one place, or would they put them wherever they needed to as human shields to make sure that the Israelis don't bomb that spot?
Those hostages are their, let's say, propaganda leverage. So no, the likelihood of all of them being in one location is extremely low. You're talking probably 10 plus locations between the hostages. Again, that's what makes the hostage rescue so complex.
They're not just people, they're leverage. That is absolutely right. Mike, we thank you very much for joining us today with your expertise.
Thanks, Steve.
see what happens. All right, about 10 minutes before the top of the hour, Carly joins us with more.
That's right, and we're of course going to return to our breaking coverage of the war on Israel, but first we do have some quick headlines to get to. Another migrant shelter opening in a busy tourist district in Chicago tomorrow as the city's mayor says the influx of migrants is causing chaos. Mayor Brandon Johnson outlining a new budget proposal yesterday. He's calling for at least $150 million for new arrival services. And a brand new Fox News poll shows record support among voters for building out the border wall. This after the Biden administration announced a new section of wall will be built in Texas. And happening today, the ex-girlfriend of Sam Bankman-Fried is set to take the witness stand again. The disgraced crypto founder's legal team is set to begin their cross-examination. Carolyn Ellison, the former CEO of the hedge fund Alameda Research, testifying yesterday that Bankman-Fried directed her to commit fraud on a stunning scale. She claims she has a, quote, overwhelming sense of relief now that the truth is out. Bankman-Fried faces over 100 years in prison if convicted. Those are your headlines. Steve, over to you.
Carly, thank you very much. Meanwhile, you are looking live where just in the past few minutes in Gaza City, a barrage of Israeli airstrikes have hit. We're going to get reaction from, look at the guests coming up, Tim, David, Pete, straight ahead on Fox and Friends. But first, we're going to hear from a Boston father flying to Israel to fight alongside his 4 daughters. We're going to talk to him live from Tel Aviv on that decision to go. And we are awaiting Secretary of State Antony Blinken joining PM Benjamin Netanyahu news conference live. It is 3:50 in the afternoon in Israel, and you are watching Fox and Friends.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
New truck?
Yeah, Schwann's Home Delivery has a new name.
Yellow.
No, I think the H is silent.
Yeah.
Yellow. What?
What?
Schwann's Home Delivery is now yellow. Order now at yellow.com.
Cracked windshield on your new car? You don't have to take it to the dealer. Bring it to Safelite. We do more replacements and recalibrations than anyone.
What kind of crap is that?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Drain the swamp.
When I make promises, I keep them. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great.
I want to make America great again?
Donald John Trump.
Missing punches.
Unnecessary.
Check reversals.
Unnecessary.
Timesheet corrections.
Unnecessary.
Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go!
Unnecessary.
Go!
Unnecessary.
When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
I'm Sholay, and I lost 75 pounds with Golo. I went from a size 20 to a size 6. Before Golo, nothing seemed to work. I was exercising for over an hour every day. It was really discouraging. But Golo is so easy, the weight just falls off.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once-daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding your back is back, or finding psoriasis can't deny the splendor of these thighs. Once-daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Fields don't mow themselves. Hay bales don't move on their own. And have you ever seen a tree stump pull itself out? Nah, you need a Tough Mahindra tractor to do all that. And Tough doesn't just happen, it's built into every Mahindra, so you can have more time for what matters most. Before you do it all over again with Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough. Prices are falling now at our fall sales event. Get 0% for 84 months and $0 down.
Right now, live on your screen, you're watching an active war. Huge plume of smoke over Gaza after another rocket barrage minutes ago. We're continuing to watch this while inside, the Prime Minister and our Secretary of State will have a series of statements, and then they're going to open it up to the press and take some questions. I tell you, it was a fiery press conference this morning with the President of Israel and the worldwide media, as some are already critical of an operation that hasn't legitimately started yet in Gaza, because saying that it's too hard-headed to shut off the power, shut off the water prior to this, prior to what is supposed to be an invasion.
There was also some disagreement, Ainsley, about the statement that the president of Israel said that, people should leave. And I think there's some nuance to it, but I don't think there's any nuance about why are you living in the same building with Hamas? Why are you breaking bread with Hamas?
Right.
Because those are the buildings that are being targeted by Israel.
Right, you're right. It was really a heated press conference. It was President Herzog, and he was calling for them to free the hostages. One of the reporters asked him, said, are y'all going to do some sort of a deal? Look at this. These are live pictures. You can see all the smoke.
That's the port of Gaza. Again, we saw it yesterday. You know, it was interesting when Trey Yingst was with us, and he said sometimes you will see an airstrike of what looks like an open field, just grassland. And as he depicted, that is because there are tunnels underneath it. We don't quite know the strategic value of that location, other than we do know that Hamas is trying to, get in and out of Israel via water. So that could be some of the
Well, the
marine
President Herzog, the media was asking him, "Are you going to come up with some sort of a deal to free the hostages there?" And he said, "A deal." He said, he was very heated. He said, "A deal? Oh, I'm calling them to free the hostages. They should let our hostages and our people go." I was reading the difference between a prime minister and the president. The president's the head of state, and his powers are largely ceremonial. Yeah. The prime minister, Netanyahu, holds the executive power.
As we look at these live pictures in Gaza, it looks like they just hit a boat. I think it's important to note that when Hamas attacked Israel, that they came from air, land, and sea.
Right.
So obviously we don't know what's going on right there at the sea, at the port, but it looks like they just struck a
That could essentially be part of the Hamas Navy. They don't have a Navy, but that could be the stuff. So as what we're expecting to hear from our Secretary of State, Blinken, when he stands at the podium next to Mr. Netanyahu, he's going to talk about how the United States continues to support Israel, and we know that. We've heard from our president saying that. He'll be able to say we brought in ammunition the day before I arrived. And the other thing is, and we were just talking about this with Mike Cirielli, how the United States is going to be working on finding the Americans who are either missing or have been in hiding or taken hostage or killed. And so essentially, it's like, okay, a bunch of Americans are in peril, and we're going to help whatever we can.
Congressman Corey Mills, what he did. What a hero. He went over to Israel because there's so many church groups. Yeah, he took a plane and filled it with, was it 32 Americans. They said they were calling the State Department. According to Corey Mills, he said the Biden administration wasn't helping them. So he said, I'm going to take a plane. I'll go rescue these individuals. And they were church groups. He was working with a pastor of a church who had a church group there visiting the Holy Land. He said it was really mainly the church group and a few other civilians that were Americans, and they wanted to get home. Brian.
Yeah, they're targeting these ports because there might be different places. They're almost weapons depots, whether they're the ships themselves or underneath those piers. They seem to have intelligence to be doing that because they've been doing that for the last 48 hours. So interesting the way they bracket it out. That's the port that Gaza controls, and that's the port that's under attack, and maybe they felt as though that's where they'd be safe when it comes to weapons. So they are targeted. I imagine they're flying drones all over the place, and the thing is, and the city is 100% surveilled. They're trying to see some movement, trying to see some fighters. They don't, unlike Hamas, they don't target civilians, but they are trying to shape the battlefield before the invasion.
Well, according to the IDF, the Gaza border is still not secure, and Hamas terrorists are still trying to get into Israel from the sea, and so that could be the point of departure right there. Listen, the Israelis have got eyes in the sky, and they know exactly what's going on. In the meantime, they've got about 100 tanks stationed along the fence, and keep in mind, the border is not secure, so they are making it very clear. Anyone who goes near the fence will be shot, and right now nobody's going in or out because of that.
Evidently, there was 18,000 day passes that Gaza residents could come into Israel and work. Obviously, that's been rescinded. They shut the power, they shut the water. So there was some semblance of cohabitation between them, even though a lot of people thought the border fence, which was a smart wall, was too much. Now you realize it wasn't enough.
Brian, explain this. If they hate Israel so much, why would they rely on Israel for their power? Why is Israel shutting off their food, their power, their water, their fuel?
Well, I'm sure they never adjusted it. After Sharon gave it up in 2007, I think it was, and they literally ripped, we covered it on our show. Jennifer Griffin was on the ground, and they were grabbing Israelis and ripping them out of their houses and giving them over to the Palestinians, which would turn out to be Hamas. And they told them, you're out. We're just giving this away. We're not even bargaining it. You can take it. So what they did, and I didn't realize this until they were able to do it, is we'll control your power and your water. Yeah. So, and
it was an agreement?
Or they just did it. Mm-hmm. You know, when you give someone something, maybe you held on to something back.
We're going to be talking about this all morning, but it's very clear it's Hamas, much like Iran, they don't care about their people. They don't care about their safety. They believe, because of their ideology, that is everything that they do for the glory of their God.
Which is so hard to fight, right? How do you change someone's mind when that's been generational?
It is what they believe, the radical Islamists, and I alluded to this yesterday, that there has been this liberal philosophy that you can negotiate with these people, that you can change their mind when it's deep-rooted. Now, it's different for, and I'm sure that they're going to discuss this today during the press conference in some form or way, because there's going to be questions from the press saying there's some good people on the other side. Well, there are in Palestine. There are some good people, but they're not good people within inside of Hamas.
Yeah, you know, and to that point, Lawrence, one of the reasons the people of Hamas are so driven to kill the people of Israel, number one, because they're Jewish, but number two, they feel that they will be martyred, and they will go to that paradise if they die in the execution of execution. We've been given a 2-minute warning, 90 seconds until we see the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. It's interesting when we talk about how Israel has cut off the fuel and the water and all of the supplies to Gaza. The Israeli health minister in the last couple of hours directed hospitals to prioritize victims and said essentially stop treating the terrorists. He's going to need the Prime Minister to make it official, and the Prime Minister may do that right now, but they've been having to prioritize. Okay, I've got a terrorist here, and I've got an IDF member. Who do I work on? Yeah. Now it's very clear.
It's triage.
You forget the terrorist.
Totally. So in Gaza, in the Strip, Trey Yinks was telling us that the hospitals are so run because they have so many people in the hospitals. He said they're targeting anyone who was posting on Facebook or on X or any of the social media sites, posting pictures of dead bodies in Israel, of what they had done, what these terrorists had done to them. Then Israel was launching rockets over into the Gaza Strip and killing those individuals.
So I hear Jerusalem's now got the sirens going off. It looks like they're being targeted, so they're still sending rockets in. So we'll see how much they have. But the good news is when a rocket goes off, you're able to find out exactly where it came from. You blow up those areas.
Remember the ambassador was here yesterday. We interviewed him from Israel, and he said his dad is still working. His dad lives very close to the border, and he said, my dad, he's like 76 years old, I think he said. He said he's still going to work. He's a powerful lawyer there, and he said he wants to show up, that he's running to the bomb shelter like every 20 times a day.
Right, and we know that, as Trey indicated yesterday when we were asking him about an air raid warning, apparently there is an app, and I tried to download it. It is not in English, so it was useless to me. But what is interesting is, and I'm sure we're going to hear the Prime Minister talk about this in a moment, and that is, and Trey showed a flag, an ISIS flag that was found at the kibbutz where all those children were massacred. They also found it in the last couple of hours on the vest of a terrorist. So there's an ISIS connection to this that perhaps will become more clear with this press conference.
They're all radical Islamists, and I'm interested, and Brian, eventually we're going to be able to play this interview the exclusive interview that you have with former President Donald Trump, and he kind of criticizes his friend Bibi Netanyahu of his response, and
there's the flag
with
right there.
Soleimani, and was he strong enough against the radical Islamists? I'm sure, Brian, there is probably going to be a question about that, his reaction to the former president.
Well, yeah, he said it's a failure to not be ready for this, to allow yourself to be hit by this. So that was one thing that's pretty clear. He said when it comes to the response, it's not really, he says this is not necessarily an American response, but the whole problem is Iran. He goes, not forget Hamas, but the focus should be Iran. That's the exact opposite of this administration. There's a story out today, the Wall Street Journal story. Well, we think that Iran knew about the training. They knew about the training. They had no idea about the attack and the timing of it. They didn't know when it was scheduled and were caught by surprise. Well, how does that help? You know what that helps? The current president's and the administration's narrative that I could still deal with Iran. If they knew their fingerprints were directly on it, they pulled it and they were training for it. But now there's another explosion right there in the port of Gaza, obviously, or a secondary explosion after the initial hit.
All right. So about 3 minutes ago, we were told it was a 2-minute warning. Now, as we wait for a press conference, we understand we are about 2.5 minutes away. So something is delaying the press conference. So let's go back to Trey Yingst, who's live on the ground near the Israel and Gaza border. Trey, the sirens are going off in Jerusalem. Do you think the terrorists are coordinating to try to hit Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, at the same time that the Prime Minister and Secretary of State try to speak?
It's possible. I hadn't even seen those sirens. That is significant if they are. They only have a very small number of long-range rockets that can reach these more heavily populated areas. So when they use them, they have a message to send, and there's a reason generally why they do. You can see the short-range damage here behind me from one that landed here in Sderot just earlier today, slamming into the sidewalk, sending shrapnel and blood up against the wall over here. But the situation that they're firing on Jerusalem, significant given that visit and given the fact that there's a clear message being sent by the Americans that they are here to support the Israelis across the board and also ensure that if there are American hostages inside Gaza, that the American government can do what they can to help Israel and try to find them and get them out.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before about the day of protest could be tomorrow. They said that's going to happen, protests around the world. We saw pro-Palestinian protests in Spain. We saw them in England. We had them in Times Square. There's a sense the NYPD has told every single NYPD officer, get in uniform, no excuses, you're working tomorrow. So in terms of legitimate terror worries, I put this at a 10 out of 10, Trey.
Look, there's a lot of tension here, but there's also tension around the world in different communities. People saw the images of what took place on Saturday morning, and immediately on social media, online, calling their friends, whether or not someone checked in, people took this personally. And it is something that will change the state of Israel, but it will also change the world and the way that people responded to this, because there were clear images about what took place against civilians. And as a result, people could come up with an assumption or an idea about where people stood on those issues. That's on a personal level. On a larger political level, they're starting to see that countries around the world are taking pretty hard red lines about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And clearly what took place, the atrocity on Saturday morning, was not acceptable by anyone, including the United States. And it's part of the reason that Carrier Strike Group headed closer to Israel, just in case other parties do get involved in this war. And already we have seen them firing rockets, not only the mortars that came in from Syria, but also the rockets from southern Lebanon.
Trey, the moment we've been waiting for. Here's the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. Let's listen.
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Tony, thank you for your important visit here today. Thank you. Thank President Biden. And thank you to the American people for your incredible support for Israel in our war against the barbarians of Hamas. I thank you in English. I want to thank you in Hebrew as well. אני רוצה להודות למזכיר המדינה בלינקן, לנשיא ביידן ולעם האמריקני על התמיכה הכבירה שלהם במלחמה שלנו נגד הברברים של החמאס. אדוני המזכיר, אתה בא הנה לעם כואב, עם לוחם, עם של אריות, עם שנחוש לנצח את כוחות הרשע מסביבנו. משעה לשעה מגיעות לנו, אנחנו שומעים על סיפורי הזוועה ועל סיפורי הגבורה. סיפורי הזוועה אומרים הכל עליהם, וסיפורי הגבורה אומרים הכל עלינו. והגבורה הזאת תנצח. Mr. Secretary, your visit is another tangible example of America's unequivocal support for Israel. Hamas has shown itself to be an enemy of civilization. The massacring of young people in an outdoor music festival, the butchering of entire families, the murder of parents in front of their children and the murder of children in front of their parents, the burning of people alive, the beheadings, the kidnappings of a young boy, not only kidnapped, molested, hurt, attacked, and the sickening display of celebrating these horrors, the celebration and glorification of evil. President Biden was absolutely correct in calling this sheer evil. Hamas is ISIS, and just as ISIS was crushed, so too will Hamas be crushed. And Hamas should be treated exactly the way ISIS was treated. They should be spit out from the community of nations. No leader should meet them. No country should harbor them. And those that do should be sanctioned. Tony, my friend, I say to you, I say to all of us, there will be many difficult days ahead. But I have no doubt that the forces of civilization will win. And the reason that's true is because we understand what is the first prerequisite of victory. It's what you just said in our meeting. Moral clarity. This is a time a particular time, a special time, that we must stand tall, proud, and united against evil. Tony, you are taking that stand. America is taking that stand. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, America, for standing with Israel today, tomorrow, and always.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm grateful to be back in Israel in this incredibly difficult moment for this nation, but in fact, for the entire world. If you'll permit me, personal aside, I come before you not only as the United States Secretary of State, but also as a Jew. My grandfather, Maurice Blinken, fled pogroms in Russia. My stepfather, Samuel Pizar, survived concentration camps, Auschwitz, Dachau, Majdanek. So, Prime Minister, I understand on a personal level the harrowing echoes that Hamas's massacres carry for Israeli Jews, indeed, for Jews everywhere. I also come before you as a husband and father of young children. It's impossible for me to look at the photos of families killed, such as the mother, father, and 3 small children murdered as they sheltered in their home in kibbutz near Oz, and not think of my own children. This was just one of Hamas's countless acts of terror, in a litany of brutality and inhumanity that, yes, brings to mind the worst of ISIS. Babies slaughtered, bodies desecrated, young people burned alive, women raped, parents executed in front of their children, children in front of their parents. How are we even to understand this, to digest this? And yet, at the same time that we've been shocked by the depravity of Hamas, we've also been inspired by the bravery of Israel's citizens. The grandfather who drove over an hour to a kibbutz under siege, armed only with a pistol, and rescued his kids and grandkids. The mother who died shielding her teenage son with her body, giving her life to save his, giving him life for a second time. The volunteer security teams on the kibbutzes who swiftly rallied to defend their friends and neighbors despite being heavily outnumbered. And we're lifted by the remarkable solidarity of the Israeli people, demonstrated in the long lines of people giving blood, in the hundreds of thousands of reservists who've mobilized, some rushing home from abroad, people around the country opening their homes to fellow citizens displaced from the south. The people of Israel have long and rightly prided themselves on their self-reliance, on their ability to defend themselves, even when the odds are stacked against them. The message that I bring to Israel is this: you may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to. We will always be there by your side. That's the message that President Biden delivered to the Prime Minister from the moment this crisis began. It's the message that I and my other colleagues in the government have delivered to our Israeli counterparts on a daily, even an hourly basis. It's the message that I bring with me to our discussions today, and it's what I'll affirm when I meet with the members of Israel's newly formed national emergency government. We welcome the government's creation and the unity and resolve that it reflects across Israel's society. We're delivering on our word, supplying ammunition, interceptors, to replenish Israel's Iron Dome, alongside other defense materiel. First shipments of U.S. military support have already arrived in Israel, and more is on the way. As Israel's defense needs evolve, we will work with Congress to make sure that they're met. And I can tell you, there is overwhelming bipartisan support in our Congress for Israel's security. Here in Israel and everywhere, we will reaffirm the crystal clear warning that President Biden issued yesterday to any adversary, state or non-state, thinking of taking advantage of the current crisis to attack Israel. Don't. The United States has Israel's back. We've deployed the world's largest aircraft carrier to the Eastern Mediterranean. We bolstered the presence of U.S. fighter aircraft in the region. We're providing other support as well. We continue working closely with Israel to secure the release of the men, women, children, elderly people taken hostage by Hamas. We're pursuing intensive diplomacy throughout the region to prevent the conflict from spreading, and I'll be doing that over the course of my trip in the coming days. Too often in the past, leaders have equivocated in the face of terrorist attacks against Israel and its people. That's why we've been adamant with all countries in the wake of these attacks. There is no excuse. There is no justification for these atrocities. You heard the Prime Minister say it. This must be a moment for moral clarity. The failure to unambiguously condemn terrorism puts at risk not only people in Israel, but people everywhere. Look at what just happened. Individuals from 36 countries killed or missing in the aftermath of Hamas's attacks. Europe, Asia, Africa, the Americas, no region has escaped Hamas's bloody reach. Anyone who wants peace and justice must condemn Hamas's reign of terror. We know Hamas doesn't represent the Palestinian people or their legitimate aspirations to live with equal measures of security, freedom, justice, opportunity, and dignity. We know Hamas, instead of promoting the well-being of its citizens, rules repressively and dedicates the resources it has to terror tunnels and rockets. We know Hamas didn't commit its heinous acts with the interests of Palestinian people in mind. We know Hamas does not stand for the future that Palestinians want for themselves and for their children. Hamas has only one agenda: to destroy Israel and to murder Jews. No country can or would tolerate the slaughter of its citizens, or simply return to the conditions that allowed it to take place. Israel has the right, indeed the obligation, to defend itself and to ensure that this never happens again. As the Prime Minister and I discussed, how Israel does this matters. We democracies distinguish ourselves from terrorists by striving for a different standard, even when it's difficult, and holding ourselves to account when we fall short. Our humanity, the value that we place on human life and human dignity, that's what makes us who we are. And we count them among our greatest strength. That's why it's so important to take every possible precaution to avoid harming civilians. And that's why we mourn the loss of every innocent life. Civilians of every faith, every nationality who've been killed. Tragically, the number of innocent lives claimed by Hamas's heinous attacks continues to rise. Among those, we now know that at least 25 American citizens were killed. We joined families in Israel, in the United States, around the world, in mourning their immeasurable loss. Nearly 15 years ago, my stepfather, who I alluded to earlier, Samuel Pizar, came here to Yad Vashem to perform the mourner's prayer that he wrote to accompany Leonard Bernstein's Third Symphony, Kaddish. Reflecting on the unspeakable horrors that he'd endured as a boy in the Nazi concentration camps, he wrote that man, though created in your image and endowed with the freedom to choose between good and evil, remains capable of the worst as of the best, of hatred as of love, of madness as of genius. In this moment, where evil, hatred, and madness have once more taken so many innocent lives, we must stand together, resolved to confront what is worst among humanity with what is best. We must provide an alternative to the vision of violence and fear, nihilism and terror presented by Hamas. That is what the United States will do, standing with Israel, working together with its people, and all those in this region who remain committed to the vision of a more peaceful, more integrated, a more secure, a more prosperous Middle East. Thank you very much.
It looks like they're not going to take questions.
Nope.
What a sympathetic message. He said, you know, I come to you as more than the Secretary of State, but also a Jew. And he says, I love this line, you might be strong enough to stand on your own, but as long as there is an America, you won't have to.
Mr. Netanyahu thanked America for its unwavering support. And at one point, and this was a headline for us, he said, Hamas is ISIS and it needs to be crushed. From here, the Secretary of State is going to go to Jordan to meet with regional leaders there. Tomorrow, he's going to meet with the President of the Palestinian Authority, Mr. Abbas. Keep in mind, for the most part, Palestinian Authority was kicked out of Gaza, I think it was in 2007. However, they still do have partial control over portions of the West Bank.
Interesting he's going to meet with the Palestinian Authority when he stands with Israel.
He also said that Hamas, when he said Hamas is ISIS, should be spit out from nation. But this was key, and I think this was talking into all those that want to justify this. He said there's no excuses, there's no justification, Brian, that this is just sheer terrorism.
Yeah, he says they don't represent the Palestinian people. But if you gave Hamas a vote, and when they did vote, Hamas won.
Yeah.
And immediately that put us in a perplexing position because we know Hamas defines itself as a terror organization. Hezbollah has a political element to it, but still, it's a terrorist organization. Hamas goes, no, this is what we do. So they are more popular, not only in Gaza, but in the West Bank. That's why Mahmoud Abbas is the one who we give the checks to. Trump didn't. Trump says, no, we're not going to give them any money unless they prove to us that they're going to try to live in peace. And since they couldn't, no checks. The minute President Biden took office, $70 million. Then another, then another. Where's that money? Where's that? Believe me, we are not tracking it. It plays into all of this. So I think, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, the Secretary of State goes to meet Mahmoud Abbas. He's going to say, stay out of this. The last thing we need is rockets from you, and it's going to be your suicide pact if you get in. Because Israel will not lose, and you can. You could actually emerge, but believe me, I don't love the legacy of Yasser Arafat. That's the guy who took over, but the PLO is a liberation organization. Yasser Arafat was a Christian, and the problem with it they had with Yasser Arafat, with all his faults, is that he was too secular. So these Hamas is anything but secular, so they have their religious fanatic component to them. So I think that strategically they want to say keep him out. I sense that Mahmoud Abbas is not going to be able to because his population sympathizes with Hamas.
Well, Hamas's agenda, like he said, is to destroy Israel and to kill the Jews. And he said Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel didn't ask for this. And in the dead of night, under the cover of darkness, this happened. And they have to defend themselves. They're saying you can't come into our country and rape our women and kill our children in front of their parents and behead them. You can't steal our individuals, abduct them. And Netanyahu said it's not just kidnapping, it's molesting, it's hurting, it's attacking.
And that is why the Israeli IDF continues to hammer Gaza, as you can see right there. It's a moment of moral clarity, the Secretary of State said. And if you feel that way as well, as do most of the people around the world, and you want to help, we've got a way you can help.
Lawrence,
you can join Fox Corporation in supporting the Israel Emergency Fund in association with the United Jewish Appeal. Just scan the QR code right there at the bottom of your screen. You can do it with your cell phone and donate at ujafedny.org.
All right, let's go to our next guest. He knows all about fighting the war against terror. He does it. Oh, he did it. And now he's in Congress wearing a different suit. A GOP congressman, retired Navy SEAL, Derek Van Orden. Nice to see you, Congressman. I'm sure you watched that presser with all of us. What was your takeaway from the Secretary of State's speech and the initial remarks from the Prime Minister?
Well, let me tell you, Brian, I am a proud member of the Republican Party, but I absolutely 100% stand behind what the Secretary of State said. The Jewish people need to understand that the United States of America stands behind them. We don't just acknowledge their ability to exist. We want them to live in freedom and peace with their children. So what Anthony Blinken said was absolutely spot on. And what Mr. Netanyahu said was absolutely spot on. Hamas is ISIS. They're a terrorist organization. They've committed atrocities that we haven't seen since the Holocaust against the Jewish people, and it's absolutely horrific and unacceptable.
Here's some remarks. If you're just getting up and you're just seeing us for the first time, here's a little from what the Prime Minister opened up saying.
Mr. Secretary, my good friend Tony, thank you for your important visit here today. Thank you. Thank President Biden. And thank you to the American people for your incredible support for Israel in our war against the barbarians of Hamas.
So, Congressman, you're the military guy who also has that political side to you. I think the goal is now to keep this a one-front war. So, go to the region, keep the Palestinian Authority out of it in the West Bank, threaten Hezbollah if you get in the best you can, and then go to our allies in the area and see what kind of leverage they have. What would you be doing?
Well, that's exactly what I would be doing, but we have to understand that Hamas, the enemy, has a vote. So if this is going to become a multi-front war, it's going to be Hamas's fault, and they need to be crushed. This is unacceptable. And I just want to say something, Brian. We're speaking to the Israeli people. We know that, I hope that they understand that we unequivocally support them. But I want to speak to my Republican and Democrat colleagues here in Washington, D.C. This is not a time to attack the Biden administration. You know how adamantly I disagree with what they're doing, but as Republicans and Democrats, as legislators here in the United States of America, now is not the time to attack the Biden administration. Now is the time to stand with the United States of America. That means the executive branch and the military, to make sure that Israel understands that they have our unwavering support. So I'm calling on my Republican colleagues, our Democrat colleagues, let's get together, let's get the speakership done so that we can actually support Israel as they deserve it.
Yeah, speakership done, that's a whole nother topic, especially after what happened yesterday. But Congressman, I think that if you just look at Hamas and there's not a recalibration of how they're treating Iran, it's going to be hard to not say anything at this moment. If we're going to continue to pretend that Iran isn't thoroughly behind it, financing 93% of their budget, who is orchestrating and pulling the strings here, that's a little too naive for me.
It is, Brian. Listen, this is a state-sponsored attack from Iran to Israel. Let's not mince words with that. And yes, the Biden administration has financed these guys for a long period of time to the tune of hundreds of millions, now billions of dollars. My point is this. This conflict needs to be stopped now, meaning Israel needs to be able to crush Hamas, Islamic Jihad, all these folks that have been hanging the sword of Damocles over Israel's neck for an extended period of time. So yes, Iran is at fault for this, and they need to be dealt with directly. The Biden administration needs to speak to Iran and tell them the show is over, the game is done. That we will not tolerate them sponsoring these terrorist groups that are killing Jews at a level that we've not seen since the Holocaust. I don't think people maybe don't understand what's taking place there. It is indescribable how horrific what's going on. So yeah, Iran is at fault. The Biden administration needs to tighten up their game and make sure that we don't give them a single nickel more.
This split screen is so emblematic of your career, because you're sitting there with a suit with your new job, but your old job is war. And behind you is a series of explosions inside Gaza. Now, in there are people who are living their lives, and what you're trying to say is in 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to be hearing personal stories of tragedy, the people that are not members of Hamas. But what you're also, I think, trying to say is there's no other way to do it. To eradicate Hamas, who continues to live among the masses and live a subterranean life, you're going to have to get in there and there's going to be casualties, and there's going to be collateral damage.
That is correct, Brian. I did counterterrorism and hostage rescue operations for over 2 decades. And everything that's taken place in the Gaza Strip is the responsibility of Hamas. Let's be very clear. What's taking place in the Gaza Strip is a direct result of Hamas's horrific crimes. That's what's taking place now. So I would encourage the Palestinian people to make sure that they understand that Hamas is their enemy. And they are the enemy of freedom, they're the enemy of peace, they're the enemy of the United States, and they're the enemy of the Jewish people.
Lastly, we have about 22 Americans who could be in Gaza. What should America's role be? If it's an American that's being held, is it an American problem?
Brian, one of my campaign promises is that I will never apologize for protecting American citizens. The United States of America needs to leverage the full spectrum of our combat power and intelligence networks to rescue American citizens. That's what the Department of Defense should be focused on right now. Resupplying Israel, making sure they have stuff for Iron Dome. But we must get our American citizens out of the hands of these savages. And if that means killing everybody that has been taking our American citizens hostage, well, then so be it. They brought this upon themselves. But Americans, every entity around the world needs to understand, if you get near an American citizen, we will find you. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take. We will find you, we will root you out, and we'll remove you from the battle space.
All right, Congressman, thank you. And use some of that leadership skills, if you can, to get your caucus in order so we can get a speaker. Thank you very much.
Working on it.
All right, Steve, take it away.
Thank you, Brian. Great interview. Meanwhile, Staff Sergeant David Bellavia won the Medal of Honor for actions in Fallujah, Iraq, one of the most violent urban combat zones in American history. And he joins us right now with his insight. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
It is good to have you. So, for the folks who missed the Secretary of State appearing live there at IDF headquarters with the Prime Minister of Israel, we're going to play a little snippet of what the Secretary of State had to say to all the people of Israel, making clear we've got their back. Watch.
The message that I bring to Israel is this: you may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never ever have to. We will always be there by your side. We're delivering on our word, supplying ammunition, interceptors, to replenish Israel's Iron Dome, alongside other defense materiel. First shipments of U.S. military support have already arrived in Israel, and more is on the way. As Israel's defense needs evolve, we will work with Congress to make sure that they're met. And I can tell you, there is overwhelming bipartisan support in our Congress for Israel's security.
David, you've got to figure that that is exactly what the Prime Minister and the people of Israel wanted to hear.
It is. I think it's what all allies want to hear. The problem is what are the actions behind it? Words are great. I could say whatever you want to hear and make you feel happy, but actions speak volumes. And the problems with this State Department and this very schizophrenic foreign policy is that there's no doctrine. What are we doing? I mean, if you want to say that you have the support and you're standing behind the Israeli people, you would at least expect the President of the United States to call out anti-Semitism around the world, or anti-Semitism in the country, or how about anti-Semitism in his own party? This is serious stuff, and this is the business of warfare, and people are going to die. And when you have citizens thanking God that their children are dead because they wouldn't have been brought back to Gaza to be used as victims and tools of this terrorism, what these terrorists want to do. They're grateful that their children are dead so they don't have to be hostages. When you've got families calling the State Department and getting dial tones, I mean, it's all rhetoric. I think it's hollow. I think it's empty. I don't think our leaders are ready for this moment in history, and that, as a veteran, is heartbreaking.
What would you like him to see? You've said actions speak louder than words. What actions? What could they do today?
Well, tell you what, how about you give us an answer as how many Americans are left in Afghanistan? I mean, the New York Times op-ed section, every newspaper in America wants to send Navy SEALs and Green Berets to rescue people in Gaza. Listen, they've spent more time in Afghanistan and Iraq than they have with their own families for the last 20 years. What was the legacy of that sacrifice? And so we are going to go out of our way and go into an area where we have zero situational awareness, where no special operative has stepped foot in a 20-mile by 9-mile section of real estate that has 2 million people, one of the most built-up areas on the planet. But where was this allegiance to our citizens in Afghanistan? Where was the allegiance to the legacy of the war on terror for 20 years? The State Department needs to put out on their website today, Americans overseas, be smart, learn self-defense, because if you get sideways or you come into harm's way, the American government is going to pick and choose when they want to go after citizens. This is disgraceful, and it makes no sense. And our enemies are watching. They're watching everything we do. They see the weakness. And this region of the world demands that America is the America we were for the last 50 years. We are the shining city on the hill. We have to be strong, and we have to show our enemies that we are not going to back down. We're not going to negotiate with Iran or the Ayatollahs, and that we stand behind our friends.
There was an interesting moment when the two were speaking at that press conference. We're going to play that to you, David. Listen to this, talking a little bit about Hamas and ISIS.
And just as ISIS was crushed, so too will Hamas be crushed. And Hamas should be treated exactly the way ISIS was treated. They should be spit out from the community of nations. No leader should meet them. No country should harbor them. And those that do should be sanctioned.
This was just one of Hamas's countless acts of terror. In a litany of brutality and inhumanity that, yes, brings to mind the worst of ISIS. Babies slaughtered, bodies desecrated, young people burned alive.
And at one point, David, Netanyahu said Hamas is ISIS. And we've seen there was an ISIS flag actually found at that kibbutz where all the babies were murdered. And they found also an ISIS logo on the vest of one of the terrorists who was killed yesterday. This is ISIS, isn't it? Or is it just Hamas?
Yeah, that's what scares the hell out of me, is that it is ISIS. And what did Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan and Susan Rice and Joe Biden and President Barack Obama do when ISIS was lopping off heads of Christian women? They did nothing. They wanted no sacrifice out there for the blood and treasure that was sacrificed in the Iraq War. The Iraq War was the bad war. Afghanistan was the good war. And we didn't commit to either one. We didn't commit to taking the fight to Islamic aggression. And ISIS moved its way around the Middle East with our equipment, killing innocent people. And that administration under Barack Obama and this administration did nothing. In fact, the special envoy to Iran, who negotiated the $6 billion deal, 5 terrorists for 5 innocent Americans, Robert Malley, he doesn't have a security clearance anymore. And he was also the point man when we were going to take the fight to ISIS, but capitulated, waved white flags, while a 7-mile convoy of our Toyota trucks came in and destroyed the people of Iraq and crushed the innocent Yazidi women and Christian women in northern Iraq. This is schizophrenic, and it doesn't make sense. America needs to be America, and it means that our leaders have to be up to par with the valor of our military, and tragically, I don't see that.
David, something we are seeing as we look at Gaza City is the number of air attacks from the Israeli military has picked up. I read this morning the IDF said they vow to continue to hit terrorists with great power. Civilians are not targeted, but the strikes are no longer surgical, which means there will be collateral damage.
Well, that's the problem. Once you take out where they're launching from, once you take out their munitions, now you got to get to where the Hamas where these savages are, and they're going to live with people. They're going to have families. That's the hard part. Bin Laden, as evil as Bin Laden, Zarqawi, all these folks, they're going to stay in the civilian population centers, daring the West, daring Israel, daring coalition forces to take them out, because they know that they have allies in the media, whether it's local in the Middle East or throughout the world, that are going to show the images and try to make this about propaganda. This is what the Marines faced in Fallujah in April, and the reason why it took 6 months to get that civilian population out of Fallujah for November 2004. And you know what? That cost hundreds of American lives. In an effort to save civilians, Americans have given their lives in the war on terror. Israelis are going to do the same thing. In order to save innocent lives, they'll sacrifice their own. That's the difference between us and the enemy.
David, thank you very much for joining us live today.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, we've been looking live. Gaza City, more smoke and dust filling the air. Trey Yinks is live on the ground along the Israeli-Gaza border. Next, as you look at the port of Gaza, another boat on fire.
Our stock's tanking.
Well, you need to holistically re-optimize revenue streams for pre-emerging markets. Not to mention the integration of cloud-ready
meta service functionalities. And of course, synergy.
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
Lowe's knows you want to make everyone feel at home. That's why with Hisense appliances, you can get a lot more for less. Because the only thing better than deals on quality appliances is the quality time that follows. Shop Hisense appliances now, only at Lowe's.
This isn't just freight. These aren't just shipments. They're promises. Promises of all shapes and sizes. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be. A promise is everything to Old Dominion, because it means everything to you.
It's a product born from a single ingredient, care. It's a point of view centered around people and doing what's right, holding on to the best parts of another time, when giving your word meant something. It's about delivering a product that keeps its promise. It's super active motion comfort pain relief therapy that works, and it's backed by the industry's boldest 100% money-back guarantee. Trust the original Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. Precise measuring means the perfect fit. The Bathfitter tub-over-tub process means no mess or stress. A custom-made tub and seamless wall mean a watertight fit. Premium acrylic means it lasts a lifetime. And all this together means a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
With Fast Signs, brew signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know.
If you're tired of staring down your COPD,
It's a new dawn, it's a new day,
stop settling.
and I'm feeling good.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy makes breathing easier for a full 24 hours, improves lung function, and helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues or more, you may qualify qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-630-3838. That's 1-800-630-3838.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we take pride in providing such a special symbol for our country. All of our flag's materials are sourced in America and they are made by American seamstresses. So we are American made from beginning to end.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
To Secretary, your visit is another tangible example of America's unequivocal support for Israel. Hamas has shown itself to be an enemy of civilization. The massacring of young people in an outdoor music festival, the butchering of entire families, the murder of parents in front of their children and the murder of children in front of their parents. We understand what is the first prerequisite of victory. It's what you just said in our meeting. Moral clarity. This is a time, a particular time, a special time, that we must stand tall, proud, and united against evil. Tony, you are taking that stand. America is taking that stand.
Fox News alert, Israel is hammering terrorist hubs in Gaza. The smoke you're seeing now, we just watched that explosion 1 minute ago. And in the last 20 minutes, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a press conference in Tel Aviv comparing the brutality of Hamas to ISIS. Let's check back in with our own Trey Yinks live on the ground near the Israel-Gaza border. Trey, if our crew could pop up, and we're looking at Gaza City right now, but I want to go back to the port where there has been strikes at that port, Trey.
Check the pack.
And I'm just curious, as we see the smoke now where they just hit another boat, Hamas, what type of boats do they have, and do they have their own navy?
Yeah, Lawrence, it's a great question. So they do have their version of a navy, and it is nothing like the Israeli Navy, but they have boats and even scuba divers that they call the Hamas Frogman Unit. And we actually haven't talked about them since this conflict started, but they try to boast themselves as an advanced military with the capability to do what another country could do, but they are really just a group of killers, as we have seen this weekend when they came into Israel and slaughtered so many innocent people. In the distance, we can hear outgoing artillery, drones overhead. The Israelis are still trying to hit Gaza from the air and from the ground and gather as much information on what the situation looks inside before actually going in. There are thousands of ground troops all around this area, in the fields, in the tree lines. They are preparing for what could be a months-long event if the Israeli military goes into Gaza and then holds territory. So that's one front to worry about. The Israelis, and as the Prime Minister talked about alongside the U.S. Secretary of State, have to be prepared for the violence to spread. And they have to understand that this may not just come from Gaza, but also from Lebanon and from Syria. Just this hour, we're getting in some breaking news. According to reports in Syrian state media, it appears there were airstrikes against the Damascus airport and the Aleppo airport. Now, why would this take place? And I'll tell you, because in the past, the Israelis have routinely targeted Syrian airports when the Iranians were trying to fly in weapons to smuggle into Lebanon. And in the past, we also reported from Western intelligence sources a few years ago, exclusively on Fox, talking about the fact the Israelis knew that Iran was using these airports to smuggle precision-guided missiles to Lebanon. This is important because just this week we've seen rocket fire and anti-tank fire from Lebanon, the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, who is supporting Hamas in this fight. This conflict has not expanded on a wide scale to Lebanon yet, but that's the big fear for the Israelis. Hamas and Islamic Jihad behind me will run out of rockets. They will engage the Israelis on the ground. They will fight tooth and nail, block to block in urban guerrilla warfare. But it's Hezbollah that has the precision-guided missiles and Hezbollah that has the ability to really overwhelm Israel's missile defense systems, and the Israelis understand that.
So, Trey, and as a journalist, you have sources everywhere, and some of them are within Hamas. Are they finally getting back to you? What is their reaction to this maximum pressure?
I've been texting Hamas officials inside Gaza City, trying to pressure them to give some response to the civilian massacre that took place over the weekend. More than 1,200 soldiers and civilians killed here in southern Israel. And they constantly respond with statements or videos inside Gaza unrelated to my questions, which is not normal for these sources because I've known them for years. But this is an indication they don't want to talk about what took place because they know how horrific it was and they did it anyway. And so in terms of their responses, most of them have been around the fact that Palestinians won't leave Gaza even if offered the chance. And according to Gazan media outlets, Palestinian outlets inside Gaza City, Hamas is telling civilians not to leave their homes, saying you shouldn't leave despite the fact that the Israelis are warning you to leave. And so this is complicating the situation because the reality is the death toll is rising in Gaza, and that death toll does include women and children, many civilians. The hospitals in Gaza City, Al-Shifa Hospital, the biggest hospital in Gaza, says they are at capacity. They can no longer take patients. And so this is going to be part of the parallel information war that Hamas wants to reign against Israel. And it will be a difficult situation because as this conflict continues, the civilian toll in Gaza will rise, the humanitarian situation will deteriorate, and this will take up some of the story. It's something the Israelis have basically said, look, we're going to hit Gaza with a complete siege, and we don't care what happens because of the massacre that took place against our people.
Well, Trey, this goes back to the propaganda because in some respect, they need the civilians to be casualties in this conflict because it fuels that propaganda war, right?
Absolutely, and look, war is horrific, and oftentimes, you know, we've covered war all over the world, and the civilian population pays the highest price in these conflicts. It's horrific, and so many innocent people will die as a result of a group of terrorists, and unfortunately, that is the situation today, and there are families inside Gaza who are terrified because they see the airstrikes, they hear the explosions, and some are trapped amid the rubble. But also amid Gaza are Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants who are firing on Israel, who sent in militants to slaughter Israelis in their homes. And this is the situation. It's not pretty. War is horrific. But on the ground here in southern Israel, the Israelis are preparing for something that could be months long. And when that happens, right, they will be fighting amid the civilian population. And it is, we saw it in 2014. I was in Gaza City 9 years ago, and I watched as the bodies of civilians and fighters were brought into Al-Shifa Hospital. It is horrific, but it is something we will likely see again as the Israelis enter. You can see the jeeps of soldiers. They're in good spirits behind me. Just going to have my cameraman zoom in here. You can see the trucks over here. It's an active scene. But again, the Israelis, their spirits are high because they know this is a life and death situation. They are fighting good and evil. I mean, this is a good and evil fight. The people that they are going into Gaza to kill, Hamas militants, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, they will wipe the face of Hamas off the map. They are terrorists. They're people who have nothing to lose. And these soldiers understand that. And there is an energy among them that is difficult to describe, but you can see it in their faces. They are ready for battle.
Yeah, Trey, I talked to some of my IDF buddies yesterday, and they're waiting to be able from that, for the release from the Prime Minister to take the war to them. Right now, they've just been clearing out Israel right now and making sure that those hostiles have been neutralized. Trey, thanks so much. Remain safe out there, brother.
Thank you.
All right, over to you, Ainsley.
All right, thank you, Lawrence. Our next guests are a young couple who survived the horrific Hamas massacre at the music festival last weekend. And immediately after escaping, they wasted no time, both reporting for reserve duty in the Israeli Defense Forces. That couple, Zohar Arad and Liran Roka, join us now from Israel. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you're at this music festival. We can all relate to that. In America, we have those all the time. Young people going out to listen to their favorite music. The DJ takes the stage, the headliner, then you hear the sirens and you see the rockets. What did you do next?
In 6:20, we started to hear some noise of explosion. At first, we were sure it's fireworks because the area we were sitting in, it was covered by trees. Just after we look into the sky, we realized that this isn't the situation.
We quickly took all our things and ran to the car to get home to the center as fast as we can. We were among the first vehicle that managed to get from the party area. 3 minutes after we left the area, on the road, we see the only things that we think that can hurt us was the missiles, and then we started to hear some sound of gunshot to our directions.
I heard the sound of a gunshot and I looked to the right. I saw a terrorist who was 7-8 meters away from us. I saw him shooting people from the party. Then he looked at me on the white of my eyes and pointing the weapon at me. At the moment, I shouted to Liran, they are shooting at us, they are shooting at us.
In this moment, I also, after Zohar told me that they are shooting at us, I saw the terrorists also, and I realized that if I will continue straight on the road, we will get all the shots from the terrorists and Zohar will be killed. I turned left into the fields while he's still shooting at us and hitting all my car from behind. And all this time we are just praying that no bullets will hit nobody from us, not me or Zohar or our friend Lotan, just what was with us in the car. After that, we driving at 150 kilometers per hour in the field, only just to drive away from the place with the terrorists, with a flat tire as a result from the shooting. We arrived to the back entrance of Kfar Maimon.
An amazing family hosted us all the time. At the same time, we hear about the travel massacre that they're doing in Be'eri or Alumim. You need to understand, Kfar Maimon is located 3 kilometers from Alumim, and what separates between us to Alumim, it's only fields.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting. You went to this music festival. Yes. You thought it was just a normal weekend. You were off, you know, you're trained in the military, and you leave that scene and immediately say, we're reporting for duty, we want to serve our country. Tell me what that's like. What went into that?
We realized that our country is under attack of terrorists. This attack we never saw before. So we realized that we want to help our friends. Look, we have a lot of friends that won't came home,
that never came back from this party. They just come to, as you say, to listen to music and to celebrate the freedom of our life and to just enjoy with friends, and they will never come back home. And we have a lot of friends that they are now in Gaza. We don't know what happened to them. The Hamas is not telling who is kidnapped and what is their situation. And we just pray for them and that they will come back home safe.
It looks like they're frozen now. Say prayers for them. They're fighting in Israel, and they are part of the Combat Engineering Corps Reserve Battalion. They were at that party and raced out of there fighting for their lives, and now they're fighting for their country. We appreciate their service and waking up and joining us on this morning show and giving us information. If you're just joining us, a lot of updates in the war in Israel this morning, and we will catch you up right now as we begin our final hour of Fox and Friends.
Tragically, the number of innocent lives claimed by Hamas's heinous attacks continues to rise. Among those, we now know that at least 25 American citizens were killed. We join families in Israel, in the United States, around the world, in mourning their immeasurable loss.
Fox News alert now. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, you just heard him, updating the American death toll is now at 25 in Israel.
This comes as Israel continues to hit Gaza targets, and you're looking live right there at the port of Gaza. And we were talking earlier about how the Gaza border is still not secure. Hamas terrorists are still trying to get into Israel from the sea, and presumably those are some of the boats that they have used in the past to get there. Of course, Israel's got eyes in the sky, and if something goes out with a bunch of people on it and it comes back, they're going to blow it up, and they just did that.
You remember, Ainsley, when they attacked the concert, that festival, they did it from land, air, and sea. And we were just talking with Trey Yinks, and he was talking about how they have their own Navy, their own scuba divers, and now you see